Theology of Time, June 4, 1972. The reason you must know of the truth today is because the liar must be removed. To keep you from getting confused over the truth and the lie, a plain warner, says the Holy Quran, will be sent to you whose words will be easy for you to understand. He will speak your own language and he will be chosen from among you. There will be no stranger coming out of the east to you. It will be one of yourselves, like God has always done in the past. He raised up a warner or a prophet from among the people he warns, so they will not have no excuse saying that they don't understand that stranger. There were no such plain truths taught to us in the past. We've been shining our eyes looking for somebody to scale the eastern horizon and looking up to see them coming, but the Holy Quran condemns such, because if that man come from the east, he may speak a strange language and you won't be able to understand it. The Holy Quran says that you will say, "Oh, an Arab and an Arabic Holy Quran can't understand either one." He goes into your family and searches for one of your own, take him off aside and teach him what he wants you to know. Then when you hear the word of truth coming from the mouth of those among you or one from among you, you can't have an excuse and say you couldn't understand the language. He speaks the same language that you speak. I want you to listen good today. You have something coming to some of you who have never heard it before. I am that little fellow that he had taken off aside and taught. Why I say, little fellow? The Bible makes him little. He didn't make him a big sheep, he said a little lamb. So I'm very little. I don't know how much is lamb about me, but I know I'm little. It is up to you to listen, and as you listen, read and remember. If God says in the Bible, "Before that dreadful day shall come, I shall send you Elijah," the truth must be made very clear. If I had jumped out of the college or university door of this people to you, I would be speaking their language. The theology, as we call it science, I would have been teaching you theirs since they have never taught you theirs in many things. I was talking in Washington, D.C., back in the middle 30s, to a couple of theology teachers of Christianity. We really had it for a while until my fire outburned theirs. So, at the end of our argument, we got up and shook hands, both of them, and one said, "I never heard that before, because they just don't teach us Negroes nothing over there like that." I said, "They don't have this over there to teach you. It is not that white people of Christianity, the theologians, have this really hidden, they never heard it before. It is the first time they ever heard the real truth of themselves." As one priest told me one day, he said, "Elijah," he said, "we knew this was coming all right enough," he said, "but I never understood it from the Bible like you have it." I said, "Your Bible teaches you that." I said, "It teaches you that the secret of it was never known and would not be known until the end. Then God would send you that preacher to preach to you the truth of it." The Holy Quran warns you that Abraham and Ishmael prayed for such man, that God would raise him up from among you at that time, to teach you the knowledge of the book and to make known to you the wisdom which is hidden from you. This is the little fellow in whose ears God put it all. Why must you have it today? It is due to the removal of the old rule and your old God that you've been worshiping, not knowing where he exists. Some of us said, "He lives in my soul." Yes, that's the truth. That truth does live within us, but knowing where the truth came from is the main thing. Who is the truth giver? If you have patience with me for about a month, I will have you so smart, yes, I will have you so smart, that you can tie him around your finger. I am Elijah of your Bible. I am the Muhammad of your Holy Quran, not the Muhammad that was here 1,400 years ago. I am the one whom the Holy Quran is referring. The Muhammad that was here 1,400 years ago was a white man, then they put up a sign of the real Muhammad. It's there in Mecca, Arabia. They call it the little black stone. I looked at it. I made 7 circuits around it. I kissed the little black stone, but I didn't like kissing it, because I knew what it meant. It means that the people will bow to the real black man who is coming up out of an uneducated people, having not the knowledge of the Bible and Holy Quran, which is why they made it an unhewed stone. He will be uneducated. So, what you have been told, it was told to you to understand. It was not given to you to understand before time. This is the time that you must know the secret to all truths which has been put into symbolic language. Now, today, the veil must be lifted. Do you understand? If you believe that I'm he, then you are a very lucky man or woman. It is not that I want you to believe and worship me, but believe and worship him of whom I teach to you. It's been a long time since I had a chance to get on the rostrum to teach. I don't come out very often due to the fact that I'm forbidden to do so until the proper hour. We are going into the theology of time and history of the people. We are not to do this until time. This is the time and end of what we call the white race. They are white and the only people that were made white. You are to know who they are. You are no more to be blind, deaf, and dumb to the knowledge of people, races, and why we have races. Everything that we say to you today, it must be proven. God gave me the proof. I'm the little fellow in your Bible of whom it is written that they will shut their mouths at him. If any man will be able to condemn what I'm teaching, you bring him to me. We pay no more attention to magicians. They are considered liars, and they can be proven liars if you understand the truth. Why you are so far behind is due to the white man who knew the truth of you. He took it and veiled it, put it in books and into symbolic language so you wouldn't see and understand it until time, and this is the time that you must know the truth regardless to how it hurts. You must know it. Regardless to what becomes of the speaker for teaching you, he must teach it if he knows it. So today, we're going at the root of the creation of the white race and how there came to be a white race on our planet. As you used to think and I used to think the same, that God made them all at once. No. Or that the white man was the first. No. I was wrong. It is not possible for black babies to be born out from white parents. No. That black one has got to come first and let the white one come after it. You can't bring them both here together. Let us make man. Well, if we have to make man, then what were we? Who was the us that must make man? What man are you talking about? All this you will learn. You will learn the first step before you leave here. I won't be able to teach you all of it here this afternoon, because I got to go step by step to the first step to get you to see, but once you see you will be like the donkey Balaam was riding. Remember, the donkey had never met an angel before, and he had never had no talk with an angel. He was confounded to see an angel standing before him, teaching him the knowledge of what he was carrying on his back. He spoke with man's voice. Very good. This is what we want you to do. We want you to speak the knowledge that he has, not the original man but the made man. You don't have to teach the knowledge to the original man, because he was the first, he knows it. But the made man, you must have the knowledge of him, and that's my subject today, is to start you off into the knowledge of the made man. You are the original man. There is no such thing as a birth record to you. The Adam in the Bible, you have never understood who Adam was. You have been calling Adam your father. Adam is not your father. We are very happy to teach you if you would but listen, and I will assure you that if you listen to me teach you how all of this began and how it will end, you will never be able to thank me for it. In the past, where we found in history when God got tired of people being so wicked and so far off from the love and worship of him, he raised up among them a prophet who began warning the people of a terrible destruction coming upon them. Whereas, if you don't believe what I have received from God, then the same thing is here today. You hear and you see many changes coming to pass throughout the world of man. You have never seen it, nor have you ever heard of any such things going on. Today you can listen to your radio, look at your TVs, and you see things and hear things that you never have seen and heard before. This is due to the removal of a world and setting up a new world on the old foundation of the other which has been removed. We no more can accept the guidance of this world because it is turned down. The people have become so dissatisfied with the white man's world that they too, being white, would like to remove it. This is why they both are going to clash with each other. They are moving towards each other closer and closer every hour. This teaching must come to you to save you from their doom. In the very beginning there was no doom written for the black man unless that black man willfully and knowingly follows the white man to his doom. The doom of the white man was written in the days that he was made. There was never no doom written for you. The end of your world will never come to an end. We can change at times with changes, but we never end. No end written for us. You can't find where the black man will end up one day and have no world. If he ends up one day without a world, then there will be nothing, it will be the same as it was with the first life that was created in darkness to itself. There is no God nowhere to take hold of the black man's wisdom and outstrip him of his own wisdom. Once upon a time, a black man tried to destroy the black man, so Allah taught me, but he failed. He couldn't destroy himself because he was the creator, so he left some of us back here right on it. That was a long, long time ago, so God taught me, it was in the making of the moon. In his effort to destroy the black man, he caused a new world of thought to come in. He split this one, Earth, in two. He had taken one part of it and put it out before our eyes to serve as signs for this part. He wanted to destroy us, but he couldn't. He wanted his teachings to go like the one that went into Africa, and we came from him. 50,000 years ago, as God taught me, a black man disagreed with the 11 scientists. The 11 stuck together and let him go and prove his new God wisdom somewhere else. It was Africa into which he went to prove it, in the jungles of Africa. He said he could make a people like himself and would bring everything to a naught, because they would be strong, powerful, and nothing could defeat them. So he went into the jungles of Africa 50,000 years ago, so God taught me, and he showed me signs that I could recognize today. He pointed out to me one night, 2 little stars in the southeastern skies, a blue one and a red one. He said, when they go away out of the skies from our sight this time, it will be 50,000 years before they reappear. Every time they reappear there will be a universal change. The white man recognizes these things, they're scholars and scientists, but they don't talk to you on nothing of the kind. A blue star beside a red one, that means removal of a world that doesn't correspond with the original world. You say, well, how many more times is it? The end is up. The wisdom that this one brought is to bring an end to these kind of workings, showing forth something to come after this man's wisdom. There is no wisdom to come after this that will be able to erase this wisdom, because this wisdom is brought to you from the root of wisdom, from the originator of the universe. You notice that the whole universe is egg-shaped. The planets in the universe is also egg-shaped. They are not a perfectly round sphere. Well, this is leaving a little work for some wise man, that is, that I am not able to perfect, then someone must perfect that thing. This is the way that we look at wisdom. When scholars are arguing with each other, they take one word, most time. They don't take a whole book. One word is sufficient for them to argue on. If that is not perfect, then all right, he challenges you to prove your work. These are scientists. I don't say that I'm one, but I can entertain them. I'm raised up in your midst, which crowns you with glory and happiness. If you can think of anything in the basic teaching of the resurrection of the dead that I don't understand, I'll give you $10,000 out of my brother's vest pocket. We must have a man today to teach us, who knows and doesn't guess. We no more are going to rely on guessing and theories. Theory is not truth until you prove it true. Many of us can have theories, but not all those can bring our theories true. I hope you have patience with me a little longer. You did not see this board here, last Sunday, turned this way. This is the thing that I am going after, the root of the signs and of the make. We must go at the root to prove that the all-wise, the best knower, is with us in the person of Master Fard Muhammad. Fard is a name used by the God of the last day, who is opening up the kingdom of heaven to you and me. The name Fard is a name outside of the 100 attributes of God. It's an extra name to itself. The Bible gives it to you like this: he had a name written up and down his thighs that no man knew but he himself. So, all of this is understood now. God has taught me, there is nothing of the Bible, nothing else of the Quran, that is yet to be misunderstood. It's understood today. This is the little fellow to whom God has made all of that secret known, and I don't say that I'm guessing at anything, it's all what God has given to me. If you take it and tell it to the scientists of this world and you find one that can dispute with one word that I'm telling you, I'll give you $10,000 out of my brother's pocket. You should be happy if you know that these are truths that have been buried from your ears all of your life and all your parents' lives. This is the first time that you ever heard this, and they are true. I don't say that I tell you because I don't think you ever read nothing about it, no. You read about it, but you were unable to understand what you read. You should come out and listen to truth and stop listening to guessing. The Bible has been taught to you through people who guessed at it not know the truth, but guessing at the truth. Well, it's time to give that fellow the truth and stop him from guessing at it. The Bible teaches you in the beginning God made the heaven and the earth, right? That is true, in the beginning, but when was beginning? You say in the beginning, when was that beginning? And how did he make heaven and earth? You see, you must know the truth of these things, and if the truth does not compare with what you see and what you hear, then you don't have the truth. So, I don't run from you when I teach. You can question me all you want, because I have your answer. God has given it to me, not just for me myself, He gave it to me to give to you, and if you use it, lucky are you. We see, here on this board, before our eyes, 2 flags, and we see under one flag, here, a cross and a man hanging on a tree. All of this you know to be true. I thought I'd wait until you go over this drawing a little bit as I'm coming in to teach you the understanding of it. Here on this board you see the flag of America here, and you see the flag of Islam. In the flag of America here, you see the sign that they use for their religion. You see red, white and blue as colors. Over here you see white and red only. These are very good teaching that you should know. In between the 2 flag you have these words written, which one will survive the war of Armageddon? When will that be? It's on now. Armageddon is on now. You would not be hearing the truth of these things. The truth is only to come when the falsehood had failed. As long as falsehood can rule, it remains like night. As long as the night can rule, you won't see no day. So we use all these signs and truth teachings to contend with each other daily. Now between the 2 flags we have written, which one will survive the war of Armageddon? What is the Armageddon war? It's a war where truth clashes with falsehood and falsehood clashes with truth. Falsehood will try to continue to rule and truth must overcome it and cast it out. That flag to our right, here, contains only 2 colors, red and white. The meaning of these 2 colors are that red represents truth. This is the first thing that we have in the universe. It was a red ball of fire to lighten up the universe. That's the sun. The sun is a red ball of fire or something like about 800,000 miles in diameter. That's a very big sun, 800 miles in diameter right through it. Now the sun is nothing but a big ball of fire. Don't get it mixed up with some old slavery teaching. It's no spook. We're sure it's fire. We have tested it and drawn fire out of it, so it is a ball of fire that warms up a circle with 9 planets. That sun strikes all of these 9 planets, and the farthest of all planets is the one you call Platoon. That planet is 4,600,000,000 miles from the sun, yet that sun strikes it just a few hours in our regular day and makes it revolve around it. What sign is that? Whatever amount of the light of truth touches us as human beings, it changes us. Since God teaches us the science that the planet Pluto of Platoon is 4,600,000,000 miles from us, He uses it for a sign of us. We being 4,000 years off from Him, 4,000 years off from the history of the 6,000 years that Moses taught Israel, Moses' teaching didn't touch Israel until after they already had been cast out from Arabia 2,000 years, that left us 4,000 years to work with Him. Now since we worked with Him for 4,000 years, He clipped us for 400 years of it. We have been blinded to the knowledge of ourselves for 400 years. So we have this sign before you so you can read and learn something from it. You see stripes of red, stripes of white, and then you see a blue square here full of stars. What does that mean, Elijah? It means truth of the America people. This is their flag, the root meaning of themselves. It means that this white represents themselves, their color. That red represents the sun, and the red representing the sun beside an equal stripe of white represents the truth, and the white represents the white people, and that blue represent untrue like the sky. We say there's a blue sky, but you can go up there 1,000,000,000 miles and you will never find no blue. So today, God has given me the secret of all these things, and I'm here to teach you the secret. That blue represent untrue. Just as the sky looks blue, but there's no blue sky, so you may chase it all day and all night long in your planes and you won't find no blue sky up there. You may say, well, Mr. Muhammad, I see you have on a blue suit. Does that mean you're untrue? No, this blue I'm wearing is so, because I live among untrue people and to get among them to get their attention. You look like them and you can creep up to them. He thinks that's himself. The America flag and its true meanings. When the original scientists designed this for white America, he said, I put the blue in here for you, because you will not be true. Blue represents untrue color. See, there is nothing by nature that is actually true in blue. It always can disappear because that's not the true color of nature or the universe's signs. The true color in the universe is the sun, and the sun is something that is fire. It's red and it produces color. Whenever there is an artificial-like plant, it can change that artificial plant into another color, because it is the master that does this. The sun brings up the colors out of the earth into plant life and into other creeping, crawling, walking life. The sun can change it to whatever it wants it to be or change it to something else. You that have never studied the universe and the planets in the circle of the universe as it's a circle itself, the whole universe is a circle. You that have never studied this, though you have studied astronomy yourself. Some of you have not gotten this deep into this, because the teachers that taught you knowledge of astronomy didn't have it themselves, and if they had it and knew the meaning of it, that the end of it is you, he's not going to teach it no way. This is why they don't attack me and put in their paper to make me prove what I teach. It makes him so little until you have to take something like a magnifying glass to find him. Therefore, he doesn't want to challenge me out here before you. I would love to have him stand here and challenge me. I would give him $20,000 every hour if he would come here and try to contend with me. Well, Mr. Muhammad, I think you're talking too fast. No, I am not. I have mine from God, and what he has also came from God, but God gave him the worst that he had in his storehouse. He made the worst man that ever lived in the sun, although we have not gotten to that yet. You will agree with me when I have taught you how he was made and give you the knowledge of how you can test the truth. You don't know how to test real truth because you have never heard real truth. I can teach you how to test it. I can teach you how to attack me and how I can ward you off. The scientist that gave America a flag was a black man. He didn't know how to make one with science like the black man, because the black man was the maker, so he made America a flag with truth, justice, which will ultimately destroy the falsehood that will come with fire in the sun. He put it there before the white man's face in that color. Don't call it old glory, it's old hell to you. They are fighting the truth and putting other than the truth with truth. You can't call it old glory for you, because you are made of truth. A deceiver of truth deceived you of the knowledge of truth, therefore, you think you're the same fellow that he is. You are not, because one like yourself made him. He didn't come with us. We made him just 6,000 years ago, and he will tell you himself that man has been on this earth for hundreds of thousands and millions of years, and the man he refers to is you. The man that didn't come with the sun, moon, and stars is not referred to as the man. The human made into man is called a human man, and not to be called man is you and I. The white man is called mankind, and he knows himself to be that. He refers to himself as mankind. In the Bible, it says he made him like a man, but he yet was not the man. So that's pretty good, he admits these things. When he says mankind, he's referring to you. You are not to be called or represent yourselves as mankind. You are not a kind of like man, you are the real man. And the Lord said, let us make man, think over that. You have believed and thought that meant all of us. There was no such thing as God saying, let us make a black man, because no one knows when the first black man was made. There was no diameter measured through the darkness out of which we created ourselves. We can measure it now, but not then. Nothing I will say up here on this platform that God has not given me the root. If you don't believe I'm telling you the truth, just because you don't know it, then you get someone who you think does, ask him to challenge me for you, and you won't find him. The scientists of the Bible and prophets couldn't find him. They prophesied of me in these words there, in Isaiah, I think you'll find it. They will shut their mouth at him. They who? It means the scientist class of the white people. They will not try and dispute with me, and they don't do it. You should have remembered when I went to Washington in 1959, they have great respect for me. The government sent out its soldiers and welcomed me into Washington from the airport, right up and down Pennsylvania Avenue. They respected my knowledge, but you can't even do that. I can hardly get respected in your backyard, because you don't know, they know. Twice they did that. They'll do that tomorrow if I go there. Never have you had a preacher to go to the government's capita, and they escort you from the airport up and down Pennsylvania Avenue, because he don't have that kind of knowledge. They gave the preacher what he knows, but they didn't give me what I know. I'm like it's written in the Bible, put in the name of Jesus, although I'm the one saying it to you. He says there when challenged for the knowledge of his education he answered, mine is from above and yours is from beneath. They didn't question further, because what come up out of their civilization had no equal with that which comes from God. This the meaning of mine from above and yours from beneath. Beneath means that what you know comes from a wicked man of whom we made, but mine come from the man above, man's knowledge, who has no birth record. As we return to our left here on the board under the American flag, we find there is a cross outside of his flag. What does that mean? It means that he's at the crossroads of the truth. He will lead you either way, because he has no straight path to the truth. He calls it Christianity. Christian. Christ means the crusher. The plural part of the word means all that follow such teaching, Christianity. Anything that pertains to the teaching of the gospel of the Christian religion. Christianity refers to a prophet that they killed when he came among them trying to teach them Islam. They killed that man. They killed and persecuted all the prophets of Islam who were teaching them the truth. They being made just opposite of the truth, they could not have truth come up and among them. It would destroy the future of their civilization. The people would believe in truth, and he would not be able to get them to believe in his teaching of other than truth. Christianity is other than the truth. That's why white people who are made of other than the truth want you to believe it. They don't tell you that it came from God when they made Adam. Adam was not taught truth. He was taught evil so that he could trick the truth believer and make the true believer believe in their other than the truth. This would get him off the path of righteousness, thereby becoming an evildoer. You notice that all of your life, you can get a good laugh out of white people as long as you act a fool, jump up on the stage dancing and singing evil and filthy songs, pulling off half your clothes and showing the filth of yourselves. You're all right with them. All they want the so-called Negro for is to show the world that he, the white man, has made a fool out of one of your members who you now don't want. So, as long as your own people and my people of the good and of the good world refuses you, then he can laugh and say, oh, I beat your God. I've robbed your God of him and he follows and obey me. So my friends, brothers and sisters of the nation that has no birth record and have no end. There's no such thing as a beginning to the black man, nor is there such a thing of you proving truthfully that there's an end of him. You can't prove truthfully his birth, though we can pinpoint him after his birth, but we can't tell you of the life after which he started into perfection as a stature and form of a man. We can't tell you that part. We can get back there. God has taught me so near to it, although I will not go into that kind of teaching with you, because I don't believe you have enough knowledge to go halfway with me. I have been taught so near to him that you would have to put the counting of years on it yourself. I am not able, because I would have to go through how long darkness took to produce the atom from which the man was made. For 400 years he made our fathers and ourselves bow to death. The cross is a sign that represents death. The corpse hanging off the tree shows you what he will do for you in Christianity. He can't do that so easily when you come out into the star, the moon and the sun. He will be overtaken one day and slaughtered. He will not be able, out of all the Muslims in the country, be able to kill 300 before the end of himself would come. That number 300 is not from myself, but from the mouth of God. He won't be able to kill over 300 Muslims before they kill all of them. He knows all of this. He's bound to attack us one day, but we have, what they call in the Bible, 7 angels with us, and Allah told me he's not enough for one. All of the 7 would like to get a hold of him, but he's like a mouse for one of these 7 cats. I'm challenging the root of what you've been listening to, therefore, I cannot tell you the root of the creation of man, his characteristics, and what he's to end up doing in a few minutes. I don't care how fast I talk, I couldn't do it. The best time I have made of teaching this history is about 5 hours. I cut it down from 6 to about 5, but it takes hard work to do it. The world of the white man was given 6,000 years to live, rule us and take us to hell with him if he could. It takes 6 hours to teach that history. I have worked on this history for 40 years, 40 years. I didn't say 4 years, 40 years I have been teaching this history. I have taught it at times when the Spirit of Allah would get on me until I couldn't hardly lie down when I got home. My wife, if she was here, she would tell you so. Christ my Lord, they say, my Redeemer died for us. When would God be foolish enough to come out and die for the devil? Jesus died for us. Well, if he died for you, how many more Jesus does it take now to free you? We have been mistreated by white people since the death of Jesus more than before. We were not here in North America for the white man to mistreat us in the time of Jesus. We just came here, or brought here rather, 400 years ago. If we had been in the time of Jesus, when Muhammad was born, he would have come and gotten us, so said God. When 2 of his generals got to the ocean, the history teaches us that the horses' hoofs staved at the surf of the sea, and they lifted up soil shaking it at the sea, and said, if it wasn't for this sea, I would keep on to the ends of the earth putting to death every infidel that I find. So, God taught me, he said, Elijah, he said, if you all had been over here at that time. He said, he would have gotten over here and got you himself. He said, they all love you, but the devil and I have spoiled you so much that they don't want to take the time to try to put you back where you once came from. He said they don't want to teach you. You are so spoiled and ruined by the devil that they can't stand your insults, so they left the work up to me and you to do. We are not going to miss them. Marcus Garvey made an attempt, he said, he loved you all, but he didn't have the knowledge that he should have had to have brought you out. Noble Drew Ollie. He said, he tried, but he was not able, because he lacked the knowledge. He said now they all left them to us. You and me, there is no one to get them now but you and me. The job is on us, but when I have finished teaching you, you will be able to get them all. I would not be able with whatever teachings he gave me unless he was with it himself. We can't give life to the dead without his help. Even though we may know the key to the knowledge of that which the black man should rise by, we still can't do it unless he's with it. There is much that you shall know in this day and time. I'm so glad and thankful to God for giving us this shelter to teach you the knowledge of yourself, because you are a proud people. You will go to church, and wherever you find the finest one, you will try to get in it. So now this is the finest one there is in the land. The devil will bear me witness. He has already bore witness. He called it the 10 most finest churches in the country. We went to an extreme task of buying it. If we had been white, we probably would have gotten the church for $2 million, but since we are black and haters of white, they doubled it. They charged us $4 million for this church. We have not paid the $4 million, but having true friendship and brotherhood with our people in Africa, they loaned us the $4 million to pay it. We have friendship all over the earth, throughout the islands of the sea we have friends. This was done to let you know that we have friends. For these people of ours in Africa to loan us the money to buy this church, they didn't just give it to us, they loaned it to us. They may give us some part of it later on when they learn of our great work, whereas they too must come by it before they can be saved. The old Christianity, the doom of the black man. This is the thing that dooms you. The knowledge of it will save you. That cross represents their bloodthirst for death of righteous human beings. All throughout your Bible they were after prophets who would come among them preaching the truth. Some they beat up, jailed, and some they killed. I am the last of those righteous reformers. I'm the last one. Your Bible teaches you that, and I will prove it to you if you come and listen. There is no need for a prophet to come after me. Why? Because I bring you face to face with God and man. He swung the righteous from the cross he made. Following him was his people. Hung high in the limbs of trees for his body to be riddled with bullets from the Christian guns. So we are here, sent from God himself, having the power from God to put an end to it. My work is to put an end to it, and by Allah, we will do it. Christianity. What is Christ? What does Christ mean? What is the real truth of the meaning of Christ? It means one coming in the last days to crush the world of evil. Christ is a crusher. You don't get that name in the Bible until this time, then you read of Christ coming. He's the crusher of this religion, a lying religion, a religion that teaches you must die before you can see the hereafter or the heaven. This is true if you understood what the liar was saying. Sure, you have to die mentally, out of the evil death that he put you in. He teaches you that there is a hereafter after you die, that's right, but after you die the mental death that he put you in from slavery, up until now, until the judgment comes in, then you got to be resurrected totally from the mental death that you died in, not physically. There's nothing after this flesh and bone goes back to the earth. I got it from earth to build me a body for breath to enter, and when breath entered into the body, he made a sound, and from the sound I could walk and I could guide myself the breath of life. Every human being that is born from a parent, if it does not breathe the breath that is carrying the earth, which we all are breathing, it won't live. We say it's a stillborn, right? He made you to look at it differently. He made you look at breath as something like a spirit of the body that we can't see, that's right too. We can't see the air that we are breathing unless we get a microscope, then we could see the very atom of life in the air. Those atoms of life in the air are the things that give us life, and whenever the body gets to the point that it can't draw it in, then we say he's dead. The biggest soul we have is air. If you deprive the man of air, then he's dead. You could come up here now and start me on my neck, soon you will have me so I can't breath and I won't be talking. That's the soul that they preach to you about, that's the real soul. It is your breath. There's no such thing as a little man going out of your mouth and going to an unknown place, no, no. When you get to the point that you can't breath, the little man and you don't be a little man yourself. Go take this home with you and study. You will come to the knowledge of truth. You see people drowning and you see him standing up the man on his head to run water out of his lungs. If too much water is in the lungs, which brings in the breath of life, then the man will expire, because he has too much of it. That will kill him. There is no such thing as a spirit jumping out of your body going someplace. It's the spirit that can't come in that keeps the man alive. No, we have done a soul going out. It's the spirit that can't come in that keeps the man alive. No, we don't have a soul going out, it's the one we can't keep in. Oh Christians, he shows you the sign of his great religion that has doomed millions and billions of people to their graves, and they never knowing the truth of it. He says, believe in the cross, that sign. He says believe in Jesus, and you don't have sense enough to chase him. You don't have sense enough to make him give you the knowledge of what he's teaching. You take it for granted that everything he says is the truth. The cross, believe in the cross my brother, he says. I will cling to that old cross. Yeah, oh yonder, he says, on yonder hills stands an old cross. Yeah, it's a sign of shame. It's a sign of my guilt of murdering the prophets of God, because I was at crossroads with them in the science of truth. So, here it is, blind, deaf, and dumb black man, follow this and you will go to heaven and meet Jesus. How many have been there and came back and told you that? There is no man that dies and goes back to the earth, then returns again. That is the thing that just doesn't happen. You say, well, Jesus rose again. Yes, he's rising now. The resurrection of Jesus means the resurrection of justice among you and me, that's what it means. It doesn't mean that man will come back alive like he once was. He hoists that sign and tries making you, who he is make blind, deaf, and dumb to the knowledge of the truth, believe in it, and you believe just as he says, that Jesus will come back and take us all home. Yes, that's right, if you understand. Justice will come and condemn the liar of his lie and take you back home again. What home? It is justice that takes you back into the knowledge of yourself, and you can live in any part of the earth, Africa, Australia, or the islands of the Pacific, which actually is being ruled out there now. Australia is ours too, and we are bound to have it pretty soon, all of it. If I were among the Australian whites today on that continent, I would tell them the same, that pretty soon we will own it again like we once owned it. New Zealand and all of those other continents, islands, and inlands out there in the Pacific belong to us, but we were not to take them before the time of the present rule of the white people. Their end has now come, as you will see these islands falling into the rule of the black people very, very, very soon. We the little people in North America, called every name but the true names of ourselves, God will soon give you this whole entire earth, and he will begin here in North America. This is the country that he will take and send to its doom, the honor of it, pretty soon. This the first one, because he acted so brave and in mockery of God and his work. So, he will make him his example for Europe. Europe settled far away off, as Revelation teaches you there of John, and the people looked at the smoke of her ascending up forever, and they cried and cast dust on their heads for the loss of her trade they had once had. The Bible said they used to have ships going by sea with shiploads of great valuable merchandise, even to men. They sold us as slaves. They went to our homes and took us, brought us over here and sold us between each other. This is the way our fathers were handled. Now, God wants to deliver you and me and destroy them. He breaks their power to rule. He brings to a knot their trade between each other. That's going on now. Never, since you've been born, have you seen a president of this country going over the earth to the nations of the earth begging them to agree with him to live longer. He has everything the other nations have, but he knows the other nations have their weapons trained on him, and that he would not last long if he would train his mighty weapons upon the people that are now against him. They will tell you, we have it, but we're scared to use it, because others have the same. He's pleading with the nations not to use these dreadful destroyers of nations on each other, whereas we will destroy ourselves if we destroy them. We can, because they have that champion of war with them, the Mahdi, and he won't allow us to fight the black men in such a way to annihilate them from the earth. He told me and taught me about what they would do, our people, those 7 angels that you read about in Revelations, what they will do when he starts. They are capable of cutting a corridor in the air between this country and the other countries, confining all of his destruction in this sphere. Think over that. Teaches you and me that we made that white man. This book challenges the white man to prove that we did make him. Who created you? Who made you? Did you make yourself, is the way it reads, or did not we make you? The white man knows he came from black man, but he has killed you of that knowledge, since he had the use of you for 400 years. He killed you of that knowledge. He had translated the Bible and covered his making up so cleverly that you who he had in chains would never be able to understand it, unless God himself came or sent one from himself. So the Holy Quran teaches you here in a prayer that Abraham and Ishmael gave to God for our learning. He says, Abraham, raise up from among them one from among themselves, and teach him the knowledge of the book and the wisdom that he may teach others, his other people, the knowledge of the book. The book is the Bible, and bring them in the knowledge, the true knowledge of it, because they only use guesses. Well, that's true. The preacher will tell you sometime in his sermon, I fancy. I fancy is the same as saying, I guess it means thus and thus. My brothers and sisters, you and myself are lucky to be living in this day. Seeing the old world go out and the new world come in. God is so powerful, mighty, that he doesn't want to accept living in a house where his enemy has lived. So he threatens a total destruction. He can build a new one. The Bible says, Behold, I make all things new, old will pass away. He doesn't want to use a lame sheep to eat. Israel was told not to use a lame or affected sheep or a calf, and that they must get a healthy one, one that is not afflicted. This is a picture of the period of the kingdom of the black man. He says in another place, I don't care anything about your offering to me, your burnt offerings of lambs and calves, because all that is upon 1,000 hills is mine. You don't have to give them to me. I gave them to you. In my day and time, if you cut off a neck of a cow to sacrifice him to me, it would be just the same as cutting off a dog's head. I don't need any of your calves. Think over that. Gradually, he wants to turn us into forsaking the flesh of an animal and give us a better one. He gave Israel better meat, didn't he? It was such meat that they didn't know what it was, but yet it killed desire for meat. They said, I don't know what it is, so they named it manna. They don't know what it is. If he could bring down meat in a desert to save the hungry and draw water out of a rock to quench their thirst, what can he do more for us? I tell you, my friend, getting acquainted with God is not like getting acquainted with a common fool. Now you see how much time I have spent trying to lead you up to the subject I intend to take. I have led you up near the steps which I wanted to, and now see you walking. I know one thing, you can't go in the common church today and listen to the preacher 3 hours if he takes a text. God told Jonah to go to Nineveh and preach, for in 40 days I will destroy her. What does 40 days means, since the city was not destroyed? And he told Jonah to preach what he bid him. What did he mean by that? Don't deny one truth regardless to how foreign or how strange it looks, or even may be the end of your life to tell the people that. Go tell them that. If I gave them an extension of time, don't grieve over that extension of time. You have some people way in the distant future that needs an extension of time, but you don't know them, Jonah. So, today, the time of our enemy was up in 1914, but God could not kill him without killing us, because we as yet had not come into the knowledge of the truth. They must know the truth, and if they know the truth will free them. I don't have to kill them. Think over that. This truth is to give you knowledge of yourself and knowledge of the enemy devil, the blue-eyed Caucasian. My young brothers, do not grab these blue-eyed girls of his. They are doing this today to get you away from the God of your salvation. The girl has been taught a long time, so when this day came, she would sweetheart with you and blind you to the knowledge of the time, so you won't recognize what she's doing. She will make you think that we just now realize that we have to live as one people, and you yet blind, will say, yes, 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 that's right. But no, understand what she means, that the time have arrived now that I will make you to think that I'm in love with you. I will marry you, you will marry me, but you are headed for hell. I will try enticing you, work on the very nature of you. I will go nude in front of you. Think over that. He gives them the woman, corrupting themselves, that's here in your Bible. My beloved brothers, I say flee from her. She is a universal Delilah. That's in your Bible. See how Delilah deceived Samson, the strongest man. You are the strongest man. You are yet the wisest man, but no one has brought you back to the wise wisdom of yourself and the strength you can produce to make others succumb at your feet. This little Adam, God raised up from you to teach you these things. There is nothing secret, now, about them. God has revealed the secret of them, and that secret is in the head of the man that you're looking at now. They are made Una-like to attract you. Their father, Yakub, who made them, he was the founder of Una-like attract and alike repel. The only way he can get his people to attract you is to get them before you, who are made Una-like. This Una-likeness will attract you. So, they're using this boldly today to get you to go to hell with them. They know they can't overcome the black God. They know that, because he made them. He tells his women, go now and attract them. Tempt them so they will believe with us and become deserving of hellfire like we are. This is what he's doing. You could never be one of them. You could only believe them and follow them, but you could never be one of them unless you were grafted out of your present self, into what they are in. By your marrying and intermixing with them, that yet will never drive you out. You will become speckled white, but actually, the blood which has the origin of what you are can't be destroyed so easily as that. We'll tell you why, we will tell you. We have the roots of everything. We have the roots of the universe. I don't want you to get excited and throw stones at me, because I speak of that which you never dreamed of hearing. However, it is the truth. I have taught 6 hours, but since the time is helping me make manifest so much of what I am teaching, I want to learn to give it to you in 2 hours or an hour and a half, but I can't do that until I get you on the first step. Allah is making manifest the truth all out in the streets, all around you and above you, so we don't have to go after it like we did 40 years ago. I used to stand 6 hours and teach you what I am trying to teach you up to now. What I've been saying here today is only to shape you for listening to the real thing that I want to give to you. I have just now got up to the steps of what I intend to teach you today, and seeing that you do not know these steps that I am taking, I build them all up, one by one to you. Then when I get you up to the floor, you can take a seat and sit down. We borrowed the money. We were not given the money. We borrowed it. We pay $50,000 a month to borrow the money so that we can keep you into the best. We now look down on the worst. We look forward for the best. We thank you for every dime that you could give us or are able to give us. We know and believe that Allah will restore it all back to you sevenfold and more, because He did us like this. That's why we're up here today. Brother James 8X from Mosque number 25 donated to us today $1,000. The minister of our mosque number 25. Allah blessed me to covert him when we both were in prison, and when we came out of prison, he started teaching our people. The devil got a hold to him and pulled him back into prison, and he came out again preaching to our people. I thank you, Minister James, for your donation from your followers of number 25, Newark, New Jersey. I thank you. I know you, as I myself, think over those days when I was teaching you in the District of Columbia prison. You listened to what I had to say. Everywhere I would go there in the prison house, you were coming up beside me to learn more of what Allah had revealed to me and taught me, therefore, you held fast to it. Now you have a wonderful temple in New Jersey, and the people are flowing to it by the hundreds there. So, I thank Allah for you, Brother Minister James. My beloved brothers and sisters, I thank each and every one of you that offers so much as a penny for the help of this great work of getting a nation out of a nation and reforming them in such a way that they won't return to that which they were reformed out of. I thank you. I pray to Allah that heaven and earth, both, comes to you, because both belongs to you, so God has taught me. I thank you for respecting me enough to what I have to say. I thank you. And I pray to our God, Allah, which means the first and last. This name means what you have in the Bible, the first and He is the last. In Arabic, it's Allah. What I have started stepping you towards, we're going to add a few more steps towards the apex of what God has given to me. If you can find that you can walk out of it, then you will have to build more steps. I don't think you will be able to do so. I will be here, if it pleases Allah, ready to give you some untold truth, ready to give you that which has been hidden from you all your lives, and to bring you forth, putting you over your people as you once were, not as God, but be the God that you once were. The sun is going down in the west. This teaching will raise a powerful sun and spirit of truth from this part of our planet by us, from whom God has raised. No more will you look toward the east after this for a light of truth to come. That light of truth, which the scientists of the East were not able to give you, will come from the West. That will change the disposition of worship. You won't look to the West, nor to the East, nor North and South for the wisdom. Everywhere you go you will find it. The Bible says and prophesies of the truth in that day. It says you shall no more go out to Jerusalem to the temple or there at Jerusalem seeking God, but wherever you may be, you will be a temple yourself. Therefore, it won't be necessary to go to no certain place, pointing out a house with truth in it, you will be the truth. Theology of Time, June 11, 1972. In the name of Allah, the most merciful. All holy praises is due thee, O Allah, the Lord of the worlds, the most merciful, master of this day of judgment in which we now live. Thee do we serve, thee do we beseech for thine help. O Allah, guide us on the right path, the path of those upon whom thou hast bestowed thy favors, not of those upon whom thy wrath is brought down, nor of those who go astray after they have heard thine teachings. Amen. We have a great time of trouble going on, and it's getting worse and worse every hour, therefore, we should be here to decide on what way we shall take. We have no time to think about trying to correspond with the people of this world. Don't be trying to imitate them. This is the time of separation and the destruction of one and the safety of another. I don't want you to think that I am here before you for fun and foolishness. I'm here like the cabinet officer trying to direct you into the right path or lane or road. No more time for foolishness. The theology of time that I am teaching you is mostly the secret that has been held back on religion. We cannot depend on the road which we have been put on by our enemies. We have to forsake his guidance and his leadership if we want to see the hereafter. We are not any kin to them at all, and they are no kin to us. This is the way you can easily get deceived today, that is, being ignorant to the knowledge of self. You want to be friendly with the same enemy that has brought you to nothing. That you love everybody. Just wait a few days. walking around talking about you love everybody. They have a place to put people that love everybody. You must remember that if you love everybody, you love first your enemies, theirs included, and our enemies are included. So we can't tolerate you if you love everybody, because you're loving your enemies and ours too. We must understand the truth. The Bible doesn't teach you to love your enemies. If so, you throw that Bible in the wastebasket. The enemy put that in there to help himself. You'll be loving the enemy of God and yet claim that you love God. You can't love God and love his enemy and your enemies included. What do you look like loving the devil? Let the devil love devil and not you loving the devil thinking that you are getting friendship with God. You're getting to be an enemy of God. How foolish he has made you by deceiving you into believing and loving everybody. Everybody's not to be loved. We have various kinds of people. You love your brother as you love yourself, but let that brother be one who God loves and one of your blood and flesh. You can't love every kind of flesh. You don't have that understanding. The enemy made you to think that, but you can't love him. No. This is why he declares to God that he would take them all, in the Holy Quran, and deceive you and take you to hell with him by making you to love him. You cannot intermarry with them unless that you want to go to hell with them. I know this doesn't sound so good to you, who have been deceived, so I'm telling you before it's too late. There are people who have nice clean homes, and if you love your dog, then I advise you not to bring him in here. Some of us love dogs and want everybody else to love that dog. You find a people who are classified with the enemy, the devil, who used to use dogs when he lived in the caves. He made friends with the dog to help protect himself and his family. Brothers and sisters, truth is truth. I have been given the knowledge of the devil. This is why they hate me. They don't want me to tell you what God has taught me, the truth of them. The theology of time. We must know the truth that has been hidden from us. Oh, them old folks. They hates white folks. Yeah, we're the people that hate them. We don't love them and they don't love you. Only to get you in trouble or bring you to your end. He was made to destroy us. He was not made to save us, but to destroy us so that his people could rule you and me forever. I want you to listen good, and I'm not afraid. If you're trembling, I'm not trembling. For 40 years I have been teaching what you hear me teaching, only a little addition into the science of it now. But for 40 years, I have been going over this country preaching to you, my kind, that the blue-eyed Caucasian people are devils and that they were made that way. You can't change them unless you take and regraft them back into us, where they came from. You say, oh, well then we're all devil. Oh no. You got it wrong. Because you made a car doesn't mean that you're a car yourself. We are going into that extensively after a while, how we made devil. We are the God that made him, but we didn't intend for him to touch us, no. Well, you know that I'm not a young man flying off at the handle. You see these brothers and sisters sitting in front of me. What these brothers wear on their head represents the universe. They are wearing it because God is now turning over to the slave, black man, the universe, and they are within their right to put it on their heads because it's theirs. I guess I'd better just bring it on out. If you don't see the white Mason wearing it but once a year, you wonder then why we don't wear it along with them once a year. We are the father of it. So, if the father is going to lay his emblem aside to go along with an honor, then the father is doing this either to make acquaintance with him in his own country, or the father is just laying his down for a certain time. Today, we are supposed to wear our fez, which represents the universe, but white people don't do this. They wear them once a year in some kind of turnout, because this is not his, that's why he doesn't wear it. He's a man put in the universe for a time, and at the end of that time, he gets out of our house. If he doesn't get out, we throw him out. The heavens and the earth belong to black people, and this is why this teaching has come to you. It is to acquaint you with the knowledge of your own. Last we off talking about stripes. There is so much to tell you that I could put it into books after books. There is plenty books wrote on it now, but some of them I don't go for. There are books that are piled up into libraries throughout the world, books after books mostly to commercialize on. You don't need all of these books. as the Bible teaches you, back there in the last part of it, that he saw God gave a man with a symbolic name a little book, and that little book was enough to take care of all the big books. That is true. Allah gave me a little book, and he's preparing another little book. Well, he got it prepared, but he's waiting for a certain time to give it to me. If we are to know the right way, it cannot be taught by the wrong way teacher. You've got to have the right teacher to teach the right way. Believe it or not. These stripes are to acquaint you with the knowledge of signs. The signs here, as I told to you last on this board, is the American flag and his religion. With it, to the left, is an awful sign of your brother swinging on a tree and the sign of his religion beside him. Don't fear, they will not try stopping me from putting this up here, because they can't condemn it. The righteous people of Christianity will swing his own brother up on limbs like that. Ever since we have been in this country, we have been in his religion. You are black and believes in Christianity, and he will take you and swing you on the tree. This proves that you are not a brother of his. The reading in between his flag says, which one will survive the war of Armageddon? I don't have to ask you. You know that the stars and stripes are not going to survive the star and the moon. You know that. So it's a big question mark there. Again, if I asked you when was Christianity inserted into the religion of man? If it didn't come or change with the earth, with the star and moon, you don't have God's religion. You must have the religion of God who created the heavens and the earth and taught man the right way. You cannot boast of a religion that did not come with the heavens and the earth. That's right. No theologian will condemn you. Take you down to the road of peace and get you guessing and wondering when it come about. God never changed his religion. If he did change it, it shows that he didn't foreknow things. He's supposed to know the future and the end of all things. So he chooses one religion. That religion must be capable of defining the truth of what he has made. If God made the universe and did not define it in telling you and not what he made it for, then the God is not accurate with his truth of his creation. Let's listen good and try and learn something. I don't argue with you, because I know what you know and I'm not boasting in what I know. I put it out here to you. You are welcome to take it or leave it. It is yours as well as mine. There is a lot of boasting and proud acting among us, but I say, put it down, because the Bible teaches you that God will destroy the proud. He don't like proud people, and I don't either. We like humble people who can recognize the humble humility of us all, and that if we can recognize our own humility, then I think we got something to hold. Not one of us is up from slavery. Not one of us is the President of the United States. So, let us be careful what we boast of. If you have quite a bit of money, that's all right, it's here in the earth, maybe we could get some one day. You didn't get it all. This teaching that God has brought to me is to level us off. That's right. Some of us are up too high, as the Holy Quran speaks to a proud man and his kind in this way, trying to be up over everybody. It says, you cannot reach the top of mountains in your height, nor can you go and step through the earth. So, since you can't step through the earth, it's too deep and you're not able to reach the top of mountains and hills on the earth, then even the earth is taller than you and deeper than you. So let us take our place where we were created and try to man it. The secret of the time has been held back from you by your enemy, because they have the worst feeling of time. Time is that which has a motion or start and an ending. When it comes to this world, they have a beginning and they have an ending. This why they talk most of time, because they were put on time to go so far and then leave. This forever is bowing out. This is well known to them, but it's not well known to you. You read in the Bible, Revelation, that his time is what's feared by the man whose number is 6. But I'm afraid that you don't know how to understand the time. Let him that reads understand the number of the beast. Just to be named a beast is sufficient for you and me to stay away from that man, a man, now, the prophet calls a beast. He is called a beast, because his characteristics is that of a beast. You never see people kill and delight in killing like these. Beasts don't take sorrow for the beast they kill, if they want to kill him. This is the same kind of nature he has. He don't care nothing about killing, because that's put in his nature. If you think that he has some kind of mercy or a heart, you are headed for his next. He doesn't have no heart, like you and me. You have heard and probably have seen how the black brother pleads to them not to hurt them, and he pays no attention to that. He laughs, because he doesn't have any mercy in him, by nature. The devil gives one of his black servants just a buttered biscuit and he'll go fight you for that, because he was born with the devil and he's not in the knowledge of the devil, though he was born with him. I have 2 books up here, one, the Holy Quran, and one, the Bible. Both books are ours. The white man has never produced a righteous scripture for you. He tampered with that which he got his hands on, to make it correspond with what he has in mind. Now, the Bible says, in the beginning. But it doesn't teach us when the beginning was. It also states that when and God created the heaven and earth and created Adam, okay. Who is Adam? And when did God create the heavens and the earth? They don't exhaust themselves trying to teach you that wisdom. But you're sitting before a little man who has been taught in person by God, and I think I can come just as close as that man can come to it from what he taught me. There's no man that knows exactly when the beginning of the heavens and the earth took place, because there was no one to record the time. There was only one man there, and he didn't have the knowledge of keeping time like we have. He was laying a foundation for you and me to learn how to calculate time. Mathematics is true, if you know how to use it. The religion of Islam is equally as true as mathematics. And mathematics is true as Islam, if you know how to use both of them in the proper place. We only want you to understand that we are here bringing you the truth and that we defy you or any other mathematician to disprove us. If Islam stands out before your eyes as a sign of the universe, and if the universe was made wrong and its truths cannot be found in it, then we live in an awful universe. If the religion of Islam takes for its base the root meaning of the universe for its religion, then I say you have an awful job trying to tangle with that type of people. They'll have you running around looking for something to prove what you say. A religion whose roots is not based upon the universal order of things, you have no religion. Christianity, as you see, is based upon the murder of a man 2,000 years ago. And such sign is not in accord with the universal order of things. It's only in order of a murderer. Here stands his sign, a tree out of which he got his cross. There, he places our brothers on it. Then our poor brothers, having not the understanding of what he's taught to believe in, falls down and worships it. He says he loves Jesus. Well, why? How can you love Jesus and love the murderer of Jesus and his sign? You just can't do it. So, you are blindly wandering in among a people who's yours and my deadly enemy. They make mockery of the righteous by making signs that they murdered him, then hand it over to you for worshiping. This is evil and evil to the eye. We don't want any such religion. What do you think I ought to do for you? In the South, I met a devil who have a piece of a black man's ear in his pocket. He showed it to me to make me fear him, because I am a murderer and a killer of your people. That's what he wanted to let me know. But we are so blindly and ignorantly in love with the enemy, until we forgive him for killing all of our people except ourselves. I say, brothers and sisters, wake up. This is the height of ignorance, a black woman wanting to marry a white man her murderer, or a black man wanting to marry a white woman his murderer. You must remember the parable of Delilah was for her people and not for Samson, because Samson was a strong man that her people didn't like and she only wanted to find out his wisdom of strength. It shows how he tried to shun her, but later gave in, because she was Una-like and she was much smarter than Samson in wisdom, therefore, she could force Samson to give up himself to her. Remember that was put there for us. We are the Samson of the time, but we can destroy ourselves by giving over to the enemy all of our secrets. Some of the brothers call them Uncle Toms. I don't think he should put the uncle there. If we would look into the face of Christianity, as it stands in its Christian practice, I think you ought to put it down, because you don't understand. The first part of it spells Christ. Christ actually means the crusher who's coming in the last day to crush the wicked. It doesn't mean what you think, no. That's the man to rid us of that ianity out there at the end of it. We have been deceived so long and with so little that it shames us to know just how we have been deceived. Over to your right is a blazing red sun with a star and a moon in it, which, upon analyzing it, is right. The star and the moon is in the sun, and the sun is the big master. Down at the bottom of that red and white flag representing sun, moon, and star, it reads, Islam. Islam in the first sense means that which is of peace. I don't care how long you look at the universe out there, you don't hear any noise. On the left is a flag with stars, blue, stripes of white and red. It seems to be confused on what colors to take. That's exactly what I want to do, not preach, but teach. This flag to the right has nothing but a background of red and a star and a moon going in it. The lower heavens, which the scientists refer to as our heaven, the sun family they call it, contains about 9 planets. That red sun rules the 9 planets. And the 9 planets is the kingdom of God, which also represents his godlike wisdom and power. Just those 9 planets. Then he makes a woman to imitate those 9 planets. So, brother, don't take her for nothing. She's something too. You know we always have, since the devil, white man, made us do it, looked upon our woman as nothing. Yet, so many of them can guide some of us men folks. They're not all fools. They're wise too, because you made them wise, and the most beautiful part of them, God made them to comfort us, and that's the best that man wishes for. He wishes for comfort, and that's in a woman. Without our woman, brothers, we would be pretty lonesome creatures. In fact, we would not have nothing to produce ourselves. You've got to have the woman to keep the production of the human nature going. To put her out, kick her around in the street, disgrace yourself and her too, you're doing a very wrongful thing. If she produces us, the likeness of ourselves, and you can't get that production without her, then treat her like you treat yourself. Notice the enemy, the devil himself. He has, all the while we've been among him, respect for his woman. He has had it. Regardless of his evil, he takes time to force you and me to respect her. But he disrespects our black woman, and we, in turn, disrespects her too. I'm trying to force you to see her in the light of respect and honor. This one, with her in a room, a baby crying, she brought it forth, okay, treat her good if she's producing man and woman for you and I. She should be honored and respected to have this kind of power. I studied our women, their actions and the creation of them in regard to the knowledge of the man, what he had in mind. I say, brother, I'm with the Holy Quran. The Holy Quran teaches that she is to be respected as we. The only thing that's different, we are a little greater than her in the power of our creation. We have more powerful brains than she, because we were made to rule. She's a helpmate. She helps him whenever she can. It's wonderful to know thyself. That's the greatest thing you lack. You don't know yourself. We must get away from mistreating our woman folk. We must treat them right with honor, and they will learn to honor you. They will produce you a little baby that will honor you. Even animals are grateful to the mother of their baby. They try to help build homes for them so that they can produce babies of their kind. I say we just have acted a fool. A black man out there beating and kicking your mother up and down the streets, and you stand there. We should commit suicide before we take such steps. Let the white man come over in our yard and beat up our woman, our mother? No, brother, we both go down together. He loves to destroy her, that's all he knows. He goes into foreign lands of our people, and the first thing he goes looking around for, with his green blue eyes, just to get up to, is the woman, so that he can leave the seed of the devil there. I say to you, my beloved brothers and sisters, turn around and take a new thought for your people. Let the world know that you love self and those that look like yourselves. Don't let people see you hating self. Who are you going to love after you hate yourself? Nothing but your enemy. I saw some chickens one day. These chickens was standing around in the yard acting proud. The rooster was in. He was scanning the skies for his enemies. Anything like a hawk, he warns his family to go, but he doesn't run. He stays out there to battle the hawk when it hits the ground. Until you learn to stand up to the enemy, die or live, live or die, we will not be respected by all the people of the earth. We must learn to do that. The Muslim is trying to learn to respect their black sisters. The black brother Muslim is trying to show you how to do the same. A coward Muslim is not a Muslim. If we claim that we are backed by God and that we are with God to back him among enemies of his, I say, brothers and sisters, let us prove these things that don't act, but prove it. In the oath of Islam it goes like this: my prayer, my life, and my death is all for Allah. This is an oath that we take and a prayer. If we don't do what we say in the prayer, we are telling other than the truth to God. In Christianity, it was a religion that we did as we pleased. Not so in Islam. You can't do as you please in Islam, because some of your pleases may not please Allah. So, we do that which pleases Allah with us. If we are asked to pray 5 times a day in Islam, to show that we are a good Muslim, well, if we want Allah to take care of us every 5 minutes, every 5 seconds, every fraction of a second, then I don't think we're praying too regular to him just putting up 5 prayers. That's not so much from the much that we're getting from him and much we hope from him. It reads which one will survive the war of Armageddon, which is now taking place. We're going into that war and we're in it now this very minute. If you believe in Christianity, which has mistreated and hung you on trees, then I think you should look at this and think, well, a murderer survived peace, which we have experienced all of our lives. The heavens do not give us any trouble, yet we disobey the law and rules of the heaven, which are obeying the Creator. The star, moon, and sun obey the laws of its creator, but this stuff, to our left, is the makeup of an enemy against that to our right. He is opposed to the laws that governs that which he cannot do without himself. He cannot find any place to live, but in the peaceful kingdom of the universe. And regardless to how far he goes, he can't build one outside of this one. Let him try and build him a universe, then he can be independent of ours. But since he was not able to build him a universe, then obey the laws of ours. That he can't do, because one of our black scientists, a little over 6,600 years ago, made him according to his worship. He didn't make him according to our worship, he made him according to his worship. This troublemaker was made of the nature of making trouble. When his God made him, he said, "Go now and make all the mischief that you can before the coming of the Mahdi." Who is the Mahdi? He is the God we call Allah. We call him other names, but he is the one, also, who is referred to in our Bible that will come. Mahdi means a name of self-independence, one who doesn't rely on others. He's self-independent and he's one that is coming in the last days to bring about the judgment of the made man. He's referred to by many as being the Son of Man. I don't know whether I should tell you all of this or not. The Son of Man is that man who is given authority and power by God to carry out his judgment upon the people. That's what Son of Man is. Then, it goes also for the Mahdi being born out of his nation by a woman that was not of his nation. The man that produced the child, who she gave birth to, was of us, the black nation. He married her to get an Una-like child, so that he could send that child among our people, and his people, to produce a ruler from us. We, who were lost among the Una-like people. The man who had been made from part of his people and the enemy, was and is the God of the judgment and of the destruction of the Una-like, who has attracted the black man for these last 6,000 years to follow. The Una-like is the white people. They are Una-like us. We are not like them and they're not like us, only in the nature of a man. That's why they call him mankind, because he's just kind of like the real man, but he's not the real man. A God who is able to fulfill his promise to us, having come and offered you that flag on the right, means that it is time now that you to rule your own. That's your own and he has offered it to us. We have a song we sing of that beauty like this: Allah has given to us our own, the sun, moon and star, for a flag. I don't think you will find the white people running all over the earth with that on their head. They know better. They don't have part in it. They have time in it, but not part in the creation. When you ask the white man about his secret order, called Masonry or Masonic, he wants you to answer that you were not made that, but you were born that. That's true. We are born Muslim and cannot be accepted by saying I was made a Muslim. We were created Muslim. Some of you may be Masons in here. I want to come over in that corner with you to teach you how. In reading a book in the Washington Congressional Library on ancient Masonry, I had to laugh sometimes to see how we have been fooled. Now you are getting the highest degree in that order which no white man would ever teach you. However, we won't stop here to deal with some kind of society. we will move on with truth. If we bring to you, I'm talking about the disbelievers and hypocrites, that flag and tell you that's our sign or emblem, you that have studied degrees in Masonry should not hesitate to come over, because we give you more than what the devil has given you. These brothers sitting here before our eyes patrolling the floor space, they are men that have learned more about Masonry than you. Your Masonry has included the history of your slavery, which it also teaches you, but you don't know it. Your first 3 degrees takes you into your slavery. Those 3 degrees, they are the answer to your slavery, if you understand. But not understanding them, as the white man would not teach you the theology side of it, it makes you dumb even to that which you actually own. I don't like to call you such names, but it's an easy answer to the truth of it. The ignorant among you look at that and laugh at it, because he's ignorant of the truth of it and he don't know what he's done. He'll smile at his old stars and stripes, he calls it old glory. If I were you, I'd change the name and say it's old hell. I know it's hard to take, but if you would let me teach you, you'd go sticking out your little chest. It'll make you feel like sticking your chest out, but I say, don't act proud, be humble and yet commanding. If we bring to you the sun, moon and star and you laugh at it and criticize it and say you don't want it and would rather have a made square of the devil, enough for you to get by with, because you're only wishing to be recognized by the devil, not by your people. That's why you go and join up with them in every society that you think he will let you in. You want to be his equal, be recognized and respected by him. He didn't make his society or societies to make you his equal. He robbed you of money, all right enough, to be called one of them. He doesn't like to call you a brother in any society. Before we tell him that we will accept him calling us brother, he try calling us brother. Many white people out there call us brother or refer to us as the brothers, because we have the truth and the light, and in our right position of the square. We don't do this for form and fashion. No, it is the truth. If we say that we are on the square with you, it doesn't mean that we're just saying that because of the sign of the square. No. We say that because we are the square ourselves. Not that we make a sign to go by. We're the square and we are the star and we are the moon. While you do these things according to his teaching just for the respect of the white people who are one, they'll get recognition of it in America, Australia, and in Europe. This is just the act that they have for you to buy to get among them, and Freemasonry in and of itself does not take you any further than Australia and into Europe, but this on the right here takes you all over the earth. I want you to wake up and know yourself to be people of the first order, not of the last order, but of the first order. We are to respect each other as brothers and not as enemies. We are to respect our woman as our mother. I say, my friend, this means that we have to love each other. We can't do these things if we hate each other. That's why we are very careful with you. We know the poison in which the devil has put you. He has poisoned your mind against self and has deceived you into wanting to be like him, hoping you would be like him. Hope that you don't become like him. These people were made for hellfire. They were made to live only until a certain time. He tells us himself, some places he goes, now, that the children of the natives see him and say, there goes a foreign devil. They know him better than you. A real devil is one who is made, by nature of evil, his very nature and material from which he is made. I don't use the word created, because he is not from the creation. He's a made man that our scientist Yakub made here 6,000 years ago. But we have been on this earth ever since it was created. Your history has been taught to me as far back as the atom that first burst forth to give away sound, and that was beyond 76 trillion years ago. 1 trillion years is a long time, but when you put 7 tens of them together, it runs you out of reading. I want to talk with you on the time. If I don't do it, God will hold me responsible for him giving me the knowledge that you never have dreamed of getting out of the head of God, the knower of all things. I will be held responsible. I go slow with you, at times, because I know your disbelief. You are a people who were raised by the devil, who hates the truth and loves lies, but I defy him to disprove any word that I teach you. If you could go outside and bring me a white man that says he can prove that I'm lying to you, I will give you $10,000 for every word I have said that is a lie. I defy them every time they're among us and they don't do it. If that door was slung back on its hinges to let them in, you wouldn't have sitting room. They want to be here listening to that which they never knew, because a baby cannot tell mother and father what he's doing when he comes forth. He's got to live long enough for the action of matured brains. He's only a baby to us, and a very young baby at that. He has our number, because he could not have another since we are his father, whereas he was not made of himself. We made him, so says the Bible and Quran. He was made by the black man, the original man, and he's not hard to make. We could produce many of them. I'm quite sure you're asking yourself, when he is going to teach what he said? I am doing it. I'm teaching you what I said I would teach you, but I'm coming in such way up to it so you will be able to master it, if you accept it. It's useless to have something of wisdom that you cannot master. Give that wisdom to another one. The way I'm teaching you, you can learn to master what I'm teaching and you'll be just as big a boy as I am, of which I don't call myself. I hope to make you the big boy, then I get behind the door and peep at how you will react. The truth, the Bible says, will make you free. That is true. If you know the truth, you will be free. Having the knowledge of yourself, others, God, the devil and both of their worlds, it will make you free, that's right. We must take you out of this flag so that we can get going with the Creator and the one that did not create it. The main thing is to know who is the right one that made the creation and the one that didn't make it. This flag, over here to the right, was not made for white people. They can't produce a flag like this. This flag over here we had to use some of the material of ours to make his. If I can get 30 million people to believe, here in America, I can take that 30 million people and rule the whole earth. I don't think that anybody here is so hungry. He can't be any hungrier than I. Theology is not so easily taught, especially to people who do not know theology. In teaching theology of religion, you have a very hard job with people who don't know it and who are wrapped up in the belief of religion which the true theology opposes. What we have to do is bring you out of that which you do not know and into that which you and I can make others believe is true. I love to stand before you and teach you the science of religion and others. If I didn't know and understand the science of other religions other than Islam, I couldn't prove to you that Islam is superior. But I know other religions who boast that they have a place in the sun to rule the people with, and these religions is not worth their name, not even worth the name. As the Holy Quran teaches you and me, that if you come up on the day of resurrection before God with a religion other than Islam, it won't be accepted, because the religion of Islam is over all religions and its work in science proves itself. Not that you have to get somebody to come and prove it, it proves itself, for it is truth without help to make you believe it is the truth. So, brothers and sisters, I see somebody getting white-mouthed around here looking for other food and I better let you go. We must know truth to join and become members in a fully recognized society. We can't become members of recognized societies without having the knowledge of truth. And this is what the America black man needs most of all. He needs to be shaped so that he can be accepted in the best moral and educated society of the people of the earth. We thank Allah for blessing us with this house. We thank Mr. Demet for letting us in here. We shall not forget Mr. Demet. He gave us a nice place, one of the 10 most nicest places in the country for spiritual service, and we like the place. We hope you that are visiting like the place. We'll allow him to be as clean as the building. Its walls are clean. We hope that we can be accepted in the clean societies of the people of earth. All people of the earth will come here. They all will come here if we permit them. You will see every member of every nationality or race or nation on the earth, if we would let them in. Now I will ask you who are thinking to think this over. If you are to rule after other rulers have ruled, they have experience ruling and you have not, you probably could be easily cheated in your freedom to rule by other rulers, so we don't allow them here until we know that you are able to master what you are being taught. It's not open for foreigners, it's open for the new baby who in being born, the little black baby. I have just begun to teach you the history and the secret of the world, the one you're in. I can't say when we're going to finish, but I'm inviting you to come back next Sunday. As you know, we carry on our own school independent of others. We will never get our own by mixing up with others and letting our children be brought up in their school. That has been the wrong thing to do. Teach your own children the knowledge of education yourself. I have long since been seeking teachers. We have some mighty learned teachers out here, and what we want you to do is come over and put your wisdom here. Let us raise up our nation from your knowledge. Love to teach and train your children in the knowledge of the black nation who had no beginning nor will they have an ending. They are chasing the white man all over the earth to push him off the earth, and you that likes to go along with him will push you off too. This is the end of the time of white people ruling black people, believe it or not. I'm sure some strange things are happening now, even in nature. It is changing up against our enemy. Look what you hear happening up in the northern part of this country. It's happening every hour, but they don't tell you every hour what is going on. They think you already know, and you do know some. I want to give you Jesus' whole history, as God gave it to me. I don't have time now, but I can say this according to that which you can read. The Holy Quran does not call him a god. He was not a god, and he had mentioned it in the Bible, that he came before time to do his type of teaching, and he also admits it in the Holy Quran. It was not the time of the Jews. Their time was not up to have judgment teachings taught among them, because they had yet this time to live, and therefore they cut him off like they did many righteous prophets, that he couldn't set the world in righteousness, and they live under wickedness and deceive us and make us do the same. And he was not sent to us at all. Jesus was sent to the Jews, or rather taken himself to the Jews. There is no prophecy in the Bible that Jesus was to come to preach to the Jews salvation, because he was 2,000 years ahead of their time, and so, there's much more we can say, but I think we would be losing time. He admits, himself, that he was ahead of time, and he prophesied of another one in these words, when he comes, he will teach you and lead you into all truths. I can't do it. I'm here for a special thing, but that one will tell you all. Like the one that Moses prophesied of. I bear witness with Moses and his words and his teaching, wherein Moses said, that one will lead you into all truths. I can't do it. So I think it is very good that we are living in this time, a time in which we learn the truth of that which prophets before us couldn't look into. Now the book tells you, when he comes whom the God will send, you will hear from him, that which you have been longing for. I am him, brother. I don't object to you and no one from questioning me. I don't care who it is. Whatever question you want to ask is your privilege. If a teacher who claims to know the truth objects to you asking him questions, then he's not the one. We cannot learn if the teacher won't let us ask questions, because what he teaches we don't know, so we may want to ask questions. If you block me from asking questions, then I'm afraid that you're blocking me from learning what you teach. I don't object to anyone asking questions. I put myself before the world. I don't put myself just before a certain organization. I defy the white theologians and philosophers to ask me anything they want. I don't care what they want to ask me. I am not boasting. I'm just as humble as you. Wisdom doesn't make me proud. It makes me humble. If a man gets proud of his wisdom, he can't teach us. If he gets down here with us and humble himself as nature has created everything in the stage of humbleness. If you're too proud to go along with the law of nature, then you won't be able to teach me much. If I teach you and you don't understand, it's your freedom to ask me of that which you don't understand to make it clear to you. If I can't make it clear, then I am not the last teacher. And I am your last teacher. We want above all, unity of brotherhood. That's what Islam is here for, to unite us into a circle of brotherhood, every one of us believing that we are the same. Islam is not made up of big I's and little U's. We all are alike before Allah. As the Holy Quran teaches us, that the noblest among you is the one most careful of his duty to Allah. We have a religion of equality, and Islam is equality. That is what the moon in our flag stands for. It's equal with the earth, and the earth is equal with the moon. All the planets are equal in the sun, because it being the greater attraction, doesn't make it greater in the eyesight of God. The scientist of ours ripped up the moon 66 trillion years ago, and we go back there through the white man looking at it. We look at the destroyed piece of our planet, and let man know that he shouldn't worship that either, because it's the same as what you're on. It has been deprived of its life. just like the white man holds the black man, deprived of his life. This is a sign of us. If we don't make what God has revealed clear to our people, then the revealing was unnecessary. There is no God in the sun before you. The black man has no beginning. There was no God before him, or we would be following another people, but we are here on the earth, and we made the white race ourselves just a little while ago. The Holy Quran teaches us that God didn't make us to live forever. Only the nation lives forever, but no single black man lives forever. We have accounts of them living near 1,000 years, but they are not to live forever. After the scientists lived here and learn all about his earth and knows what has come to his earth tomorrow, it could be 1,000 years or 20,000 years. He's not particular about staying around to see it coming in, because he already knows it. He gets tired and start living a life which he knows will have an end to it. The Savior said some of these great scientists just start eating 3 times a day and soon dies, because the food is the thing that sustains life and keeps us here, and the same food will take us away. The poison that's in the food will eventually destroy our physical form. This is the way highly learned scientists among the black men gets away out of our family. They just start eating against the way he should eat. We are now living in the last of the 15,000 years, although the God of this present cycle, his time of wisdom was supposed to have gone for 25,000 years, but since the mighty has come in against all previous gods, because he is God of us all. His wisdom is not matched by no God in the past or in the future to come. Therefore, the scientists say that he lives forever, because nobody can remove his knowledge. I'm the little boy that challenged the world of science to disprove just one word I said. If you are able to condemn me as false on one word that I teach, I'll give you $10,000 out of my brother's vest pocket, and then I'll pay with my life for lying to you. We must not lie in this day, because it's the end of this world. Up, down, top, bottom. Theology of Time, June 18, 1972. The preacher had been trying to get his audience to listen to him so he could teach them, but every time he would get there they would start talking about the party they had on Saturday night. So, the old preacher got tired of that. He studied to come up with a way to get their attention. He put his 45 in his pocket, took his Bible, and he put a bottle of whiskey in his Bible case. He got up before the people and put the Bible down to his left and the 45 over to the right. Then he looked over the people and said, "Brothers and sisters, my text is today. Some of these things will move you. I don't have any of those kind of tools to use. I have to make out with one book up here. We're going back to our subject. What I'm leading you up to is the theology of time, whereas it was written in a way which you didn't understand. If I happen to get a little weak, I didn't eat any breakfast this morning. You know, the preacher, most of them, they eat a little piece of fried chicken when they go out to work. Well, that will strengthen you up a little, but we ministers of Islam do not do that. We don't take on physical food first. It hinders us from getting the spiritual food. What we're teaching here is to bring your mind and your attention to the time. What must be done in such time? This is what we're trying to get your attention on. It is the time. If it is the time, what is time? Time is motion. We can't make time without a motion. Whenever we make a motion, it is registering time. This is the way the universe is made. There was no such thing as time before the creation of God or the whole universe, as we call it now. It was not a universe, it was just a darkened, unlimited amount of space. Darkness is still the limit of space. If we could get out of the light of stars, we will find ourselves again into total darkness. But I don't think you'll be smart enough to do that. You're just not going to get out of the light of the sun and stars. To get out of the sunlight into the starlight, you will have to go a long way. It takes care of what astronomers call a family, the sun does. The sunlight does not go all over the universe, that's why you have stars. Stars pick up and keep the darkness lit throughout the universe. They are like suns, like our sun. They are nothing but balls of fire. Don't look and wonder about what kind of life on a star, none at all. It's a ball of fire. There is no life in all of the great space extending beyond 4,600,000,000 miles. We have the last planet in the sunlight. Some people call it Pluto, and that's pretty good, according to those people who found it. They gave it a name after themselves. A lot of planets are sometimes called by the name of someone else, such as the astronomer who discovered it. I'm going to talk to you about that first man who made them. There was no such thing as going into some great shop carving out a planet to see what it would look like on paper. The gods didn't do that. They just willed in the planet and there it was. That's pretty smart, isn't it? It was your own brother doing that. We are practically bringing you up to the time of which God has revealed to me. If you would like to ask questions, think well of how you form your questions. You're not asking Elijah Muhammad. Just remember that you're questioning what God has told Elijah. If you are the winner and find that Elijah is lying, you're saying God has lied and I will give you $10,000 out of the captain's vest pocket. The main thing about this meeting and its teaching is unity. We have been so divided against each other for the last 400 years that we ought to unite. We look alike. You don't look like you're more whiter than I, and I know we can unite if you're black. I was sitting down this morning reading about the Indians talk over Oklahoma. They claim that's the first state, indirectly, that they are going to take over. The Red Indians have been mad ever since the white man came across the Atlantic and took over his country. He has been crazily angry ever since. We have been here and made so blind, deaf, and dumb that we aren't angry. We're satisfied. We don't want no other place. Suppose Allah gave you this place to see how you will act? You rule over a country, that's nothing hard for you to do. Your fathers once ruled the whole earth. And so, for you to get back ruling, you're just getting back in the chair, because you belong here. You have never heard the truth as long as you were under the cross and glorifying it to be the way to God. You glorify it as being, actually, the right way to Jesus and God. I want you to know this, and I guess I'm bringing up a fight now, but you don't have Jesus to guide you today. I want you to know that. You can tangle with me and all the men I will give to you, but there is no such thing as Jesus that they crucified 2,000 years ago is on the scene. There is no such thing. He said in the Bible, I go away. Right? Nevertheless, the Father will send you one. He did go, but you say, he's still in the way. Brother, you are blind, deaf, and dumb. The Bible tells you he said that he was going away. Going away means he is going to die. Not going to some heaven and listen to you for 2,000 years. Yeah, sometimes I'm very fiery and ready to fight. So, if you happen to find me like that today, I'm ready to fight. It makes me and you, who are awake to the knowledge of what is going on, so angry with this blue-eyed devil, who is blinding you and making you hate me when I love you. He makes you hate me, because you love what he gives you and not what God and myself are giving you. My God and myself, as stated in my joke at the beginning of the lecture, we have something that is going to move you. We come before you with the universe on our head or coat lapel, which means that we come to rule. That's what it means and nothing else. You can't produce an argument against us that you could win with. It is not that you know what to argue on that could condemn what I'm teaching you, you can't think it. You can't think the question to ask me that I cannot answer. I still want you to hear me all right, and don't want to lose a word. I want you to hear me, because you don't have next year and the year after next to come out and hear this. You better make up your mind today. The change of the world is going on now. It is not to come, it's in the workings now. On the radio, I am sure you have one on TV, they are teaching you that this world's time is now going out. They tell you that. The fight over in Vietnam is not a fight of yours. It is not a fight of mine. They are not the people that my God sent after, trying to save Vietnam people, nor the white Americans, who are fighting them. We have nothing to do with that, and I will tell anyone, regardless to who it is, and regardless to how wise he is, I will tell him, you are not wise enough, yet, to tell me to go to Vietnam to fight. I'm trying to go after you today, I'm ready for you. A couple of Sundays ago, I was kind of weak. I'm struck with some of these devils' complaints and diseases. I don't know if I should use the word disease, however, I must fulfill that which is written of me, and all their afflictions he was afflicted, but the pleasure of the Lord will prosper with him. And when he's not allowing me to prosper in getting to you to save you from the destruction of the world of the devil, then maybe the God don't want you. If you are listening, believing what is said, wanting to follow in what is said, which is the teachings of yourself making you to know yourself and to know the devil and God, then I bring these two great gods before you and make you acquainted with both of them. It is up to you to choose whom you will serve. Elijah is not here to force you to accept what he's teaching. It's just his duty that God has sent him with, which he must tell you. Now remember, that's all, and I'm not going to try and force you. I'm not going to spend time arguing with you. I was not raised up among you to argue with you, but to tell you. You can believe it or let it alone. I thank Mr. Demet, who was the president of this church. It was called a church when it was under their authority. In their religion, they call their honorary home a church. We must hear the truth today, like Jesus prophesied, that the truth will make you free. You don't have to look for nothing else to free you but truth. Why would Jesus prophesy that? Because the truth is on your side. You are the truth man. I'm here to contend with the world, not you alone, but the world. I'm not boasting, I'm just trying to get us acquainted, that's all. The scripture is being fulfilled, wherein it teaches you and I that he would raise up one from among the dead and teach that one to teach the other dead, but he willed that we should know. Well, this is him standing up here. I'm not boasting. I'm not trying to be independent in the way boasting of proudness. I'm only trying to make you acquainted with me, that I am your brother and the best brother you have. This is why I'm up here before you. I told God, when he was looking for one of us to do this job, I said to him, back me up and I will do it. He looked at me and smiled and said, brother, are you with me to put our people on top of civilization? I said, yes, sir, if you back me up. He said, I will back you up, brother. You go, he says, I will back you up. He has been doing that for 40 years. I have been in many close calls when somebody has been after your life. I have been that many times. I'm still in it. We have set up 2 classes called F.OI and MGT and G.C.C. The F.O.I. are brothers, who you see wearing the initials on their headpieces, which represents the circle, only this does not give to you the signs of the theology inside of the headpiece. It gives you the sign of the universe, the sun, moon, and star. Although the sun is not up there, the moon and star is. It is the closest thing that represents us as who we are. You can't get around from being what you are if you represent the sun, moon, and star. We are the first people in the sun. In fact, the sun did not make us, but we made the sun, also, the stars that lights up the once darkened globe. Our God made them. Not the same one that created himself and brought forth life from himself, but other gods behind him threw balls out there in the darkness and made light so far into darkness that you can't find the end of it. Light out there is so far that we can't make a telescope to pierce the distance to the outer edge. So, it must be a long ways. It goes into trillions, sextillions, and into all the trillions you can mention. You just can't find the outer edge. Would you follow a religion that will hang you from a tree? Would you believe in a religion that teaches you that the cross is a sign of what the murderers of Jesus did? Would you now follow that same people? Would you say that Christianity is right when they teach you that they killed Jesus, their last prophet? Would you now follow them? You follow them because you don't know, you don't understand. You are so righteous by nature absolutely that when they had you tied up under slavery, they could tell you anything regarding religion of which you didn't know, and you would follow them because you were created religious and you want someone to teach you religion of some kind, whether it is the right one or not. That's right. You were born a righteous person. The devil has taken you away from righteousness, enslaved you in log houses and whatnot, and taught you different from what you were created and made of. He put his way into you, and his way is opposed to the right way. I'm here with the truth from God to challenge the world that they are unrighteous and we are righteous. Look in your papers and magazines, listen over the radio and TVs of the land, and you will never see him on there trying to condemn me. If he says anything in condemnation to what I'm teaching, he'll hide away. He won't come out in the front and do it. I would like to bring him out, stand him over there before you like I am, and question him. He's not going to do it, because he knows it's the truth. Islam has produced him and not for righteousness. Their theologians and scientists are making new editions of the Bible. He is doing it for two reasons. His purpose and aim is to keep you blind to the truth in it and keep the book away from your knowledge, keeping it to himself others that have not yet caught up with his lies. Is the Bible a lie, Elijah? No, it's not a lie, if you understand it. If you don't understand, it makes you see wrong. And we see that the wrong way you are seeing. It was put there purposely by the liars to keep you away from the truth. You are a great and blessed people to have God raise up from among you, your own brother, and teach him the knowledge of the book. I have been given the knowledge of the Bible. This is why I tell you that I will give you $10,000 if you can find me lying, because God taught me the knowledge of the Bible. I wasn't born like that. He said that I was born with pretty good material. That's why he had taken me over, because I was already born with the right material that he wanted, but everybody's not born like that. You find that in the Bible. It shows that we are not wise. If a man offered us a cross and then tells us that they killed a great man, once upon a time, by hanging him on that cross, we should have said, "Away with you. We don't want you teaching us anything about a religion." You weren't able. You didn't know what a religion was and you didn't know what to tell him yours was. If you tell him that you don't want it, he will ask you. He knows that he's made you dumb. He'll say, "Well, what kind of religion do you have?" You can't tell him, because you didn't have one and he had not taught you one other than his own. The white man was made to take all black people out of their real religion. Not just one, but all. He has gone all over the earth asking black people out of their original way of life. The America flag doesn't represent what you think it does. You have always been worshiping it as Old Glory. When have you found Old Glory for yourself? You have not found no glory in that flag for yourself. He's teaching us against the flag of the country. He must be a communist. No, brother, this is not the communist flag. I'm trying to teach you that this is your own flag and no other people is to offer it to you. Go and look over the flags which the nations have in your encyclopedia and in the regular common books. They teach you that all the nations of your kind and my kind have a little piece of the sun, moon, and star in their flag. Some of them just have a star of it. Some of them have a moon, but the white man is in the stars and stripes, not in the sun, moon, and star. Those that have their flag made after the design of America's flag or Europe's have something to do with it. What I mean is that Europe and America rules that people. Even your good little brother over in Africa called Liberia. That's America's flag, and the black man over there that he owns in the midst of others. He can take them and try enslaving the others into going along with him because he's backed by America. You say, Liberia is my country, my state. No. It's the white man's state which he rules. When he gets out of the state or country, then that native people can call it their own. They rule and can rule themselves. As I teach, I will ask Brother Minister James Shabazz to do certain drawings and figures on the board as I instruct. I want you to draw me a long hyphen. Cut it off about 6 inches of it on each side. Put a O on this end. This O represents nothing. Put another 0 on the other end. Now you have nothing to go from or nothing to start with, right? Because the beginning of 0 is nothing and the end is nothing. Listen good. If we have one of those erased and have O here, and we go from 0 out here at the other end finding 1, then from nothing is created, what we call in arithmetic, the number 1. We go from that to study the others. How many ones do we have to study? It's 9, isn't it? From this 0 we go out to the end of that long hyphen and we find 1. What produced 1? It was nothing, wasn't it? If he puts the 1 to the right of the 0, he makes a fraction out of 1, right? But, if he put it to the left of the 0, he makes it a whole number. We are multiplying that 1 by putting just that 0 in front of it, making it tenfold. This represents you and me. We were nothing until the coming of Allah. We were like that 0 there, nothing. Now he came and put himself with us. When he puts himself with us, he increased us tenfold. God has increased us tenfold by adding his number 1 self. He's the great number one God, putting himself beside nothing, zero. He made nothing, zero, come forth. He made something out of nothing by coming and standing beside nothing, zero, which was no more than a zero. It made the zero something we could count from. This is you and me. You are getting up in the world, capable of being looked upon and respected, because the one God is beside us who are considered nothing, zero. I only want to bring you into the knowledge of yourself. Why are you nothing, zero? Are you in any way tallied with the universe? Yes. Elijah, why did you make the zero round? Because that's the way the universe was before the creation of man. Out of it we came by one who was self-created. He didn't come from the creation of another. He's the creator himself, the first. Remember that. He made himself in a circle so that the wisdom of his self-creation could keep going to give knowledge, wisdom, and understanding to you and me. I want us to remember that out of this darkness came one, and then he took the unknown and put it in front of himself. For what? To produce the known. That's why the 00 goes in front. To make more 00, he puts more up there beside 00, and it keeps producing or making this one tenfold more powerful than it is, just by adding zeros. What are you trying to drive us to, Muhammad? I'm saying that the more of you, who knew nothing and was like that zero, are added to the one God, you become something. I'm only, now, making figures of us. And from the figures we teach and you can understand. Since we started from nothing, and God himself started from nothing, we're going to something. Because the Creator found something more in the darkened circle than he had thought that he would find. He's not here today, that same man, but he laid a base for a wise God to come and get a platform out of his work of self-creating. Once every 25,000 years, there's a new God that's been coming up in the past, so God taught me. Their wisdom would always run through to about 25,000 years, then they would change and bring in another one. All the gods that ruled, as you didn't know, they ruled by ones, and not by just the same one. This is why you are taught God is one. That's right, but it's not the same God with us. They all are dealt with righteousness until about 6,000 years ago or better. They produced a contrary God, who wanted to make his name known in power and wisdom in the universe. This was only 6,000 years ago. This was taken up by one God to rule the people for 6,000 years. So, for 6,000 years, we had a black God. His name was Yaqub. He was playing with two pieces of steel one day, and there he learned his own work. By watching their reaction, one attracting the other and coming together. He was 6 years old. He was a man born a black scientist with a big head. He had a great big head, and they used to call him, so God told me, the big head Yaqub. Because his big head contained so much wisdom, or brains of wisdom, he was called the big head Yaqub, meaning he had a lot of wisdom. He told his uncle, saying, "When I get to be an old man, I'm going to make a man that will rule you." His uncle looked at his nephew and said, "What will you make other than something that will cause bloodshed and mischief in the land?" He said that he didn't tell his uncle no. He knew his uncle was telling the truth. He said, "That's all right, I know what you do not know." Yaqub did not tell him that he was wrong, because that was just the thing he was going to do. "I know what you did not know," and he did. Muhammad, who is this questioning, Muhammad? It's the gods. He was in the circle of gods, and that was God speaking to him, questioning him on his make of a man. When he got to be a grown-up man, he went out to start grafting the man that he decided to make a ruler out from us. Think over that. He didn't go out to make him otherwise, but to get him out of us, because we had the right material in us for making of such man. You would say to me, "Well, Muhammad, what kind of material?" In college, school, and the laboratory of his day and time, he took the germ of the black man and experimented on it to see what was in it. He saw in the black man's germ two people, and one was weaker than the other, and this weaker germ was brown. He kept experimenting with it, and he said, "Yes, I can separate this brown germ, which is weaker than the other one, the black one. I can make a man out of that germ, and then I will teach him my wisdom, and then he will rule the black one until the black one produces a God greater than I." He discovered the black germ that he would use to make an inferior man to rule a superior man. It would take 6,000 years for the black germ to produce a white man who would have more wisdom than he. Then he could erase my civilization and set his into orbit. Listen to what I say to you carefully. Maybe someday you'll think you can argue with me. But what I say, in 10,000 years, you still will never be able to condemn me. You can't. Because what I give to you is from God, and you can't condemn God. You know, we're up from slavery with the white man's teaching and education. We think he knows everything. He has the know-how in his world, but he doesn't have the know-how in our world. Our world was first, and it will be the last, if there is to be any last. We can take his wisdom today and wrap it around our little finger and ask our little finger, what's that around you? I am risen up among you to condemn the white man's teaching and condemn him to death. This is what I am here for. I don't want you to think you're playing with no light boy at all. My size is very small, that's why they symbolically prophesied of me as being a little lamb instead of a grown-up lamb. No, Christian believer, that doesn't mean that was Jesus and I'm trying to steal him. Jesus was a well-learned man. The lamb, there, is a man that's not only little in stature, but little in education. Jesus was an highly educated man. He was not any dumbbell. He graduated from Al-Azhar, and he was no dumbbell. He walked 600 miles from Cairo University in Al-Azhar into the land of Israel to start teaching Israel 2,000 years ahead of Israel's time to live, but this one is on time. I'm not only on time, but I'm a little behind the time. The time of Israel was out in 1914. Count the years since 1914, as the FBI told me when I was arrested by them in 1942 in Washington, D.C., not for what I was teaching. He says, if you had come with this teaching 20 years ago, you would have been shot outright, but it's time that your people should know this. So, we are not trying to stop you from teaching, but President Roosevelt don't want you out here in the public with that kind of teaching while America is trying to prosecute the war between her, Germany and Japan. That's all they're putting you away for, is to keep you out of public while we are trying to prosecute the war between Japan and Germany. Well, I said it's a terrible thing to set a man in jail to wait until a war ends to free him. He said just that one. I was freed in 1946. The U.S. parole officer told me, down there in the loop, Elijah, you can go ahead and teach what you have been teaching and nobody will bother you anymore. You teach whatever you have been teaching. We didn't put you up for what you were teaching, but just to keep you from teaching others while we were at war. We didn't want them saying that they wouldn't go to the war, like you were doing. There has been 2 wars since then which you have fallen in with them, wholeheartedly, because you don't know yourself. You're blind, deaf, and dumb to the knowledge of self, therefore, you say, come on, let's go over to Vietnam and kill them so America can rule without her. You didn't know what you were saying, because you didn't know yourself. What is the root of the Vietnam War with America? It is to let these 2 fight. They, both, are enemies of God. Let them fight and let them kill off as many as they want of themselves, the Christian and the Hindus. Vietnam people are Hindus and you have no right, whatsoever, trying to make yourself a Hindu by defending them, but you didn't know that. I'm telling you, they're no kin to us, they're no brothers of ours. They hate you if you let them go free and let their Hinduism, which is their religion, rule longer. If you don't believe like they believe, in Hinduism, they would want to kill you. In the first place, you were the dumbbell. You had no rights over there, but you went because he called you and told you to come and go with me to fight my enemy. You said, yes sir. But if I don't go he will put me in jail. What about that one he put in the grave? We have been made just like our enemy, the devil. We have the desire to defend him, even at the price of killing each other. The Hindu people are not brothers of ours, just because they have black eyes or something, or because you see some natural part of the man looking like you. No sir. They're not of us at all. That old Hinduism has been taught by them, so God taught me, for 35,000 years. Not just 3,000 or 2,000 from Jesus, but 35,000 years. That's the age of Hinduism. You can't change them hardly. As the Muslims tell me over there, that if they make one convert to Islam a year, they think they're doing fine. He's an old enemy of God. That war was to run him and his Hinduism off the planet. That's why God let him and Christian fight each other, because he intends to get both of them. God is here after us, because we were born under the enemy, and the enemy has taught us from the cradle to do as he does, which is against us and our people. His teaching is so strong that we start cutting each other's throats or shooting each other down. Two brothers shoot each other to death, or cut each other to death. Think over that. It's strange to see two brothers, by nature, out there killing each other. For what? That's your brother. You don't kill your brother. You kill other than your brother, if other than your brother attacks you, but not another brother. He put fear in our parents when they were little babies, and they came up nursing that fear from the breast of their mothers. She sits and nurses her poor little baby boy child with fear of the white man. It went right into the baby, and then the child comes up trembling. He's scared of white folks. I'm saying, brother, take it or leave it. It's the truth. Who is Yaqub? He was the brother of our people and the maker of who's been ruling us for 6,000 years. There was no man that had come up who had the wisdom of Yaqub to take away his rule until the birth of the Mahdi, whom I represent to you, in the name of Master Fard Muhammad. That is your and my God, Master Fard Muhammad in person. As the Bible teaches you, you will see God as he is in person in the judgment. If you deny it and say that you will not believe in no man for God, I will tell you, then produce me a God other than man. Everything that man desires, man prepares it and gives it to us. This microphone was not prepared by no spook. It was prepared by a man. Show me anything that was not prepared by man. I am coming from this sky by telling you what the stars are, how they were made, and what they were made from. I come to the sun and tell you what the sun is, what it is, and what it was made for. I come to the moon and tell you what the moon was made from and why it's called the moon and why it has not been replaced since it was taken away from a certain place. It has to serve its purpose in raising you and I, brothers and sisters, to rule the whole universe in the hereafter. Our words will be over the creation of the first God who said be, and there it is. Our word must be that now. It must come to pass that one of you will say the same tomorrow and will have something different, though it may be 100, it may be 1,000, or it may be 1,000,000 years, it will come to pass. Remember that. I don't have time for us to go into argument over these things, because I have to get you up to the position to argue if you want. This man that made the white man was here 6,000 years ago, breaking the 25,000 years into the 6,000 years of his rule. He doesn't go to the end of the 6,000 years. In the calendar of our rule, once every 25,000 years, we change gods. His wisdom is limited to only 25,000 years. Here, Yaqub came in a vacuum like that of 25,000 years, from the year 9,000 to the year of 15,000. 9,000 years into the calendar history of 25,000 years, this man Yaqub was born and his civilization was to lead us for 6,000 years, until the year 15,000 of our calendar. That year, 6,000, the wise theologians of the white man know what I'm talking about. They know their time is out. It went out in 1914. Then why are not we ruling? Because you are yet still asleep. You are yet still asleep, and this is my work, to wake you up completely and make you command your way. You must lay hold to the rule and rule the people of the earth, the black man of the earth. I'm sorry, black brother who's from abroad, we are raised up to rule the next world, which is only black. A class of rulers must be prepared to rule that people. We are the ones. The times that you hear us say, accept your own, it includes that you accept the rule. That's what you are, the ruler. You ruled once upon a time, before the making of the white man, the devil of the earth. You, now, are supposed to run for it now, not to be taught, so to speak, but run for it, because there is no man in the sun that can condemn what Elijah teaches. No. You may feel that you can do it, but those are just your feelings. When I'm through with you, you can rule with what I teach you and get respect and honor throughout the world of man. If you leave America and go in any part of the earth, among any people, and you tell them that you are a follower of mine, they will respect you, immediately. It was 6,000 years ago that Yakub, the god of the white man, saw his way in making this people by playing with those two pieces of steel. One was attracting the other. He's still playing with steel. This is the base of his knowledge to rule. It is to turn steel into weapons and use the weapons to kill you and me. This is just what he's doing. We did not make a great navy to put on the high seas. We don't need them as long as we have power over the water that the navy is on. We, the nation of Islam, our scientists, our gods, they don't need a navy. They're capable of sinking yours which you have made, without a navy. Haven't you read in the Bible wherein it teaches you that they saw one angel on the sea, and he caused the sea to become a corrupted power for anyone to use? He turned it all into poison by dropping something out of the heavens. The Bible teaches he dropped a star in the water from heaven and made it unfit for the people to stay on the water. It said, when they dropped that star, all the people that was in the sea died, right? I want you to know that this is not white people that will drop that star. It will be black people. You are the sons and daughters of gods, of your kind, who rules the whole earth. They can take the earth and move it off from its regular rotation and turn it backwards if they want it, and you won't ever know the difference. To prove it, whatever goes on in the way of a terrific explosions in China or in Vietnam, you don't feel it here, do you? No. It's because the earth is so large that you can cut away half of it on the other side and you'd never feel it. The earth is approximately 8,000 miles through in diameter. Since she's so near to that figure, most scientists just say 8,000 miles. She is so near to being 25,000 miles in circumference, so scientists just say approximately 25,000 miles in circumference. A god was made 9,000 years into our calendar history, and from that 9,000 years they count their time. He was a made man in comparison to the nature of us. We can produce a man in 9 months. So, he's not away from us yet. If he can find one thing that he has done without us, we show it by taking and combing the history and piecing it together, looking for any wisdom that he produced of himself that we didn't give him. The Holy Quran asks the white race to produce what he has created, which we didn't give him, and he can't do it. All that you have, we gave it to you. The white man has nothing that he created. He fashioned something after our creation. We created everything that he got his piece from, to make what he wanted to make. The iron, the steel was already here in the earth, and he made his rule or kingdom from that which he found in the earth. That which he found in the earth was ours. That is why you find in the Bible, in Isaiah, wherein he cracks down on him to prove to him that he is God and that he has nothing to fight God with. He tells him that, I created the fire that you blow. I created the gold. I created the instrument that you made for a weapon. I created the iron and steel. Show me, Mr. Devil Man, what do you have to fight me with? I have power over my creation. Do you have power over your creation? No. Because your creation is from mine. It was 9,000 years ago, remember this, an enemy was produced to cause all of this trouble that has been coming to the black man for the last 6,000 years, whom we call the white man instead of just saying devil. That's his real name, devil. You go by his color, because you didn't know who was under the color. When Yakub was making him, he took the brown germ away from the black man. And he took that brown germ, which was weaker than the black germ, and looked into the possibility of making the weaker rule the stronger. This is not out of the order of science. Don't even attack the man that says these things, because you may fail to win. This weak germ in us, the black man, a different color that was brown. Yakub said, I will take the brown germ away from the black one and make a man of the brown germ, teach him and give him my wisdom, my knowledge, then he can rule the black man, from whom I had taken him, until the black man produces a man that is wiser than I. He, then, will take me and my made man away off the scene to never rise any more. He told his people, the white people, when you live on this earth for 6,000 years, don't try to rule the 7th, because in the 7,000th year, your brother coming from the east and going to eat you up. The white man or devil knows this, which is why he goes over in the east and stocks his artillery over there trying to keep the man from coming out. He starts working on him before he leaves, but they know he is going to do that. As the Holy Quran teaches you, we made you and we know what your mind suggests. Whenever he thinks up anything, it already has been known and he can't pull off anything on us, like a surprise. He has no surprise to make on us. We listen to him while he's thinking of it. Think over that, brother. This is what Jesus was equipped with, the knowledge of thought. That's why he could always get out of the way of his enemy before they got there. He had already tuned up on them. When he knew they were coming from this way, he'd go that way and they couldn't overtake him because they were not equipped with the instrument to tune in on the thoughts of other people. He could always evade them. Yaqub was not that type of man either. He could not tune up on the people and tell them what they were thinking about, but this one that I preach to you of, he can tune up on you and tell you what you're thinking about, and then see if whether or not he wants to stop you from making any progress with that thought or allow you to make progress. It depends on how it affects others and yourself. I'm not saying this to make a prophecy for you to carry out, but I do believe that in about 20 or 30 years, you will be able to do just that same thing. If any of you keep yourself and your heart clean, the more easily you can hear. If you keep your heart clean with God, you could go over there across the street, you could go there to Oklahoma, you could go to California, you then could listen to what I'm saying without the aid of anything like this. The devil has made us dumb and now Allah intends to unstop our ears so we can hear spiritually, as David teaches you in his Psalms. He has unstopped my ears that I may hear, he has cut loose my stammering that I may speak plainly. That's there in your Bible. This is coming true right along now, at this time. You don't have to live in that time, it's now. I will tell you. God has told me how this is done. It comes to your ears just like the bell in your telephone. It starts ringing in your ears, but you can't pick up on who's on the line. If you do have that ear ringing, that's me or somebody else trying to get in touch with you. I'm not trying to make you think that I'm a great scientist who can pick up and tune in on you at will. God didn't raise me up to do that. I go so far as he lets me go. Regardless to the nature, the organs of nature are there to use for such purpose. David says in his Psalms, God had opened his ears that he may hear. You have it there in Psalms. And I think maybe God will bless me with the same someday, when it pleases him. I don't think David was any better than I. Yaqub was the God of this people and he made gods out of them, as Jesus tells you, that they are the God of this world, and they are. Anything they want, they don't get on their knees praying for it, they make it. They make it for you and me. Anything that the civilization needs, he produces it. This is what you call godlike power. He is God of this world. He can produce their desires and materials for the people. You can remember when you were a little boy. 50 and 75 years ago, brothers, you didn't see all the scientific achievement for the advancement of the civilization as you see now, right? Indeed I'm right, because I was back along there myself and I didn't see it. All praise is due to Allah. I was so dead to the knowledge of you. I am honored to be living today, by God. So many of my brothers have fallen since I was born and I can't find them. Don't be ashamed to tell people that you are 150 years old, if you are that, because God has blessed you. What if you would live as long as Moses? What if you would live as long as Methuselah? He lived nearly 1,000 years. What are you talking about being under 100 years? You're nothing but a baby. Some of you may think that you should tell me that I'm too old. I want the young brother to come up and tell me whether you can master the mission that I am giving you from Allah. I suppose that if you would have lived in the days of Moses and the other long-life prophets, you would have killed them to get them out of the way by thinking, they're too old. The Bible teaches you that at the age of 120 years Moses he walked upright. He didn't walk stooped. When he died, he and the others were like that. So, brother, I think you need to study history. You think that I am too old and you are yet not able to take my place. You would leave the world in a bad condition because you wouldn't be able to carry on. Kind of stick around until God takes me away. I will go away. Don't think I'm here forever. Of course, there is no death mentioned in the life of Elijah. In the Bible, he comes up from the kings and runs out here in the New Testament in Revelation. So he comes all the way through the Bible, and if he died, we don't know where he died at. I'm not saying that I will live a great long time. I don't know how long Allah will let me live. He may not let me live another year as far as that's concerned. I don't know, but while I'm here, I must work and do that which He raised me up from among you to do for you. It's a powerful job, as He told me out of His own mouth. He said, "Brother, you have the worst job of any man that ever lived. When you start contending with me, you're making the burden heavy because you can't win and you're wasting my time and yours too." This man was 6 years old when he started his work. If he was 6 years old, he was on time, because he was going to make a people to live 6,000 years. He did do just that as we see them, and they call their number 6. In the Bible, they say their number is equal with the man. That's right, because we, ourselves, were also created on the number 6, but it was not just a little 6 years. Ours went into billions and trillions of years, while his stopped at just a few years, carrying 12 months, 365 and a quarter days. This is his type or his kind of years that he has lived, this 6,000. There is no more for him regardless of your love for him to continue staying here, letting you enjoy his civilization. That doesn't make any difference. His time is up. You should be happy that his time is up, as many worries as he gives you in this time. He didn't give us nothing but hell. Why should we want him to live? It is because we are so lazy, we don't want to go for self, and we would rather be a slave to a smart man than to be a smart man ourselves. So remember that, brothers. I may not please you much by speaking about the white man, because you love his way of life. That's why you don't like to hear me say too much against him. But we're at the time when it's your and my time that we don't need to worship him. He's not going to live to rule us any longer. He'll bear me witness that their time is up. They're just staying around giving you hell while they are here as long as you don't remove them. It is our people that are to remove them, but they can't be moved as long as you are here worshiping them. They got to put a stop to your worshiping them, so the thing they're going to do is break his power on land, sea, and air. This is what they are fixing to do now. Believe it or let it alone. Then, if you want to go along with them, they will give you a fair chance, for on every other corner of the streets, there will be messengers of God separating the people for final destruction. He'll ask you, what side are you on? If you tell him that, I'm on America's side, then another one will tell you where to stand or where to take your stand, so they will not make you ill. They will come to another one who will ask, what side are you on? I'm on Allah's side, the black people's, the Muslims. Okay, come go with me. This is the way it will be done. It won't be long and you will tell me, you certainly told us the truth. This is what the Bible calls the great separation, putting the sheep to one side and the goats to another. The goats represent the white man and those who follow him. The sheep represents you who believe in the truth, believe that you were born of the truth and that you belong to Allah by nature. You will easily take your place. Be aware that in these days and times, the words that are dropping into your ears are nothing for you to ignore. Do you ignore your own life? It is not 20 years to come. It is not a lifetime, unless you get killed accidentally. It's right at your door now. I'm satisfied to teach you the truth of this. How it began and how it will end. This is what I'm doing now, teaching you the beginning of this world and how this world will end. I have everything of that knowledge in my head from God Himself. You may say, when will this be? I'm not to tell you the day, if I knew it. God didn't tell me to do so, nor anyone else, until that day comes. There is no man that knows that day or that hour. Some of them think they know the year of it. I have read the knowledge they have and what they calculate from. I don't say that they are millions of years away from it, according to what I have been taught, but He's not going to tell you, the wise one, if He knows. He won't tell, and nor will I tell you the closeness that God gave me of it. The time that you live in, you will soon know no more. It won't go out this calendar history that we're in now, which reaches up according to the equalization of the Arab calendar. It won't go 10 more years, because they just don't lie. When they point at a thing, it's just that. What you read in the Holy Quran, it's just that. You're not reading a guess and lie book. It tells you the truth. According to the Holy Quran, we are not very far from Gabriel sounding his trumpet. We're at the end of the white man's world. This is beginning of that end, of which I'm talking about. I'm showing you the time he began, up to this time. He has been living according to our calendar history. According to the Islamic calendar history, his time is up and a long ways up. Because of us, God gave him an extension of time around 60 years or more years. If he had been destroyed right on the date of his time, we too would have been destroyed, because we weren't ready, and you are not yet ready. This is why I'm hastening on to you this truth which you didn't know. I know what's about to happen. Allah has told me, and I can read it to you or send it to your address. The time is now, and according to the very prefixed word of the time by God and His prophets. We are overdue. They are ready, but as I suggest that, the extension is due to us being blind, deaf, and dumb to the knowledge of ourselves and being all wrapped up in the belief and faith of white people and their way of life. You love their way of life, because they made you to love it by not teaching you the way of yours. We are real righteous people, we don't know it, since the devil robbed us of it. The more you practice the faith of Islam, the more you want to practice it. The reason we teach you is because you are Muslim yourself. You weren't made one and we are not making you one now. We are making you to act on the principles of what by nature you are. You are not what you are practicing now, and never have been. The devil has you doing that which is his way of life. You have not, within 100 years up from slavery, been able to practice his life as perfect as he does, because by nature, he's that, and by nature, you are not. When you get back into the knowledge of yourself and into righteousness, you will love it. You will not want to do the white man's wickedness. That makes you love yourself for the first time. You must learn to love yourself. The names that you hear us going in should not be laughed at or mockery made of them. You should make mock and laugh at the names that you go in of the devil. He doesn't have any names. As the Bible teaches you, he doesn't have any worthwhile names, and his names will be destroyed from the face of the earth. We must learn to create and make a world, a new one over the old world of Satan. We must do this. We must have our own. Our own must come to us. We must seek our own as even the Indians out in Oklahoma are trying to seek it for their first state. They want their own. There are millions of us, while there's only a few Indians, but millions of us don't know how to use God wisdom and the tact of wisdom to get our own. You don't need guns you don't need. You see the Muslims and myself walking and riding around this civilization without arms. We handle sometimes 10,000 people at a gathering. We strip them of their arms and let them go into our meeting place, and you never come around saying that we had to go kill some of the Muslims because they were being other than themselves. We don't carry weapons. We don't need weapons if we have God on our side. What do we need with weapons for? If he created the heavens and the earth and the iron and steel that you're using for weapons, doesn't he have power over it? Certainly he has power over it. This is why we pay no attention to his weapons building and arms building, which he's trying to stop himself from doing. He sees that we're an example of people who believe in love and unity of the civilized man. Forcing him by force of arms doesn't last any longer than the arms are capable of getting him to submit to the power the arm represent. He came without arms, and I don't carry weapons myself. I go everywhere he asks me to go, for a big crowd with no weapons whatsoever but his. He puts his own power around me and under me and over me, and I come to you and I speak out boldly. The first thought that comes to you when you have a weapon is killing a nigger or a black man, because that's what was in him. He made the weapons with the desire that they help him kill you and his own kind. We don't carry weapons for a God other than the truth. And the power of the truth will protect us, because its author is God. We have gotten to the birth of your worst enemy that ever was on the earth. That's Yaqub. Yaqub, the name, doesn't mean an enemy to us, but the man that had that name made an enemy for us. You can be called Yaqub or I can be called Yaqub, but that don't mean we are devils or a friend to the maker that father of the devil, Yaqub. There are many Muslims who used to hear what I am teaching you. They are used to hearing it 6 hours sometimes or less, but I was not taking it up with them at that time, piecing it apart, showing the ins and outs of it like I am today. That is why I take about 2 hours each time, to pull you up gradually, so when you get up on top, you will know how far you have come to reach the top and that you could master your seat up there on top. God said to me, teach you, and he will set you in heaven. He didn't say run you in heaven. He will set you in heaven. This is similar to what Yaqub taught his people. This means that you will not be a slave to nobody, white nor black. That's just it, set you in heaven with plenty money. There's plenty of money here and plenty money all over the earth. He took it out of the pockets of nations and blessed you and me with it. So I'm going to say to you that if there's any one of you that have a question that you want to ask me, you may ask anyone. If there is no questions, then we're going to dismiss. Question: I wanted to know, was Sarah a white woman? Messenger: really, brother, I don't know if whether she was white or black, but I believe Abraham had a great love for black, and maybe he had a black wife. If Sarah was white or black, her husband was a great prophet, and the time that we are now in was revealed to him, and his prophecy, mostly, was on the base of us and our return to our own. I don't say that she was white and I don't say she was black, because white Arabs were ruling for a long time after our history was taken away from us regarding Abraham, yet it is true that we are following and fulfilling that which was prophesied by him, and whether Sarah was white or black, it has never been much of a concern to me. I wasn't following up Sarah for no particular prophetic saying in order to bring out some truth of her. Our women who are sitting under guidance into righteousness use Sarah as a very good woman they could pattern after. This is the only reason we bring her history up. You must follow, believe, and practice the truth. If by believing the truth and practicing the truth, it causes your life to be taken from you, then you were willing to die for that which you believed in. If we believe in Christianity and the white man as a leader for us, we go wherever he tells us to go and offer our lives for him and what he teaches. Now your own has come to you, and if you do what you said you intend to do for him, then do it for yourself. I never could have stripped these men of that which they were in when they came to me had it not been for God's power working with me in the way of teaching what I teach them. They would have still remained in that which they were in. So, this is the proof. Islam is not a religion. We call it a religion, but it's not a religion, because it is the nature of us. The nature of us can't be called a religion. That's why the 30th chapter and the 30th verse of the Holy Quran teaches you that Islam is the nature in which we were born. If you go to higher Masonry, they will ask you where were you made a Mason. You'd better not tell them you were made one. You've got to tell them that you have always been that. Theology of Time, June 25, 1972. As you are here waiting to look at me and hear me, it kind of reminds me of a story the Savior told me about when the trains first started running in Egypt. When it came through, everybody was out looking for the train, to see it come through. After it passed, one of the Muslims said, "Oh, it's a good thing it stayed on the track." He said, if it had come sideways, it would have wiped us all off the earth. Thanks be to Allah. I'm glad to see your smiling faces here again, but I'm so sorry that you are only just a little family out of the south side of Chicago and of the cities outside of Chicago. I don't understand why you don't want to get yourself saved before you're caught up in the net of the devil. This is the end of the devils. They're going to kill him of the face of the earth to keep him from ever filling up the earth again. This is actually the earth of the black man and not of the white man. He said that he has a place wherever you have one. He talks as though he has as much rights as you. The Bible teaches you and me that the earth belongs to the Lord, but it never explained, 100%, who the Lord is. We are the Lord's, and since we are the Lord's, which means masters, we let them use our earth and control the people on it with what they worship evil. Their time has been up ever since 1914. This shows how merciful God is. He won't kill you even when the day comes. He give you a little more extension of time. I don't have much time to talk on those old scriptures of the Bible, because I think you know them. You have read them and you can continue reading them as long as you understand them. The Bible is a kind of book that if you don't understand what you read, you are headed directly to the fisher's net. The fisher's net doesn't mean the one out there in Lake Michigan. It means that the fisher is the devil and the net is his tricknology. When he gets you tricked into his net, then you're going on your way to the lake of fire. We want to tell you what Islam is. This is what you came for. You have never known what Christianity is, although you glorify that it's your religion and that it's Jesus Christ's religion. Jesus Christ never taught Christianity, and you can't prove it to me. The Christ, on the front end of that name, means the crusher. The plural part of it means that which the people believe in. Actually, you are believing in a religion which is not yours. It means a crusher coming at the end of their time to crush the people that believe in that kind of religion. Christ definitely means a crusher. Today we have a lot of work to do, a lot of work. The brothers have beautified my board. I have said it again and again, the earth belongs to the black man. The white man's history is in the Bible, but it is cloaked over with symbolic language and teaching, therefore you cannot understand it. The beginning of the white man was the beginning of a murderer. The Bible teaches you that. Cain slew Abel. These were two brothers, and the two brothers have been killing each other ever since they've been on the planet, right? Every few minutes somebody is killed. Every minute, almost, someone is being slaughtered by the devil or by his rule of trigonology that is set up. He was given authority, knowledge, and wisdom to rule all life on the earth, and the sea and in the air, for 6,000 years. As Jesus said, and I agree with it, the white man is the God of this world. He's limited to the time he is to rule. The time has arrived and passed by, giving him or those he has deceived a chance to repent, if they want. You and I were reared by the devil, in his hell. Since we were reared by the devil, it takes an awful powerful teacher to get him out of you. He claims that his number is the same as ours. It's got to be the same as ours since we made him. He didn't make himself. We made him. The Holy Quran teaches us that the God of Islam, called Allah, which is his most proper name, because Allah covers it all, but he being the Supreme One, they distinguish him by calling him the Mahdi, an independent God. He's self-sufficient. I want you to know this God, of whom the Holy Quran teaches us, is coming in the last day, according to the 22nd surah of the Quran, with the name Mahdi. It means he's self-independent. We must strive hard to set up self. Satan, the devil, is not going to take you and set you down in his seat, get up and walk away from it. You've got to take him out of the seat. They don't tell you, but they know it. They were made, not created, they were made, M-A-D-E. The Bible teaches you that they were made. It says, let us make man. In the Holy Quran and Bible, the make was condemned by the black scientist in those days. In the Quran, it's got it very good there. The scientist questioned the maker of the white man in these words, what will you make other than something to cause, or rather to make mischief and cause bloodshed? This he has done and is still doing. In the Bible, the firstborn from Adam killed another of them before he was able to exercise any rule. Jealousy. Did you know that comes down through us today? If we would not envy and be jealous of each other's progress, we would have been a long way from where we are. Satan boasts that he has the number of a man. He's referring to us. He does have our number, because we made him and not he made himself. He can't make a man. They've been working on us ever since he had the privilege, but he just keeps coloring them up. That's working with another man's material. So, I guess I'd better work with another man's material too. The question is, which one will survive the war of Armageddon? What is Armageddon? You have been listening to this all your life, that the war of Armageddon will be fought at the judgment. Let's look and see what the first three letters pronounce ARM, Armageddon, Armageddon. Armies that have been trying to get to each other for ages and working towards the doom of each other. It is between this fellow and this man hanging on that tree. There is no shadow of a doubt that you have read how Christians, under this flag, especially, have murdered and hung our brothers on trees. I want you to remember that it is good that you see how you have been mistreated. If the people have treated you with such evils and they're still doing it, what right do you have defending them and living that same life under that flag? I'm only asking you for truth. Many of us are lazy. We don't want to leave the white man because we want him to take care of us. I say, my brothers, if you are that lazy, who do you think wants you? No one likes lazy fellow who wants someone else to take care of him. They don't like it. It's getting so apparent today that every eye can see this in the working. We don't care if it comes from someone else, and if we can't get it, many times, we put our gun in our pocket and go out and take it. The devil has seen us go around for many years without weapons. He sees that we don't go around fighting each other, carrying guns for each other. He comes here and finds that we search everybody for weapons that comes in, then take it off them. You get along when you're unarmed. When you're armed, you're always strutting about, because of what you have in your pocket. The worst part of it, you buy arms to kill each other. You don't buy arms to kill your enemy, who is the devil, but you buy them to kill yourselves. I'm saying to you, we have been acting very crazy. Then the devil comes in and kills both of you. He knows that he's well protected. Not a one of us are going to fight back. This is terrible. Which one will survive the war of Armageddon? This is Islam's flag, and this is the Christian flag. You would dare not tell me that the stars and stripes will survive the sun, moon, and star. The stars and stripes was made while the sun, moon, and star was created. You love that old cross, yet they hang you up on limbs. You fight for that old cross, but they tell you themselves, over yonder stands an old rugged cross. Think over that. They made it up. Over yonder where? Over in Christianity, from killing a man that was a prophet. They killed him. Over yonder stands a rugged cross, an emblem of suffering and shame. He makes you worship that kind of suffering, shame, and finally death. You put it on your coat lapel. You put it around your neck thinking that you're on the way to heaven, when you're on the way to hell. It makes sense for you to worship the sun, moon, and stars instead of the stars and stripes, because the stars and stripes is copied from the sun, moon, and star, but they decreased or destroyed the value of it. He has several stars representing that one. He has the sky in the upper left and will tell you it's blue, which can't represent something that's pure and something that's eternal. He tells you that the blue and the stars represents truth. How can blue color represent truth when it passes away? You can start upward and you'll never get to blue. You can go through and pass on out towards others' planets, but you'll never find blue. A blue gas that we call ether is sent up from the earth towards the sun. A ceiling is made out of it at a distance. If you go trying to catch hold of it, you don't find it. So it is with falsehood. You chase falsehood with truth, it disappears and you just don't find it. If we take this flag and wrap it around our head, then what does that represent? The high-degree Mason takes our flag and puts it on their coat lapel and head, then walks out celebrating one day a year. Why doesn't he wear it every day? It doesn't belong to him. So, Muhammad, when was the devil permitted to wear the flag of Islam on his head once a day? He got permission when he began studying and trying to act on the principles for 35, 40, or 50 years. You don't see young men in the devil's higher Masonry. They all are elder men, because he's not supposed to come out with that red fez on his head until he's so old in the study of it. If he has the number 6, which he claims is equal to our 6, then he's right. We have a 6, which is ours. This is what we were made on. He says the number 6 is his too. That is true, because we made him and he had to go under our number. He had no other number to go under. This is why he doesn't attack or dispute with me. He knows I will tell him that. This is the original man 6. How did the original man come to being on a 6 instead of being on a 1? Since you were the first, your number should be 1, but since you are not saying in numbers that your number or his number is 1, he uses a 6. Now, I'm going to tell you where that 6 came from in him. It was 6 trillion years, so God taught me, before he put the sun into use. After the sun, then other gods were born and they thought up the same idea of making something out of fire. Never have you known what and how fire came into space. Those stars of fire and the big star, which we call sun, are nothing but balls of fire. I want you to remember these things so that you don't make mistakes. If the God created himself out of matter which still exists, then he took it out of the darkness of space. How then can we declare that the fiery stars, along with our sun, was created out of space? Where did the fire come from? Today, everything is full of fire. I'm full of fire, you're full of fire. This is our figure here? No, I'm not going to tell you where the fire came from today, but if you keep coming back, I will tell you. If I tell you everything, you will forget most all of it, then you will start adding in your God science. I then won't remember what I said after you get through with it. This is our number 6. We began revolving as he was. He made himself to revolve, and then he caused whatever came in the darkness to revolve like himself. That he has done. We can't help but revolve. We are not a perfect human being, because, actually, our form is not perfect. Since 6 is our number, what were we before that number? It was like this: we left out of nothing and we made ourselves one. I'm taking my time. Don't worry. If we made ourselves in the beginning, one. Okay, here comes this nothing, again, and it goes over here, a piece, and one stands over at this end. We were in America for 400 years, before the coming of Allah to us. If from nothing this one comes back and gets behind nothing, that makes the nothing increase its power tenfold, 10, right? For 400 years we were considered nothing. Well, that's right. You were just everything which the white man made you or taught you. These 400 years we have received again is nothing, zero, but now has one behind it, and that one is Almighty God, Allah. It made us tenfold. The power and value that we were before he came, right? This is because the power of this one is generated into nothing and made nothing become something. If I had moved this over here in front of that nothing, it would make it a fraction of nothing to build, 0.01. But it didn't do that. The one did not come in front, it got behind us. It backed us up to make us recognized from the power of one generated into nothing. Right? The things I say, which you don't understand, then when I'm through working on this board, ask me. I'm not the teacher that teaches something I don't know. We are really catching up with the God of this world. The time of the making of this world was 9,000 years into our calendar history. Back during the 9,000th year of our calendar history, we had been, for many millions of years, using a God wisdom for only 25,000 years. One man's wisdom rules for 25,000 years, and after that, we take him down and put up another one to rule for 25,000 years. This is in accord with the circumference of our planet. Our planet Earth is approximately 25,000 miles in circumference. Although not quite, but we use the word 25,000. Why don't we have 25,000? Because at the top of our planet's rotation, called the axis of the Earth, we have at the end of the axis of the Earth, 23.5 degrees to the circle of the Earth at the axis point. We have 23.1/2 degrees here. We also have 23 gods, here, who write and justify history once every 25,000 years. They're equal with the pole's degrees. They both measure the same, 23.1/2 degrees. It's equal, almost, with the gods that rule. They're really 24, but this number is used whenever they make up history. 23 gods work and one does the calculating on what they find. The God of our world taught us of the God of this world. He said that in the year 1 of our calendar time of 25,000 years, before we allowed another God to rule, so God taught me, the scientists said that there will be a man born in the year 9000. His name will be Yaqub, and in that year, he will make a people who will live for 6,000 years. This 9,000th year is the birth of the man you call white folks. They were made by this man. Not created now, by a man called Yaqub. In the Bible you call him Jacob. That's the same man. The Bible says Jacob had 12 sons. Actually, Jacob could not produce the 12 scientists. The 12 scientists were already here. Yaqub did not come out making scientists. He was not that wise, though he was a wise man, he was a wise God. They called him the big head Yaqub, meaning he had a lot of brains. In the year 9000, this man came out with a new civilization to take over us. He did not make any mistakes. He took us over, and it's hard for us to get away from him today. The Bible is right. It says to Adam, have dominion over all creatures, all life. And he has power over all the life. Regardless to what kind of life if is, he has had power over it and power to use it as he pleases. Even using it on the original man. The God, the original creator. The original creator was only allowed to keep just a little, just a spark, to keep from going out of the time. The holy city Mecca had this little spark. This holy city Mecca of Arabia, the original scientists didn't rule there, nor do they rule there today, but they're gradually easing in. There are white scientists who's ruling there. This is why Muhammad must destroy the old. You find in the history of Muhammad that he declared war on Mecca and he overcame them. So today, I'm telling you that we are not going to fight to become the ruler under the same thing that the old world has ruled under. We're going to make our own holy city. You will read in the Bible where it says that, I saw a new Jerusalem coming down from out of the throne of God the new God. He has a new city. He won't let his new wisdom and his new kingdom be built upon an old foundation. When the god, Yaqub, was 6 years old, he was sitting down playing with 2 pieces of steel and watching the reaction of these 2 pieces attracting each other. He looked up at his uncle and said, Uncle, when I get to be an old man, I'm going to make a man what shall rule you. The unalike in the steel was making the steel come together, from the magnetic power, drawing the 2 together. He saw this future from the steel reacting. So today, for 6,000 years, he has been playing with steel. He saw that the steel was a good piece metal to murder with. He fashioned all kinds of weapon out of steel. They are using it today. They're clashing in war with steel. The first time they went to war with steel was with bow and arrow, shooting arrows. They began from stone to that. They learned to put a little piece of steel on the end of the stone. Today he learned to make a gun that could shoot steel into our bodies. He's been a murderer ever since he set foot on the face of the earth. I can preach if I wanted to, but this is teaching and I think you need teaching. If I add 6,000 onto 9.000, we come to the year 15,000. This man's number is 6, because he rules from 9,000 to the year 15,000. And this is the 15,000th of our calendar history, in which we live. Don't forget now, I'm not talking about the Christians' history, but here in the Christians' time. They've been here for 6,000 years. We add their 6,000 years that they've lived and made trouble on our planet, which brings us into the year's 15,000. We are living in the 15,000th year. There's many little things in the Bible, in history and science of us, that I could take up with you, but I don't think it's necessary until I lay the base. Then, when I lay the base, I'll come right back and answer your question that you failed to pick up on in the base. 15,000 years ago, and a little fractions over, Yaqub made his people and put them on time to rule for 6,000 years. He said to his people, after you have lived 6,000 years, your brother coming in the 7,000th year will eat you up. This is well known by the theologians of white people. They know this. Jacob had a ladder which had 15 rungs on it, and he saw angels coming up and down, ascending and descending. This bird over here knew all of that, whereas, and this time they will take him and his people off. The people will be going to heaven and coming down from heaven. Because of what, Muhammad? It will be because those who are down on the first rung of the ladder will be freed to come up and meet the angels of heaven. And the angels of heaven will be coming down, meeting those who had never come up the ladder. This is what that means. The old saying that Jacob, the devil of our people who made a devil, dreamed of seeing a ladder reaching from heaven to the earth and that he saw angels ascending and descending up and down. He saw the end of his civilization and he saw the beginning of our time. The beginning of our time is here. I'm not through with this. I'll take care of it next time. I'm not through with it. No, not by a long way. I did not tell you how he got here. Jacob got his people here by killing the black baby and saving the brown so that he could graft the brown into its last color, which is white. I will tell you right now, so that you will always know how the races became races. The first race was made from black man. The brown race was the first one to come out from grafting. The first race was brown. This race you call the Japanese people. That's the brown race. Okay, the next is a yellow race. From the yellow, the other race that you see here is white. The first man here was black. Then, when Yaqub started grafting out of him to get to white, he was grafting for 200 years. For 200 years. It took him that length of time to get the brown baby out of the black. Yaqub found that brown germ in us while studying in college. He discovered in the germ of the black man that he had a brown germ in him. He had two babies, one brown and one black. He kept looking at that brown germ and he discovered that he cattle grafted out of the black man. He could take that brown germ, keep it to itself and keep grafting it until he took the brown germ out and replaced it with a different color if he could just keep taking the more lighter brown one that came, keeping it to itself and then killing off the browner and darker ones. He did that for 600 years. He took the brown baby, set it aside and keep every brown baby that was produced with a lighter brown color to itself. He killed off the other brown babies. Made the lighter brown ones reproduce among themselves until they produced lighter and lighter babies. Actually, there were only two races from the real black man. When Yaqub got to the third, it was a white man. All through the grafting this was done. Every time he grafted one it was weaker than the other. The brown babies were weaker than his father, the black man. The brown baby was stronger than the yellow baby. And the yellow baby, who produced the white baby, was a little stronger than the white. The closer to the father, the black man of the races, the stronger and more righteous. The little yellow baby became kind of evil and wicked, like the next brother, the white. This is the Chinese that I'm talking about. The Chinaman is near equal with white folks. He loves to fight. But he's braver than the white. Because he back more closer to the father than the white. The father of the races is the black man. These grafted people went and mixed with many. And by mixing with many, they produced many different colors that made many different races. I want you, my beloved, to remember that the white man didn't come from the same God that you came from. I do want you to remember the reason that we are not, and cannot be an equal man with the white man is because we don't know what he knows. God has now had mercy on us and he has raised up out of nothing that which is now something. I don't count the white man's wisdom. God has made me like that too. Even scorn his wisdom. When you get wisdom from Allah and his servant, you will not think the white man knows anything. It takes a long time to get the wisdom of 6,000 years unfolded so you can understand it. But I do think that I could have you walking around and talking back to me in about a month. One thing about it, he told Adam to give them a name. Make them know their names. So Adam named them. This work is divine works, mostly done by a servant of his. I want to say to you that I'm his humble servant. And I don't want to take over that which he has not given to me. But let us prepare ourselves by coming out here learning the way of God. As the old books say, come and learn of his way. I say, I'm here to make you aware of his way. And I don't think that no one will come up and tell you that he's teaching you wrong. I am for you. And you are for me. Jacob told the angel, he said, I'm not going to let you go until you bless my soul. The angel started having an excuse. He said, it's day now, it's getting day. He said, it's all right. I'm gonna hold you. I'm gonna hold you. I heard a preacher in Macon, Georgia preach that once. My brother next to me, who is now dead, he and I got so happy over the preacher's subject and the way he preached it. He kept us laughing all the way through the meeting. His name was Hennison and he was a tall big fellow and his voice roared loud. He took that text that Sunday night and would say, Jacob said, I'm gonna hold you, I'm gonna hold you. I'm gonna hold you. Actually, he was holding us. He was not the dumbest preacher you ever heard. Yes, he was a very good preacher of that which he preached. Theology of Time, July 2nd, 1972. Jesus, according to the Bible, never did have many people. The Savior told me that he never had over 30 at one time. So, all of those thousands of people that you read of, that he was feeding, I didn't get that from our Savior's mouth, so I figured it must be me. I am blessed with more people to listen to me than the devil himself. We know the devil always carries the people, but if I keep on being increased by Allah, you'll see us in the soldiers' field pretty soon. We visited New York once and got into the biggest arena they would let us have at that time. We intend to visit New York again. We had, like Jesus, that small Calvary hill, whereas we would have had to send over someplace else for another hill. It's near the 4th of July and a lot of people are getting off from work to have a big day. It's all right for us to have that big day too. They've been having a big day. What do we would like having a little big day for ourselves? As the Lord said to Abraham, take a look, Abraham, see whether or not you can count the sand down there on the seashore. Look up, Abraham, and see if you can count the stars above your head. He couldn't count either the number nor place. He said, Abraham, that's the way thy seed shall be. You can't count them, so you know what you're looking like to me. I had to stand here a long time trying to count you. Oh yes, I must say this, that my wife, I checked up with her before I left home and she's doing much better. The doctor brought me her x-rays, we went over them, not this morning, but last evening, and according to the way the first ones looked to me, I think she's doing fine. We talked with each other this morning, and I know her voice was sounding good. I told her that Allah, He's a mighty fine doctor. One thing I think about every time I come out here, how we were laughed at when holding meetings in some of the worst places in the city. I don't care how much we would beg our brothers, they looked at us and laughed. Just think over that. They would look at us, laugh, and scornfully laugh, as good as to say, what do I look like helping you? I don't want to help you. I want to help destroy what you are teaching. Today, all of a sudden, Allah pushed us right up. Now, we have the finest temple of any black group in the country. There's no black group that has a finer temple or church than we have. Those of you are friends of the devil, that's right, I said it right, I'm telling you, all white people is devils. On this board over here. You may think some are good. Some are better than others, but that doesn't remove the very nature of him. He's still a devil. There are little, small, snakes that are very dangerous, and there are little, small, snakes that are not dangerous, but it's not the snake's fault. Nature just didn't make him that dangerous, but you can see in Little Eyes and his actions that he wish he was a bad snake. I'm trying to teach you the knowledge of that snake. Do not trust any of them, all of them are bad. They robbed us of our wealth, rob us of our freedom, rob us of our justice, and so after all that robbing, it looks like it should be enough, but no, that wasn't enough for him. He robbed you of the knowledge of yourself. Any man that is robbed or any robber that robs him of the knowledge of himself commits the worst robbery that he could have done to you. The Bible says that Delilah was a terribly tricky woman. She tricked Samson going and coming. And Samson was very foolish to let her trick him. She said to Samson, "O Samson, where lies your strength?" That was not enough for Samson not to be fooled. If she was so anxious to find out where his great strength laid, he should have been smart enough to never tell her, especially when she was not one of his people. He then made an attempt to see if she was putting one over on him. She was, then he went right back and let her trick him again. You are modern Samsons. Please, brothers, do not let Delilah's sister, a deceiver, trick you like that. They are falsely making love with you. They don't love you. They only want you to go to the fire like they are in for. Read that and study it good. This means a modern Samson and a modern Delilah. She's out there just looking and winking her blue eyes at you only for winking you into hellfire. They don't love you today any more than they loved you yesterday, but they want to get you to go to hell with them, believe it or not. You have been told the meaning of the American flag, her stripes, stars and blue background under her stars, which you think represents the sky. Oh, no. The flag over to the right with her red background, star and moon. What does that mean, Muhammad? They're up over your head day and night. You should know what they mean, with that I.F.J.E. on it. There are no letters around the American flag, but we know what these stripes and stars represent. If I told you that I don't want that sun, moon and star flag, and would rather have the stars and stripes, I would be making a fool of myself, because you could easily tell if whether I liked it or not, for I'm already living under the sun, moon and stars. You worship them. One would have to be a fool who doesn't worship the sun, moon, and star. If he turned it down, then he's telling other than the truth. He loves that flag. He looks for the sun to rise every morning, and if a night passes him by and he can't see a star nor a moon, he would go crazy. They can take, shoot up, and tear up the stars and stripes, representing America's flag anytime, because he's going to live under that sun, moon, and star. No one can tear that up, but the gods. This is how it started 6 trillion years from the beginning. We now have in time such figures as 6, 7, 8, 9. The zero counts for nothing until something is put up there with it to make it something. In all of your figuring up to 9, there is nothing to put with that 0 unless you take one of these figures between 9 and 0 and put it beside 0. If you put a figure on either side, then you make something out of it, right? You can put it on this side and it counts for 10, and you can put it on that side, it counts for 1/10, right? I'm not making fun. If I am a man who would make mockery of you, God would not have chosen me. We have one beside nothing, which made this nothing become tenfold. If we put it on this side, we still don't have much. There's a fraction on this side, and on that side is a whole number. Allah came and he came on this side. We were inferior/nothing, so he came and got behind us. Do you understand? By his number one self getting behind nothing, it made nothing tenfold more valuable. If we say that we are in this figure 9, we then got up to 9 going forward, not backing up. I'm only just trying to show you where we were. If our Father was made on the number 1, how did he get that figure? If there had not been any more on the earth or in the universe in his creation, how did he become 1? We only want to build up ourselves so that we may know who we are and how we got to be who we are. If the atom was 1, could it have really been 1? We are taught that an atom is 1/10,000 of 1. This is 1/10,000th of 1, certain parts of it, or elements as they call it. Then how did our Father get up all those other parts to become 1 part? I'm only driving at points. I'm not saying to you that I'm trying to be a god over you, I'm trying to be that which he made me. If what we call, today, a universe was just darkness of space before life was created in it, what was in that particular space that could produce life? We, scholars and scientists, attack each other. That's what makes us know more. We attack each other. Then, if you can't answer what you attack with truth, okay, then something is wrong. We go back, again, after you, and ask you, then what did we mean when we said space? How could there have been space? My subject is theology of time. So many people think we are fools, because they don't believe in Islam, and that is due to them not having the knowledge of what Islam is. Islam is not only your religion and my religion, but Islam is and should be respected as the religion of everybody because of what it means. When you laugh at Islam, you are laughing at the creation of the wisdom of God. So please, do not laugh at God's wisdom when you are trying to survive by it. Don't do that. He's ready to strike, out of his universe, everyone who doesn't like it. As long as Satan was ruling, he let you pass up. As the Bible teaches you, he would wink at ignorance once upon a time, but now he calls it actual facts. We must give account of that which we know and that which we don't know. That which we don't know, we have to give account of our actions against that. If we see one emerge out of all of this darkness, what force or power in the darkness brought it out? One could not have come out of darkness unless force was in the darkness to bring it out. In the universe, there is a force that moves seemingly immovable stars. After so long and so long, the star which we see at one point has moved over to another point. If that star moved over to another point within 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000, 100 years, or 1,000 years, force made it move. It could not have moved alone. This teaches you to go back and get your scientists, and I will contend with him and he will contend with me, that the force of the actual space seemingly looks as though nothing is moving, but it brings out objects to us that are hidden in it, to our view. We don't wind up the universe and tell it to bring Jupiter over to us. Jupiter moves by a force that's already out there. Again, we don't say to a star that is probably 100 trillion years back out there, to come out and show us itself. There's already a force that's out there which is going to bring it into our view. We have these things in space by view. This one was already here in the darkness, but nothing did not give it to us until the time brought it about. Then when the time brought it about, it merged out there into our view as a revolving light. It was a light revolving that was hidden there in the dark. We don't know how many trillions of years it was there, but it was there. Having made itself out of an atom of water that was found in the darkness of the universe, we could not see light emerging out of the space without water, because we can't produce life without water. Therefore, it was water out there in that darkened world of space. This space had produced life, but how long was that life out there before it produced us a form? You calculate on how long life takes to make one atom. This is the way it's understood. You and I being dead over here in North America for so many years, so many thousands, that we can't calculate the actual time. It is only by the instruments that we have now that we can calculate time from. Then we say that we estimate so long and so long. Do you understand? If you want to ask questions, I'm fixing it up so you can ask. But remember, in your asking questions, they must be intelligent questions, not foolish questions. We don't have that kind of time to waste. If one emerged out of this blackened darkness and put the black darkness moving with instruments that the black darkness can count itself in the clear of calculating on time. This is a wise God, brothers, don't play with it. So just imagine that we are this darkness, we are looking at it in space, and here is one who came out of space, or out of that black darkness. How did he produce himself to talk, walk, preaching things? What is earth made out of? The earth is a ball of what looks like finely ground stone. Then it is great stones supporting those little fine stone. What did God mean, other than his people, when he said, "Can you count the grains of sand on the seashores, Abraham?" The number of his people could not be counted, but why did he point out the sand on the seashore? It was not just because Abraham could not the sand, but Abraham must learn whose gigantic mill grinned that sand. Somebody put them down there. They're beautiful, and someone made them. He could have asked Abraham, after he had known the grains of sand were down there, who made them like that. But Abraham was far from being that kind of mathematician, being able to calculate on how many grains of sand had been made down there on the seashore. We are dealing with a figure which will lead us into unimaginable figures, 1 and a 6. These two figures are the outstanding figures that we have. One of them represents the God that created the heavens and the earth, and the other one represents the same, the 6. How is it that done now, Mr. Smarty? Maybe you would say. He didn't stop going. He goes into the scientific knowledge of 6. The 6 came 6 trillion years after this, and we can't even hardly count into 6,000 years. Now we say that we have 6 trillion years from the year 1. You have this 1 and this 6 here dealing with the beginning of creation, and since we are working in the judgment time, we must cover a lot to get you into the knowledge of time. If you will be patient, not like Moses was, while with the man he went in search of knowledge with. The wise man told him he would not be able to go along with him. So, they went traveling down towards the junction of the Nile, and Moses could not go along or agree with him on anything without asking, "Why are you doing that?" Until, finally, he got to the junction and he explained to Moses why he did that. Moses learned from his guide that he was the best guide, had he just kept his mouth shut in trying to teach the guide, instead of the guide teaching him. Since we are traveling on Yaqub's history, we think it's good to take along a little something every now and then to show you the destruction of his history and his people. It's pretty sad that a father, after producing his son, looks at his son and tells him the end of himself. It's pretty sad to do that. Since America has invented many dangerous and destructive works to destroy the original black man from the face of the earth, God has already prepared a destructive weapon for him. This is something that you have read about, but you didn't know what it was. The Bible is a very good book to study, if you understand it. But when you don't understand it, Allah doesn't let you stay into the darkness of ignorance, to the truth that is in it. He raised up a man in that people and gave him the knowledge of that which they don't have the knowledge of. You are lucky. This is the man that loves you so much that he raised up one of you, myself, to teach you that which have been prophesied by prophets, the understanding of it, while you may just be guessing at it. I'm far from being the man that just wants to teach something to be seen and heard. The work is too hard to show off with it. In the Bible, you have a prophesied of a wheel in a wheel in the book Ezekiel. This represents Ezekiel's wheel. You've read about it in the Bible. They actually have it up there. It's up there now, and the devil knows it's up there. This is why he is continuing to go up there and make planes that can fly so swift that if he could discover it in the skies, he would be able to shoot a rocket at it before they would know. He's making planes to search the space with the highest speed known to scientists. And this wheel in a wheel that Ezekiel prophesied of goes so high up in the air that it looked dreadful. This wheel is up in the air now. This is what they are now trying to locate from the moon, that is, if they could get a good stationary place on the moon and watch for this plane. It will drop its bombs on the Earth. Its height would be about 20 miles above the Earth when they drop it. They will not get too far out of the atmosphere because they want to use the atmosphere to help guide his bombs. When it strikes the Earth, it will start drilling right into the Earth because it's timed. It has a little motor on the bomb, so when it strikes the Earth, that motor automatically goes off and takes that bomb 1 mile into the Earth before it ever explodes. The explosion sends up a mountain 1 mile high. That's a powerful bomb. Allah taught me that the same type of bomb that God used to make mountains on the Earth, it's the same thing. It goes into the Earth with a very powerful steel motor like an air hammer. The bomb digs out nothing, it just sucks itself right into the Earth like an air hammer. It chisels down into the Earth. Yet, it's timed not to explode until it gets a mile into the Earth. And this bomb is the type of dynamite that they use to bring up the mountains like Mount Everest, mountain range, using very powerful dynamite. It's more powerful than America's using. America uses 30% dynamite, and these people have their bombs equipped with 100% dynamite today to blast just a few mountains across the continent of North America. These mountains coming up out of the Earth, from the blasting of the bombs, will kill people for 50 miles around from the crater and push up a mountain on each side. This will go into action when America starts using her high explosives by dropping them from the air. This thing will come out and get her. This plane carries 1,500 of these small bombing planes. Each one of the bombing planes carries 3 bombs, and will take these bombs over a designated area, dropping them for covering destroying 150 miles where they're dropped. I want you to try and understand this. I want you to be looking out for it any day. I have seen that plane. It's a powerful plane. It can dart in the sky just like what's called flying saucers. The plane measures 1 mile right through it. Allah showed me the plane. If you find me lying on what I tell you of what he said, I'll give you $10,000 out of my brother's vest pocket. If he doesn't happen to have it, I'll ask him to loan it to me and I'll pay you back. I saw this plane. This plane can move about in space so wisely, whereas their way of trying to shoot them out the sky will never catch them because there are 4 or 5 scientists on this plane. This plane is a half a mile by a half a mile. Those in this plane you may see look like us here. It can dart out of your eyesight so fast, until it looks like nothing was there. You will see this plane one day, because it has a civilization on it. They stay up there a year and sometimes a year and a half in that plane. It's a wonderful thing. Dreadful looking plane. I'm not trying to deceive you. I'm trying to show you what you're going to see pretty soon. I stopped drawing this plane for years, but now, I think I should go back to it, because they seem to be up there fixing it up to come near the Earth. When America thinks that she's going after this plane, she admits saw it, those scientists on the plane go to rush in and charge America so that she can't come forward to the plane, then she can't shoot it. Write in the paper if you want and tell the devil what I'm telling you. See if he'll try to deny it. They know it's out there. I sat down and I talked with them years ago about it. They asked me questions. They have the drawing on a blackboard that they'd taken from us when they arrested us, and I had drawn the plane and written explanations on the blackboard, and they took it to the FBI office. They have it there today. They know this to be true and they admit to me that it is true. But I say to you, brothers and sister, on the day when that plane is seen in the sky over America, make haste and run to some place. There'll be 2 scientists on every 2 blocks, and they'll be guiding you, telling you where to go. Everything has been prepared while we were sleeping, to save us. That's a terrible thing though. There are little dots that you see in the circle of the plane represents motors, great giant motors to carry this plane. That plane is like Jesus was. Jesus was a scientist and he could tune in on you and I and tell what we are thinking. He could tell if whether the Jews were planning to come to him. He'd tune up on them and listen to them. If they said they'd go this way, he'd go that way. That's why they never could catch him. He knew what the Jews were thinking about and knew what they were planning. Now they have 1 out of every 100 over there who could tune in on us over here and tell us what we're thinking. Think over that. We're a pretty smart people. You could do it yourself if you would take time, clear your mind, and then go get into someplace where no one is around you, concentrate on nothing but that wheel or that brother. After a while, you'll hear what that brother is saying yourself, and maybe you'll hear the motors going in the wheel. It is not that we're such people that we have to wait to see everything happen before we know what's going to happen. We would not be gods if we did not know what was going on around us among other than God. There is nothing strange about a few scientists, 1 or 2 maybe in here, but you'd never know it. He'd bear me witness quickly. Yes, that this is true. Ezekiel looked up at it and said, "O wheel, O wheel." The wheel was so powerful to the man's imagination that he cried out, "O wheel." Seeing that dreadful thing up in the sky and so far in the sky, he said it looked dreadful. These things are going into action now pretty soon. The time is up for them to go into action. You and I being brothers, with me walking around you day and night with the knowledge of these things, and don't tell you, you will hold me responsible saying, "Why didn't you tell me?" I'd say, "Well, you wouldn't have believed me no way." "Well, why didn't you tell me anyway? Let us disbelieve, that wouldn't have been your fault." And actually, you would be right. So I'm not going to let you come tell me that. I'm going to tell you these things now. There's 2 certain places on our earth that I'm bound to tell you about, but I was not told to tell you. Since they is here just about to drop that bomb from that plane to deter our enemies, I'm going to soon tell you. There are 2 places on our planet that have been made for the purpose of hiding people, and they can stay there a long, long old time and you will never know they are there. It is not so secret that I shouldn't tell you, but I'm not going to say so this evening, because I'm going home. I will think it and ask Allah if I should say these things, and if I should reveal to them what He has revealed to me. The revelation of the end of the world and what's said of the destruction of the people is here now, and they'll get it in such a way as a surprise. As the Holy Quran refers to it, even the earth will act like a revelation has been received by her. All of these things is to make known to this world that they are not the God over the other world. This is what these things are coming to mean. Try and get out of the name of the white man as fast as you can. God said that the devil's names will be destroyed with him. God will give you and me a name that will live forever. Muhammad, that name will be here 1 billion years to come. We have names, as he taught me, some of them are great long names, which are 3 or 4 inches long, but he said we didn't need all that name. The names he gives to us are much shorter than the old names that our people used to go in. This is where, I think, Jews got some of their long names. We have some long names in the Bible. God and I love you so much that He sent me to tell you that which is to make gods out of you. You say, "I know I will never be a god." Yes, you already are a god. I almost tremble when I see you out there fighting the devil and then go tell the devil to heal you. I want a place where your own people can work on you. If you will just follow me and give what you can, we will soon have these things. In fact, if we have 1 million people here in Chicago only give us $1 apiece, we would have $1 million every week, then we could build what we want without begging people for it. If only we give half that much, we soon will have the South Side owned by black people. Elijah don't want nothing personally. He wants something that he can divide. The only thing I want personally is my wife. My friends, there is a lot of trouble on its way to America, and I don't want you to be the loser. America, her friends are going away from her and have become enemies. They all are looking towards America with murder. Let's go and take her. Just like the Bible teaches you there in Ezekiel, let us go up and rise up and take hold of her, take her at noonday, any time that she's not expecting us. This is what they're talking about. You thought Pearl Harbor was terrible. Pearl Harbor would be like a gang of boys playing, compared to what the God plans to do to America. I know that, but I can't tell you all of these things lest you go and talk too much. Theology of Time, July 9th, 1972. I looked at a little church once, and from the outside it sounded to me like they may have been talking to at least 300 or 400 people. So I said, let me go in this church. That was in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. I looked around and I didn't see but about a dozen people or less. What are they making all this noise for? I went in and it was a sanctified church. The pastor, as I realized, was a woman. I sat down and she started patting the tambourines and whatnot, looking right straight at me. After a while, she came back, when she had them all in a high tune, and said, "Are you saved?" I said, "I don't know, that's a mighty big question." I said, "If I'm not saved, I'm in a terrible condition." "Well, you stay right there." She got to preaching. She had a stick in her hand and she started pointing it right at me. She came back later and she said, "How do you feel now? Do you feel like you're saved now?" I said, "I'm not too sure." So, she told me, "You keep coming here and you will be saved." I said, "Thank you." I looked at the poor woman and I said, "What a pitiful thing. Now, our people have been robbed so by the devil that they go along and insult the God of truth and justice, the God of wisdom, the God of understanding, the God of our Savior, our God." This lady, after she got through, asked me, "Will I accept Jesus?" I said, "May I have something to say?" She beckoned to tell me to come on up. I said to myself, going up there, "You think I'm coming up to join your church, but you're mistaken. Tell them whether you are saved or not. Tell them whether you want to join up with us or not." She started just patting her hand, and when they got quiet I said, "That's a great thing to say that you are saved. As long as we are black people." I told her, "We are saved, but as long as we believe in WHTE people's religion we are not saved." So, she told me she wasn't teaching white people religion, and that she was teaching Jesus religion. I said, "Oh, thank you, that's the teaching I'm teaching." So she started patting and beating pans again. She asked me, how long had I been saved? I said, "Ever since I've been born." You can find a lot of things that our people, who have not the knowledge of themselves and others, just don't know. It makes you feel like crying, not laughing at them, but crying over them. We are face to face with the judgment, and if we don't understand that we are face to face with the judgment, we may be the losers. America stands before death. America is doomed to death. America is bound to go to her doom because of the way she has treated us. America have mistreated the black man in America so long that God cannot hardly wait for us to choose our way. You can say yes or no, I don't care. I'm perfectly independent of what you choose. God came to me in 1931, in Detroit, Michigan. He taught me for 3 years and 4 months, in person. I was not dreaming. I was looking at him, in person, for 3 years and 4 months. He taught me night and day. I used to be glad to get a little sleep. When he would tell me, "I will be back," I would say, "I hope it would be long enough for me to get a little sleep." He taught me what you hear me teaching you. 3 years. Night and day. I don't think I would be wise to say that I taught myself, and I taught you thus and thus. No. He taught me thus and thus. I didn't know anything. I didn't know my name. I was calling myself by the white man's name. So, whatever you hear me say here this afternoon, it came from his mouth in the way of divine. Whenever you hear me talk about other than that, it was me, but the divine came from him. He taught me about the non-divine and who the non-divine was. I have been teaching it for 40 years. Think over that. I'm no boy. I've been teaching divine wisdom in America for 40 years. I didn't start when I was a baby. I'm an old man and I'm ready for you. Today we are here and we thank you for what I have to say, or rather, I should make it clearer, what God has taught me. All black people are the brothers of each other. You have been told that all people are brothers. In the way of being people we are brothers, but we are not all brothers by races and nations. We have a stranger in our midst, and that is the white man. We are not brothers to the white man. He is a total stranger. He didn't come from the God that we came from. He came from a made God, not a created God. Our God is a created God, and we are created people, but the white man is a made man. Yes, he didn't come here with us. We've been here ever since the earth was made. We were right there beside our Father who made you. We the black people didn't come from white people, but white people came from us. We made the white man and can do it at no limit of time. When it came to us, we were created. If this were heard and believed among you, this alone would set you free. When he represents himself to you, he puts it in such a way that you don't make a mistake that he is not the created man, but he is the made man. He puts himself in his place, but you take yourself out of place when you follow him and call yourself the same thing that he's calling himself. We have no equal. We've been here on the planet Earth, according to the teaching of God to me, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due, ever since light of our created man appeared in the total darkness. We are not people who came here just 6,000 years ago. We are people who came here trillions of years ago. The white man is a made man from one of our scientists 6,000 years ago. That's no time with us. We've been here for trillions of years, and if you try to compare his time to our time to calculate it down to the number one man, that's self-created, you wouldn't hardly find a second to give him in time. Take 1 trillion years and divide it by 6,000 years, then see what a little time you will have there, then take 6,000 years and divide it into 6 trillion. He hasn't been here that long. Take that same 6,000 years, push it past the 6 trillion years and move it over to 76 trillion years, and you will hardly be able to find it. You may think that Elijah Muhammad doesn't know what he's talking about. How could you have heard of anything like that following a baby that's only 6,000 years old? How could he know anything about billions and trillions of years with a man's voice ringing throughout that time? How could you hear it just being 6,000 years old? We don't care nothing about the little white man. We don't care anything about his big talk. We know it's like a little puppy running alongside a great big hound. He doesn't know how old the man is who's walking around with a big cane, cracking you across the head. How long has this big shot been here? He's been here 6 days to our counting. He's not been here but a few days. 6,000 years is nothing to trillions of years. Black man, remember, you are the father of creation. Black man, remember that no white man can dispute with me. I'm a God-taught man. I'm a God-raised man. I wear this on my head, but we dare the white man to wear it publicly, but once a year. You know why he can't wear it, but once a year? Because he had nothing to do with the making of it. The black man made this fez. I mean the sun, moon, and star. The white man knows nothing about the creation of the planets. This is why I want to teach you the theology of it. Anything in the universe and anything on earth about human beings or life of any kind, I'm here to tell you what Allah has taught me. I don't think you'll be able to make him out a liar. You know, I'm a pretty tough fellow, especially with these brothers that I've been knowing for over 40 years. I know they don't want to be called 40 years old, but I've been knowing them for that length of time. My son-in-law, Wali Muhammad, he has my name. You know, when I found him, he had the devil's name. He started following me and married my daughter. I thought I would make her call him after her name, because I didn't want a son-in-law in my house called by the devil's name. In this world, we worship and love to be called by the white man's names. We love to look like him. I'm going to see if whether you love to look like him. The white man has been here for only 6,000 years and he has ruled. I have learned to be humorous with people to gain friendship. If you're going to be stern and tell them about the pitchfork that Satan's going to throw them in the fire with, you'll only get blank faces, but tomorrow morning you'll wake up and say, "Oh, I don't believe that." No, we don't want to fool you. We're going to talk about some fire, but it's not the kind of fire that disappears overnight. It's the kind that lingers around and you feel it. We were never taught to read the Holy Quran by the white man. We never were taught that there was a universal religion, besides his, that was called Islam. He never did talk about any other religion, but Christianity. If God made Adam and he waited until Adam's children got about 2,000 years old, then he sends the teachings, the right religion, I'd say God put himself in a very ugly position. The people could charge him and say, "Why did you leave us without a religion all that time?" You'd say these things. Was it 2,000 years after Adam, before he sent Jesus with the right religion? Just think over that. What kind of God was he? It is said that this one is the best one. And if you believe in Jesus and Christianity, then you will go to heaven. What about all those people before Jesus was born? Where did they go? Just think over these things. What kind of God was that who created the heavens and the earth, then would not create for man a good religion until he gave birth to Jesus? Just think over this. I don't expect for you to just think and reason over it. Would God be so evil that he would let us live here all that time before he would make us a good religion and a good man? You say Enoch was a good man. What religion did Enoch have? You say Moses was a good man. What kind of religion did Moses have? Just think over it for yourself. Moses was so good that he sent him into Egypt to bring Israel from bondage from the house of Pharaoh. Well, then, what religion did he preach to them? He didn't go by no religion. The prophet said that he brought Israel out of Egypt by the hand of the prophet, but what kind of religion did he carry there? They said Pharaoh didn't have no religion. He worshipped cows and whatnot. What did Moses worship and what kind of religion did Moses teach Israel? Have you ever thought of this? We still had to wait 2,000 more years for Jesus to be born. Did Jesus have a religion? Answer to yourself. If he had a religion, what was it? He said that he didn't come to change the law of the prophets, but to fulfill them. What was the law of the prophets? We need to know where we're going, where we're headed. Since the white man has risen up among us and claimed that he has the right religion, I want you to know, Mr. Devil, who do you think you're fooling while blinding the people's eyes to the knowledge of the religion of the prophets? I love to get after this devil. He tells us to believe and follow Jesus, but how about Moses? He don't teach you to follow Moses, he said Jesus. What did God give to Job or Moses? Was Moses' religion different from Jesus? No. You say, well, what was it? Tell us the name of these two great prophets' religion. What about Moses' people? Did they go to hell? Talk back to the devil and you will find that he will run from you. Face him with truth. The God that taught me calls him the skunk of the planet Earth. Don't be afraid. I've been here 40 years teaching this. He is so wicked and so filthy that God calls him the skunk of the planet Earth. Look at him going nude. This just fits him, a skunk. Taking your wives and daughters and stripping them, then parading them up and down the street. All of your knowledge is spent trying to make and model a nice respectable daughter, and he goes out there and makes her disrespectful, pulling off her clothes, showing her shame up and down in the public. The Holy Quran says, he pulls off their clothes and shows the nation their shame. Believe it or not, but you can walk out the door and see they're out there doing that, or maybe she may come in your own house. You don't have to walk anywhere. Just look what he did to your daughters, your wives. He made them pull off their clothes and made them to like it. I'm only telling you the truth. What does a preacher, Baptist, Methodist, or Catholic, look like preaching to you decency, and there sits his daughter with nearly all of her clothes off? Just think over it. Any of you, preachers, following the white man in pulling you wife and daughter's clothes off in public need to go back and ask God, I think you made a mistake if you sent me. You say that God sent me, but I say, go back and tell him that he made a mistake. No minister of any religion will allow another people to pull his wife and daughter's clothes off and made them walk in the public nude almost. You would never be able to convert me. No, because you should first do like the preacher in the jungle of Africa and Australia and other far-off Pacific islands, preach to the savage to hide his nakedness. This is the first preaching we give to a savage, to cover your nakedness. You're here in what is called civilization. Think over it. Civilization. You say that you are a civilized man and got your daughter and your wife walking out there in the street half nude. Is that not what we see in Africa, in certain spots? Yes, I've been there. I have traveled a little in Africa myself and also in Asia. I'm not telling you something wrong. I'm telling you what I know. And if you've been there, you will bear me witness that you saw the same. It's ugly looking. Wife sitting down under a shade tree with her body near nude, with her baby nursing from it as though this is the right civilization. We've got to civilize people. We've got to go to Africa. We don't consider Africa's people of the jungles anything for us to follow or be taught by. If you're not civilized, you can't lead a civilized person. Talk back if you are ignorant. I've been around a little myself. And I know what you have. I'm not guessing. I know from actually seeing. If you tell me to go to Africa, I will go there. But don't tell me to go there to be civilized. I'm already civilized and I'm ready to civilize Africa. Some of us rise up boasting of Africa. I say, first get civilized and go there and civilize Africa. Then we all are together in civilization. As you see the drawing at the head of our paper, Muhammad speaks, he speaks too. We love African people like we love you, in a way. Not quite as much, because they've been free and they let England, Germany and other European people go over there and rob them, push them back in the jungle and take over their country. I dare us to get a country. They certainly won't push us over and out of it. I'm only you up on just simple things. We love Africa. That's why we have our hands joined on the upper part of our paper. This is just what we want to do with Africa. We want to make Africa our brother. But Africa cannot lead us until they, themselves, have become perfectly civilized. What God has taught me is a perfect civilizing teaching. It's not something you could add to and make civilized. It's perfect civilizing teaching to civilize any savage, regardless to where he comes from. I have been visited by many Africans, many of them right here in my home in Chicago. They come to me. They are happy to meet me, and I'm happy to meet them. There are many fine scholars and scientists in Africa. But in all of their knowledge that they have, it is not from the right source. The white man has taught them. They have some of their ancient teachings, but now it must be replaced for the new wisdom, knowledge and understanding that is brought forth to liberate the black man all over the earth, and that knowledge is here with me. I am not saying this to criticize anyone. I want to join hand with you and be your brother, but not with what England, the Dutch and these other slave-making rascals gave you. They gave you their knowledge to enslave you like they did us here in America and Africa. Anyone coming from out of the country of America sees you acting a little foolish and ignorant, they jump on and rob you, yet they don't give you anything to relieve you of the robber that you were born under and brought up in his system. I'm here to fight any robber. As the Bible teach you of me, and you thought it was the Jesus of 2,000 years ago, but it's Elijah. All before me were thieves and robbers, this means leadership. Jesus could not say all those before him were thieves and robbers, because he would have been classifying the prophets before him to be thieves and robbers. He could not have mentioned anything like that. But it's me. I'm the one who is to say that, and the spirit and knowledge of the prophets that wrote it, not before Jesus. Those were prophets before him and not thieves and robbers, but thieves and robbers were before me. Robbing you of all they could. Every black leader who came before you was out robbing you, most all of them. Thiefy Aquays liked to see how heavy your pockets were and they set out to rob them. I see how empty your pockets are and I set out to put something in it. The time that we are living in now is the judgment of the white folks, and America is number one. God has made the whole world turn against America in order to destroy her. As Daniel says in the Bible, prophesying of America, under the four beasts. Think over it. For beast is the name given to the four greatest governments of the white man by the prophets. He didn't call them nothing but beasts, and now you want to call them angels while the prophets call them beasts. That's about what they are. They have a human look, but their characteristics are that of a beast. You may not believe me, but the time will prove that I am teaching you the truth. The drawings of the wheel is found in the 1st and 10th chapter of Ezekiel. He said he saw, in a vision, a wheel and a wheel. It didn't come down to the earth. He said he saw it rise up from the earth. I want you to listen to me good. I thought that it would have been best if I talked about this wheel. Ezekiel said that he saw in a vision of a wheel and a wheel. Now you see, not only the outer part of the great wheel did he say he saw, but he said he saw a wheel and a wheel. Where is the other wheel, Ezekiel? If Ezekiel say any vision, he wasn't seeing visions of lies. Whenever they have a vision, it's the truth. He said he a wheel and a wheel and that this wheel rose up from the earth. He didn't say nothing about where it was made it on the earth, but he said a wheel rose up from the earth and that it got so high that it looked dreadful. He said when he looked at it, he said, "Oh wheel, wheel, wheel." So it must have been a great thing for Ezekiel to behold. A wheel, he said, got so high that it looked dreadful. Out of that wheel, he said, he saw something come down from it. He called them cherubims. We thought that he was talking about angels, but that was not angels, that was another plane coming out of this plane. This is a plane here that measures, according to what Almighty God taught me, a half-mile by a half-mile. That's a mighty wheel. When it flies over the place where it's going to drop bombs out of it, he sends one of the small planes. Then it drops a bomb out of that plane onto the earth. That bomb that he drops has a bomb inside of it. He has in that bomb a thing made like an earth drill, like you see people drilling out here in the streets. He has that type, but it's so much more powerful. It comes down from this plane, drops it on the earth, and when it strikes the earth, a motor goes off in it which takes this bomb into the earth a mile before she explodes. That bomb has a steel drill that batters and won't stop until it drills a mile. At that depth, the explosion goes off. 100% dynamite is used in it, while the white man is presently using 70% on earth. God taught me that they use a 100% type of bomb to drop on the earth from a terrific height, depending on what height the mountains are to be. If it is to be a 2-mile high mountain, they drop a bomb in the earth to go down 2 miles into the depth of the earth. It, then, will blow up a mountain 2 miles high. The wheel does not have the dreadful bombs. These bombs would only go into the earth 1 mile, he said. They will blow up a mile-high mountain. This wheel has 1,500 little planes. It has 1,500 of them on it to drop off on America. They will go a height over North America and will drop off these bombs. They will save 3 of these bombs to drop on England. It will only take just 3 of them to rip England apart. I'm not trying to frighten you to believe, that's immaterial to me. I'm only telling you what was told to me by God to tell you, before these things take place. The plane will make 1 trip across America and drop her bombs, and when she drops 1, she knows the distance of which the explosion will take effect. Then 3 of these planes will be sent to the British island to take care of England. Believe in what I'm saying or wait around a few days. This plane will go above the earth, 40 miles, to unload those bombs on America. She'll get up 40 miles, we have jets that fly that. Right. Brother, when this plane unloads here deadly destruction, you won't have no planes up there. No. They won't fly up there with your jets. They're going to get rid of you jets on the ground first. How are they going to do that, Mr. Muhammad? They'll do it like this. First thing they will do is destroy all of America's airplane bases. They will also destroy her planes that you see flying at the speed of sound. They will get rid of them first. How are they going to get rid of them? They're going to make her and her enemies get rid of them. She has enemies who have the same thing that America has. They will be made to fight first to rid each other of the other, just about. They will almost kill each other. This is what they're being driven to now, to do away with each other. As one scientist said, America, the white man, would not be successful using no such high explosions on him, it wouldn't work. They will do them like the Muslims did to the people who live over there in Turkey. The Turks almost annihilated them when they thought the last was had started. They all but annihilated them, but some of them are still around, the Armenians. That's who they are, Armenian Christians. They first thought that it was time to get rid of the Christians, so they went out and slaughtered Armenians like nothing, until they were told it was not time to kill off white people. That's just what we're going to do, get rid of all white people who are the devils of black people. You will see. They will bear me witness, if they were in here. I could make them bear me witness that the war that is breaking out now, the war of Armageddon, has already begun. This is to get rid of white folks. You didn't need to go over to Vietnam to fight. No. What are you going to fight for? If America wins, you still will be her slave nigger, and she will have Vietnam besides you. You won't win. Those old ancient Hindus who are fighting over there against American Christianity, Allah put them to fighting, because He doesn't want either one. So, He let America, the Christians, kill Hindus all they want, and then the Hindu will be killing her too, but they probably will not win. However, let them kill each other, because we don't want either one. Notice how quiet the Muslims act in this war. You never hear him telling no Muslim to go to war to defend either side, because they don't want either one of them, Christian nor Hindu. A Hindu is one of the oldest enemies of God or man. You're running away talking about, our people or kill our people, just because he looks like you. They've been on this planet for 35,000 years trying to destroy God and the religion Islam. Do you see a Muslim in the work of my God that I could get to take one of these bombs and one of these planes, then fly over their territory? I will show you how long they will be here. There may be some Hindu believers in here, but I don't care. Yes, I'd fly over your territory and kill every one of you, if I could. If you are here, I don't love you myself. I don't care if America kills all of you and you kill them too. I don't love either one of you. Oh wheel, wheel, wheel. Think over the prophesy looking at it. Oh wheel, 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 looking dreadful while loaded up with bombs to rain on America. God told me that He makes one swoop across America and America will be all but finished off. Just 3 of these bombing planes are to go to England. That'll be the end of England. Just one of these bombs will take care of her islands, that's all. It will go in the earth 1 mile, which should bring up a mountain for a mile high and kill the civilization for 50 square miles around it. Oh brother, don't come trying to make war with God. It's a dangerous thing to do. Today, every kind of deadly weapon is being manufactured to destroy man from the face of the earth. They all are angry with each other as the Bible prophesies. And the nations were angry, God, Himself, is angry, but the time had come for the dead, that they should rise up and be judged according to justice. It's there in your Bible and Revelation. God was angry. The Lamb was angry. Everybody was angry, because the war of the devils were against God and His messenger. God and His messenger were both angry. I'm angry now and ready to fight. This is why I'm here. I come out alone. I don't have any armies with me. My few followers are very weak, they have no arms. If they follow me to my God, they have perfect arms. Arms that don't miss. Save yourself from this war. This is a terrible war. Everybody's throwing at the other one all he has, deadly bombs, guns, and everything. They're doing it. They're prepared to do it. If you don't have a savior in this day, it is time to make haste and get one. Over in Europe, it's at boiling point. In America, it is to the point of death. Everything is pointing at her. Oh, save America, you will say. Yes, if America had not destroyed you, she could be saved, but she has destroyed you. Night and day, she's killing the black man. Someone must stand up for the black man. I have God on my side to defend you. Storms, rain, hail, earthquakes, droughts, and plagues of all sorts are going on. I won't tell you that I'm doing that. This is what they want to charge me with. But I say, charge it to the right one, the powerful one. That's God, Himself. Not me. Certainly I am with Him. Certainly I hope that he will rid us of our enemies. I have given you a description of what is in the sky. There's a scientist or toe on it that knows every spot where America has got her dreadful planes, which are scouting around with bombs that is capable of ripping the wheel apart, but they can't get to her. If America's bombers are over California, the scientist on the wheel just sneaks away into another place. He has seen it. The white man admitted to me they have seen it. But they can't get to her. They are like the Jesus was when he was here. He had the knowledge of tuning in, hearing what you're thinking about. If the Jews started in on him on one side of town, he would go on the other side, because he heard them in his ears when they were planning to come near him. 1 out of every 180 of the righteous can hear you thinking over here and tell you what you're thinking about. There was 2 of that type of people visiting my home. They both look like brothers. Wherever there is a God-raised man or prophet to do a big job, these type of scientist visits him to assure him of their friendship, that whenever the right time comes, they will be with him. We will take care of you. These are the type of scientists that you read of in the Bible who wanted to go forth and do this and another one do that. These are the ones I'm telling you about, who visited me at my home. They have orders, by Allah, to do a certain job. Each one is to do a certain job. Like you read of it in the Bible, that one scientist went out, and his job was to send a plague of wind, or send a plague of storms, or send a plague of fire, or something like that. These are the type of men I'm speaking of. I know them and they know me, and every one of them has a job to do. It's 7 of them. Allah says that the job is not enough for one, but 7 of them will be ordered to do it. And think over it. These are not spooks. They are men. Last of all, is that dreadful angel which places 1 foot on land and 1 on sea. That's the dreadful one. That's the 7th one. The book says, and Allah affirmed it, he lifted up his right hand and his left hand to heaven. This is way Muslims pray. They lift up their hands and they pray like that, both hands. He said in his words, time know it now, will soon know no more. He then cuts a shortage into gravity and sets the nation on fire. This cutting a shortage means cutting a shortage into the atom of the gravity of Earth and make the atom over the Earth explode. When they explode, they set all the atmosphere into a flame of fire, and there is no people that can live on the earth, because it all will be in a flame of fire. This is the way the heavens and the earth will be displayed, as the judgment of the Bible teaches you. The flame will only go up 12 miles high, but it will most certainly get you who are on the earth if you don't get with Allah. Our people have never been taught about Allah. They've been taught of God. Well, in fact, that's one of the attributes of Allah, God, and Allah is God. And He has 99 of such names. Each one means something of Himself, and of His power and wisdom. Don't sleep. This is what the book said happened with the 5 wise and the 5 foolish. The foolish went to sleep and judgment was called before they could wake up. Theology of Time, July 16, 1972. Let us look at the theology of time. What is time? The main thing we should know is what do we mean when we say time. We mean the distance of one point taking us so long and so long to get to other point. We're counting the time that's between the 2 objects. So, it means that we have motion, and motion makes time. We cannot have any reading of time until we set up motion. When we read how long it takes between this motion and that motion to reach each other, we can say it like this for further understanding. If motion is made, we calculate how long that motion takes to meet with another motion or object. If we are going to free you with the time, when did the time start? We cannot count on time unless we know when time began. We don't want you coming out here saying we're talking on something which we don't know anything about. We know you, and if we know you, we know you're talking about something. Time, when did it start? It started way back, a long ways back. It started when the first motion of an atom moved out of darkness. When that atom moves, it's still time. That was, according to the teachings of Allah to me, was something around about 76 trillion years ago. If you're a mathematician, you will tell me what a trillion years is. I'm not going to fool around here, since you're a mathematician. I might get tangled up. It was 76 trillion years ago when these things took place. What things? The motion of time. If I move my hand from one point to another, you can see me making some kind of time. I'm making motion. To calculate the motion, which is what I want you to do, I must calculate how long this hand comes from here to the other or go back to its original position. That's time. As I hold my hand straight up without moving, it's making no time. In other words, nothing is going on. It's just a hand being held up. As we all are original black people here in North America, we have not been making time ourselves. It's due to us not knowing how to make time. Time is made from motion, but it's no time if it's lost. We don't want that kind of time. We want time that will produce something. God is a production made by the actions of time. As long as we have no production in the time in what we are making, we have to sit down. Let somebody else come in and make time. We have been sitting down here, now, ever since the slave master said, "You are free, nigger." We sit down and ask him for something to do. When a man has become so dead to the knowledge of the things in which he should be doing, and the knowledge of himself, erased in the time, that man is in bad condition. After 100 years, up from slavery, we have not made any effort in trying to produce something out of the time that the divine has given to us. We want to remember these things and put them in your mind to continually keep you calculating on it. If we calculate from the number 1, who is God himself, then I think that we could get a starting point, and a starting point points out what you need. In the present time that we are now living in, all over the world and especially in the country of America, it's time for the dead to wake up. If the dead are to wake up, how are they to wake up? If we have nothing to wake them up with or by, then we should teach someone to wake him up. If you do not have someone to align some kind of instrument to make the dead wake up, I say get after them yourself. Get out there. All the talk that we hear night and day on each is spelling war. All that you hear now has some warring in it or at the end of it. He's talking war. The theology of time took place and we have been teaching it as far back as 76 trillion years ago. You should feel good to know that we were the first people. You should feel good to know that we are the righteous. If we were not the righteous, there would not be a judgment, because if you're going to judge one wicked fellow and you have another wicked one to judge, there shouldn't be judgment at all. Just take these two wicked fellows, agree they're wicked, and go on with your work. But there are righteous in the midst of wicked people who must be heard out and given a chance to learn of themselves, and while they're learning themselves, you could take care of the wicked. It is true about the sheep on one side and goats on the other. The symbolic sheep represents the righteous. Why did they choose this animal to represent the righteous people? Because the characteristic is similar. That's why they choose the sheep? Sheep are very humble animals and a very, very tough fellow, therefore, I mentioned the symbol between the two. They choose two animals that really represent the people. One animal means right and one animal means wrong. You know what somebody told me when I was at home? That you didn't have hardly that many people down here. I can't hardly tell the difference myself. I see everywhere is filled with people. I think they were trying to get me to stay in. I had some brothers who think that I'm always making a noise if someone's sick. I'm not like that. They're putting one over on you. They're fooling you, wanting me to stay home and rest. They're telling me, rest, rest. I don't want to lose you. If I stay home and rest, the devil will come get you. If they keep on fooling me, I'm going to come down to the temple every Sunday. Yaqub is the father of the white race, and name of the God who make the white man. We used to think that the black man and the white man were made at the same time. My God came and told me the time, and gave us the knowledge of what was made in the time. I was so surprised until I actually wanted to go back and beat up all the preachers. What will I make, says his uncle, but something that will make mischief in the land and cause bloodshed. Today we have mischief going on in all parts of the world and bloodshed is following. This is the white race, made to start us killing each other, while he, himself, kills. Today it is the idea of the white race, the devil, to kill all black people. That is what they want to do, get rid of the righteous. They will go to work and deceive you. make you go along with them, of whom your God will kill. They like all of this. I was listening to one talking about black people and what they should do. What are you going to do? They are talking over wholesale killing of black people. He can't put that small-time stuff over on Allah. He would not be a savior if he could not save you and I, the righteous. All black people are the righteous. They were created righteous. Never were they unrighteous. Your makeup is absolutely right, but the devil made you and our parents to follow him, and he put unrighteous acts in us. However, by nature, we are the righteous. This is what the Bible means when it says, he will separate the goats from the sheep. Kill the goats and save the sheep. They are talking about us and the white man. The white man is the goat and you and I are the sheep. I want you to remember, at all times, that you are not the goat. It is the white man who is the goat. Remember, at all times, that you are no brother with them. Remember that. When Yaqub made them, he made them out of the essence of evil and not out of the essence of good. This is what we have been talking about all the while. We have been talking about the evil race and the good nation. You are the good nation and they are the evil race. Stay away from them. Don't marry them. It's just like going out there and marrying fire, because they were made for the fire. The Bible teaches you that, and the Quran too. We were created good, and we are now removing from us that which is no good. I want you and me to unite together and be good. You remember this. We look alike, act alike, then we are one. We are one. I want you to unite with us. You say, I don't know nothing about Islam. What do you know about Christianity? This is the thing that we must answer to. If we are not dead, what are we? If we're not deaf, what are we? You can't answer to yourselves, because you don't know self. I'm raised up among you to teach you who we are and to teach you who the white people are, of whom you've been bowing down to worshiping. You've been putting them above God when you are the God of this world, but you must follow someone. The black man is the God of the race. He is the creator. I don't care how you've been mistreated, still, your father was a black man and he is the one who created this earth and is now taking it over. This is our earth. When did you ever see people like us come out with the moon and star on our heads? You have never seen that before. You never dreamed that you could just accept yourself, the black man, and the white man respect you. You never dreamed that the day would come in your lifetime that is here today. And I mean here to stay. Well, we've been trying to get you into the knowledge of your own and what your God and my God made for us, the most holy universe flag of Islam. Our Father made it for us. He didn't make it for a goat. The sun, moon, and star is ours. Leave that which belongs to the devil, to the devil. Theology of Time, July 23, 1972. My father was a preacher. When I got old enough, I used to sit on the speaker's stand with him, and everybody would try hurrying to get me on the speaker's stand. Those days are much different from these days. My father was poor and he never could buy me a good suit of clothes. And I would sit up there, about 2 or 3 years old, with a little dress on. They put little dresses on us. I used to hear my father preach in the South. He was a preacher of the Baptist church and used to preach about that fire, hellfire. He would teach it so frightening until I, being his son, would be trembling sometime, thinking, I wonder will I live to get to heaven before that ever comes? I was lucky, I didn't have to go to heaven. Heaven came to me. Our subject is the theology of time. We are still working on time. We want to take hold of the real root of time. This has been our subject for many years. It is what we've been looking for. What you've been looking for is the time of judgment. If you've been looking for the time of judgment, this is just what we are preaching to the time. We must remember, as the Holy Quran teaches us, we just cannot be so proud that can reach the height of a mountain or a hill. Since we cannot even teach the height of trees and hills and mountains, why should we be so proud when these things are higher than we are? So, if we cannot reach the height of mountains, hills, and even some of our animals that are walking around by us are much taller than we are, why should we feel proud? I think that we should relax, take a seat and sit down, then look and see around us all the things which are really higher than we are. We cannot step through the earth, not by any means. The earth is approximately 8,000 miles in diameter, through it. Our legs don't measure that. I'm only asking you to not be proud. We can't reach the top of the mountains and we can't step through the earth, so why shouldn't we be on the level on the earth? This is what has ruined the black man in North America. He's taking steps after his slave master, wanting to be proud and act like a big boy. You cannot be a big boy. You were with him. He has the world and you have nothing. We have men of all types and these men want to know if whether or not we have something above what they have or something equal, on which we can listen to each other. We don't believe in criticism, because we all came from slave parents. If we want to criticize each other, we have to go back and get a hold of the devil's slave master and see how many of us did he raise higher than the other. I love common language. I love to be equal with you. I don't like raising myself above you just because I believe I know more than you. No. We don't do that. I may have insulted you when I said what I said, but I am a man taught by God. Lived with God for 3 years and a half, and he taught me his wisdom. I know you didn't hear all of this as I did. I know you did not see all of this which took place 40 years ago, of which I'm teaching you about today. I want to let you know that I am not proud over you, in the way that we say the enemy's proudness comes to us. I'm not that kind of man. I'm a little old man that just loves to talk with you and loves to see you in a better condition than you're in. I love to make you acquainted with my God and your God with you. This is the kind of little fellow you see standing here. He doesn't like showing off by any means. If I have to hurt your feelings, I will try to rub the sore down somewhere in what I say. But if I hurt your feelings, I'm hurting them for the better. Sometimes the doctor has to hurt before he can heal. So this may come to us in our talk or discussion, since we have preachers here. Who do we say sent preachers out to preach? According to the readings of the book, God never sent an army of preachers out. The English language uses the word preach. This is all right for us because we understand it. We don't intend to make fun, however, we want preaching from the right source to send to the people, so they will be taught what is about to come to pass. They are sent from God, and he has never sent a whole group of them. He made the responsibility to lay on one man. He sent Jonah to Nineveh, according to the history of Jonah in the Bible, to call upon the Ninevites to warn them that in just 40 days and 40 nights Nineveh would be overthrown. Why does he specify the 40 days and the 40 nights? We want to find out why did he give them that length of time. Because 40 days and 40 nights are used in the end of the world. To compare his preaching with the end of the world, and the sermon of the man, there, in that time. He should have that number to give us a picture of what the end of the world's figure will look like. Jesus fasted for 40 days in the wilderness. What wilderness did Jesus fast in? We must clean up as we go. This is the way scholars and scientists get after you. Everything you say, they chase you on it. I've been chased by scientists, scholars, and are still being chased, but not much now, because they're starting to see me as part of something new. I just want to teach you science. I'm just grieved over that. I want to teach you the science which you should know. I want you to learn about the presence of God and the presence of his messenger. I want you to learn them, then you can battle if you want. There's no messenger of God that comes to bully people that he's sent to teach. He lets them do that, but he's not to mock and bully them. No. We have thousands of preachers of Christianity in the country of America. You can't find in the Bible where God ever sent 1,000 people. The preacher may have to go there and get 1,000, but he never sends 1,000 to the people. I'm not making fun, but I only want you to understand. If there had been sent, with me, 1,000 more Elijah Muhammads, you would have seen me bowing out of that group, because I don't think God was so weak that he would have to send in 1,000. I just want to tell you the truth. I want to give you the theology side of the truth. This is what I'm here for. I know where we came from. We came from an enemy. Think over the time of slavery. The enemy made his own preachers and then had them to preach what he tells them to preach. He's still like that. Remember, Reverend, I'm not after you, I'm just trying to teach you the theology of time. At the present time, you see that he will back up any reverend if that reverend continues to believe what he tells him to teach. He will give him money to teach his Christianity. Reverend, let us look at when Christianity began. Did not God create Adam, as the Bible says? If God did not give Adam the true religion, what does he look like, then, saying to you and I that, here it is, now since Adam died I raised up Jesus? We have to remember, if Jesus has brought to us that true religion, yet Adam didn't have it, what are we going to say to Jesus if Muhammad in the 7th century, after Jesus, brought out another religion which is sweeping the earth and have more followers than Jesus? What shall we say? If God needed a prophet in the day and time of Jesus to tell the world that they didn't have the right religion, and here he is to give you the right religion, what did he say? Did he say that he came to give the right religion or to preach the religion of Moses or Abraham? He said, I came not to destroy the law of the prophets, but to fulfill. I got my promise from God, the God who was to come and has come. I'm not saying that you believe in a man being a God, maybe you don't. I'm not going to argue with you. If you don't believe man is God, I don't want to argue with you, just show me that which you believe in. Lots of people out there in the street criticize us saying that in the schools of Islam, you can't learn anything there, because the head of it is not a graduate of any school. They do that to keep you from coming here. I want you to remember that there isn't a prophet in the Bible nor Holy Quran who was a graduate of the people he was warning. Not one. If you can find me a prophet in the Bible who was a graduate from some university of the land, I will pay you $10,000 for lying. The Bible says that Moses was highly educated, brought up in the house of Pharaoh. That particular Moses, we don't find in the Bible where he was educated under Pharaoh's school in any degree. We find that Moses, whom they say was well educated, was educated out away from Pharaoh. When Allah called him to go to Pharaoh, he was not in Egypt. It was out of Egypt where he was taught. We talk a little too much on that which we know very little about. Moses was educated, but he did not boast of his education to Pharaoh. If he had, he would have been talking to Pharaoh in his own language. But he didn't do that. The argument they had between each other was about his non-expert language. Pharaoh didn't argue with him about giving him an education, but he condemned Moses for not having an education capable of talking with him. We want to be right in these things. Some of these places where you find Pharaoh and Moses exchanging arguments takes place in this time, not in their time. I won't go too far with it, because we don't have much more time. Question: you mentioned that the 10,000 angels were here in this country, and I wanted to ask, would they be from among the dead? Messenger: yes, brother. Yes, they are here. They are not to be pointed out to people who will point them out like in the day of Sodom and Gomorrah's destruction. There was the angel there with Lot that was going to do the job, but they couldn't tell the people before the day that they was going to do it, then the people would have tried to kill them before. The same way it is today. You can't point out the destroyers of the world to no one. You are pointing them out to the enemy to take attack on them at once, because they are human beings like you and I. And we can be killed. And if we have power to keep you from killing us, well then, we may bring about the total thing before time that the others get right and get ready to go out. These things is used by wise people and not by people who just would like to tempt God or tempt his messenger for just yourself. You got millions of people in America and they may all not be ready, and God wants to save us all. Not to do something just to please someone who would like to tempt God. You can't tempt God, brother. This is dangerous to try. And to satisfy one person and his desire, you can't do that. We have millions here to please, or rather to try to save, and we hope they'll be pleased with our safety. Question: Mr. Elijah Muhammad, about 2 years ago I had a cousin that joined with the Muslims, and she was an Orthodox Muslim, and she was one of 3 wives to her husband, and I can't understand why the two are so diverse and why aren't they just a whole? Messenger: I'm not up here to go over the laws of the Islamic world with you. If you read these things, you read them. So I'm not up here to condemn nor take away anything, only to teach you which Allah have give to me to teach you. If there's any more of this kind of talk, we're dismissing. Because 1800 to 2000 people could talk on the orthodox Muslim rules of Islam, while they don't know it themselves. But you have to come to school for such. You have to be schooled into that. Not come and ask questions, because your question demands more than just a word or two. It demands a lot of answers to your questions, and that the people that is not interested in what you are asking will not like me to keep them in here listening to what you have to say and question until night. It's getting late and the people would like to go home, and that I don't care to get involved in a lots of Orthodox Muslims' rules, regulations, and laws of Islam. We are bringing to you a new Islam. As I tell white people, they ask me sometimes, they say, well, those over there, they don't believe in your teaching. I say, that's natural. I say because this is something new, which they never heard before. I said it takes time. I said, but nevertheless we have the key to the whole world of man whether you believe it or not. I have the key, and it's written in your book, that I have it, and God give him the key. Question: Mr. Muhammad I would like to know why was Yaqub allowed to rule for 6,000 years? Messenger: there was no God in his time that could prevent him, and it was necessary for us to learn from one that was in us, and outmidst, what he had that could rule others for 6,000 years from 9,000 to 15,000. Question: can you tell me why is the white man going into outer space and how far will he get? Messenger: going up in space. It is to fulfill the scripture that thou may ascend up to heaven, above the clouds, but yet I will bring you down to hell. Question: Mr. Muhammad, I'm a old-time Detroiter, and I remember a long time ago there used to be a temple on Theodore and Hastings Street way back in the 20s. I wanted to know, is it the same setup or has it changed since then? Messenger: we haven't changed Islam, we go into more knowledge of it, but we don't change it. Question: have you heard anything to the effect that government officials are trying to put pressure on the black Muslims similar to the pressure that was put on other black organizations in the past? Messenger: I have been doing this work for 40 years. I have known many groups to rise up since that time and carry into practice what you have in mind. But actually our people in LA and New York or any other place, here in Chicago, they have been mistreated right along. They go to prison and the federal penitentiary, as they call it, institutions. But that is all given to us. The trial of the black Muslims in America must come to pass. We must be tried. Theology of Time, July 30th, 1972. We have been teaching on the subject of the theology of time, the secret of time. We have a lot of work to do. We're going to do all we possibly can to get over to you all that we can, so you will have some knowledge of us and our presence in the world. In fact, this is what we are here for, to get over to you an acquaintance which God has sent to you through me. We want to get acquainted so fast until we are nervous. Our acquaintance means much. For a long time, 40 years, I have been around you sounding this kind of trumpet. There was an end to Noah sounding his trumpet in his day and time. There was an end to Abraham and Lot sounding their trumpet in Sodom and Gomorrah at that time. Also there came an end to Moses and Aaron sounding their trumpet to Pharaoh and his people. These kind of trumpets are the mouths of men and the words proceeding from their mouths. These are the first trumpets that sounded an easy sound, because they're coming from man's mouth. The other trumpet is not heard directly from the mouth. It passes through some mechanical instrument. That's the kind of trumpet I'm warning you to be aware of. They are linking it up now. Don't forget that you are in the time that has been kept hidden from you by the enemy of the time. Why is this time a secret from you? Because they don't want you to know the end of their time. They know that you will be happy to meet your God and serve him, because they are not the God that loves you and want to serve you with freedom, justice, and equality. Therefore, they keep it hidden. Allah has raised me up from among you to open my mouth and tell you these things without fail. The Bible, a book of books, has warning in it. If understood, you also would know the time. It's given there in the Bible, but the enemy, knowing it's referring to him and his time, translated it in such way that you would never know it. You would be just like the people of Noah, Lot, and Pharaoh. That is why God has to take one of the dead and give him life first, so that he can go around to the doors of the other sleeping dead and rain truth on them, telling them to come on. In this knocking on the door of the mental sleeper, he wakes them up to join onto his own kind who are already awakened. The enemy is shaking them to sleep as fast as the awakener is waking them. The enemy, blue-eyed Caucasian race, have had the right to keep us asleep for 6,000 years. Now he admits to me that he knows that this time is meant for us to rise. He said to me in Washington in 1942, "Elijah, we knew this was coming for a long time, but if you had started preaching 20 years ago you would have been shot outright." Think of that. Me, little old boy, standing before Washington and getting such answers against you, and to verify the Bible's teachings and holy Qurans, that they killed all the prophets. A prophet of righteousness, a prophet of justice had no place among the white race before today. They have tried to kill me, as you know, many times. Many of you know this. They're still trying to do so, through you. He's afraid himself, but he thinks you foolish and that if he tells you, "Go down there and kill Elijah," you certainly will make an attempt. You're just that silly. You have never loved yourself, and therefore, you could not be expected to love me enough, not to try to attempt to take my life, just because the devil told you to do so. But here is a boy standing of this platform that you know he can put that small time stuff over on. We don't search you at the door thinking that your gun will go off and kill me. We just want to let you know the science of the time, that the weapons of the devil will not be used. No more using the devil's weapons to kill the righteous of God. No. This is your last brother. Your last doorway, out of this mess. I'm not here to show off. I'm here to show you something, but not to show off. The secret of the time has been kept from the black man of America so long, that he, himself, don't believe in time. We, the first to rise from among the sleeping dead to instruct you, teach you, the knowledge of the day and time you are living in. This is your day and my day. The white man don't have nothing in this day but death. We can be proud, if we want to, just because we may have a few dollars that is dying, a natural death. The stock market tells you, hourly almost, what your money's doing. It's dying. I begged you last year, year before last, to loan me your money and that I would pay you 10 cents on the dollar, but you think your great God, the devil, has plenty of money and I will give it to him and let him pay me interest on it. Pretty soon, he won't be getting any himself, nor you. But there will come a time, I want you to remember I'm not dumb to it, that he will come out making you to believe that he has a great future. God will fool him like that, to get you like he did all the other great strong people that he destroyed. He gave them a little break before their actual death. He made them think that they were going to live a long time. But after that little deceiving break of enjoying happiness in their way of life, death came to them right in the midst of it while they played, while they married, while they were hating the messenger that was among them. All of a sudden the call came. We have it written in the book that, as it was in the day of Noah, so shall it be in the day of the Son of Man. Who is the Son of Man, Mr. Muhammad? We all are sons of men, brother, but this Son of Man is different from all of the other sons. The God that I call your attention to today is the Son of a Man. You used to hear this from the Christian pulpit and you had many imagination about that Son of Man. What that actually means is that the God who has the power to bring in the judgment over the made man also is a made man and is the Son of the real man. I know, if I was in the church, they'd throw me out because they don't understand. The Son of Man to usher in the judgment and judge man is a made man too. The original man went and made him out of the made man and out of the original man. For what? He wanted to get part of each so that he could come and get you and me. And divide us from the made man, put us back where we belong. The original man actually was not made, but self-created. We are from a self-created God, not a made God. I hope you understand. You are a great people, a great people. Just think over, you are not a made person, but a created person. We can make something from others or from that which is created. We can make all we want, but now let us create something. You can't do that. This temple here is from the material that was created in the earth, when the earth was created. So the material is old and old and old, because it's made out of the material that was created. The devil has not created nothing. If there be one of you that can prove to me that the devil has created something, I will give you $10,000 out of my brother's vest pocket for lying. The white man has not created nothing. Everything he wants to build his world with, he found it here that our Father had created. Who is your father, Mr. Muhammad? That is not the father of the white man. My father is not a made father. My father is a created father. After his self-creation, he began creating others. He is able to produce out of nothing something. I want to say to you, the theology of time/the time that we are living in, the secret of the time was made so that you would not be able to know exactly when the time man is going off. For he will have you so full of fire against him, if you knew, you would probably take him off before ever the time expired. Who would not be angry with a person that was not satisfied in taking away our valuable labor, but took away from us the knowledge of self? That is the worst robbery you can do, to go and deprive a man of the knowledge of himself. You can't be robbed any worse. I'm not so powerfully late. We have been teaching on many things. We have also, and is today, teaching you how to eat and what to eat, how to eat to live. Why? Because it takes eating to live. You can't live without eating, but you must know what to eat and when to eat. Oh, doctor, I'm not after you. I know you still want to make a few more nickels. But let us all move around to a more healthy corner. All of our food been prepared by Satan is for death of us. How to eat to live. Number 1, we must learn the right kinds of food to eat. Second, we must know what time to partake of that food. And then, after we correct these errors that we have been making in food, we will start living. God cannot prolong our lives unless we obey Him in what to put in our mouth, because what we put in our mouths keeps us here and the same takes us away. You say, well, Mr. Muhammad, you get sick. Yes, I get sick. Maybe I'm sick now, but it's not because of Muhammad's ignorance that he's sick. He's well aware of his cause. How can I fulfill the scriptures if I don't suffer like you? We, today, must learn the mistake that our fathers made for following this devil out of Africa to come to the West. But it was for a good purpose. We learned something for following an enemy to his kingdom. An enemy was made to rule for a limited time, not forever, but for a limited time. God wanted us to get a thorough knowledge of the enemy, then make us, the most wisest and best people, to use to build the kingdom of heaven, as they call it, on earth. The prodigal son. He had went off and went astray in a far-off country, following the enemies of himself and his people. The poor man, he had no friends among them, and the Bible says that no one gave unto him. But after the God went out at the time when he knows he would be seeking, a friend met him and escorted him back home to his family of kin people. He knew that this man was without the knowledge of self and the knowledge of the people that he had been serving and the knowledge of his people back home. He had lost knowledge of all. But God foreknew this, so he came out and met his son. Just at the time, his son had decided, in his heart, he would go home. He went out and met him. This is a beautiful parable. At last there arose a famine in that land to make that prodigal son come to himself. A famine arose there. The famine became so forceful that it took the bread away from the prodigal son and all the money he had. He became in want. We like to talk on it to show you where you are. He became in want, and the want fell upon him so hard that he began to think over his own home, looking around himself, seeing horses getting fat off the corn, and he getting lean from eating nothing. He began to think over his father, wondering could he return to him after being such devil of a boy. He said, in my father's house. Think over those words, he has bread to spare, where this enemy of mine doesn't have bread for himself nor me. I will arise. He began to fix up his story of what he would tell his father. He was going to say unto him, I'm not worthy. He began to think over the things he went through with, taking an enemy for my friend, and now he himself had nothing. I don't have no job. I can't get a decent job. He wanted to give me a job feeding hogs. I'm not supposed to be around hogs. His family's Muslim, and the idea that I got to go around a forbidden animal that I should not touch. I've got to get out of here. Father, I don't want you to recognize me as a son of yours. You are too great for that. I will insult your whole house, for I have lived among strangers. Where have you been? I've been astray. What did you find there? Famine. They don't have nothing to eat, Father, but you have bread to spare, and I'm here, as I asked the stranger for a job. I didn't ask to be a guest of his. I just asked him to let me have a job, and he soon had no jobs for me. America soon will not be able to give you a job. You are of the non-American. You are not the white man's kin, nor are you his friend. Regardless to how you claim that you are his friend and will do good by him, you can't do it by nature. You, both, are different people altogether. He can't be your friend, nor can you be his friend. By nature you are different. As the Holy Quran says in 30:30, that you are created by the nature that calls you to righteousness. The devil is created by the nature which calls him to oppose you. And he's doing it. And you want to have your parties and your conferences to get together to see can't we form some kind of way of telling the white man that he's mistreating you. He knows that. He wasn't made to treat you right, and he will tell you that. He listens to me every minute of the hour. He has his mechanical instruments set upon me all the time. He hears every word I'm saying now, but he cannot condemn the words that I'm saying through this mic, that they are other than the truth. You will never see him out trying to face me to condemn what I say. Never. You can go tell him, come on down here, Elijah's talking about you. He'll say, I don't want to see Elijah. No. He doesn't want to come down here to try to tangle with me in the truth. It's just like the Bible teaches you, they will shut their mouth at him. I am the him the book is talking about. They will hear me raging at them sometimes. They'll ask some of my boys who stay around near his house, was he mad with us? If I am angry with you, what do you want to do about it? My voice is getting a little, kind of old, and it's got to have a little rest every now and then. I take a little drink of water. Every now and then. I have a very good grandson. That's my grandson that you see pouring water in me. He can't pour the words in me. He pours the water in me. The time, what time? The time of a race of people who were made on time to serve a certain limit of time. What is time? We know time as a motion. We calculate from one motion to another motion, or from one movable thing to another movable thing. The Caucasian race, the white man, was made by one of our gods who looked into the germ of the original man. He found in the original man, while in his laboratory, that the black man's germ had two men in it or two people. He learned from that knowledge how to separate the two germs. The brown germ could be separated from the black germ is what he learned. He could deprive one of its life and make the one he saved rule that which he deprived of life. That's what happened 6,000 years ago, wherein you find it written in the Bible, let us make man, and in the Holy Quran, we made man. Let us make man. Who were the us? The us were black people. That is who the us were. Let us make man and give him dominion over all life. Then, at the end of 6,000 years, we will remove them with death and set the original man back as ruler. Well now, Mr. Muhammad, come on, we have that something we could ask you here. Yes. I am producing an argument. Also, I am producing the material to refute the argument. What's that the fellow said in the book? He said this, Mr. Muhammad, in the volumes of the books he comes. You can't single out a single book for him. If he comes in the volume of the book, why? He answers himself, because they are written of me. Then he challenges the reader. He says, you read the scripture and in them you think that there is your salvation, but they only speak of me. I don't want you to think that I'm boasting, but look at what is written. Which one is his firstborn? Firstborn from what? There's plenty of men on this earth, mister. Who are you to say that you are the firstborn? He's my first spiritual born from the spiritual dead. I don't want to get rashy at you, because you don't have the argument to come back challenging me. But I want you to get away from that Bible, which Satan has poisoned by the touch of his hands, taking out truth and adding in lies. He took the truth and make it ununderstandable to you by putting truth into various types or forms, making forms for you to understand. In so doing, he halts your understanding, using symbols you were never able to read and understand the truth of them. So, God loved you so well that he took one of you off aside, opened the book and said, "Son, read it. I will analyze it." For 3 years and 3 nights and a half, I would just sit beside him. For 3 years and a half, he was teaching me, night and day, that which had been hidden from us for 6,000 years. It was so poisonous that it just absolutely put us to sleep for the last 400 years. I thank Allah that I have been sent by him and he's backing me up to bring the enemy to his well-doomed hell. You are looking for God to come. What God? You don't know and never was taught to know. You were taught, he. Where is he? You looked up in the sky asking, where is he up there? You can't single out he up there. Does the Bible teach you and me to wait for a he to come out of the sky? He said the Son of Man is on earth, and his Son. You can't look in the sky for God and his Son to come jumping out of the sky. That's what the devil is up there looking for now, and he will never find him. The parable is given of the water that was gushing up out of the earth at the heel of Ishmael, while his mother was running all over the hills looking for water. There was an ever-flowing spring at the heel of her son. Yes, I feel like going ahead. I don't feel like staying behind at no junction. I would like to make you acquainted with the Almighty God so that you will know him as I know him, and whom he has raised in your midst, out of nothing, to bring you into something. Well, I reckon it's a good thing for me held down, as the Holy Quran teaches you, that suppose Allah shuts the messenger's mouth, then he doesn't warn them. Well, that's right. Because he knows that I'm so over-anxious to tell you what he has told me, and if he didn't shut my mouth, every now and then, I certainly would keep it open. Speaking to you here who numbers around about 2,000 people, I want to tell you what God has told me. The secret is for me to tell, after God tells me in my ear. I jump up on the housetop and tell it to you. He told me, brother, when I tell you, you can get up on top of the house and yell out your wisdom. But I'm so anxious to tell you, he has to pull my coat. The time, the book says, tell them that time is up, the time shall be no more. God gave him extra time, but nevertheless, the time that was set for the white race is now up. They are constantly telling you about their disagreements that they are having with each nation. I'm not going into the politics of the nation, because I have declared to him that I would take nothing to do with his politics. I was not raised up to be a political man and do that kind of service. I'm not going to take part in it as long as his lives. He's got a corrupted political world. Let us stand and look at his die, then when we build one, it will be one to live forever. Let him die the natural death of an enemy. As you may hear daily, like I hear, oh, that's our people concerning the white people. We must do this and we must have that. We must have schools. We want this and that. He's wasting time. Get out. Go out and do something for self. Stop wasting time, sitting around. Stop walking up and down the street begging white people to give, the old once slave, a place with him. As you know, these preachers begging preachers. They don't beg for a chance to go for self. They beg for a chance to live with the enemy. He wants to go right back into the slave house, sit down beside his slave master, and tell his slave master, recognize me as one of you. You would think that he would want to get as far from his slave master as is the east is the west. He sees his slave master killing his black brother all up and down the street, all up and down the highway, and he's still begging, let me live with you. Accept me like you would accept yourself. All the history of slavery he reads he should be begging the white man, loan me one of those cannons you have. This is awful to see a people treated like us, by another people, then go back to that same people, begging them to make us their friends and their brothers. I get so vexed when I hear our people begging for a place with the devil that I can hardly sleep anymore that night. That's the truth. He's begging his enemy to take his own life. I don't want to live. I want to die with you. That's what he's telling him. I don't want none of Elijah's teachings. I want to be your friend, not Elijah's friend, hating white folks. Poor foolish man. I don't want to go with him. I'm not going nowhere with no God away from you, Mr. White Man. Oh, my brother, if you only could see what I'm looking at, you would wish that you had not been born on the same earth that they are born on. Oh, my beautiful sisters, running around laughing in his face. Every time he looks at you, you want to show him, yes, sir, I love you. Why do you love the white man? Because he's Una-like. This is why. You're not looking at the principle of the nature that he's made out of and in. All you are looking at is the surface of Una-likeness, and you're ready to cast your little black baby into fire to go along with him, later, in fire. It's awful. But this is the great day of separation. Time. We heard of this kind of time coming ever since we were born. Right? Time. Time for what? Time for the great separation of black and white. The Bible teaches you, there will come a great separation. And that the sheep and the goats will be divided. The sheep to the right. Why to the right? Because in the creation, they were created right and they should stand to my right, representing the members of the creation as being righteous. You don't want to stand there, though. To my left stands a goat. Why do I call him a goat? Because the mischief-making goat, this man is like. A goat will go out and cram the clothes line, then eat up your clothes. He will walk on your nice clean rug, then turn around and chew it up. The God gave him the right name when he said he was like a goat. The poor little sheep stands over here making no trouble with no one. Oh, brother, it's something to think of. I saw a lamb, not a kid goat, but I saw a lamb. Think over how he styles the races up. Out of the lamb's mouth proceeded great words that the enemy couldn't stand the words. Then all the people rose up, blind, deaf, and dumb, to the understanding of the symbolic lamb. They called it Jesus back there 2,000 years ago. Poor thing. They had not studied the nature of the lamb, or why a person is called a sheep. How could Jesus be called a sheep? How could he be called a lamb? He was not the first of his people for you to call him a lamb newly born, or the world would have been changed in his day and time. Why he's called a lamb further in the Revelation is because he's the first that is born to bring about a new civilization, and he's the first of that new civilization. Yes, brother, it is time. Now if we say the time has come, all of our lives, we have been running off at the mouth over the coming of the time, when the time comes this and that. How much knowledge do you know of the time? Why do they refer to the judgment as the time? They are talking about the judgment of the devil Caucasians. Why then are they saying that the time will end? They mean judgment. They understand that. If the white man was made and the God like the man, and he gave the man dominion over all things that was created by him, then why did God make this man for destruction, knowing when he made him, that he intended to data him? Why did he make the devil? He made the devil, brother, to show you and me how much wisdom was locked up in the black man that had never been made clear to the black man. The wisdom that was in him. So, if God made a man to kill, why? He made this man and shaped him and formed him like he made himself. In the same form, did he make this man? That's why he says that he's made like unto his God. I guess you would like that I hush. But since mankind, not the man, but mankind, must be destroyed because of his affects on the man. Therefore, we must remove from the man that which affects man. Mankind is affecting the original man. Read the devil, blue-eyed Caucasian's history. From start to finish, he has been an enemy of the black man all the while. He poisoned everything that comes to us. He laid his hands to poison it. Now you're getting books to read of how he has destroyed and continues to destroy you. You have lots of books teaching you today. He's putting them out himself, of how he poisoned the black man in his food, and in his water, and in his medicine. He's poisoned it. He especially doesn't want to leave his black slaves here whom he taught from the cradle. Now, for God to take that same man, of whom it is written that the devil taught, he will teach him the wisdom of how to rid the earth of him. This is what you must remember. Bear in mind, at all the times, that Jehovah did not drown Pharaoh, he made Moses to do the job. And run on over here to the last of the book. He did not sound the trumpet himself, but he made an angel. He told the angel where to go and how to stand. You must remember how to understand the theology of God's teaching. You must understand. I'm teaching to you how to eat to live. Now, after you eat, I can tell you, Abbott, how long you will live if you eat like that. I can't tell you if you eat your good meal, then spoil it with a poison meal after it. God cannot lengthen our lives unless He take control over what we eat, because what we eat keeps us here and what takes us away. Eat the right food and at the right time. You say, well, Mr. Muhammad, are you doing all of that? No, I have to live a period among you like yourselves, then after living the same life that you are living, then God brings me out of that life that you are living, then still gives me life to live the life that He wants me to live. He picked up Job and he turned him over to the devil. He told the devil, there he is. Do all you want, but save his life. I didn't give you his life, but I gave his life for you to do as you pleased with it. But yet, after you do as you please, he'll be back to me. You think, probably, as Job's friends. You must have done something, Elijah, that got to afflict you like that. Yeah, I did something. I did the same thing you did, that's why you're afflicted. But don't think I don't know how to be wise and healthy. I already have the knowledge with me. But I want to show you that I can live your life for a certain time and then come out of it. As you know, the past 6 or 7 weeks, I was up here. Yes, brother, that's right, brother. But today, you hear me speaking. The Bible did not give the secret of the mule and Baal. The donkey asked Baal, why did you beat me these 3 times? Baal said, because you mocked me. He never said why and what mockery that the donkey was mocking him with. He never did say that the mockery was due to the nature in which he was made. The donkey had learned that by the nature in which his master was made in, that he shouldn't be carrying him on his back. So, he looked around, stopped, and he said, get down, man. He was saying, get off of my back, you are not such that should ride me. I should be riding you. We must, from this day on, remember that you have been the donkey for the white man, remember that. Yes. I feel pretty well. Doctors won't tell you to stop eating hog, because they want a job. It's not that they don't know that the hog is a poisoned animal, which should not be touched by man's flesh. Well, when a man wants a job, you can't fault him for trying to find him one. Tell your doctor don't eat hog. He'll be a doctor for you a long time. Those little pork worms weave through our flesh, and it keeps weaving and weaving until it gets into the spinal cord. It keeps weaving and building up a family into millions everywhere it goes. They are not the kind of worms that will prolong your lives. It will shorten your lives. Don't eat hog. Don't eat any kind of meat, if you can help it. But if you will eat meat, eat the best of the meats. Sheep meat is not a glorified meat, but it's better meat than the rest of the meat. Don't eat either kind if you can help it. There is no meat that is good to eat, so God taught me. If you just must have a piece of meat, go take that little young pigeon that's never flown away from its nest, eat him. But after it leave the nest, don't eat it. When I went to Egypt for the first time, I saw so many pigeons one morning. There were squabs coming in for ovens to Cairo. They looked like little caged birds that we cage up here. I went down to the market in Cairo to look at them there, and I saw all of these little birds. I said those are the birds we need in America. We need a whole truckload of them coming in here, like the chicken raisers do there, coming in with their fowl. I want to say again, I didn't see a piece of hog coming in. I want to say again, you don't go in among Muslims asking for no hog or they'll show you the way out. This dirty, no good animal lives off filth. You can't offer a hog anything that is too filthy for him to eat. He'll eat anything. He is a dirty rascal. He's so dumb, if you feed him he'll never look up to see where it's coming from until you stop dropping it down to him. He will run all over looking for another mouthful with his nose in the ground. When he gets through, he drives his nose in the ground looking to see if anything went down in the earth. He'll turn up the earth for it. He's a no-good animal. He's got ugly eyes. Don't eat the hog. When you eat him, your born children will have some of its characteristics, such as going along with their head hung down, having muddy and reddish-looking eyes. Don't eat that animal, please. You'll never see the hereafter if you keep saucing your hands and mouth in that flesh. They won't let you live near to them. No. They are wise. God said to Moses, don't eat that animal, don't touch that animal. Don't touch its carcass. He a forbidden animal for you to eat. The devil comes along and says, what's wrong with it? I don't see nothing wrong with that hog. His meat is good to me. Tell him, say devil, you go ahead, that's what it was made for. Well, if God made it, he made it for us all to accept what he made. What he makes is good and very good. Brother, you haven't learned the truth. He made the hog to cure the white man's disease. It is medicine. The hog is a medicinal animal. In the South, when I had a boil on me, I'd go and cut off a piece of that salted pork and apply it to that boil. It would help bring it to an end by bringing up all the poison to the surface. Then I'd burst it, and the poison that was making me sick started running out. Just think, I'd go and eat that thing? Let us never eat another piece of hog as long as we live. Even if we 20,000 years apiece, you won't be classified as a good member of a first-class society, and you won't see the kingdom of God. Not one hog eater will enter the kingdom of heaven unless you stop eating the hog. This is one teaching God gave to me, especially, and that is, don't you eat the hog. Over there in the dominant society of Islam, if you mention the name of it, they don't want you in their society. Don't even talk about a hog in their presence. I had experience. I've been over there. I visited both holy cities, Mecca and Medina, and all the other cities in what they call the Near East, Holy Land. So, you're not listening to a man that doesn't have some knowledge of what he's talking about. The people living there have been observing it all their lives. I am a man that has visited the people of Mecca and Medina and what you call the Near East, around in Egypt and the northern part of Africa. I'm not saying things about which I have no knowledge. I have a captain here who has visited all these places herself, and that's why I choose her for our captain, because she has experience of the people of Islam and of other than Islam. She can help me with my women folk in teaching them the knowledge and characteristics of the Muslim woman. Then if she doesn't carry it into practice herself, I got a big lake over here. How to Eat to Live. I'm bringing out to you a very beautiful book on that. It will be a hardback, and you're going to like it. I'm not going to try to get rich off you in price. I don't want that, because I want to give you the truth. What it costs me to get the book in shape to be published, I have to pay. He won't just give it to me. So, I have to charge you a little something. You'll have that nice little hardback book with golden letters on it, How to Eat to Live, which means how to live and have life, with which you're satisfied and loving to live that life, because you get something from that life. You can make life faster than you can remake it. I hope you understand. How to Eat to Live. Did not you know that man has been studying this all of man's history, throughout his history, that is, how to live longer? His life became so short after the devil was made. The black man, the original man, following after him and shorting his life, has been praying to God all the while, night and day, for knowledge of how to live, how to prolong his life. This has been the study of our scientists for many years. How to lengthen man's life. It's simple, but the enemy makes it a very puzzling study. But it's simple. In the hereafter there will be no doctors, only for such things as bruises and broken limbs, but not for the physical care of the physical body. There are people over there right now, I ran into them, who are ashamed to tell you if they feel sick, because they know they should stay well. Go over there and meet them for yourself. If they are sick, they are ashamed to tell you, because they made themselves sick. Sickness comes from yourselves and from another man. It is not that God created sickness for you. He didn't create death for you. We kill ourselves by not knowing how to live. You can and I can live as long as we want. You can live as long as you want if you know how to eat to live. The water of our earth is being poisoned by this blue-eyed devil, thereby cutting you life short by even drinking the water. He has learned how to poison it. He is the one who furnishes our drinking water for our lives. He's fixing us up too. He knows what he's doing. He knows that the black man is going to put that going to him. He, therefore, is angry with the black man, seeking to destroy every black man on the face of the earth. Believe me or let it alone. I don't care how you think your beautiful snake-eyed and blue-eyed devil looks to you. He wants to destroy you and is doing everything to destroy you and me, not tomorrow, but today. Oh, if only you understood. Well, how are you going to escape? I'm going to follow my God and do everything He tells me to do. Don't think that they mean any good for you and me. No. No. He comes to me laughing, "How you do, Mr. Muhammad? How you do, Mr. Jones?" Shaking his hand. Both of us have death in our hearts for each other. Yes, brother, because the time has arrived. I want to eat. For what, Mr. Muhammad? To live. My beloved brothers and sisters, you are beautiful. Soon after this war regarding the going out of the world, as the Bible says, we don't know yet what we will be like, but we know that we will be like Him. Why? Because He must make us like Him in order to prove His civilization that He makes. If we don't look like Him, then He can deny making us and we could deny being made by Him. We will be made like Him. He told me all about that. That's a great long lecture in itself, of what you will look like in the hereafter. He has given me that knowledge and how you will be changed in that way. I have all of that in my little old big head here. You as a child must know your alphabets first. I'm looking for help. I'm looking for the black scientist that knows something about how to build and how to tear down. I want both a wrecker and a builder. I will teach you how. As you see, I'm my own ruler. Those that follow me are coming along fine. They soon can go for themselves. Some of them are already going for themselves. This is what I want to do. I want you to be yourself and rule yourself. Don't jump out before you get your diploma, lest you come running back to me. Wait until I tell you that you can go for self. Don't try before you get the diploma or your degree. If you have already gotten a diploma from part of this work or on some part of this work, now get your degree. I want you to remember, today I have one of my greatest teachers here. We have with us today our great national preacher. The preacher who don't mind going into Harlem, New York, one of worst towns in our nation or cities. He is our brother in Detroit or Chicago or New York. I want you to remember, every week he's on the air helping me reach those people that I can't get out of the house. I want you to pay good attention to his preaching. His preaching is a bearing of witness to me and what God has given to me. This is one of the strongest national preachers that I have in the bounds of North America. Everywhere you hear him, listen to him. Everywhere you see him, look at him. Everywhere he advises you to go, go. Everywhere he advises you to stay from, stay from. So, we are thankful to Allah for this great helper of mine, Minister Farrakhan. He's not a proud man. He's a very humble man. If he can carry you across the lake without dropping you in, he doesn't say when he gets on the other side, "See what I have done." He tells you, "See what Allah has done." He doesn't take it upon himself. He's a mighty fine preacher. We hear him every week and I say, continue to hear our Minister Farrakhan. We want to unite together for the sake of God who wants to save us. We can't be saved from the destruction of the enemy by making friends with the enemy and believing in him more than we believe in God. Come out of her, your Bible says. Come out of her. Be not partakers with her and her destruction. Come out of her. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep running to keep from getting back in her. All the scientists that you read of, who fasted and prayed, they were eating people. Some of them, that you hear and read of, ate nothing but vegetables, but they were eating. So, let us eat to live. God has taught me to teach you how to eat to live. All the time, I pray that God will enable you to live the years of Noah and Methuselah. I pray that you live 1,000 years too. Theology of Time, August 6, 1972. The theology of time is the thing you should know. You should know what has been, and what's still being hidden from you. I am the fellow who is raised up to open my mouth and tell you what Allah has revealed to me, which was hidden, so that the prayer of the Prophet Abraham and others would be fulfilled. God has raised up a teacher from among ourselves, taught us the truth of this world and the truth of ourselves, of which this world has deprived us. I am the little boy that you read of, there in the Bible. If you take note of the name Elijah in the Bible, it comes in the Old Testament and leaves out in the New Testament. He's followed by many witnesses of the prophets and the local prophets. Some of the local prophets don't have too much to say, we call them minor prophets, but he goes directly to the point. He doesn't miss nothing of what has been revealed to him. He tells it right out. In the past, we find where the messengers of God had people claiming an excuse, but this messenger is to make it so plain that you can't claim an excuse. If you said, in the beginning, which was about so long and so long, or it was so long and so long, don't say about, because it had a beginning. There is nothing before us nor behind us that didn't have a beginning. We used to say, nobody knows, and that was right, but there was a beginning, you see. If God was not before the beginning of what account you have, then who was it before him? He was the beginning himself. Listen to it good. The beginning of time was made by the beginning of God. We had no beginning before he made himself. We could not calculate on time, because there was no motion making time until after he made himself. He made a motion, and we've been reading time ever since. Understand me good. Let me go back over it. In the beginning, that was when God was making himself from an atom of life. The motion of the atom was counting time, but we didn't know how to count it. He, who was being made, didn't. So, we had to wait until his complete make was complete, and then set up a time clock for it. His motion of coming out as the atom was making time, but there was no one to calculate it. He couldn't calculate it himself, because he had not yet become material enough in his brains to calculate his own movement. Dealing with the subject of time, meaning myself, God has taught me, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, how these things began working. I'm teaching you so that no man can deceive you as the Bible teaches. No man can argue with you and win his side of the argument unless he's on your side. We're very happy to be living in such a glorious time of the coming of God, of whom the Christians call God, which is one of his attributes. It's a glorious time, because you are being accepted for something that you thought you were not, a righteous person and not as a wicked person. Think over all the sin that Satan caused us to commit. We are not guilty of it. Allah declares that he will not charge us with the sins of Satan before he arrived. Some of us have done quite a bit of sin, and we are certainly happy to know that the book won't be shown to us. The devil has poisoned the world. I don't mean a spirit. I mean that blue-eyed Caucasian walking out there where you can see him. You never do anything like shunning the devil after you're dead. You won't meet him. No, because death takes away everything. There is no coming back. I don't know whether you Christian believers are ready to believe it right now or not, but go home and think it over. You will come back and tell me if there is any coming back. If you say, Muhammad, you told other than the truth. You see, I'm here. Then I will say, it's a great day in the morning. There are so many people that don't like coming to listen to Muhammad, because he says there is no heaven or hell for us after we die, and that when we die, that's the end of us. I say, brother, if there was a second end coming to us and there was another chance, I would be a greater believer in it than you, because that would convince me that I'm preaching wrong. I would come back. I would like to have a chance, if there was anything like coming back. If you put the cold chilling hands of death on me and then wake me up and warm them up again, I would not feel like getting up. I would be afraid something else is going to happen. Once death puts me to sleep, let me remain asleep. I would be conscious of the fact that I'm asleep, and I don't want to be conscious of that sleep if I got to come back again to that same grave like the Bible teaches you. There are a lot of Christian ministers who take it just as that God raised Lazarus up out of the grave and gave him life again. Well then, why did Lazarus have to die then? God is more intelligent than that. He would not have raised Lazarus up and then let him die again a physical death. He would have been mistreating Lazarus, but that's the misunderstanding of the preacher. The death there doesn't mean a physical death. He declared that himself when he told the people to come to the grave. He told them that he's not dead, he's just asleep, meaning that he's not physically dead. Show me where you have laid him. He went and looked at Lazarus, while still declaring he's not dead, and then he called on his Lord. He was not trying the God, for he was well aware that God knew what he wanted. He said in words, I'm not trying to tempt you, but for the sake of these disbelievers that stand by, answer my prayers for what I am asking. I know you can raise him, but for the sake of these disbelieving Jews. I'd change that today and say for the sake of disbelieving black people, let him rise. The white people, the devils, have so thoroughly killed us of the knowledge of self that they don't think that no man could take you out of what he has put us in. An agent of the FBI told me one day, while asking me about some of my followers, he said, Elijah, you have a hard job. I said, you made it hard. He looked at me and smiled and said, oh, Elijah, I was not here 300 or 400 years ago. I said, but you are from those that were here 300 or 400 years ago with the same mind. He laughed again. He said, you just want to accuse us anyway, right? And we wasn't here. That was our fathers. I said, show me whether you have changed your father's teachings toward our people, which is now a more higher way of making a man mentally dead. I said, you know more of how to now apply your father's work to such a higher degree that the man don't know he's dead. So, my beloved listeners, we are here with the truth. Whether you believe it or not, you are hearing it. Believe it or let it alone. I'm not forcing you to believe, but I'm condemning that which you believe in so much so that you won't be able to condemn me in what I believe, because we make it so plain. You want to make the Holy Quran something that is not worthy of being respected as the Bible. We make the Holy Quran more respected because the people that translated the Holy Quran were not liars. But the people who translated the Bible added into the truth. It's not that the Bible doesn't contain truth, it contains plenty of it, if you understand. They make it hard for you to understand by putting the truth in symbolic language, then you cannot understand that which they have translated symbolically. So, Allah has raised up an interpreter of the Bible and an interpreter of the Quran for you, which He has given to me to rely on when teaching you the truth of Islam. The religion of Christianity does not make it clear enough for you to know the truth. You will say, oh man, go on. Yeah, I'm going on, but I'm going on with the truth to you. In the Bible, as I said, the truth is covered up by symbolism and you don't know what the symbolism is. Look at those horses in the Bible that are being spoken of. The Holy Quran does not use no such imagery, but the Bible uses all of this to blind you to the knowledge of the truth. And I saw another horse come out and on him was such and such type of rider. These are governments that he's referring to of his own civilization. He don't want you to know the truth that it's referring to him because the picture of it looks ugly. And I saw another horse, a black horse, and his rider had a pair of balances in his hand. This is you and me in our time of the control of the world. We have been robbed of the truth of this by them. This rider is your people on that black horse. They don't deny that the black man will be last. Even in his symbolism of teaching, he still declares that the black man will be the last. To be born and nursed into the civilization of the devil, the white race, you would not realize it until you have been made right in the understanding of the truth. Then you'll understand that you were afflicted and blinded to the knowledge of it. I know what is going to take place. Allah has taught me of what's going to take place in this time. Some of it, I don't like to tell you. It won't make you feel so good, and I want you to feel good while I'm teaching. The Bible teaches you that the devil will have power to rule over the people until God comes and destroy them. This is true. God prepared hell for him in the day that he was made. Think over that. Before the man was ever made, hell was prepared for him. If the Bible teaches you that, Christian believers, why do you want to go along with him, since his destination is hell? You say, I don't know when that will be, neither do you. No one is given that hour but God himself, and then he passes it over to that angel that you read of in the Revelation that places 1 foot on water and 1 on land. The preachers used to use their imagination in that. Of course, they didn't get too far from the truth. They used to say that the angel would ask God, how loud was the sound? He'd make it a little imaginary. I used to hear my father preach it, and he'd put his imagination to it, because he didn't know. Today all imagination is removed, and the light of truth must shine so clear that you cannot claim that there was a cloud between you and it. I am the little boy that's talking to you now. There is no body coming behind me, but God. I'd better tell you that. I'm like it's written in the Bible, wherein it says that, before that great and dreadful day, I will send you Elijah, and he shall prepare the way. He must have enough converts to lay claim to the devil's world, because God would have some people in it. We can't execute judgment on the enemy until we separate them. We must separate the enemy from the righteous. The first thing he did is call all us righteous. How did he do that? You follow Satan, and all that you do of evil, you've gotten it from Satan. Now, Satan is to be destroyed, and God has come to take that which is not Satan's and give him his own. How are we going to escape? It's plain and easy to separate you by what you do, if you are following after the devil. God comes and declares that you are not one of the devils, and that you are now the righteous. You say, I haven't been righteous. No, you haven't. That which you were, unrighteous, it was not your character, that was the devil's. You had no teacher to argue with the devil and his teaching, which caused us to act contrary to our nature. We are not devils by nature. We have been deceived by the devil and didn't know who he was. We didn't have any teacher of our own to tell us to, come back, don't follow that man. He kept our foreign visitors away from us. When they came in the country, he kept them among himself, and we never saw any of them or knew they were here. We didn't know ourselves. We used to wonder, why do these black Africans come here, and he shows more respect to them than he do to us? We all look alike? He was trying to keep your black brother from Africa from mixing with you, to teach you some truth of that about which the white man had lied. You are learning it today, because as it is written in the vision of the dream of Jacob, that he saw a ladder reaching from heaven to the earth, and angels ascending and descending. Well, you never understood what that was, because he had put your mind so far into spooky things. The devil made you think it was something that is not a person, and that it is something like air out there, or the form is out there of air in air. You just didn't understand it. If he saw a ladder reaching from earth to heaven and angels ascending and descending, these were people and the connecting through language. This is what prophets teach of God that will be done. The people in the devil's civilization will come out and go up to Allah, up the ladder of time and teaching. Jacob seeing this ladder means the connection of you and I with the God of righteous people who are called angels. It is true that he was looking at the end of his time, wherein the people he had deceived would one day be connecting with the people of righteous, and they would be going from heaven and from the earth, where they lived. You'll find this in the Muhammad Speaks newspaper on the front page over the head of it, black men locking hands with black men. This is interpreted as we, who have been lost from the way to get to God and the heaven that he prepared for us, now can shake hands with our brothers all the way around the earth. This is now coming to pass. He will respect you and highly respect you, if you say that, I'm a follower of Elijah or believe in Elijah. He recognizes the fact that, this man is the man who we've been looking for to join us together again. There are scientists coming to me sometimes, almost weekly, because they recognize what I mean. This is the day of uniting. Africa is uniting with us, because as the Holy Quran teaches, they heard a caller calling to the right way, therefore they are here among you today and plentiful. There are scientists walking around with their mouths shut, waiting for assertion time to open it. The time given to the white man is up and he doesn't deny it. He doesn't deny that his time is now up. He preaches it himself. In the Holy Quran, it is said that where he tries to clear himself of misleading you, he says, I did not cause them to go astray. I just called them and they come. He says, I'm not responsible, they are responsible. He tries to show things he has done to open your eyes, but he knows you were not going to open them up. He couldn't tell it strongly like a God-sent messenger, because by nature, he was made to hide the truth. When you go sit down with the white man for him to teach you the truth, he misleads you, because the truth is against him and the truth is his doom. Never go to him looking for no truth. He's not made of that material. When he was made a liar, made to oppose truth, and to oppose you who believe in it. I was looking at lip profession, how it is taught in the Holy Quran. I don't think you should be worried about that, and neither should I. We go a little closer to the teaching of truth and how the enemy, white man, hates it. The greatness of man is the subject in chapter 2 of the Holy Quran, under the name the cow. It's the name of the chapter, because it teaches about the devils worshipping a cow, therefore they took the cow for their subject. In chapter 2, 34th and 35th verses, it reads like this, "And when we said to the angels, be submissive to Adam, they submitted, but Iblis did not. He refused and was proud." This is the devil, white man. And he was one of the disbelievers. Here, he was one of the disbelievers, means that there is stronger opposition by us here in this time than there was in the days of Adam. And when we said, O Adam, dwell thou and thy wife in the garden and eat from it plenty of food. Listen to what it says here now, and approach not this tree. This tree is the devil, lest you be of the unjust. We have already experienced this. For many years, we have followed the devil, thinking what he said was the truth, and therefore took his advice. We are now being brought up to the knowledge of the truth of this man. The next verse reads like this, "And as to those who disbelieve in and rejection of our messages, they are the companions of the fire, and in it they will abide." What fire will they abide in? You can't abide in literal fire, but the fire he's referring to is the punishment of what you will get, in this life, for not accepting the truth. You will be unsuccessful in carrying out that which you think of. If it's not of Allah and the message that he gave his servant, you cannot be successful. The Holy Quran teaches us that if you want to know the successful ones, they are those who believe in Allah and his messenger. They are the successful ones. Over in the 45th verse of the same second chapter it reads like this, "And seek assistance through patience and prayer." Think over that. Some of us never pray at all, and if we do it's only when we get in trouble, then we are like a man sinking at sea. He never believes that Allah will help him until he's going down in the water of Allah. That water, Allah made. It can sink us as good as it can make us feel joyful while riding on its back. And seek assistance through patience and prayer, and this is hard except for the humble ones, because they don't pray. When they need to pray in their most troublesome times of life's disaster, they don't know how to pray. They didn't believe in Allah in the beginning, but he will call on Allah or any God that is powerful enough to hold back the power of the water to keep him from drowning. This, the Holy Quran teaches, is what Pharaoh did not ever pray and recognize God as being the all-wise and the most powerful one until he started sinking in the Red Sea and his lungs filling with water. He knew that was the end of him. So, the Holy Quran teaches that then he said to Allah, recognizing his greatness and power, calling on him in Arabic, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. By admitting that Allah was the greatest, after death had taken hold of his body to take him in. At that moment, he recognized Allah to be the greatest, whom he had opposed all his life. Allah was now giving him an overdrink of water, which he was supposed to live by. His lungs were now filled up with water. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Allah heard him. Think over that. He heard him and accepted those two words. He made his name to live in order to convince other disbelievers that if you call upon him and recognize him to be the greatest, he'll pardon you of your sins. He pardoned Pharaoh and caused Pharaoh to be talked about and honored by those who have the knowledge of truth, that this king opposed Moses until he had no air in his lungs to continue opposing him. By recognizing Allah as being the greatest, he was recognizing Allah to be greater than he was. So, Allah forgave him, though he was dying, he made his name to be remembered. He's referring only to the white man and those who willfully, after knowing, continue to follow him. Though they had a chance. God forgives them if they would leave the devil and come to him and go back to the people. They are not guilty of the devil's sins, and he has declared them to be free of the devil's sins. The angel is a very beautiful sight. He puts one foot on water and one on land, so the Bible says. Since this is true, universally, out of both books, here is the secret of it. The man was raised off of the food and water of the earth and food out of the water. He eats food to survive. So, the angel is cutting him off from both. He puts his foot on land and on water too, because without either one of these, you can't exist. The book teaches us that it was his left foot and his left hand, and his right foot and his right hand. The right hand and the right foot were on water, and the left foot was on both water and land. There must be a division made now. Since you've gotten your life out of both, I have to declare that the time that you were to feed from both is up. Time as you know it now, you will soon know no more. The time given to the enemy is up and it won't be known anymore. God is declaring that the white man won't exist in no form, nor will his way of teaching the people exist. He's got to go, he and all his work. The 45th verse says, seek assistance through patience and prayer. You need to have both. You need to say your prayers and you need to be patient. Wait on the Lord and don't try to run ahead, because you can't be the head runner. You'll run into something that you cannot put out of your way. If you get in a hurry, ask Allah to assist you to be patient. In the Holy Quran chapter 2, in the Arabic language called the Surah, the 46th verse, he says, who know that they will meet their Lord and that to him they will return. This is the believer, the Muslim. They know that they will again meet with their Lord like the Bible teaches too. He came to them and they recognized him to be God. He puts the faith into their hearts to continue believing, like oil is put in a burning vessel to keep light. Therefore, your 5 wise and 5 foolish virgins have a place here in this. Those who knew that the bridegroom was coming kept their lamps burning. Those who didn't believe it, they let their oil burn out. When the bridegroom came, the noise was made, here is the bridegroom, go out to meet him. These were surprised, because their belief had gone out and they had no belief that he was coming back. Just like oil burning out of a lamp, it has no more power to give life. So, that's the way it was with half of these who started out, all had the faith, but it went away from them. The Holy Quran refers to this time of those who turn hypocrite. Time can prolong, and hearts harden. That shows you how the people love this world. They can't have patience to wait too long for an execution of it by divine. They get unhappy and restless and they say something similar to what we find over here in the Bible. In Paul's epistle, he says they would say, why have we worked mournfully and the wicked, meaning those that are not doing this, they are happy. Here we're going around mournful looking, but the Lord heard this, and the Bible said he took account of the people who were afraid to turn back into the world. He said, those will be his. These will be mine. When a man isn't afraid to break the law of God, which isn't good, then he's defying God to bring about his execution to him for breaking the law, because he's disregarding it. He doesn't like it and he goes back to the enemy of God to join up with him again. When he sees the approaching doom, he will want to go back, then, and join up with God, but Allah is not cheap. He's self-independent. He so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son to save the world. Wrong. God never was so foolish to give his best angel to save the wicked. This only begotten Son means he is the only one that was raised from mental death and prepared and taught how, by God, to teach the people and bring them back to mental life. So, I'm here calling you to return to your own. What's so wrong with your own, that you don't like it? You are the beginning and the end of this world. You began this world from making it from you and me. Yaqub, the father of the Caucasian race, he made the Caucasians from out of a weak germ of us. He didn't go out and get something that was not already in existence to make him a man. He came right back to himself and looked into the germ of the black man and found a man. Therefore, it is true that you are the first and will be the last. No man can produce another man equal to the black man without going to the black man. Allah warns us here in the 44th verse of the 2nd surah or chapter. He says, do you enjoin men to be good? Do you teach other men to do good and neglect your own life? Do you enjoin men to be good and neglect your own souls while you read the book? You read the books, Bible and Holy Quran, and they teach you to be good. Then if you don't be good while teaching others to be good, you will be the loser and they will be the winner. They did good, believed in it, but you being the preacher of good, neglected to be good yourself. Did you think that just the name would save you? No. You have to be saved by works. Your work will save you, but not the telling others and you not acting on your own teaching yourself. Allah draws our attention to acts of Israel. O children of Israel, call to mind my favor which I bestowed upon you, and be faithful to your covenant with me. A covenant is an agreement. I shall fulfill my covenant with you, and me alone should you fear. There is no God to fear beyond God. He is the key of all gods. I am the Lord thy God, he says to Israel. And me alone should you fear, and do not set up another God besides me. Don't try seeking another God to try to make him my equal. The devil is powerful all right enough, but he's no equal to me. This is why Allah make a messenger or apostle to contend with and opposer of his. He's not enough for God himself to attack, so Allah makes an apostle to attack him and show his apostle how to win. He knows both. He knows the devil and he knows the apostle. His apostle is from God himself, the beginning of man. From this, he makes the apostle aware of all the arts and all the attacks of Satan. He makes him aware of all of his arguments, then gives him the knowledge of how to refute the enemy's arguments. He gives him the knowledge of how to make the enemy bow to him. This is true, the enemy bows to me. I'm going to tell you this, as the time is up. I'm put here in answer to what you read in the Bible, as Jesus said of himself, that he would get done whatever Allah willed. They both were together in the wills. What little you think of it, I'm just like that. Whatever I will, Allah will make it to come to pass. Since Jesus recognized the fact that he was not that man, not that prophet or the one who was to come in the last days, he had to die for his mistake. What was the mistake? The mistake was that he thought that he was on time, but he learned that he was not on time, to usher in the judgment of this world. Therefore, he prophesied and admitted that he was ahead of time. He was not on time for it. He prophesied in his acknowledgement of his failure to come in due time of the end of the world, and that he couldn't do it, because it was before the time of the world. So, then he prophesied, but in words he said, when he comes. What he is that? He said, the one who Moses prophesied of, and now I see, through Moses prophesy, that this man is yet to come. He will give life to the dead. He will destroy the enemy that I dread and hope to destroy, yet I'm ahead of the time. So in words, he would say, keep waiting, he will be along whom the Father will send from himself. I guess you say, you're preaching too long. When you go to analyze what is written, it takes you longer to do that than the writer. The writer can quickly write it out, but he didn't know what he had written. So I say, my beloved listeners, it takes more time to untangle the entanglement than it did to tangle it up. This is the end of the world. You should know what that world is and what it has done contrary to the world that is coming in, so you won't later say, I didn't see nothing wrong with the people. If they said they were wrong, why didn't you prove this? Why didn't you prove that? Well, we are here to prove it. Take for instance, the white man's world. It is now dying a natural death. Everything he lays his hands on is a failure. If he was ruling in righteousness, according to the teachings of the prophets of old, he would be prosperous instead of being unsuccessful. Even in that which he has prospered and been successful in wicked ways. Now, a righteous one comes, who is an enemy to the ones of evil. He sets up his kingdom on the very basis of righteousness. He gets a servant to champion his world and makes him so firm that he is declared to be like a rock, a stone that is capable of breaking up stones, and that if a stone falls on that stone, it will break to pieces. If this stone falls on that stone, it grinds it to powder. He's a tough stone. If you have a stone that you want to build on, get one that won't crack if you put other stones on it. The Bible says, symbolizing the man and stone, he's a stone that is a tried stone. We didn't make a mistake in knowing whether or not that stone would hold the weight. We've already tried it, and since we have tried the stone on which we want to build, we want this building to stand, so we build it on a stone that will stand. I'm not here just to preach to you that Jonah went to Nineveh, but I'm here to preach to you why the trip was made for Jonah. I don't want you to think that I'm here trying to show off. I'm here doing my work which God sent me to do. In the desert, as Moses gave to us from the history of his travels with Israel, the desert also must be interpreted, because it all reaches back to us. If we don't know why he was out there in the desert, doing what he did, and that it is a history made to reach us here today, we must prove it. What I'm telling you is what's prophesied. He said, "The Lord thy God will rise up from among your brethren a prophet like me." How is he like Moses? Jesus glorified Moses by saying that God will send us a prophet like Moses. Number 1, Moses went after a people that had been deceived by a people. He had gotten a hold to Pharaoh, who was an enemy to Moses and his people. In this history, it gives us more light on the last messenger and his work. I'm not going to preach that sermon. I'm just touching on it as I go along. What you really need is knowledge of understanding, for misunderstanding is the hell to man. I'm here to give you the understanding of divine, which you have failed to get from the enemy of divine. I will help you see what he looks like from the inside out. Then if you want to, after he has deceived you, continue living in his deception, that's up to you. No place in the history and in the scriptures will you find where the last messenger argues with you after he gives the truth to you. He leaves you to later ponder over it, or you can go on disbelieving it until the truth, bearing witness to the truth of the messenger coming from God and his actions, starts coming against you. Some of you think that you still have the freedom to do as you please. You can't continue doing as you please in this world, because Allah is erasing this world. So, you won't have no place to carry on your evil. The other people, they're all righteous, and they won't allow you to live in their righteous world with your evil from the devil of this world, of whom they are destroying. You can't hold on to this. This is what I'm telling you. You're not free to hold on to it. You're not free to act. This is a free world, granting you the freedom of doing like this world does. In the next world coming, you won't be free to do anything you want to. You will have to do just one thing, and that's what that world's rules, laws, and regulations bring to us. Take for instance, this devil having the freedom to do evil and to teach us evil, he did not allow interference by prophets. He worked against them, so says the Bible. He beat, enslaved, and imprisoned them, and then killed them, because they were not wanted in his world. He was to rule the people with wickedness and not by righteousness. So, being, as the book teaches you, the last of the prophets, he won't put that small-time stuff over on me, because Allah has caged me in his mercy and protection. Therefore, you can't get to me any more than you can get to God, in the way of doing harm. He has made me like himself. Whatever I do and whatever I want done or will to be done, it will come to pass. This is just as important as I'm teaching you the knowledge of him, the devil. You're not going to see the God coming down from heaven and stand here beside me and verify it. The only way the verification comes from him is, if I see you continue being contrary to what I'm teaching you of yourself and the will of God, that will is in me too. Allah will let my will be done on you. My wife is at home, gradually dying, but I didn't want her to die in a hospital, lest Satan would boast that her, the wife of the messenger, God didn't save her and he couldn't save her. We would have went out, fearing not Allah. And I knew he would have something to say that would weaken your faith in me and God, whom you have never known. You never did know the God that he preached to you, because it never existed. It was only himself. There's no such thing as a God living upstairs. One preacher I knew in the South, I used to go to his church just to hear him get on this part, that the earth is God's footstool and the heaven is his throne. So I kept listening at that preacher and kept listening at him, and I said, he's got something right there, and he did have something right. The earth is his footstool. This planet that we're on is the first planet that was made with life on it, from the sun. Regardless to the scientists saying that Mercury was the first planet. Mercury was not the first planet made. Mercury is a sign. It's a sign of Allah's messenger. The planet Mercury is so close to the sun that the astronomers think that no life could exist there, that it's too hot. Suppose we would be drawn through the atmosphere of the earth to the sun and drawn through cold so terrific that we couldn't live in it. The cold is always near and surrounding a planet of life. When it gets where there is no such thing as the planet saturating the atmosphere with water, you are getting into an altogether different universe than the one you came out of, because you come out of a universe around your Earth which is saturated with water. When you get into dry space, where there is no water to fill the space, you can't tell what that space feels like. Since you are made of water, you have to put on something to shield yourself from being destroyed by dry space. I'm not going to teach astronomy to you. God has taught me almost everything I see and hear. He has taught me that. Do you not remember reading in the Bible, Psalms, where David said that God has opened his ears to make him to hear, and his eyes to make him to see? These are two factors of man which David picked up on. God taught it to him, even to the knowledge of birds and their language. He told me that he went into Africa, in the jungles, and learned the language of the birds. So, I thought about David and I smiled and said to myself, when are you going to teach me the language of the birds? Why didn't he say the beast? Because there is a finer characteristic about a bird than there is about a beast. The Revelator refers to this devil as a beast because of his characteristics are similar to a wild beast. Well, I guess you say, you're getting away from your subject. No, I'm teaching my subject. If you don't know the messenger who brought the message from God, how can you learn of the sender? You got to learn the messenger and his message, which he has brought to you and is all but forcing you to listen so you can learn of the sender, who is God himself. You think that I'm stepping out of the way when I say that I am sent from God. The people of earth have been hearing that ever since they made an enemy to man 6,000 years ago. I'm only verifying what the others said. I verify them and they have verified me before I was born, and after they prophesied that Elijah will come and must come, then he must come. Why? He must come and make a new path for his people. They're in the wrong path. The path they're in is a crooked path. The people don't live upright in that path, because it's so crooked, which is like the snake or serpent. The snake is so crooked that you have to follow his trail around to find out where he went. You couldn't stand at the end of the line and look straight down the trail or the track that he made while he was crawling. You have to follow it, because the curve is subject to turn in any way. If you don't follow the curves he's making, you won't overtake him. So Allah have made me to follow the curve and catch him. The theology of time. What time? The devil's time, not our time. They didn't put up a clock for us. The timepiece given to us never runs down. We all want to live, says the Bible and Quran. We have history of prophets and non-prophets living a long time. The Bible says, according to David, that the wicked doesn't live out half of that time. Well, that's right, but every man of history that we read of in the Bible, other books, and in the scriptures of the Holy Quran, are all long livers and were prophets or something of the kind. There was some righteous person, not a wicked person, but righteous, because wickedness of the wicked destroys the wicked man. By nature, man was not made to destroy himself unless he's guided by a destroyer. We die quick under the guidance of the white man, because he comes here just to live for a few days and go. I sat up and laid around my poor wife suffering with pain and whatnot. I prayed over her. I don't care anything about too much sleep, no way. God didn't make me to sleep very long. He told me and those others that were listening to him, he will be like myself, a couple of hours will be sufficient for him to sleep. So, I sit up and laid around on the side of the bed honoring her in her helpless state of sickness. I noticed she would sleep sound as long as I was laying around on the bed or sitting there where she could open her eyes and see me. I hated to leave out for the sake of wanting to sleep and rest. What kind of sleep and rest did God prepare for me? He didn't prepare and sleep and rest for me, no. If I'm to be like him, he doesn't have no rest. He works night and day and I have to work night and day. So when people get restless, you'd better let them go. If you don't, they'll turn into being something else, then you'll have another job to do. Of course, I'm not talking about brother back here. He just feels for me, because he thinks I'm not too well. He don't know, but he's looking at the weakness of the body and I'm looking at the strong faith of the body. It can sustain the body, that is, strong belief in the security of you, and security of the power of God. You can't get too weak, because weakness did not bring us into the world. Some days when I come in the MGT and the FOI class, if they ask me to tell them what I meant by this work, I will teach it to them. I will give you a hint here. Man was created in haste, therefore, he's hasty. That is true. You study on this until I get you in your classes, and I'll teach you what that means. In fact, I'm not risen up from among my brethren into the knowledge of divine, to not be able to answer to that physical fact. You will bear me witness whenever I do explain it to you, that it couldn't be nothing else but the answer. This is mentioned in the Holy Quran, that Allah created you and then He completed you, but the man who was made from us, He was making haste. His time is short. He must hurry and get busy in his work, but this is not quite the answer yet, and I can't answer it here, but I'll answer it in your classes or to your teacher. I am so full of light. He has a lot of work to do, and I'm doing my work. To you, my beloved brothers and sisters. I'm not going to say beautiful brothers and sisters because you can't be beautiful until you accept Islam. That is true. The mark of the devil will remain on you until removed by Allah in Islam. When you accept Islam, you start getting beautiful. As we love to be beautiful, because I see you at the mirror all the time. Come follow me, sisters. You will be beautiful. You're going to be so beautiful until they'll admire you shadow a mile away. Oh yes, they're getting to be like that, which is why they don't leave. If they weren't becoming beautiful, they'd be going, but they're in the process now, believing that the end will be a beautiful woman, and that's right. Allah didn't come here to make us ugly. He didn't come here to let us remain ugly. Everyone that accepts Him, He starts you to growing into a new life. That growth is a beautiful person. I'm your teacher. The Holy Quran teaches us that if you, who turn to righteousness in this day and time, at the end of the Caucasian's world, Allah will make you grow into a new growth. He told me about it when He was with me. He said, "No, brother, we will have no ugly people. We will have no people with gray hair and bald heads." He said, "Brother, all of our black hair will come back to us," and the Holy Quran says this is done by Him blessing the righteous and growing into a new growth, instead of you growing and aging up into decay. Decay stops on the other side. No more decay. He told me, we will look the same as we were when we were 16 years old, and that we'll keep that same look, beautiful and tender as we find in David. He wanted the God to turn him back into tender age, and turn him back into the energy that he had when he was in his teens. He referred to it as a young goat, so he could run, leap, and jump. Well, all of this He proved that we would be just that. As the Holy Quran teaches us, that the hereafter is something to be prayed for and desired. As you move on in days, months, and years, you become a different person altogether. I used to teach in Chicago for 6 long hours. Sometimes I would double it. I remember one time in Robbins, Illinois, I started to teach there in the town hall at 7 o'clock that evening and dismissed the people 7 o'clock the next morning. When I am feeling very well, like I am now, I would teach you all night and all day. When I was in Washington making Temple No. 4, I used to dismiss the group and go to some of the sisters' homes to have dinner. When I got there, some of the group from the temple had already arrived. They probably knew where I was going to have dinner, and they all were sitting there just as eager as they were when they arrived at the temple. Sister Dorothy used to work in the secretary's office at that time. I love apple pie, so when I would get to her house that evening, she would have me a nice beautiful apple pie. I would try to go for it along with some lamb she had roasted, then comes almost the whole temple there. I began to have 2 thoughts about them. I wondered which one was I preaching to you, physical food or spiritual food. Sister Dorothy is the sister of the brother who is my son-in-law. She was a wonderful and faithful sister when I and others, even her husband, was in district jail there in Washington for preaching Islam. They were going into war and didn't want any hindrance. They confessed to me. All they put you in jail for was for you not to be out in the public preaching to your people that teaching that you are preaching, which would prevent the successful persecution of the war between us, Japan and Germany. He said, "It is not that what you're teaching should not be taught, but we just want you put up to keep you from teaching it while we're trying to fight these 2 people, Germany and Japan. It's not what you are teaching. And I looked at him and said, "How can you put me up for teaching if you don't put me up for what I'm teaching?" When I came back here to face the parole officer down there in loop of the U.SA, he admitted the same. He said, "Listen, Mohammed, you go ahead and teach what you always have been teaching. Teach the teaching just like you always have. Nobody's going to bother you." He confessed that, "We were just at war and we didn't want you to be out there telling the people that they had no right to this war, although they would have been just like you and nobody would have been going to the war like they should have been going through with. It takes so much to teach you, because you never have heard it before. To try untangling this snake who we've caught up with, then he swallowed us down so deep that it takes a long time pressing his body to push us up to his mouth to get us out of it. I'm charged with delivery of the message. Not a one of you are charged with that, because the message was given to me. And if I have 40 million helpers, every one of them are helping. Not that they are responsible for the message. If you read the Quran and Bible, I'm the only one who Allah will hold responsible for you not getting the truth, because He gave me the truth. The way He gave it to me is like a flowing spring or like a flowing fountain. The fountain has enough drink in it to give everyone a drink that comes to drink. You don't need a new fountain, just try drinking up what this fountain has to drink. In the holy city, Mecca, there is a well there. It's the well of Zamzam. The righteous drink of this water, but they shall drink the spiritual truth from Allah, of which they will never be able to get to the end of it. It's so much. Now that this sign here is a sign of the truth, which the messenger brings to you. He is the well himself. It made me think over Jesus talking to the wicked woman who had been so wicked all her life. She was a woman that was filled with adultery, and that she married one husband after another one. Of course, she would not compare to anything today. If she was here, she'd laugh at her 7 husbands being a small beginning. I'm not going to go into the interpretation of that, but I will someday when I have more time. I drank out of that well of Zamzam myself. Its water is very light and easy to digest in your body and my body. I tried it. Little boys came around serving you with it, and they expect you to give them a little something. So I kept reaching for another cup. I wanted to know whether or not this water was healthy water and would not have any effect on your body. I kept drinking cupful after cupful. When I left from them, my stomach felt just as light as it did when I came. I said, that must be the well you drink out from, where you don't need to be thirsty, because you can drink plenty of that water and it doesn't lay heavy on your stomach. Of course, the teaching side of the well that never goes dry, and the Bible and Holy Quran both, is referring to the spiritual well of God. We go so far in a thing, then we begin to settle down in it. We don't need to be called to come to it. We're already in it. I love you so well that if I had a table for each one of you, I would tell the brothers to put the food on it. I can, by the help of Allah, feed every one of you that's here and won't be in the bread line tomorrow begging for me some bread. I did feed 10,000 once, and I still can feed 10,000. Not that I'm boasting that I have lots of money to do so, nor am I boasting that I will cause some miraculous thing, like the Bible said happened to Jesus, to feed 7,000 people. It would be fed similar to that, but I don't call it a miraculous thing. I could feed 20,000 of you, that is, eat all you want, and this is no exaggeration. After you eat all you want, Allah makes it appear to me that I am not giving away nothing, because I don't miss it. I don't go home and sit down and say, if I had not given all them people that food, I'd had something. This is true. I never miss nothing I give you, nothing. Shah. That name is from one of the 7, who were 3 of the scientists from Muhammad's teachings. This Shah or Shada, as you may find it in some places of that language, wrote. They were scientists on Islam and helped in the building up of the Holy Quran that Muhammad said he saw and was given. Well, to not say he saw it, but the words that were given to him from Allah, they put them in a book called Holy Quran. The Holy Quran is one of the most finest names to us. It is a book of healing. It means healing, and it is healing us of the wounds of Satan. Theology of Time, August 20th, 1972. In the name of Allah, the most merciful. All holy praises is due thee Allah, the Lord of the worlds. the most merciful, master of the day of judgment in which we now live. Thee do we serve, and thee do we beseech for divine help. Guide us on the right path, thee of those upon whom thou hast bestowed favors, not upon those whom thy wrath has been brought down, nor of those who go astray after they have heard thy teaching. Amen. I think every believer of Islam who's on the face of the earth, whether they're in America or elsewhere, should be happy to see the day and time that you and I are witnessing here in North America. Because in the past, there lived prophets and wise men who only read that this day was to come. If they could have lived to see just half a day that you are looking at today and living in, they would have been happy. We are living in the changed worlds. The old world is going out and the new world is coming in. This is something that we all should be happy and thankful to Allah for. We should glorify His name for allowing us to live to bear witness of the change of worlds. It is a wonderful thing to bear witness of and to see your world, the new world of Islam, coming in. Not the old world of Islam, but a new world of Islam. Behold, I make all things new. This is what the scripture prophesied of God, that for the first time, you will witness seeing Him in person. All in the past, except with Moses, the God was not seen in person, because it would bring about a change. The change was not to come in those days, that would have been a permanent change. Therefore, you and I are lucky to be living here today to see the God that will set up the kingdom of Islam to live forever without any future interference. There never will be an enemy openly attacking Islam, the religion of truth and righteousness, anymore. There is no future prophesy of any. This is the end of opposition and attacks against the righteous and their religion of Islam. Islam has a beautiful name corresponding with the principles and beliefs. It is very beautiful. It is doing away with so many gods that have cropped up in our midst and before our face since the making of Yaqub's world. Yaqub is the name of the God who made the white race, and he made them for the purpose of destroying Islam. But he missed. And I think that should be a warning forever, that a man can work hard for 6,000 years trying to destroy the religion of Allah, but missed. We are still here. Now take the Pakistani Muslim who also translates the Holy Quran. This man's name also is Ali. They both, Maulana Muhammad Ali and Yusuf Ali of Egypt, mean good, but being a Muslim myself, I want Allah to have all the credit that we can give Him without mistake. I love saying Allah. I love to read the Holy Quran, saying Allah, and teaching me of Allah. Allah is a great name for the Divine Supreme Being, because it covers everything. It means all. Everywhere God is mentioned, He is there. He's all in all. So, I like that name. He says in the 5th chapter, 119th verse of the Holy Quran, they use the word surah. Since we're not so familiar with the Arab language, we use the word verse, which we can understand. Allah will say, this is a day when the truth will profit the truthful ones. This is a day on which the truthful will prosper from his truth. Being truthful in the midst of falsehood and get no credit for being truthful, then God will have to defend your truth and yourself too, because you are in the midst of people who love untruth and not truth. There is a day, he says here in the 5th surah of the Holy Quran, that it will come when the truthful's truth will benefit the truthful. If we have served God all of our lives, and then a day comes for checking out from those who are against our way of belief, then if the author of truth, of which we have been believing in, will not defend us, then we are lost forever, and the author of wickedness and liars will prosper. It would have been better if we believed in lying, if the liar is going to triumph over the truthful. We have been told all of our lives that a judgment would come and that God will judge both truthful and untruthful. We find in the Holy Quran where the author of other than truth would try denying misleading us, and that he will declare himself a believer in what Allah has brought to us like crazy Pharaoh. He waited until he was near drowning to death before he would admit Allah was the greatest. That didn't help him much. He had to drown just the same. But to show you that Allah is all merciful, he gave him a break, just for saying he was the greatest, because Pharaoh had tried to make himself the greatest. When he had no mastery over the water, that was taking his life from him, he said, Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. You are the greatest. You are the greatest. Allah gave him credit for admitting he was the greatest. There are many followers who would like to wait until they see the showdown, then they will admit to you and me that Allah is the greatest. This wait is just right around the corner, it's not very far. The will of God is what I would like to talk with you on for just a while. The will of Allah. Let thy will be done. We always want God to do His will, but we are not always prepared to receive His will. While we wait for His will to be done, we are doing our will. This is not so good. Thy will be done. We must accept the will of Allah today, and not our will nor the will of other than Allah. To you who have never heard this name applied to the Divine Supreme Being, it means that Allah is the greatest of all and the all-knowing one, all-wise one. You have too many gods in your religion. We don't know what God you mean. You curse with the name of God, and you're always disrespecting the honor that's due to that name if you're referring to the Supreme Being. We say the Supreme Being and not something in the sort that you declare Him to be. I want you to get this in your mind. We are not worshiping something spooky or some kind of formless spirit up in the sky. We have never seen anything up there but sky, stars, planets, and that's all we can see up there. We don't see no God walking in the midst of them telling us on earth that, I am the God up here and I am the God down there. We don't hear that. The scientists have made glasses so far reaching into space that they can tell what's on the surface of planets millions of miles away. So, what should we be worshiping when it is that which we know nothing about? It's just a lie which the devil told us, that God was not man. He knows better, but he didn't want you to worship Allah as a man. He has even got some of the Orthodox Muslims believing such lies, that Allah is not a man. The Holy Quran teach you of them, saying that the messenger believes in a man. I don't like to challenge you in no such argument when I know you don't know what you're talking about. That is why we have a day of judgment to test out all of these things that people claim to believe in. Allah says in His Holy Quran that, on the judgment day, if you bring a God up besides myself, you will not be able, in words to say, to win. There is no God. He says, but me. I am Allah, the best knower, I am Allah. Think over that. If you want to make a spook out of me, look at me good. I'm not a spook, but I am Allah. I stayed with Him and He taught me for 3 years, 4 months night and day. If you think you know Allah better than me, let me question you. If we are not going to have a thorough knowledge of God on the judgment day, when will we have through knowledge? I want you to remember these things. We are not here to tell you other than the truth. We are here to tell you the truth, because others have gone before who have done the lying, and using things they had no knowledge of. They would guess, and their guessing makes mistakes. The Bible and Quran warns you against such things. One says to Abraham and Ishmael, to raise up one among them, they prayed for this, and teach him the book. The Bible, and the wisdom, for many of them they guess at it. The preachers who love to be called preachers, after their white enemies, will kill himself and his people too, just to have the white man call him reverend. Well, that's right. The Bible teaches it like this, that they love the praise of this world and neglect the hereafter. They just love to do things that satisfy the blue-eyed Caucasians. I care nothing about his blue-eyed devils, for it's written on the judgment day, Allah will gather the guilty blue-eyed. This means white people. The guilty blue-eyed. He'd gather and push them in a lake of fire. So, if your blue eyes don't believe in Allah and Islam, you'd better change them. Have them operated on and put some black eyes in. The will of Allah, let thy will be done. Allah has not been free to do His will for the last 6,000 years. This was due to the time given to the devils to do their will, trying to deter us from Allah and His truth. He gave the devils 6,000 years, remember this, to destroy the truth of us and to destroy us sickly. I don't think you have studied this too much. For nearly 40 years I have studied scripture and history, after Allah taught me for 3 years and 4 months. He gave me 104 books to study. He gave me the number of them and the place where I could find them. I studied, and He gave me a Holy Quran in Arabic, but I couldn't read it. So, He got me one in Arabic and English translated by Muhammad Ali of Pakistan. Later He found one translated by Yusuf Ali of Egypt. He brought me that one. Then He told me, I will give you a holy Quran when you learn how to read Arabic, then I will give you a holy Quran in Arabic. He said, I made it myself. He showed me that holy Quran in Arabic in September last, but I couldn't read it. I could only recognize one letter in it. I expect him within a year to come back with that same book. A man, you can call him what you want to, given a job as I have been given, can't take the material things of this world to bring it in as a foundation for another world. These things here in books, that I have read, will not do for building a new world. We must have a new teachings. The Holy Quran will live forever. Why? Because it has truth in it. I will not say it has some truth, it's all truth, if you understand. Notice the Holy Quran is unlike the Bible. The Bible is full of prophecy, the Holy Quran is not. The Holy Quran is a message directly to Muhammad, the messenger. This is why it reads, say so and so and so. And when they say so and so and so, you say so and so. This is a direct message to a student under the teaching and guidance of Allah. So I want you to understand these things and why the Bible is a book of prophecy. The will of Allah, let thy will be done. Allah's will could not be done until the will of him that was given a certain time to rule us on the planet Earth was done. This God must have the freedom, and the right of that freedom, to rule according to his God. This is the white race of whom I'm referring. There has been many attempts made by prophets to put a stop to the will of the devil, to rule the people, but he was the winner. His will had to be done, because God and the scientists of God in the world, as we call them, prophets, they could nor overcome the devil. He was given 6,000 years to force us under his rule, if he could. Such people as prophets, he killed them, and imprisoned them to keep them from interfering with the right of his rule. Up until today, he went after everyone. He is after me day and night. I don't say that I'm a prophet, because it's the end of prophets. I'm a messenger of God and not a prophet. I've got nothing to prophesy, because this is the end of prophecy, so I have nothing to prophesy. Elijah, the man, is prophesied in the Bible. He's spoken of in a few places in the Quran as a righteous man, a good man. The Holy Quran gives it to him. He was with the number of those prophets. But it is not exactly referring to him as a prophet. Because Elijah is not to come to prophesy, but to deliver the final message to the people and join with God. That's why you don't find his grave in the Bible nor Holy Quran. You don't find where they buried Elijah. He must go as it is written of him, not that he lives forever, but Elijah's under several other names. The Bible calls this name as meaning one with God. It says that this man's name means, God is with us. That is also a true interpretation. God is with us today and I am with you. The Bible teaches you and me that this Elijah must first come. He doesn't come after God. He goes before God, and this is what the book means. He must first come, but right behind him God will appear. The will of God. Let thy will be done. The Christians pray, on earth as it is in heaven. But, you and me never did get the true meaning of what he meant. How can thy will, meaning Allah's will, be done as long as the will of the devil is practiced? You cannot set up the will of God, universally, as long as he has a free enemy to attack his will. We must rid the people of the open enemy, as the Holy Quran teaches, from attacking the truth and from attacking the truthful ones. We must rid the earth of such opponents, who are not secret. They are open opponents. We must rid the earth of open enemies and secret enemies. Let thy will be done. As it is in heaven, let it be done of earth. Your will shall not be hindered, by no means and by no one. Therefore, God raises up himself to fight the final war for truth, peace, and security for the righteous. He comes out himself to be the champion, and leads the righteous to victory. It is a great thing to know that his will comes into practice and use, in the last days. Wherein, God only wills it and there it is. This is the way it began at the beginning. After God created himself, he then willed that the heavens and that which we see above, beneath, and around us, come to pass. He just willed that. Here today, we see it. Here, today, we are enjoying it. A will that was made in space, where there were no planets and no starlight, but his will comes true and makes material things to come out of nothing. The brain had no limit of power. His power was forever to be respected and made known, the will. This is what's going on today. When a righteous person becomes so righteous, he gets so close to God, God accepts him as his friend. Then the wills of each is with each other, and what one wills, the other wills. This is what the Holy Quran teaches you and me today, that the will of Allah is the will of his messenger, and the will of his messenger is the will of Allah. I will grant you whatever thou desire. Think over that. Your desire is my desire is your desire. The belief in me is the belief in the messenger. The belief in the messenger is the same. Make the messenger an object to take your chance with him if you believe in the messenger. That's sufficient. You believe in me. The messenger's will is according to the will of Allah. He can't will something opposed to Allah. Allah has taken over the messenger's heart, mind, and brain, making him to react according to his will. Thou will be done, let thou will be done. He's on time, that his will should be done. Satan has lived over his time. By we, the poor lost and found black people of America not knowing Allah or the will of Allah, Allah had to give us time to be justified in bringing about an end to Satan's rule. We are here in the midst, born and nursed by the devil himself. We knew nothing but the devil and the devil's work. We didn't have the knowledge of the devils, which is the science of trigonometry. All these years, he had played it on us. This is why I have been saying that we are teaching the theology, the knowledge of secret things said in a theological way, which we had not been studying. We never were smart enough to study the theology side of things. So many of us never went to school for such. I was talking with a few ministers of the seminary college on the East Coast while I was running up and down on it. I happened to be lucky to meet some of them. They quickly gave up and said, "Yes, Mr. Muhammad, we never were taught what you are teaching us here, at the seminary college that we went to. They didn't teach us this." I said, "Surely this lets you know then that they were holding back secrets of yourself and of the scripture, so that you would not be able to understand yourself and teach your people." They beard witness, "You are right, and I believe he's just what you call him." I said, "You don't have to believe it, stick around a few days, brother." Chapter 5, verse 116 of the Holy Quran teaches you and me that we should not have believed Jesus was God. It says, "And when Allah will say, O Jesus, son of Mary, did thou say to men, take me and my mother for two gods besides Allah? He will say, Glory be to thee, it was not for me to say what I had no right." This is Jesus talking. If I had said it, thou would have indeed known it. Thou knowest what is in my mind. And I know not what is in thine. Thou knowest in full all that is hidden. To hear where Jesus denies us from making him a God, he was not a God of the sort which the Christians have made him. He denies it even in the Bible, where he says that he is something like all other prophets, and that he was not a God that people should take him for. He was like all the other ones. In fact, this may bring a little dislike of me from you Christians, but there is no place in the Bible, in the whole book, where it prophesy of him coming even as a prophet. I will give you $10,000 if you can find in the Bible where it prophesies of Jesus coming as a prophet. What you read of Jesus in the Bible's prophesy is myself. The Bible teaches you that the man said, "You read the scripture and in them you think you have salvation, and it's all written of me," and that's right. Over in Isaiah, you will find where he prophesies of a prophet coming in the last days. This prophet will have the government upon his shoulders. Jesus did not have a government upon his shoulders, of which is much needed for a prophet that is going to attack and destroy the Jews' great Christian authority over good religion. He needs to have that knowledge and power. If he had a government upon his shoulders, what government? I am not trying to go over the whole entire Bible and Holy Quran with you. I'm only telling you things that I know you believe in the opposite direction. The belief you have is without knowing whether you believe rightly or not. When a man believes a thing and doesn't have nothing but belief, whether it's right or wrong, and has no proof, he only just believes. He can be stopped with knowledge. Knowledge and belief are different. I can believe that there's an airplane out there on our doorsteps, but that may be just a belief. There is no airplanes out there. There are many people who believe angels and gods appear in the air someplace, but if they're up there, we could see them. There is no such thing as formless spirits flying around in space, unless you want to declare such as the righteous mind. The righteous has a mind that wills certain things to be done and using certain things which are in the space around, but it's not material. We are going after the trigonology taught to the world by our enemy, the devil, and bringing to you reality. Without reality, we can't change a world wherein God and all of his prophets are believed to be of immaterial things instead of material things. You cannot do that. We've got to do away with such teaching and beliefs and get the people off the heavens and the earth and into looking forward to reality, not spooky ideas. The devil has poisoned the people's mind into believing in spooks, spirits, and hearing voices. We can hear each other's voice if we are good enough. We can tune up on each other and talk with each other if we are good enough, but if you are not good enough, you may hear a voice, but you can't answer it. You can't converse with the voice. There are many men on our earth, today, who are real righteous. They can tune up on us and tell us what we're thinking about from Asia, Africa, and other spots on our earth that has such people among them. This is not impossible for you to do, however, you will have to get right. Our brains are kind of rusty and kinky, the spiritual part of it, from listening to and being guided and led by the enemy. They have our brain a little rusty. If you believe in Islam, do the things which are right, take away the cancerous disease of wickedness out of your brains, you too will hear. In the Bible, you find where David said that the Lord opened up his ears and caused him to hear. This is referring to us here. We can do wonders, and will do wonders, if we obey Allah and carry the principles of truth into practice. We will do wondrous things. Allah raised me up in your midst to do an unbelieving thing that men of science will wonder, how did it happen? I'm not bragging on myself, I brags on Allah. Let thy will be done. In the creation of Almighty God, Himself, I tell you of the reasonable and possible things. I was not there and have not had any teacher to tell me they were there. I have not had a teacher to teach me, except Master Fard Muhammad, of how things came about and how the things, which man has never known, happened. All we know is that it happened, but how? That is the question. I am the making of God, Himself. He could not have had a will until he had brains capable of thinking. He was self-created from an atom of life. He, as well, had to produce flesh, bone, and blood from the earth that he was created on. I want you to know this well, and I will repeat it time and again. I will go to no limit of an argument with you, that he was made on the very earth that we are on now. It was not exactly as it is today. It was only an atom itself. Let the will of God be done. As I said previously, his will could not be done as long as he had an enemy powerful enough to force his will against the will of God, until a certain time. Now is that certain time in which he can't force his will against the will of Allah. The day and time of having power to force his will against Allah's and against the representatives of Allah, the prophets, is up now. He can no more force his will against the righteous, because the God of the righteous has now appeared in his time and now his will is being done. We all are just not understanding what we should understand. We've been carried away with the devil's teaching of imaginary and formless things. We must get away from that now and come into reality. I don't blame the devil for trying to hide himself as long as he could. He even goes so far as to say in the Holy Quran, referring to you who believe in righteousness, that he had no authorities over you. He just called you and you came. You were scared to disobey, but the little man speaking to you from this rostrum don't fear to disobey him. If he invites me to that which is other than truth and righteousness, I will disobey him, and then tell him, make me to obey you. God has taught me, so thorough, about the knowledge of the devil, that I'm not afraid to tell him to go jump in the lake. A very fiery lake is being built for him, not a lake of water, but a lake of fire. According to the teaching of Allah to me, North America is that lake of fire. Not Lake Michigan, but the lake is on the earth of North America. The atoms will be exploded and set afire. Everything that is on this earth of North America. He said to me that it will burn for 390 years, close to the time that they have kept us here. It was near 400 years that they kept us in servitude slavery. So, Allah will burn them for that length of time. He's just that angry with them for destroying us, and then making enemies of his people against him. If you only knew these great words, you would be happier than you are. The will of God is the same today as it was when he first made himself known to us trillions of years ago. Your will to do something other than righteous is not your will. That's the will of the devil. The will of the Davies is a foreign enemy's will to you and me. He didn't come with us. He came here late, just 6,000 years ago. The devil was made, not created. He didn't come with the creation. This people that we are so disgusted with, and given the runaround by, had just came here 6,000 years ago. That's a very short time in comparison to our being on earth. A man who says that he doesn't like being a Muslim and he's a black man must know that it's the very nature of the black man being a Muslim. He doesn't have to ask Allah to make him a Muslim, but must ask Allah to help him rid himself of the actions and principles of Satan. He must then ask Allah to give him his actions and principles of self, which he was made and created in. The Holy Quran teaches us that by nature we were made or created righteous, but Satan made us according to his rearing, which is other than righteous. He made us with the mind of doing as he does. This is why it is so hard to teach and lead our black people of America into the knowledge of themselves. They were reared by the devil himself. The devil is a murderer from the beginning. He taught you to murder, but to murder yourselves, and he helps you do that. Get away from wanting to murder each other. You look alike. You are alike. Why should you want to kill each other? You should want to see each other live. In just a few days, you will learn that Elijah Muhammad is teaching you the truth. You can prolong your lives by doing righteousness. You can prolong your lives by eating the right foods and eating it only when necessary. I have another edition of How to Eat to Live coming on to you. You will soon have it in your hands. God teaches and leads me, meaning Allah in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, teaches me how to teach you how to live and be happy. When a man has no sickness in his body, we call him happy. He is happy. He doesn't feel no pain, then his body is happy. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is the life that Allah wants you to enjoy, a life of happiness. This is known to the Orthodox Muslim world, so much so that they will hide their own sickness if they are a little sick. They won't tell you, because they know they have no right to be sick. They made themselves sick. It is not the will of God that you get sick. You make yourselves sick. It is not God that makes you die, you kill yourselves. He doesn't have a set time for you and me to die. We kill ourselves by the way we live. Let thy will be done, as it is in heaven, so says the Christians. He is the one to let them do his will without being hindered from doing his will. The Christians are so full of spooky ideas that they cannot see the reality of God nor his angels. Angels will walk all around them and eat with them, and they would never know it's an angel. This is true. This is because of the far-drawn idea that all of these things are immaterial or beings without flesh. Nothing comes from us that is not flesh. We can see it. We can hear it. We can talk with it, then, it can't be something other than flesh. This is the trigonology which the devil taught our fathers to believe in. All these things are just the opposite of what they really are. Let thy will be done. We want the people of earth to be separated. The people deserve the will of Allah to be done. Let them go to Allah and obey him. Let them believe in the people of Allah, especially in that last messenger whom he has chosen, because I am that man. There's one thing I would like to say to you that we means my followers and self, are planning on many great things for the south side of Chicago. This is where the greatest number of us live. We have decided on making the south side of Chicago a very beautiful place for us to live in. We have decided on building from 7800 block on Cottage Grove to 87th Street on the east side stores and warehouses. We're going to put in these stores merchandise of which the price will be unbelievable. So much less than what you have been paying the devil for. I was talking with a Pakistani merchant who came to my home a couple of days ago. He offers to sell us shoes, of which he had samples, and other merchandise at an unbelievable price. It was so low that you will have money to carry home to your wife. My idea is to send my people of ours around to various people of our kind to order merchandise or wearing apparel from them. You're going to be surprised. It's almost unbelievable. We are robbed to the very marrow of our bone by our enemies, who robbed us of our labor for 400 years. Now he wants to rob us with high prices to keep you a slave, but I think I have you lined up for a great surprise with everything that you want, coming from the Muslim world. Why should we spend our money on high-priced merchandise of the Christians, when more of us are on the planet than they? We have country after country filled with Muslims, and they have merchandise that we need to wear. Why should we waste our money with enemies, when our brothers will let us have it at a third of the price of what we are paying here now? I'm going to order a few thousand shoes and a few thousand other necessary things that you do wear. I will pay for them myself if you don't want to buy them. I will pay for them and give them to you, to show you how you have been robbed, while calling yourselves Christians. If you would come over to what you really are, which are Muslims, believers in Allah and Islam, you can keep about a third of the money you're spending and live good. I'm ordering a few loads of good fish at a very reasonable price. You can eat them, and walk the streets with a full stomach of good fresh fish of the good type, then keep the other part of your money in your pocket. I can get fish out of all waters of our earth at any quantity that I want. We want to get started living inexpensively. We can now try anything we want from any nation of the earth. We can buy from Russia if we wanted, but I think China and the other people are better. You can buy from China. You can buy from Korea. You can buy from Japan, and you can from all the Muslim governments of the earth. This is open to you now. Doors of salvation have been opened to you and to me. Let us avail ourselves of such a great opportunity so that these doors do not close on us. We are up from slavery with nothing, so let us be wise as Allah is teaching us and His people, and try getting on top with the world. Borrowing money is very hard to do, especially from your enemies. They want to hold you down. You're going too fast for them anyway. Promises after promises have been made, but very little money has been materialized. As you heard about the Muslim countries loaning us around near $3 million, that's true. They are promising us much more. It takes lots of money to build a nation. When you hear us telling of someone giving $3 or $4 million or loaning us $3 or $4 million, it's just like someone loaning you $3 or $4 when you really needed $100. The people will regret that they were non-helpers to us soon. I tell you of a truth that is bound to materialize. Allah has promised me millions and billions and hundreds of millions and billions of dollars, but I have to wait until it's time. He will release it certainly on time. He doesn't have to go somewhere and borrow it. It's here in America. In past history, you will find when Allah was angry with the people, He always destroyed that people and took their wealth and gave it to the poor. So, don't be surprised if you're given wealth. I'm talking with people that want to see themselves upgraded. I don't want it for myself, I want it for you. I don't need anything but some clothes to cover my nakedness and a house to sleep under the roof when I'm able to sleep. I want to thank you for your honor and respect to my wife's dead body. I never seen a person's body honored as you did my wife. You greatly honored it. I was told that there were somewhat around 500 cars out in the parade. I do think that I couldn't ask you for more respect and honor than you gave to my wife's body. I hope and pray to Allah that the honor that you gave her will always be remembered. This is all we can do for a dead body, that is, to respect it for what it did for us when it was alive. These things come by the will of Allah, and we shall quickly forget it, because we are also on the same road. Not a one of us is on a road that won't lead to the same destination, death. Let us not forget that. Prepare ourselves so we will not unless we die as a Muslim. It is not mentioned as Muslim in the Bible, but it means the same. He says there in the prayer, "Let me die the death of the righteous." We glory in Allah to guide us even through death, that we show the world that we die the death of the righteous. This you find with the prophets. Some of them in the Bible pray for the same thing, that they wanted to die the death of the righteous, and they did do so. Although some of them were slain and murdered, yet they died a righteous person in the mind and heart, according to God. They could not have died any better at the hands of an enemy, who violently destroyed some of them. In this day and time, you can die the death of the righteous if you live a righteous life. Allah will let you die the death of the righteous. What is meant here is that you are not supposed to suffer. A Muslim told me once of a Muslim dying in the mosque over in Asia. He said he died on his knees saying his prayers. I said that's a mighty good death. I was told about many righteous people and how they sleep. Allah takes them out of life and they are gone to the life of the unknown, wherein it has never been known to have any life there. What I'm saying to you is let us pray to Allah, do righteousness, and try and die the death of the righteous. I pray that each and every one of you will not die unless you are Muslim. Everybody wants to die easy, this is true and that's natural. We don't want to know it, because that's the end of us. To be like that, be righteous. This is true of our teaching and the Bible bears us witness, for you to hurry, and get out of the name of white people. Hurry and claim the name of Allah and your people. When we say Allah, many times we are referring to the Supreme One among us, Allah. His name is Allah, the Supreme Being. We call him Supreme because no other being is his equal. We don't mean that he's a spook. There is no such thing as a God having joy in us, who is something other than what we are, or some kind of formless something. No. All the gods who ever were for us were flesh, bone, and blood. That's what they were. There never was a formless God, and there never will be. God could not get joy out of us if he was not one of us. He's just supreme in wisdom and has power to will a thing and it come to pass. Let thy will be done. Will. He just wills a thing and it comes to pass. He has conferred this upon the righteous, that is, if you love Allah, obey Allah and his messenger, prophets, and do the will of him who is sent to teach you. You also could will a thing and it will come to pass, but don't will a thing and then be suspicious of whether it will come to pass or not. You then are disbelieving in your own prayer to God. And disbelieving in God whom you are directing your prayer to. Whatever you ask him in prayer, believe that he heard it and it will come to pass. If it's not vain things, then it will come to pass. I asked Allah something of which you may not know. I saw my wife in a condition with a disease. She had a cancer, and it had been with her ever since he came to us. He told my wife in my presence, "Sister, you have a sick stomach." This sick stomach traveled with my wife up until the day she died. She knew these things and I knew them. I did not want to tell our sons and daughters of the condition which their mother and my wife was in, or they may have grieved themselves. I've known it for over 30 years, but I kept it to myself. I knew what was wrong. God had told her and she knew it, but there was no cure for it in the way that you were taught. I asked Allah to bless my wife to come home and die. I said, don't let her die out there in the hospital of the devil, lest he laughs and say, the Prophet brought her to us to heal. Why did not he go to Master Fard Muhammad if he thought that he was God, to get her healed? So, I asked Allah, knowing Allah, in person, to take her away from that hospital and let me bring her home to die. I said, because the devil is bound to laugh at you and me. I kept asking him for 3 or 4 times, and I felt that he would do so, and he did do so. I told the doctors that I would rather see her die at home. So they admitted that I was right, and that they would find some way to get her out to my house. I said, yes, she'll come out, I'll let her die right here at this house. I said, because I don't want to be laughed at by the devil and I don't want the devil to try to make mock of the power of our God. There are things in that line which must not be ignored. God is not going to do no miracle for us unless it's necessary when it comes to death, because one day we're going to die anyway. As the Holy Quran teaches us, Allah did not design that no man should live forever. So don't be thinking that. It says in the Holy Quran, some of us wish that we had a life of 1,000 years. Well, that's the dread of death. If it pleases Allah, we will die very easy. No one knew when my father had passed. There was no struggle, no, nothing at all, until the nurse examined him and found him dead. I had just left the hospital for an exact hour. I know what he had told me. I wasn't expecting him to live. He talked to me very sanely. Before I left, he told me all of what he had heard the doctors say. So, I left to take my mother away, fearing that she would break down if I tell her what he had said, pertaining to him passing away from us almost at any time. I came home, and before I got settled in a seat good, the telephone rang. They told me that my father had just passed. I wasn't surprised. We returned and began making preparations for his burial. He didn't make one struggle, they said. This is the death which the Holy Quran is teaching you of. Die not unless you are a Muslim, so that you don't feel the sting of death. It's a kind of visitor that we don't never want to visit us. If he visits us, don't let us know you are here, just take us away. This is what the Holy Quran teaches, that you pray to Allah that you die the death of the Muslim, meaning the righteous. I have much that I would like to say to you on many of these things. When I think that you can take it, I'm going to tell you, but I will wait on you. This makes an intelligent person out of you when you come and accept your own. You have already accepted the devil, what you have is the devil's, and if you want to go along with the devil, there's no objection. We don't object to you going to the God that you believe in, but we hope that when the day comes, Allah won't miss putting you in the middle of hell, because you rejected your own. Not on the outskirts of it, but drop you right over in the middle of the lake of fire, because salvation came to you and you rejected it for the fire. You won't make no mistake, if it be the will of Allah. I won't make no mistake, because I am supposed to be designed by Allah to help push you into hell, like Moses helped push Pharaoh into hell. I'm in the same position as that man that you find in the Bible. When you turn me down, I'm going to be all but satisfied. I will be just like your Bible teach you, and the Lamb was angry. I've worked for you over 40 years trying to get you into heaven, and then you turn me down. I wish then to put you in the middle of hell. Theology of Time, August 27, 1972. We are continuing on our subject, the theology of time. We are never off of that subject. I don't care what we are preaching, it is still our subject. I don't know what you think about us or what we have to say, but we have plenty. We just want to know where to start. People have been preaching Christianity, the religion of Satan, all their lives. You may be thinking, oh, listen to what he said. That's just what I said, brother. There is a devil whom you see every hour, moreover, he stays before you. He deceives you while he knows you, but you don't know him. He made up a religion, however, he knows you are born righteous and created righteous, but he knows that he has deceived you, making you think that you and he is the same before God, and that God thinks as much of him as he does you. He's mistaken and you have been deceived. You are all right, if you will accept your own religion and stop getting on our knees asking for forgiveness of your past. All of that is forgiven. God has told me to tell you that he will forgive us all of the past. Just accept your own now, and go from here. Stop thinking about what happened in the past. You did not know who you were, nor did you know the enemy. It is right and just that you should be forgiven for that of which you had no knowledge. This is what he told me to tell you. Since we don't have to go down on our knees for yesterday's actions, he shows that we go our knees for today. We are a people who have done everything that the devil did, and tried to beat him at some of it, but we are forgiven for all of that evil. You certainly should be happy, because I, myself, was not Elijah Muhammad in those days. I thank him for forgiving me of the evil things I did, while I was under the devil, though he said he forgave me, I thank him for forgiving me. We have no time until motion is made, then we calculate the time for motion. The sun is so powerful that it makes everything in its circle move. There, we calculate time, from the sun. The sun being the greatest in our sun family, we can never understand just why we don't understand the sun. That is one planet you can't understand. It was written that you can't understand. God didn't make it to be understood by you and me, because it is a divine life put up there for you and I to read. We are to not only read the sun, but read what it looks like and what it's for. What are we to learn from God putting the sun up there? It's a shining light that doesn't rotate around nothing but God himself. No planet is attractive enough to force the sun to bow, but she is attractive enough to force every planet within her reach to bow. We have not learned what we should have learned because of our enemy. The sun is a symbol of the work of God. That is why you can't understand it. You don't know where she's getting her fuel from, but she's shining. I would like to bring you into the knowledge of that, but I can't do it in a few minutes. When I asked Allah, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever, to teach me of sun, he got up, stood, and looked at me, and said, "If you ask me again, I won't visit you no more." I wondered why couldn't I ask him about that. The next day he came to me and looked as though he was saying to himself, "The poor boy asked a question and I'm God. I'm supposed to answer what he asks me." He then started teaching me a little about the sun, not much though. Oh no. Don't be getting your ears tuned up. I can say we have a mighty sun. Well, I'll tell you one thing. A man who is given a world to challenge and bring it to its knees to Almighty God, he needs to know something. He actually cannot do his work without plenty knowledge. Take for instance, all I teach, you challenge it, but you never did challenge Christianity. You just took for granted that Christianity was right. That's because you was born in it. You didn't know any better. I would like for you to think while I teach. The enemy who made your and my fathers a slave to the knowledge of self, do you think he would have given you the knowledge of Almighty God when he had robbed you of that knowledge? Do you think he would have been so kind to teach you of God and his good religion, knowing that you are directly from God? That's what he brought us here for, to take you away from God. Not to teach you of God. He did what he did to take you out of the knowledge of God. And out of the knowledge of yourself too. He did this so that he could get you to follow him to the hell, which your God and my God has promised him. He knows that he was not going to rule forever. Why should he enlighten you to the day you are to be awakened? You'll be the first one desiring to push him into hellfire. He knows all of that. Don't try telling him nothing, he knows it. It's you who need to be told something. He has a world full of our people called Reverend Jones, Reverend Jackson, and Reverend whatnot, all after his name. They feel happy for him to call them reverends. That's all he has to call them. He just says Reverend, and he feels big not before God, and the devil laughs at him under his sleeves. No Reverend, he thinks nothing of you. He loves to see you loving him for honor, but he knows his honor will not stand before those who are honored by God. You are nothing before Allah. He only wants you to be Reverend Nebuchadnezzar. I'm not calling you out of your name. That was the name of a king. He's there in the Bible. He was not, as you would say, a good king. As much work as I'm doing, which stands out in the light of divine, the reverends would rather listen to the devil and have his praise than to have the praise of divine. This is written in the Bible that they love the praise of this world, and this we see. As long as they have seen me at this divine work and making progress all over the world with it, not here in Chicago alone, I have credit and honor all over the world, while Reverend don't have honor in Chicago. If you are here, Reverend, I'm glad you're hearing this. In some places, they don't even want to see you. When you talk about Christianity, they want to kill you. Once upon a time, you loved talking about going to Africa to preach the devil's Christianity. That's what it is, the devil's Christianity. Let's exchange knowledge over it, and I will show you that it's the devil's religion and not yours. It's a lie in which the devil uses a good man's name to make you believe it. Oh, Mr. Muhammad, you're calling Christianity the lie? Yes, and I can make you out of a liar if you believe it. I am here against the will of the enemy who calls his religion Christianity, and against you who believe in it. I'm here against both he and his followers. I can prove it to you by your own Bible that the devil was cast in a lake of fire with his false prophets. A reverend who preaches Christianity is the false prophet, which the Bible is referring to, who went down with his name. You love to be called Reverend Jackson, Reverend Jones. You don't know that you are being called after the devil's names. Reverend is the devil's name, by which you are being called. Reverend, you will be dumped into a lake of fire with him, if you don't come on and go along with Elijah Muhammad. When the professional class of people visit us, we want you to know that we honor you and respect you. We need you. We are not the people who knows all. We are the people who would like to learn and let learn. This is the type of people that we now need to help us. We want all the professional class of people to come join up with us and help put the job over. You have the type of help that we need, and we are working for you. Come in and help us to work for you. We are building signs everywhere of our work, which we're doing in the name of divine. People of the professional type, you are the ones I want to talk with, because the man who has no learning and no profession cannot help me. He can only just believe, but he can't do the work necessary to be done. So, I am thankful for you, and I will assure you that if you represent yourself with us, the devil himself will turn and honor you. One reason why the professional class of our people don't come and visit us, to see what we are saying and doing, is due to the fact that they think the enemy will not give them, as the common saying goes, a break. You don't need the enemy to give you a break. If you do for self, you'll give your own self a break. We have been beggars of the blue-eyed devil so long, until we don't think we're getting any place unless we get his respect. I say, brother, he's going down and we're going up. He's going down to dishonor and disrespect, and you are going up in honor and respect. I am you teacher of the enemy, and you see me stand here and tell you the truth of them, but they have greater respect for me than they have for you. Whether you believe it or not, they have respect for me. Did you hear about how they respected me in 1959, when I visited Washington? They came out and met me. They stayed around me to protect me from some would-be, silly-acting person like yourself. They were not going to have it said that they were not trying to protect me from you. They, themselves, were not going to do anything to me, but they were afraid of what you may have done. Let us praise the coming of Allah, for taking us out of the hell of the blue-eyed devil, and destroying him, while saving us from his destruction. That's the God you've been praying for. Now he's here, and I've proved that he's here. I walk up and down the street, or ride up and down the street alone or with you. Nobody bothers me. I'm not out there afraid that he's going to get me for what I said here today about him. He's afraid that I'm here to get him. I have power with God to do my will on them, and you too. I don't want to do nothing to you but good. You are my brothers and my sisters. You can say, to hell with you, Muhammad, if you want to, but I know a day that's coming when you will say heaven to Muhammad. I hope you brothers hear this. Do not be trying to force anyone to sell Muhammad speaks. If they don't want to sell them, leave them alone. No brother who has not been registered up with us has an obligation whatsoever to help you and me do anything unless it's his will. Stop this or you're going to be dismissed for a long time. I don't know where you get such a foolish idea. People go off and laugh at you. We don't force anybody to do anything for us. We don't force you who are registered up with us to do anything for us. You do according to your will. We are not people who are forced to have people beg for us. No, you don't have to beg for us. Allah is sufficient. I hope the captains, secretaries, and assistant ministers will bring you to justice and send you out for a long time. You're ruining our own teaching. We are independent. We don't have to beg nobody, but Allah. You are losing your head. I don't want any such followers who are beggars. You are to beg no one. If you don't love us enough to do something from your own will for us, then we don't want that which you do unwillingly. If a brother tells you that he doesn't care to sell no papers, take them back and give them away before you ever be disgraced by such a brother. We are a very foolish people anyway, and I don't like that you are like that. I want you to be intelligent and show the world how intelligence looks in the actions of a human being. Time brings about all things. Time is making you manifest. They call it resurrection. To resurrect the dead, it doesn't mean resurrecting a physically dead person, but a mentally dead person. You must remember that for 400 years, we have been a mentally dead people. I hope you will understand what I'm trying to say. When I got to the schoolhouse, the teacher was dismissing her class, so don't blame me, blame those who held me back. I don't think you were born down north where I was born. I was born down north, and if you were big enough to work, They put you in the field because the devil was forcing your parents to send you to field and work for him. The time. What time? The time of God. The time of Allah. We give him the name Allah, but you call him God. That's one of his names. One of his 99 attributes is God too, but when we say Allah, we mean God. It's an Arabic name, and we like to have the use of the Arabic name, because the devils have no respect for the name. Therefore, he teaches you to call the Supreme Being, God. He uses the same name to curse with. He takes it for a joke and doesn't recognize it. You fall in behind him and do the same. You disgrace the name of the God of Divine. I want you to remember that the time has come in which the enemy of the God of Divine will not have a chance to go around mocking God and his people. The day has arrived that the mockers of God must be bagged up and thrown in a furnace of fire. The devil wants you and me to go with him to be burned with the same fire that Allah has prepared for him. Allah has raised me up from among you, and gave me the knowledge of both gods, the devil God and the God of Divine, to teach you what has been hidden from you for the last 400 years and the last 6,000. I want you to know that the people all over the earth have been robbed of the knowledge of the God of Divine. This is due to the work of this devil. He gave him this time to do his work and his will upon the people. Now today, he has made himself present to prove to you and me that he can remove Satan at once, but has offered us a chance. I warn you to accept it and glorify it. There is no time to waste. This is no time to spend in sport, play, and talking foolishness. This is a time of world destruction, not just a few people, but a world destruction. Everywhere, the people cannot get along with each other in peace. There is no agreement, nothing but disagreement. I warn you that any day now, you can expect most anything of evil, but not of good. The evil world must be cast out. The evil world must be destroyed. The evil world must be shown to you and me so we can see the justice of God destroying her. She is destroying us and had us blind, deaf, and dumb, without the knowledge of her. Now she's open wide to you and me so that we may know her, and know that God is not doing an injustice to her by destroying her. He's justified in destroying her. He will punish you if you go along with it. He will punish you on this side, disgrace you, or let you disgrace yourself. I want you to remember to escape this disgrace and come follow me. No, I'm not going to be here along with you. I don't care what you say about Elijah Muhammad, he will not be rolling in the streets with his eyes set in his head from being punishment and disgrace by Allah. I'm not going to disobey Allah, and I'm going to teach you what he taught me to teach you. What you see me do, search the history, you can read every step I take in the light of history. I am that fellow of whom you read there in the book, I come to do thy will, O Lord, this is him. That was not 2,000 years ago. Jesus didn't come to do the will of God at that time. He did his will by leaving the Jews and the Christians to live out their time. He went back and said that he was ahead of time, but he then said that one coming behind him would be on time and he will do what Jesus would like to have done. But that Jesus was ahead of time. He prophesied that one will come and he will come directly from the face of God. Some of the other prophets prophesied that he would send you one from his face. I'm directly from his face. I was with him for 3.5 years. The things that they did to the prophets before me, you won't do it, and you cannot do it. This one you cannot touch. This is the one whom the Bible warns you of, touch not my anointed. This is the one who was sent directly from his face, and he defies you to do harm to him. I guess you know all of that and you're seeing it now. The things that I do and say, in the face of the enemy, he can't do a thing, but listen to it. He knows I'm directly from the face of God, of whom the book warns you against. He wants to live as long as he can. The book teaches us that all that a man has, would he give, for his life. The time. The time has arrived for what? What time are you talking about, Muhammad? The end of Satan, in whom you believed. Now push the clock back and give him some more time if you can, but his time has arrived. You have, with your ignorance of self and of the devil, kept him living around 60 years over his time, but Allah and myself are standing here before you and have agreed that time has been given long enough. If I don't tell you these truths, you will blame me for it, but I'm not going to have nothing to be blamed for. I'm going to do the will of God who sent me, and it is His will that I tell you of. Your rejection and your disbelief is up to Him. I'm not forced to make you to believe in that which you don't. Ministers, if you and I would get together, we could have our people in heaven overnight. In the Bible, it prophesies that, behold, I will send you Elijah, Reverend. The book did not put Reverend to his name. I'm only saying, Reverend, that this is the preaching you ought to be preaching so you can get your great name. The name Reverend is of the organization of Satan. You'll never get any credit with the people of God. We are the people of God. I'll tell the devil in Rome, the Pope, that he's lying to you. They have made you to go astray, as plain as you can read this, before what great and dreadful day of the Lord I will send you Elijah. Not Reverend. Elijah. If you say you disbelieve that I am that man who will be sent just before that great and dreadful day of the Lord, go read it again. Then study what's going on in the world. Everybody's looking for the great day of destruction to happen. Elijah is preaching and warning you. I am he. All of the churches of America, put into one church, cannot save the people of the church from the great disasters that are now befalling America, and the worst is yet to come. You cannot find a God in your church. I don't care what you say you have. I'm asking Him to do something to put a stop to the destruction that is befalling America today. Even the president doesn't warn you to pray to the church's God for help. No man at war, today, will ask you to pray to the church's God to put a stop to their slaughter. No. The Muslims sit by and look at you, knowing that you are like the people of the Bible who worshipped Baal, and Elijah sat there and laughed at them. The same thing that goes for you. I don't care how sore you get with me, call on your God and tell Him to do something about it. This is what you need, some frank teaching. If I make a mistake in what you would call making fun of your God, I will give you $10,000 out of my brother's vest pocket, right here, before you leave our checkpoint. Our checks are very good. You have nothing but a lie from your blue-eyed Caucasian devil. I'm not trying to make fun, I'm just making truth, not fun. No, if I was just making fun, I would not have said it. I would be afraid of meeting the consequences when I left this stand. You are going to meet the consequences for believing in these devils and allowing them to teach you away from your own God and the salvation in which He has sent to you. The devil wants you to reject it. Since he's going to hell, he wants you to go too. But not as long as I'm here. I'm not going to send you to hell just because you're ignorant to the knowledge of yourself. I'll beat you up a little bit. That's right, I'll just give you a good beating and you'll come running. That I believe. It won't be the kind of beating you expect with a strap or something like that. No, no. I'll get you here. That's the place to beat you up there in your head. You must submit to the will of God. The will of God must be done today. Not the will of Satan. Allah gave Satan 6,000 years to do his will. Now the will of Almighty God, Allah, comes in. He will do His will and there is none that can stop it. His will must be done. You have prayed in prayer, let thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Now, He's ready to do His will. You don't believe that I'm the one. I'm doing just what the Bible told you or teaches you that I would do. Elijah, I will send you him, before the great and dreadful day of the Lord comes. Do you see anything pretty out there coming? We don't see a thing in the world, but a dreadful time. You are going to be so hungry here, until you will desire to eat each other. If the other one doesn't watch, you will do it. It's written. The Bible says that Allah's righteous people will eat, but you unrighteous and disbelievers will be hungry. The devil is warning you all the time now, against you sitting down and not trying to make preparation for you to get something to eat. We ask you to help us and you won't because you don't want the evil devil to know that you would help those that he don't like. This is why you don't help the Muslims. It's because you don't want to be called a Muslim, to the joy of Satan. Satan wants you to stay with him. He doesn't want you to be called a Muslim and you say, "No sir, boss, I will never join up with them old crazy folks. Them old folks is crazy. We have a finer than you, Reverend. Ours here costs us $4 million. Where's yours in the city that costs that much? We teach an hour. And we bring people to the light of understanding in it. We would ask you, what do you teach, or what do you mean when you tell us that God sent Jonah to Nineveh? What is the sign of such teaching of us here today? We teach the knowledge and understanding of the book. Why didn't Abraham's wife find water elsewhere, but found it pushing up under the foot of the baby? What did that mean, Reverend, after the knowledge of the coming of God and He choosing you and me? It means just what I'm teaching you, that you will be looking for somebody to come from afar to teach you the knowledge of God, and the man is right there at your feet. Abraham prayed, Ishmael prayed, both father and son saw in the distant future that we would need a teacher. He said, "Raise up among them, O Lord, a teacher from among themselves. Teach him the book, the Bible, and the wisdom, for they do not understanding, they're only guessing." How many times, Reverend, have we heard you say, "I teach it the way I see it"? We cannot take God's word and teach it as we see it. We have to teach it as He gave it to us. The way He wants us to see it, and not the way we want to see it. I'll tell you, Reverend, that you are the hindrance to the kingdom of heaven of your people, like the Bible teaches you called Sadducees and Pharisees there. You stand in the way of the kingdom of heaven. Won't go in yourself and won't let others go in. Teach against them coming in. This is the kingdom of heaven which He's referring to, and this is it that I'm preaching. The time has arrived that we must tell you the truth. Though you will come to us and say, "If you told me, I would have believed, but you didn't tell me." Now, when I find myself before God, today, He's asking me if I heard. I would have to say, I didn't hear, because I stopped up your ears to keep from hearing. That's what your Bible said you were going to do. Preachers going out putting up a little church in storefronts and everywhere, fulfilling Isaiah's prophecy of you. Everyone wanted a little place of his own, or to get a little meat, bread, and money for self. These things, I say to you, Reverend, you should cut it out. I put my life against every reverend of Christianity in the land, that they don't have no God at all, but the actual devil. You don't have to go on empty Carmel. This is empty Carmel enough. Come up here and see if you can get your God. My father preached Christianity for 40 years until Allah sent me to preach truth. Then he joined with me, after I had criticized what he had been preaching in the church. He was very honest about it. He wanted to be on God's side, so when I began to teach, he'd say, "Son, you are right, that is the truth." We preachers didn't know what we were preaching. We only knew what we were told by this devil, as God has made you to know. He said, "I'm with you, son." He died in the temple. At the age of 81, death struck him while he was in the temple. He was applauding me, and he got up and threw up his hands at me for the last time, then he walked out and never returned anymore. He died the next day at 6 o'clock, and this was 6 o'clock at that time. Nobody never knew he was dead until the nurse went to see, and then, when the nurse felt him, she was the first one to announce that he was dead. He made no struggle at all. Just slept away, just like that. This is why the Bible and the Holy Quran says, "Die not unless you are a Muslim." Some of us don't have a good death conferred on us, but if you're a Muslim, the Bible says, "Let me die the death of the righteous." So, let us who believe do that. The will of God is that you and me do His will, do His bidding, so He can bless us for our good work and not our evil work. We have arrived at the time that, whether you believe it or not, the will of God will be done now. The will of Satan has been done for the last 6,000 years. His time is now up, and the will of him, of whom it's prophesied, would come after him, is now building a kingdom of peace and righteousness, and it's here at work now. I'm what they call, some of them, a foreigner. I am he that I call myself, that last messenger from God, to direct you in a path that will lead you to Him. You will be saved from the destruction that is out there knocking on the door. You're going to have a terrible time getting out of the way of this enemy of yours. Yes, it's awful to talk about. You're going to have people killing each other out there in the streets, and their blood will be running down in the gutter of the streets. It could happen tonight, because the time is here. Be careful. Don't forget that it is time that you go to your God. He doesn't ask you nothing of the past, just accept your own and he will forget our past. Our past was because of our enemy, therefore, we were forgiven of what the enemy blinded us to, and now he's opening our eyes to see what the enemy looks like. Listen and see what he's saying. He doesn't invite you to know righteousness, he invites you to evil. They play evil and filthy music, day and night, to attract your attention to that. He knows that he has misled you. He wants to keep you with him until Allah destroys him, so you can be destroyed with him. I'm referring only to the blue-eyed Caucasian, the open and real enemy, devil, against black people. He doesn't love you and he hates me to the utmost, but he can't do anything about it. He's took the Bible and mixed truth and falsehood in it, so you would not understand it. The book teaches you that they would shut their mouths at him, meaning me. You don't hear them arguing with me on what I say. They know I'm telling you the truth, and if he does anything, he will tell you that you had better follow him. He writes me. My secretary will bear me witness that they are trying to join up with me. They can show you plenty of letters that the devil is writing to me, wanting to join up, saying in his writing, "Is not there some white people that are not devils?" I don't know of any. Isn't some of us better than other? Yes, but that doesn't make you any lesser than a devil, though. I know you are from Missouri. You want to be shown, but we are not here to lie. We don't tell lies, we tell you the truth. If you find me lying, then I'm a liar and not the messenger of Allah. Allah doesn't want a liar for his messenger. We find it in the Holy Quran. When Pharaoh called Moses a liar, his senator told him that if he's a liar, then on him will be his lying. Allah does not appoint such a one as a liar for him. These prophets must be 100% true. If a man comes to you and presents signs with warning in them for you, you better listen to him. What does that mean? He's defying any world, outside of the world of Allah God, to tangle with him on the truth of what he has. You cannot take the writings on the actual facts board and use them unless you are a believer. Regardless of the wisdom that's in it, you can't use it and be successful unless you are a believer in it. Night and day you listen to the radio and see on TV, he's chasing a poor black man to take his life away from him. Under the beautiful flag of the sun, moon, and star, no Islamic people are chasing each other. When you believe in Islam, all the world of Islam will recognize and respect you. They will fight for you. They will die for you. The sun, moon, and star, what does that represent? The sun is a ball of fire and light, which we all live in and respect. Out of the sun comes our food. Out of the sun comes our direction. I say to you, my believing brothers and my disbelieving brothers, take a look at it. That's our flag. And your flag is a flag of mystery, blue, red, and white, when ours is only one solid background red. The sun and moon are together and the star is associated with that same crescent, showing the world that we have laid hold of the greatest instruments of heaven and earth to condemn any disputer who would attack us. We used to buy it, trying to make friendship with Satan. We would go and buy the regalia and put it on our coat, laugh and look at him when he was passing, as to say to him, "See, I have the crescent on me, you should take me for your brother." We gave him that after he had shown us that he could act like us between 35, 40, 50 years. We let him wear our crescent, that's ours. The red and the crescent is ours. He can take his mystery for himself, but if he wears that over there, look at him again. He worked for that. He didn't get that so easy. Blue is an untrue color. You have many stars there in the American flag, which takes all of those stars to justify something. It shouldn't be done like that. We have one star, which justifies, and it represents all the stars. The stripes of red on the American flag, not a solid background of red like ours, represents freedom. He doesn't give freedom only to those who are able and wealthy. If you're able to buy it from him, he'll give you freedom. The cross is a sign evil to us. How can you go to heaven or be justified by freedom and justice, or both? It's the opposite of the right direction, and so, this is what you are supposed to preach when you are a reverend. You are supposed to worship the cross. What are you worshiping it for when he tells you he killed an innocent man on it? You should run from the cross. But, you run to it to be blessed by him, because you are one of his followers. It's a shame and a disgrace for him to have made such a crazy people who do not understand science. I'm here to teach you the science of Christianity, the science of Islam, and the science of anything pertaining to religion. I'm here to teach you. You can take what I said back to him and he will tell you, oh, you're following them. You then can say, I follow the people who gave me wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of what you have given me, which you didn't give. He'll shut his mouth and leave. I want you to remember, again, that to carry a cross on you represent a crucified prophet. You are the one who is joined in the worship of the death of Jesus by the enemy. That shows what the enemy did to him. He boasts of that, not in a way you can understand, but he boasts that he has killed your best prophet. And he still lives and says, I will kill his last one. He can't do it. I'm the last one. He can't do it. Tell him, why don't you go down there to the temple and kill Elijah? He teaches us that you're the devil, maybe you have already did it. He'll tell you, oh, well we know it, we know him. We're watching him. That's the way he will talk to you. I say, go tell him and let him muster up his army, and you muster up yours, and then join together and see how far you will get with me. He has no chance to win against me. I have as my friend, my guide, my protection, Almighty God, Allah, himself. He's not very far from me. He's right here with me now. You need to know God. You need to come to God, but not the God that Satan bids you, because he just naturally can't do anything with my God. My God is your God. I say, believe in him and come follow me. Heaven is yours while you live. You don't have to go no place to enjoy heaven. Heaven is not a separate place somewhere. It is a condition, and hell is a condition. I want you to remember these things. Remember that the will of God, now, must be done, as Satan's will is up. He can rule the black man under his will no more. The black man is uniting. Look at what you read and hear about regarding our unity. They sent me millions of dollars to help. I have to ask for outside help because you, of America, are afraid to be singled out by Satan, saying you're helping me. You have the money, but you don't want to spend any of it on us, yet you put it all in the bank of the devil and tell him to help himself. You could build your own self-help if you would bring it over here and put it with us. We don't want you to give it to us, we'll pay you back. We are sure, by Allah, that He, Himself, will give us all the money we want at the time that He has set. He will give you money, if you would believe. This is what He promised. Money, that's the first thing, good homes, and friendship in all walks of life. This is what He offers to you for just believing in that which is of yourself. Okay then, why didn't He give it to you then? He did give it to us. Regardless of where it comes from, if Asia, that's all right, He gave it to us. I didn't say He'd walk up with a pocket full of millions, hand them over out of His hand. He causes other people to do that. We are getting it. We are not falling down by failing to do His will and what He wants us to do here. We're not failing, we're doing it. We got this. That's all right about where the money came from. He's doing it. Where did you find any Elijahs, any Jonahs, or any Daniels who are trying to do something for you in the city of Chicago, other than myself? Where do you find any equal to Elijah Muhammad? Take Reverend Jackson, poor boy. Making a fool out of himself to be called Reverend Jackson by the devil. He knows I'm here. He's been to my house a few times. Why shouldn't he and I get together, if he's working for the black man? I'm working for the black man, so let us work together. All of us who's working for the black man could unite and work will be stronger if we unite together and do the work together. But, he likes his blue-eyed devil, because they call him Reverend Jackson. Jackson is the name of devils. If he'd come over to me, I'd give him an honorable name, and he could take it and go around the world with it and be honored by the nations of the earth. He wants to be called Reverend Jackson and trying to run politics and preaching Christianity too. So, the poor boy's just in a mess. I hate to see the devil white men make fun of our people. I hate it. This man could have been made a fine man for the black man. We talked together a few times, but he just loves to be called Reverend by the blue-eyed devil. He doesn't want any black eyes honoring him. We will honor him for what he's worth, but not in the way of devil worship. They will dump him after a while, like they do all who follow them. The devil acts as though he's worshiping Martin Luther King. After Martin Luther King visited my house, he sat out there in his car and tuned up on what we were talking about. I guess they heard him say that he agreed with me, that he is the devil. He saw that Elijah was winning their disciple over, so they shot him and set up a hypocrite for Elijah, and that was Malcolm. They get you to worship Malcolm, then go build a collage after him in his name to pull you away from me. He knows Malcolm was not with me, so he gets you to worship hypocrites of Elijah Muhammad, so that you'll go to hell with them. My God has not struck out after you 100%. When he does, you won't go to hell with them. You're going to remember this talk, and you're going to come back to Elijah and shake my hand and say, Mr. Muhammad, I'm with you. I know you're going to do that. I don't care what you believe in now. You can believe in Buddhism. It doesn't make any difference to me. There's a time up when Allah's going to force you to believe in what I teach. You are not to get away with running away to some other god, no. Allah's going to make you to bow to him. The brother said I've been teaching 2 hours. Well, I asked him who cares. I just told the brother that I used to teach 6 hours. This is only 1/3 of the time. I can have people just as interested of hear me teach 4 more hours as I did in those days. Believers in Allah and His Islam love to congregate together and talk. He forgot that I have a timepiece on my arm too. If a man has been teaching hard-headed people for 40 years and one is converted and he wants to tell him how long he should teach him, that's wrong. They all got to hear his voice. That is not referring to something in a particular place. The actual God himself, in person, is talking to you. That means his voice through another you must hear, before the end comes. You don't tire so fast with me, because I keep you busy trying to think over what I just said. When speaking to people and they tire, that's a teacher who's not giving them nothing to think over. But if you give the people something to think over, they don't care how long you teach. They all are mine. They will come. Whenever they are, if they hear his voice, think over that. They hear my voice and they follow me wherever I go. How many reverends could get 16 buses coming from one city and going back that evening just to hear him teach for a few hours? You can't do that because the voice of the reverend is not appealing to them. It is the voice of the shepherd of Allah, Elijah Muhammad, and is making the way straight for him to come to his people. You could not call this number of people all the year. They wouldn't spend that kind of money to go listen at a reverend because they've listened to reverends all their lives, and reverend has never gotten them no place other than the hard disrespect and dishonor by the people of the earth. Reverend can't go to Egypt and be honored. He can't go to Africa and be honored. They want Elijah over in Africa. I'm not making fun of the preachers. They're making fun of themselves with the kind of preaching they're doing. They want to go to heaven after they're dead, that's right. I'm trying to get you after you are dead to go to heaven. Dead mentally, to the knowledge of self. God and the devil. I'm trying to get you to go to heaven now, on that same subject, after you are dead. We are living the time that God's will must be done. Satan's will is going out. Nobody will obey Satan, but Satan, and our book teaches us that. He will also admit God's will, because he's getting into conditions which he would not want to remain in. It is like Pharaoh was. He stood up against Allah until his lungs started filling with water from the Red Sea. He saw he was going and he had no power to fight Allah with, so he gave up while he was sinking and gave Allah the credit that Allah was the greatest. He went down being forgiven for just admitting that Allah was the greatest. Allah gave him credit for saying he was the greatest while drowning in the Red Sea. He saved his name, and some of the scientists went out and pulled his body out of the sea and embalmed him to show these great wonders. We are not put here to live forever, no man. God, himself, who made the heavens and the earth, didn't live forever. He too is gone. We all come here and we all die away. No God or prophet live forever. Theology of Time, September 3, 1972. I have what's kind of a new book to you. It's called the Holy Quran, and it verifies what is written in the Bible, and the Bible verifies the Quran. The Bible is ahead of the Quran. The Quran is a late scripture. The Bible is an old scripture. The Holy Quran is nearly 1,400 years old, and the Bible is 4,000 years old or more. It was given to Moses upon being chosen and raised up by Allah. He was raised up from among the well-to-do, and not among the white race, of whom we have learned to be, definitely, a race of devils. This is what we are teaching you, and if you don't believe it, I'm sorry for your future. I don't think it should be hard for the black men of America to learn that the white race are devils. It shouldn't be hard to learn, but it was the devil who reared us. We did not rear ourselves up in North America. It was the devil who reared our parents up from slavery. Some may say, no, he wasn't a devil, because we are here and we are preaching and singing and we all feel happy, but that was created in you. You are from the creation and the white man is from being made. We made the white man. Let us make man. I want the Christian preachers to listen to all I have to say, then you ask me anything that I don't make clear to you, to make it clearer. Since you are a student and preachers of the scripture, then you ought to know me, because the Bible prophesies of Elijah coming to you, and I am Elijah. This man prophesied in the Bible teaches you that he must first come. He must first come, meaning, must come before God to make a way for God to come. If that man has to come first, not God coming first, but he must send this man first, then he comes after this man. What is this man and what and why is he so important that he must go ahead of God? He must prepare the way. Why doesn't God prepare the way? Why should he send Elijah to prepare the way? Because he prepared Elijah to prepare the way. This is done by governments and nations all over the earth. They send an ambassador to a foreign nation to get acquainted with that nation so that the king, president, or the people of a foreign land may get acquainted with a foreign nation. They see if they can make friends with each other. I'm here to get you acquainted with God, so that we can see whether or not you're able to live with God after your acquaintance. It is impossible for an enemy of God to make people friends or establish a friendship between the two. That's impossible, unless you change their nature. We cannot recognize a preacher sent from the devil to lead us to God, because he will try acquainting us with the true God, but according to his training by the enemy of the true God. I'm not trying to make enemies between us. I'm trying to make friendships. The thing that has happened between our black Christian preachers and the preachers of Islam is that the black Christian preachers actually believe what the blue-eyed devils have taught them is right. They are being led to believe, by the blue-eyed devils, that they will get to heaven, even ahead of us, when in fact, he's leading you directly to hell. This is what I'm raised up in your midst to put a stop to, you following an enemy of God when you think he's a friend. To stop you from going to his hell which he has made, because by nature, he was made to make hell for the righteous. We are here with truth. We are here to be attacked by the world of the devil and win over them. Christianity is dying a natural death. Everybody who's awakening to the root of the white race's Christianity is turning it down. Reverend, your whole church is getting chilly. I just want you and I to take our place as brothers. I'm going against you, because pretty soon, you will surely come over to Elijah Muhammad. I read in the Bible, Revelation, that last book, where it prophesies that the devil and his followers, his representatives, will be going down in a lake of fire, and I know who this is. This is the preachers of Christianity of black men and women. Due to the lack of knowledge of their enemy and his religion, he deceives them. I want to show you that I have the key to the knowledge of the devil and the knowledge of you. I'm here in the midst of the devil and I dare not to bite my tongue. I'm going to keep the teeth off of my tongue, so I can use it to speak the plain truth. We are living in a time called resurrection. Resurrection means to rise up. Resurrection means that everybody comes to the knowledge of the truth on the rise. I am one who was also dead. Allah, the God of the universe, raised me to come and raise you up. This is also written in your book, that this man whom he choose would be his messenger or his apostle. Although the Bible said prophet, I am not sent as a prophet. I'm the end of prophets. You don't need a prophet today, you need direction, and direction comes from a messenger to lead you in the right path. He directs you from himself to God in reality. If the devil had preached to believe in God, the true God, he would not have been a devil. They're out there with the cities filled with houses. They're only out there trying to deceive you into believing that they are directly from God and are preaching God's word. Tell him then, why don't you call him Allah then? He will say, well, we mean the same as Muhammad's name for God. You tell him then, what is the name of the God you're preaching? Ask him again, who made the Bible? Who made the Holy Quran? Was it you or was it our people? If he had anything he thought he could win for you, Reverend, he'd come down here and do it, but he can't come down here, even with death, and win. The truth is here and falsehood must vanish. If you want to catch the teachings of Elijah Muhammad and his change of the style of garments, go to Africa, go to Asia. They all will say yes, even those who are still in Christianity, they will say, yes, he's right. His women that come here, surely we will respect them. His brothers that come here, surely we will respect them. But, go there with your Christianity and the preaching of Christianity, they won't pay you any attention. No, they'll laugh at you, because those who are already there are laughing at him and trying to get them out of there. They call them representatives of their enemies, the American devils. You must have that new name which God will give to you. There are 99 of them to choose from. Reverend, give you one. Satan is not recognized among the righteous of your black people, nor will you be recognized if you follow Satan after the truth. It's too plain. There's no way for you to win by getting on the side of white people against us, because we don't care nothing about them. If America, England, Europe and Australia, or wherever the white man thinks he has a stake of power, would rise up this moment and declare themselves together in overthrowing Elijah and his work in America, they all would fail. You will love me when you really learn how much I love you and how much I want to do for you of good. And I am doing it. You go into Japan, Korea and other places where you have learned that I'm going, trying to get something to sell to the people yourself, to make personal gain for yourselves and not your people. You're going to fail. I'm going to fight against you. Everything that I make known to you, which I'm doing for the good of the whole of us, you go in for yourselves, trying to get something for yourselves so you can commercialize on your people. I'm going to put a stop to it. I'm going to stop Japan and other nations from letting you have anything over there. I'm trying to set up freedom, justice, equality and love of the brotherhood of the black man, and you're trying to steal by taking the good which I'm offering to you and through other nations of ours. You want to take it and scrap it for your own cause of robbery. You want to rob your brother. I don't want not one penny that is unjust coming from you. The merchandise that I'm after is for you, coming from Japan and other nations over there in the East. You are like one trying to get in. Everywhere that you hear that I'm going, you hasten yourself there to try and get something so you could come back to America and make merchandise out of your people, like the devil. I'm going to put a stop to this kind of thievery. If it be the will of Allah, I repeat, I'm going to put a stop to you. You are a very wicked and low-down person, for you to go in front and get just a small stake among these nations to commercialize on your people, back here. I don't care if my people want to trade with you. I'm going to show you up then, I'm going to the people that you're going to and tell them the consequences of what they are doing with you. I'm not here with only a little power in Chicago, and don't have any in New York. Allah has given me power over the whole entire thing. It's a shame for you to act like you act. Everywhere I go, you follow me up to see if you can get a chance there to come back and commercialize on the people like the devils are doing. I'm going to battle with you. I'm going to battle with those of whom you're trying to get the outlet to do the things you're doing, which is unjust to the people. You want to make yourselves rich, but I say to you, my friend or my brother, you haven't awakened wide enough to do this. I have help from God against you and those with whom you're trying to make friendly relations with to get their merchandise at a low price and come back here and get rich off of it by selling it to your people. You're not going to do that. That's why I'm over there. You have studied that if I can get $1,000 worth of merchandise for $100, I can make 1,000 off of it here. Think over that. I'm after the robber of my people so that it may come true that, before me they all were thieves and robbers. I must prove myself to be a defender of the prey, and I'm going to do it or die trying. I mean to do it. I mean to defend you. I started in the Pacific for fish for you. I went to the British Honduras to get fish for you at a cheaper price. You followed me right along. Everywhere I stopped, you go there trying to get you a trade to win money for yourself, while I'm getting it for all of you. I'm not getting it for myself. I wouldn't need no boat and no such thing as airplanes. We're even trying to dignify the black men here by buying an airport out here and getting planes for them. You don't have that to do. We have already opened the door for that. You are following along with your idea of robbing brothers. We have the airport in our hands. We're offered plenty of planes at just a word. If it's from Elijah, let him have it. But the fool, you are very wicked and deceitful, whereas you will say yes to Elijah before his face, and soon as he turns back, you're trying to rob his plans for good for the others. We will fix you, even if we have to go to war. As the Holy Quran teaches you from Allah, do you not see that we have sent death among them? We are not to be overcome. It is written here. Read it for yourselves in this book. It is also written in the Bible, where God sent death among the Israelites to get them to bow to Moses. I say, my friends, don't play with us, we mean good for you. You can't get help from your enemy and mine. His help was cut off before the appearance of Allah. Allah cut his help off so that he could put you at his servant's mercy. It is not that Allah, God, will stay among us in person, but he raises up one just like himself, having the same ideas. I don't want to see a one of you lose your life, but you are attacking death when you try bringing the work of God that's with me to a naught. You are inviting death. I was so ashamed when I was told what you were trying to do in the East, where I'm preparing a way for the whole nation. You want to prepare a way for yourselves, alone. Leave us alone, brother, if you don't like us. Just leave us alone. I'm the last man to attempt pulling you out of the power of the white man and putting you in the power of divine. I'm the last one. There is no other one coming. The others that will come, they're coming to destroy you for not listening to what I'm teaching you. You want the wealth that I want for you, but you can't get it like you're trying to get it. You'll destroy yourself and the plans of others, meaning myself and God. To get what you want, you will destroy them yourself, by the way you are doing it. Everyone wants his own way. Well, why didn't you start it first? You didn't start the way. You're commercializing on the way of another one. You go to Africa, trying to make your black brother there a Christian, yet Christianity has you as a prisoner here in America. We are raised up to show you a light to freedom, justice, and equality for self. Come follow me, and God will set you in heaven at once. Money is only a means or a medium between each other to get what each other wants. Come preach the preaching of truth, Reverend, which is Islam. Come preachers, if you don't know it, I will teach you. Let's be brothers in that which is good for the brotherhood of the original man, the black man. Let's join together and not follow the ways of our enemies. Forsake his ways. He has no church that will take you to heaven. They are for hell. That's the deceiving house, which the white man built for you. Believe the truth of Islam when it comes to you. Of the people of yours in the East and in the West, join to them who say are Muslim, and respect and honor will join on to you. Theology of Time, September 10th, 1972. We are living in the day of judgment and we are forever on that subject. We are not taking any subject that we don't add the judgment to. We have been teaching on the theology of time. Of course that is our subject all the time. The coming of Allah and the presence of Allah, we would like to know why did Allah come? What does he want with us and why is it so important that he come in person? We must remember that we have been taught that God was a spirit and can't be seen. A lot of our people believe it the way the enemy has written it, that you can't see God and live. The God of freedom, justice, and equality is who we want to see, to live. The God that we can't see is the God that won't let us live. We enjoyed our visitor yesterday, the Sultan of Ethiopia. He had dinner with us and we really had a good time. He was laughing when he came in and he was laughing when he left. Oh, he is a great man. He and his company of interpreters of the English language. He was really happy. I'm going to try visiting him again. I have been to Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, which they call it. I'm going to his mosque there. I looked at it when I was there, but I didn't go in. If I go back to Ethiopia, I'm going to visit that mosque. It is the most beautiful building there in the city. I told him that next time I go to Ethiopia, I was going to visit that mosque of his. After you get the new Islam that Allah is teaching us, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, you're not going to be too particular about going to hear Islam anywhere, but among yourselves. We have been here in America a long time. Our brothers didn't know from where we were kidnapped. Today, we want to get acquainted with our old brother, from whom our enemies kidnapped, to bring us here in this wild part of the earth. Of all the wild places, this is the most wildest country and people who live on earth. We may say the jungle holds the wildest people, however, they're naturally wild, but this is a country who's supposed to be civilized and is yet wild. We are living in a country which the Bible calls the wilderness. It's a wilderness of sin, not a fine civilization, but a wilderness of the worst evil and sinful people who ever lived on the earth. They are people who have no moral love for self nor anyone else. It's a terrible country. I'm a fellow who's like this. I love to talk with you. I love making friends with you. If there is anything wrong with my preaching, tell me so. If there is anything wrong with yours, I'm going to tell you. If you have proof that yours is right, I will join you today. I won't go back and think it over. I'll join you today. If yours is not mine and yet is right, then mine must be wrong, so I would join you today. You would have to prove it. I was brought up in a Baptist church. When I was a little boy, my father was a preacher at that time. I was in his church. I used to sit on the minister's lap because my grandmother would let me go up in the pulpit with my father and he would run me out because I was a very preaching little boy myself. I loved to hear people preach, but I didn't love to hear anyone singing. Around the age of 2 or 3 years old, and going up there in the speaker's stand with my father. When they would start singing, I would cry. They would frighten me. My grandmother would take me out and give me a spanking a couple of times. I learned to keep my mouth shut. I guess that's why I don't have no singing in my temple. The coming in the presence of God. What is the idea of God in coming? What is he coming here for? Since we didn't invite him, why does he want to come to us? We have never invited God to come to us other than in the wrong way. We wanted him to come to us in our heart. How do we know that he's going in our hearts if we never seen God? We don't know God if he doesn't come to us. How could he get to us if we don't recognize his presence? We have not been taught to look for a God coming in person. We have been taught to look for God coming in a spirit form. That's the kind of form we have been receiving. We had never seen God before, in person. We have always been praying, singing, and preaching for him to come to us in the spirit, but not in the person. Would we recognize him if he comes in person? No. We don't know him like that. How about praying for him to come in the spirit? That's a feeling. You can't name what God feels like. He tells us in Psalms to feel for him. I'm a fellow that likes to go to the root of things. The majority of us have been praying for God to come. We pray that, you come to me. If we did not believe he would come in person, then what are we praying for? It's a feeling. I want him to hear my prayers so I can feel him in my soul. If someone comes to you in person and tells you, I have heard your prayer and I'm here to answer it, then what? Now, you would say no. I didn't send for you. You look like me. Well then, who would you accept? You know we could have a lot of fun with one another when we don't know. I used to go to church and the preacher would preach that hellfire. To me, it seemed to be so plain, I would be afraid to go home. I mean, they could preach it in those days. Now, the day has come for the fire to light upon those who are not the righteous. Today, you don't preach it much, because you're a little guilty. You think that you also would be one of them for the fire. Well, that's right. The older we get, the wiser we get in this civilization, and the more understanding of that which we used to believe. The presence of God. How do we know when God is present? What is the idea of God coming? He is represented by the prophets as coming to seek his own. Who is his own? We used to believe this wrongly. We thought it meant anybody that had been forgiven for their sins. That's the way we used to believe it. His own, biblically and Quranically, represents a people who are his own people and had went astray from him. So many parables are spoken of in the Bible to give us an idea of what the people would look like and their characteristics. We have been told in parables that we are like a man who had 2 sons. The younger son wanted to go leave his father and go into a far country, live to himself out of the law of the family's life. His father, willingly, let him go, for he knew the country and the people of that country. He knew that, one day, the son would want to get back. Jesus put the parable so clearly. He said, "Alas, in that land a famine arose, and the son who did not want to live under the good law of his family became in want. He could not get a job. He could not get bread and meat, so he lifted up his eyes towards his father's house. He said, I will arise and go to my father. He has bread to spare. Why should I suffer here?" He made up his words he intended to use when asking for forgiveness. "I will say unto him that I am not worthy to be called your son. Make me a servant. Don't tell them whom I am." In words he was saying, that I was one of your sons. You are too great for a man, like me, to come in reaching out for the respect of the family and other people by saying that I am your son. These are very beautiful scriptures, very beautiful. I am not worthy to be called your son. Make me a servant of your own, not a son. I'm not fit for that kind of honor. The father said, "Oh, come on son, I will represent you." So, he got near the house and he still felt too cheap to go in the family's home. His brother looked out and saw his father coming up with this very bad and contrary son, his brother. He said, "Come on in, let's make merry, for your brother has come home." He scorned the presence of his brother, because he had lived with rough and scandalous people. He said, "As long as I've been here with you, you're telling me now to kill the fattest calf we got to make merry over this man who has been out among strangers committing all the acts these strangers have committed, and now I'm to represent and recognize him as being my equal. I have not been any place. I have been here with you always. Come on in, son." He could not accept his brother, making him his equal in the house. "No, I will not come in." Then the father said, "Stay out there, son, I'm taking him in the house." He took this son in the house and represented him to the family. All the members of the family that would not bow to their brother were made servants of their brother, who had been away a long time. When the father saw that they would not respect his word, and he being the power of the family, he said, "Sit him down over there. Put a crown on his head and make him the ruler of the house." This parable represents you and me who had been away from our native land and people for a long time. The enemy has destroyed us and made us act like himself and look like himself, as near as possible, so that our people would not want to mix with us. But a God of ours has come out to meet us. The enemy has just about destroyed us and have taken away our identity. Nevertheless, our father said, "I will go out and meet him." He looked and he saw his son coming a long way off. 400 years is a long way off. He said, "This is my son. This is your brother, my son. I can't mix with that kind of brother." He said, "Listen, son, you're all right, but this is your brother that went astray among strangers. I'll admit, son, he went astray, but I went out and met him." He recognizes himself now. He was lost from himself, but now I have found him. He was dead to the knowledge of self, but now I met him and I gave him life. Before we knew anything, God was here with us. We didn't go out looking for him, he came seeking us. Who loves the other one the most? I will search the earth, he says, until I have him, and I will bring him again. Tell Abraham that I will go and bring them again, right here in this same place, where they left from. This is the prophecy he made to Abraham. He'll go astray, but I will go after him and I will bring him back again. He must have that which was promised to you, Abraham, that I would give. I want to give him the earth. Strangers are ruling the earth. I want to give it to him. It's his earth. Abraham, I'm going after them. I'm going to search the whole earth until I find him, and those enemies that have him. I will bring him back and I will miserably destroy his enemies. He has come and found us. Now, he wants to take you and me home again by going to war with the enemy. In order to get the prodigal son to thinking of a home, he went to work on the land that he was in. In that land, the book says, a great famine arose and the poor boy became in want. He couldn't get a job. He had nothing fit to eat, only what the hogs ate. In his father's house, they didn't allow hog around there. The enemy knows that, so he gave him a job he knows he didn't want. Go feed my swine. The boy's religion was such that he should not even touch a swine, nor have a swine near him. He was a Muslim. I don't like this job, but I'm so hungry that I could eat the corn the hogs are eating. Remember, brother, this has not passed, it's to come here. These parables are directed towards you and me. God loves his people. He loves that boy regardless to his sins. He loves him. I'm going after them. He promised Abraham that he would do so. I can't break my word with my friend Abraham, I must go after him. We have been here for 400 years, yet never seeking Allah. We didn't know how to pray for him to come to us. Now, today, he's searching the earth for his people. He finally found them, and he was like a man finding a jewel or a pearl that he's not able to take, because there is an enemy that owns the beautiful jewel at the time. He goes and hides them. He goes and prepares to get that land and take it. He's after the country. He's so powerful and well able to make war with the enemy and overcome him. He sets the clouds against him. He sets the wind against him. He sets the snow against him. He sets the ice against him. He sets his own friends against him. He makes it impossible for him to agree and get along in peace with anyone. He's after him. After doing that, he goes and taps his farms by sending enemies like worms and bugs into his farms that eat up his crops. He's a terrible God to fight, as Habakkuk said in his book of prophecy. He said that he, himself, hoped that he would be here when God rises up and invades the people. He hoped he would be here. He's the warrior from the beginning. He was a such warrior in the beginning that when he appeared himself, he made himself to appear out of darkness. He went to war, then, with the darkness by raising up light to lighten up the darkness, so the darkness could not triumph over him. He made a great light for himself. He made his own house to rotate, so that it would stay in and about the light, making it a sign for us here today. Praise be to Allah. What was his idea, spiritually, for coming to us and bringing us out of darkness into his marvelous spiritual light? What does he want with a people who's like the prodigal son? A people who had not served God, but served the enemies. What does he want with us? He doesn't want us as we are. The Holy Quran says, he will cause us to grow into a new growth, and make us new again. This is to rid us of the mark of the enemies. That's a good God, isn't he? He hates the enemy so much so that he removes the scar or the coloring of the enemy from us and changes us into a new growth. No more shall you go along with the scars which the enemy put on you. Allah will put you into a new growth and make you look like him. As the epistle of Paul says, we don't know what we will be like, but we will be like him. What does he want to come to us for? To take us and give to us that which by nature belongs to us. We were brought from our home, following and worshipping an enemy. Now, the enemy has made us like himself, both spiritually and physically, so that God would not want us, but he does. It is written that he would seek and find us, then bring us back to our native people and country. Yet, the enemy has spoiled us so much. What does God want with such a spoiled people, who will run from him, who will hate and curse him out to his face, and then keep the enemy in his glory, worshiping him as his best friend while he's his worst enemy and murderer? What are we talking about here is the good of a God that loves you and wants you to be his people. What will you do for us? I will give you money, good homes, and I will make friends for you in all walks of life. I will destroy those that hate you and bring their kingdom to naught. You say, I won't follow a God like that. I say, like the Holy Quran, O foolish. Do you call me to believe in a God other than my God? No, no. What is your God doing for you? Nothing, only trying to get you in trouble. After all of this glory that he offers to you and me, some of us are too proud to accept it, yet we are in trouble, hungry, naked, and living in old, broke down, worn-out old houses. You would rather stay there and worship the enemy, who is depriving you of a good house to live in, just to have him smile and say, "You're doing fine." You're doing fine for him, but not for yourself. I say, we should wake up. The Bible teaches us that he came to save his people from their sins, not charge them with the sins of their enemies, but forgive them, because they were not at fault. It was the enemies who deceived them and made them worship that which they knew not. Allah says, "Submit to me, I will sit you in heaven at once." You don't have to wait, like the enemy teaches you, saying, wait until you die. No, you have already died. I'm saying this to let you know how much love God has for people who don't love him. You don't even know him and don't even want to learn who he is. It is awful. They want to sit them in heaven at once. Well, where is your proof? I'm the proof. I'm in heaven myself, and if you follow me, you will get in heaven too. Heaven is a place where you don't want for nothing that you cannot reach. You get what you want of good. Yes, brothers and sisters, that's right. We have to remember that we are trying to learn to toil and walk into the path of truth, justice, and equality. We must not forget our duties to ourselves. If we see a brother or sister sick who are trying to recuperate, try and help them. All of you Muslims, help your brother and sister when you find them sick and unable to help themselves. Go to them and see what need you can help them with. Don't be ashamed and stingy. Go and open up your purse and help that brother or sister who is unable to help themselves as a result sickness. Don't send them to me. You have a habit of sending everyone you find to the messenger for me to give them some money. You have money like the messenger. Where do you think I get mine? You give me mine. Now when the poor brothers and sisters are sick, you give them some of that same help then. This has been coming to me too much. I had the secretary to write it down so I would not forget it. You go and learn that the brother or sister is sick, and you come directly back to me and tell me indirectly, help that one, they're sick. Why don't you help them? I want you to remember, when you go to your sick brother or sister's home, give them something yourself and don't come hurrying to get back to my home, telling me, so and so is sick, go help them. You didn't help them. Do unto others as you desire done unto you. I had intended to tell you about this. I'm the first one, like a physical doctor, you notify, so and so is sick, you go help, 'cause I need my money. You stop that or we're going to lead you out of the presence of us. When you were in the church, I remember sitting there watching you take up a contribution for your sick. Continue to do that for your helpless people. Let the brother know, so and so is sick. They won't say another word, because they know he'll give them something and I won't have to give them something. You go give brother something and come tell me, brother so and so is sick and I left all I could, there with him, to help them until he's well. But no, you tries to find a way to find the messenger. Go tell the messenger so and so is sick, for him to give it. All I have to give is what you give to me. If you're going to give it to me and want me to give it to the sick one who gets sick, then where is your charity for the sick? You go and help them yourself, like you did when you were over there in the church. Do that, and don't be looking up the messenger. You know I will do so, but you do so first. We are a people who are so backwards in that which we should be doing for self, that it makes it hard for a leader to lead you. We want you to know that when coming into Islam, we're coming into being a people that do what the law of righteousness teaches us to do. It teaches us to never forget your brother or sister. We're sneaking around and going around the other block to keep from passing by a person's home, afraid that you'll have to give him something. That's what righteousness and justice will do for you. It will remind you of the good things you should be doing and the evil things which you should be leaving off. Islam is not here for you and me to take advantage of our brothers. It's here to bring us closer to our brothers and to our sisters. If we don't love one another, then how can God love us? If we ask God to help us and with that help, we won't help one another, He should not help us. I want you to remember that the day has arrived when we all must be separated and go for self. This day is now fast approaching us and we are living in it. I want to teach you how to go for self, as Allah guides me into the knowledge of how to teach and train you to go for yourselves. I want you to remember that this is my greatest job, to teach you how to go for self. We are now farming in nearly every aspect of life. We are farming and trying to grow meat, bread, and everything else that we need to keep hunger and nakedness from taking hold of us. I have now, nearly, gotten our nations of the earth to help me see that you have clothes, and see that you are not going hungry. I have now made such trades with the nations, that I can assure you that if you follow me and do as I tell you to do, you will not hunger nor will you go naked. But, I warn you to stay out of my path of trying to make a way for yourself, personally. I warned the nations of ours, that if they see you coming with a bread basket to buy from them, I will stop and cut the plan short that I have made with them. I also will become an enemy of your country and see that you don't live so happy. We cannot be successful in feeding and clothing our 30 or so million people here in America with any one of that 30 million grabbing up a basket and running over to the wholesale house and tell them to, give me mine separate. They and myself have talked over this and they have told me how you want them to serve you. I told them, go ahead and do it if you want to. I said, but you may find yourself clashing with me again. I am, as it is written, the right hand of God, and as the Holy Quran teaches you and me, that Allah says in it, that He and His apostle are not to be overcome. No, we're not to be overcome. We are together like life veins, and if you try to overcome us, we will send death among you. This Holy Quran teaches the messenger, do not you see that I have sent death among you? We are not to be overcome. He did that in Moses' time with Israel. He sent death among them. The Bible says, a death angel went around and that was a very trying time. Remember, that is directed at you, here. It is reminding you of what I did to an enemy like you. It is a warning that I will do the same to you. Go to them, Son of Man, and call upon them to hear the word of the Lord. They're not going to hear you, because they would not hear me. But call on the winds. Tell the winds to come and blow on these plains that they may live. This means war, fighting, revolution, and bloodshed. Don't lose your sane way of thinking in these trying times. Don't get so happy off the devil's world of foolishness, lest you find yourselves like the Sodomites, waking up in a rumbling earthquake and homes afire. He's telling you how God is punishing him here and there. He's warning you of how the earth is trembling in certain places in this country. He knows you're not going to pay any attention. They're not going to pay that any attention until it tremble in Chicago. This is the type of people Sodom and Gomorrah had. I say, my beautiful brothers and sisters, judgment is after America. America is in the throes of divine attack. They know it. They know I'm preaching right to you, but they know that you are not going to believe it until they tell you to believe it, and that will be when you're all washed up. One was bold enough to tell me, isn't this true, Elijah, that your people will not believe none of its leaders unless we put our own finger of approval on what you say? I said it has been, but I meant to let him know that it won't be like that from now on. Then he told me, Elijah, I'm sorry for you. You certainly have a big job. I said, who made it a big job, was it me or you? He laughed it off. You know, they can rip your heart open, telling you something they have done to hinder you from being successful in uniting your people to the God of mercy and truth. They can burn you up. They made him like that, then laugh at you trying to make him other than that. But Allah has come in person, brothers and sisters. He's with me and I am with him. He's angry with the wicked world, and so am I. As it is written, they both were angry, for the wrath had come. It was time to get angry, because the enemy was trying to prevent the dead from rising. God and his messenger are here for that exact purpose. It is to see that they rise, regardless to opposition. They must rise. God intends to make a new nation out of us, not to keep us like we are now. Some may say, where are we going? We don't need to go no place. Hell is made by the people and not by the nature of our reactionary earth. We make the hell and we make the heaven. What is hell? It's a place where people are disagreeable to live with in peace. Heaven is a peaceful place where people live in peace. Every man would like to enjoy peace, though he breaks the peace and contentment in the community. He would like a contented place for himself. My God and myself, we want to see about all of that. Some of you say, I want to go to heaven. You make heaven where you are. There's no certain place what we call heaven. It's only that place where a man makes peace for himself and is able to produce the great abundance of nature for his wants. When we remove evil and the cause of evil, then we are making a heaven there. The earth has always been at peace with itself, but the people on the earth are the ones who are not at peace. As the Bible and Quran teaches us, he created the heavens and the earth in peace. We don't hear one planet up there racing with the other one or trying to destroy the other planet. They are at peace with each other. When one seems to drop into space losing his hold in the orbit of space, this is done for signs. It's not that they voluntarily do these things, they're ordered by God to do these things. They show us signs of ourselves. The roof of the starry canopy is put there for us to learn the wisdom of Almighty God, the Creator, and that is a great lesson. We can study the wisdom in the canopy over our heads, all our lives, and follow after it, and we will be a blessed people. Why is it so hard for us to accept the God of goodness and freedom, and do the will of good? We have to move the hindering cause out of our way, who is the 6,000-year-old enemy that Yaqub made to be an enemy to us. Allah is pushing them together, to destroy them at once. You and I, by right and justice, were created to rule the heavens and the earth. When we find the disobedient one in our midst, we are to remove him out from among us. The day has arrived wherein the blue-eyed devil must go. I was talking with the Sultan of Ethiopia yesterday at my home. He was a big heavy fellow, but he was not much taller than I am. Oh boy, he was much larger than me. We had a big time. You never dream of having such a peaceful and loving time with your brothers abroad, unlike these who are here living next door to you. Did you know we live next door to each other and hardly ever speak to each other? Someone lives way across town comes up and asks us, do Mr. Brown live here? And we never knew he was named Brown, because we don't associate with them. We don't act like brothers of each other. We move in the neighborhood of the other, and it's very seldom that you find our people going over trying to get acquainted with them or to show to the new neighbor that, I'm your neighbor here. You have moved among us. We want to live in peace, love, and friendship together, and I'm over anxious to get acquainted with you. We don't do anything like that. We can live here, side by side, next door for years, and never know each other's names. This is terrible. That shows you how divided we are and how much love we have for ourselves. We don't have any. If there is a white fellow living next door, we want to get acquainted with him so we can show him what a fool we are to love him. It can make me so sick to hear our people speaking to the devil living next door over in his yard. How you do, Mr. So-and-so? How you do, Mrs. So-and-so? I live next door to a devil. But they never find me coming out morning nor evening trying to get a chance to speak to them. I never speak to them unless they speak to me. I'm not seeking their love nor friendship whatsoever. No, I don't want it. So, brothers and sisters, this poor little fellow don't have enough love to spare to an enemy for wanting all the love I can give to my brother. The Sultan of Ethiopia, who visited and dined with us last evening, is a very fine man. We must school our young children how can we create love and unity among ourselves, continually dividing ourselves up with the destroyer of peace and unity among us. When we accept Islam, put your children in the Islamic school. We will never teach our people to love and respect self as long as we send them to a troublesome devil school. The schools of the land are at war with schools which are of Islam. They try to break us up, but they were babies at the game. Allah's showing them how to break the people up. They have not had no peace since they tried to destroy our school. They can't get money enough to pay off the teachers, even with our help and taxes. Our school has plenty of teachers. Here we have so many teachers that we could hire out some of ours to them if they had the money to pay for them. Everywhere we begin teaching belief in Allah and His true religion Islam, it puts us to scuffling for a place to build up a school for ourselves and for our children. I want to get fine merchandise for you and me, not for wealth, but to save you from giving your wealth away to your enemies for his high-priced merchandise. I'm putting in an order for 2 or 3 shiploads of food and merchandise for you to eat and wear. You are following me up everywhere I go trying to get the same people to sell to you personally. You don't want that which Elijah ordered. I want some for myself. How come you can't sell it to me like that? They're complaining and I'm complaining, so, this week, we agreed what they would not sell you nothing unless you put your order in with me. They wonder how in the world are you ever going to get along being so divided? Everything you see one do, that you like, you grab or jumps on his back to pull him down. I can get you all you want from the nations of this earth and get it cheaper than you can get it because you are not going to buy that much. I want to buy by the shiploads. You want to buy by the hundreds or thousands of pounds. I want to get hundreds and thousands of tons. The nations have offered me a very, very reasonable price on all merchandise coming to us. At the beginning, I was willing to let you know where I was looking to get that people to sell to you and me at a very, very low price, but I found out soon as I get it out of my mouth, you flies over there to get yours separate. You don't want to order with me. We are talking on this, brother, and I don't know who's going to win, but I think I'm going to win. If I was like you and I saw you being helped by the nations of the earth into millions of dollars, I would say to you, let me live under your flag, but you can't do that. You can't go over to your people of the earth and ask them for $1 million and they give it to you. They'll look at you and want to know, who are you? I am asking people to give me $1 million, $50 million, $100 million to help this people, here, out of the trouble and mud which they are in. You can't do that. I can do that for you. Why not let me? You know this, but you want, deep in your heart, to get something for yourself to rob self. You want to rob your people. Why don't you get out of that old stubborn, devil way, wanting to rob each other? I think the enemy has robbed us enough. We should not look at one another seeing if there's a little meat left on the bone to get off. Don't do that. Let's get together and keep anybody else from cleaning our bones. This is what I'm trying to do for you. I'm trying to help you. Well, you're trying to help yourself. Certainly, if I help you I am helping myself. Being suspicious is a bad path to be on, especially when you are suspicious of a man of God who's been raised up by Him to lead you into a better life. I want to see you living in heaven, where you once lived in hell. I want to see you passing by each other as though both were brought up in the same family and by the same father and mother. That's what I want for you. God has made me love you as He loves you Himself. I want to see you blessed, not proud, but blessed. You don't want to let me and my God bless you into salvation, out of the poverty-stricken condition that you're in now and the condition which is getting worse every day. There will be no jobs. The government is afraid to let their soldiers return home because they don't have jobs. The country is going down, 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 and you can be blamed for it, yet you believe that in that fall, you have salvation. Stick around, brother. I want to see heaven given to you divinely. The prophets prophesied that you would receive this from God in the judgment. You would be given a land for yourself. It is Allah's own goodwill. Says the Bible, to give thee the kingdom. You're the thee and the kingdom is America. Don't scorn me. Don't be suspicious of me. You can't win by being suspicious. You got to trust someone. Allah shows you proof that He's with me by bringing fulfillment of that which is written by the prophets of your Bible. Look and see, He tell the prophets. They all come to thee. It's not that you have power to force them into love and submission to you, but I will so that, because you love me and I love you, I'm going to make all of them love you. I'm going to make all of them to bow down. I'm going to clothe you, like one clothing another one with a garment. They shall hear of thee, and they shall come from afar to bow down. That's right. Those who come from afar, they will bow down, and they will submit and ask Allah to continue to bless Elijah, because he's the one. Whatever you desire, Elijah, ask for it and it'll come. That's what he told me from his mouth, right here in this city. He said, you will get it. He pointed down to the street and said, you will get it right here, whatever you want. I don't want nothing but the freedom of my people and the earth that they're on. This is our earth, not the blue-eyed Caucasians. God didn't give him not so much as a square foot of this earth. God didn't give the devil nothing but time. Now his time is up. We don't wait for him to move, we unite with God and move him ourselves. We want to enjoy which is ours by nature. It is earth. How can the white man claim the earth or any part of it when he had no part in the creation of it? I'm about to try you with fish and clothes coming from the outside of this country. I'll try you with what you eat, so I can see how you will go along with me there, when I will try other vital things towards our work of building up a world for ourselves, which will follow. I can get you all the fish you want to eat, of the best kind, for far less than the price you are paying. I'm ordering a shipload to try you and see if you'll buy your own good fish at a very reasonable price. I'm scattering the order throughout the country. Taste these fish, and stop buying them from your enemies. We are paying enough for a pound of fish to buy a shirt, that's right. Think over $1 and $1.25 a pound for good fish, that's terrible. I'll get you 4 or 5 pounds for that. I have sent for every type of merchandise that you need at 1/3 of the price which you are presently paying now. We want to do away with our robber. You can't do away with the robber unless you can come under his price. So, by my Allah, I have the world behind me. Everything that you need, I can get it for you for far less than you can get it from elsewhere. It is being set up for you now. Those fine clothes and fine shoes, I can get you those fine shoes for less than 1/9 of the price. Yes, I can tell you where I'm expecting to get a shipload of them, but I'm not going to tell you, because you'll go there with a market basket asking for it to be filled at the same price. You are a terrible people to handle. You sit here and laugh and say, that's right, and before I can get home, you have told all the enemies what I have said. Then he goes to put a barricade up again, like he did to us in Japan. He told them all I had said concerning the trade in Japan for you. The enemy went over there, set up a higher tax on everything to make it hard for us to get anything. We would have had to pay a larger price. Now, we broke that down, by our Allah, we are many people and he's only a few. We broke it up, yet we didn't have to go to Japan. We have lots of people, and they all have ports. Most of them are in a position, put there by God, to help you. I am now in that position, I can help you, not to rob you, but help you to live easier. From the Atlantic to the Pacific we are gathering your necessities at such a reasonable price, that you'd be frightened. It would make you think you're buying inferior goods, but you are not buying inferior goods. It's just people who would like to do justice by you. Yes, we have some great things in store for you, but we are afraid to tell you everything, because you will tell the enemy as soon as we tell you what we are trying to do for you. You got to take it over to the enemy and see what he thinks of it. We'll put a stop to that one of these days. We are tired of trying to help self and you're jumping up destroying that self. Envy and jealousy is the worst enemy that you could house. Just try housing envy and jealousy, the worst that you can house. That's our greatest trouble, like it was with Cain and Abel. Cain couldn't stand to see Abel being respected by God, so he goes out and kills Abel so that God's respect would be for him, only. This is the way you are. You want to destroy the success coming to your brother, of which he wants to share with you. You've got no time to wait. You are envious and jealous of him. If I can't get it now for myself, I will destroy what he's getting. We are well aware of your intentions, and with the help of Allah, we intend to beat being jealous and envious of each other out of our people's heart. I've got to have that he has. I can't wait for it. I want it right now. We've got to find ways to destroy that kind of evil. That's an evil that will never let the nation rise, so we are after destroying it. We have learned how to get under it and get at the roots of it. I have grieved and cried many times over the way we are being treated by this devil. Allah has spared me to live, so I could lay hold to the handle that won't break off. Good eating fish, caught in good clean water, not in poisoned water of the devil, but in good clean healthy water, where the fish can grow healthy. We are chasing them to give you the best, so that the Bible may be fulfilled wherein it says that, because of Joseph being thrown into the well by his brethren and into the hands of stranger, let all good things come to Joseph. Everybody wants to see us enjoying the good things of the earth, but ourselves. We would rather let the enemy rob us, destroy us, and take our lives from us, day and night, than to turn and go to our God, his religion, and to our people of whom we are true brothers. We would rather die at the hands of our enemies, be mistreated by them, and then help them destroy us. I say, you are going to be a loser. I'm with Allah for you, and I will fight you if you fight against him. With the help of Allah, I'm going to stop you from opposing each other. Unite. The Sultan from Ethiopia was so happy to learn what I am teaching you, that the man was just almost shouting, yeah, I was there to see him. These people want to see the Western black man get up out from under the feet of his enemy, go for himself and unite with them so they can unite with you. Get into your own holy nation's name and get out of the name of the devil. Stop calling yourself by his name. We will give you a name. My God and myself, as he taught me, is the we I'm referring to. I can give you a name and it will be recognized all over the world, but I don't want to try making you think that I'm God myself. I can do that and he will recognize that which I give to you, because he has taught me. Theology of Time, September 17, 1972. We have to import much of what we are after, because here in America we deal with our enemies and they don't want to give us the price that we can get elsewhere. America is still America. We are a nation growing up in America to become an independent nation within an independent nation. We have our flag to go forward in making a move for self. We have brothers all over the earth. We are a people that outnumber our enemies 11-1. We are a people who are not going to make an attempt. We are going to do what we attempt to do. We want people, from out of our own people, to help us, but let us teach you how to help us. We don't want you to be like the fellow in the book, wherein it said he was told by one of the officers to help Jesus bury his crop and he barely knew where to dig a hole. He took hold of the little part, which was too heavy for him. I don't want you picking no parts. I will tell you where to lay your hands. I don't like to criticize anyone, because this is not what we are after today. We don't want to criticize each other. We can get together and squash that thing called criticizing. In fact, that's what Islam has come for, to put a stop to black men making fun of black men. Islam is here to make us brothers, and if we can't be brothers, we're here to push him out of the circle. God, himself, is here for the purpose of showing you and me that which will help us and do for us. If we can't, he's here to push us in the lake, and not a lake of water, it's a lake of fire. That's what he's ready to do for us. The world has lingered around too many years over the righteous time. They are over time doing this to us all, because you would not be on time to wake up and join onto your own kind. If we had been swift and eager with our ears open to hear the trumpet of self-blowing, we would have been a long ways toward the gate of heaven. We want to get together here in America first of all, and build us something of our own that the world will recognize. There is no work going on in America that you can compare with our workers. No worker has the progress as our workers. They don't enjoy progress. I don't care where you're from, brother and sister, you are the best. We are able to get the confidence of the nations of the earth. They will help us in every way that we call on them. They will do it. God will make them do it. We are with God and God is with us. If you are so proud, feeling that you can make a way or can get anything on this side and make the same progress without going on your knees and submitting to a superior supreme being of righteous, truth and justice, then go and try it. We care nothing about the rulers of evil who want to keep you and me down, so that we cannot progress in our efforts to do something worthwhile of ourselves. We care nothing about their dislike and their attack of trying to halt, stop, or injure our progress. We care nothing about their effort. If we have God with us, who is it that can interfere with our progress and win? We don't preach like the average preacher, whereas, you don't get, God told Jonah to go to Nineveh with little twang to it. We tell you why God told Jonah to go to Nineveh, what his aim and purpose was. That's the way we preach. I know you'd like to probably hear me come out with, oh yeah, but you see, I can't preach like that. My father used to preach like that. We used to sometimes have to run up in the stand and pick him up, carry him out, then pour some cool water over him. I can't preach like that. I'm not that type of preacher, I'm a teacher. In these days and times we are living, we'd better not look at the clock as much as we look at our feet to see if they are prepared to run. I don't want you to be like the people of Noah, Lot, or like the slowness of Israel in getting out of Egypt. They had to go around that night and put up a blood sign over the door to warn them to flee. We're up 4,000 years from that time. We should have more knowledge and wisdom to do a better job. With the world of Christianity crumbling under your feet and falling out of the sky and falling on the battlefield of nations, if you cannot wake up and get prepared to fly for self, what will wake you to flying to yourselves if the time we're living in will not awaken you? I don't know what could come. The Holy Quran teaches us to fly for refuge in Allah. We can try playing with this warning like the people of Noah, like the people of Lot, but we will meet with grave consequences. Let us try to shun all of the mishaps that we possibly can. We want to build for self. You say, we're going to be destroyed. The cities of the nations are going to be shaken from their foundation. That's right, but if you look in the book, you will find that it's prophesied that you must rise up and rebuild the wasted cities. You have it there. If we got to rebuild the wasted cities, let us go practice now how to build for ourselves. You cannot boast that you have your own if you don't know how to build and master your own. We cannot get together haphazardly. We cannot get together hating one brother and loving another. We've got to wholly love all the brothers. I cannot give you reverence too much sympathy because the church is what we want to destroy. Christianity is our slave masters. Just remember that. It's our slave masters. It is the tool which the slave masters handed over to us when he considered himself freeing us. He gave you something to enslave your brains. That is where you are tied up at, it's in your brains, from the slave master. You boast and fight for Christianity more than the founder of Christianity. They have just about given up. They know they're fighting a losing battle. Allah will remove the modern-made religion called Christianity. The very foundation of that religion is murder. Take a look at the cross. It's the sign of a murderer. If you will follow a murderer for life, what life could he give you if he's a murderer? He put up his sign for you and I to worship. If we're going to worship a sign of a murderer or worship a murderer, then what are we looking for? Death. We are looking for death. Oh, Reverend, it's a shame that he deceived you like this. I'm not coming to make fun of you, but I'm coming here to make you wise to the murderer. It's up to you to believe it or let it alone. He says to you and me that, I've taken Jesus and I killed him. I've hung him up on a cross. Now nigger, come on and worship it, because I'm going to do you the same way. He's doing it. I don't want to argue with you. I just want to tell you outright that you see any man or woman worshiping the cross, calling it the sign that leads them to their salvation, they should be taken and put in the insane asylum. That's no sign of life, that's a sign of death. See how far you're off. You are off from the knowledge of what you are given. If a man gives you that cross and then tells you that you're following Jesus to heaven, you ought to bust his face open. The enemy has molded you into death. My church, my denomination, your church is hell and your denomination is hell. They do not have any respect over in that church for the members, nor anyone that will visit. Fight back, they hung you on trees. They say they hung Jesus on the tree. You should be clear on this, because they do hang you. Be like Jesus, he says. Ask him, for what? For you to hang me and nail me to the cross like you did him? But, no. He has made you love death and worship the murderer. When you tell him about us, are you one of them? That's what he will say, or you done left the church? You should not have never been in it. Oh, slave house with a cross, a sign of imprisonment, suffering, and finally death. The church now is getting hungry. The Muslim is getting fat. That's right. You have the Bible, wherein it teaches you that, but you didn't know who it was talking about. We shall eat, but ye shall be hungry. Christians, I'm so sorry for you. The worst of all, Christianity leads you to seek a heaven in the sky, off the earth. Where are your food and clothes at? Where is your shelter at? They teach you to look in the sky for yours. Tell him, I'm already sheltered by that canopy. I don't need to pray to go to it. It was built for our service. What can you do with his religion, to aid you in getting for yourself that which he has gotten of this earth for himself, which is good homes, money, friendship? How are you going to get it now, when the trumpet of life is sounding and it doesn't carry a cross? It's against the cross. It has come to destroy the cross. This is exactly what Islam is here for, to give you a sign that is worthwhile. Look at our sign, the sun, moon, and star. It corresponds with what you live under daily and nightly. Your sign, the cross, corresponds with that which we find over in the grave. There are so many graves expensively built, and putting a cross on it. Have you ever studied the cross? If the cross means that we are at crossroads with each other, that's right. That means that the cross is at the crossroads with the crescent, yet the cross cannot get along without our crescent. They must have the sun, moon, and star. If you remove that away from them, they all will go crazy at once. Remove that cross from us and we'll all be free at once. It was made to enslave people. That's the sign of physical enslavement and death. That's the cross you've been deceived to follow. You follow Jesus. He was hung on a cross, they say. He was not hung on the cross. Allah told me that he made a cross out of himself. He stretched forth his hands like that of a cross and let the deputy sheriff stab him to death very quickly through his heart. He didn't die on the cross. The deputy sheriff that was sent out after him, he wanted to make a quick death of it, because he did not see where he was guilty of the crime laid against him. So he told him, if you let me kill you, I will kill you so quick you'll never feel it, then I'll get twice the reward for you since you know you're going to die, and you came for that purpose. I will kill you so quick that you will never feel it. And he did so. He plunged his sharp knife through his heart and the man was dead instantly. Well, if I die, I hope I die the death of a Muslim. Beautiful sisters, stop sweethearting with the blue-eyed Caucasian. Your days are numbered for that. Brothers, stop turning in your brother for $1 from the enemy. The time is out for that. They'll see you laying around somewhere not talking. The time is out for it. Sisters must stop driving by in their cars flirting with white man. There are enemies and your enemy. They're going to do an about-face on you one of these days. Don't you feel ashamed of yourselves, sitting up in the car with the enemy of your people, letting him take you in the bushes somewhere on a dead-end lot? That kind of work is going to stop someday. You may not feel so happy when you meet the gang that will stop you. White people used to kill their woman if they caught a black man with them, they'd kill you too. You think it's an honor to be sitting around grinning with white folks with their arms around you. They got their arms around our pocketbook, keeping you from enjoying the wealth that your fathers and mothers suffered for. Be careful about this, I'm warning you. We the Muslims are not going to stand for it. There are some we call good Christians, but they just don't know how to be a good Christian, because they don't know the truth. We are the best Christians on earth. Christian means to be crystallized into one. So, if you go by the meaning of Muslim, we are the real Christians. We are one. My beloved brothers and sisters of the church, I am certainly happy to see that you are bold enough to come in that door and learn what Christianity is, and learn what Islam is. You were made a Christian, but you were born a Muslim. We were created Muslim. From the very beginning, our Father who created the heavens and the earth was a Muslim. We who are from him are Muslims by nature. Therefore, you don't join Islam to become a Muslim, you just come on back to Islam, into what you were created to be. The Holy Quran says, we are that which by nature we were created. The church can't tell you that you are a Christian by nature. They can't do it. They tell you that you are a Christian by faith and hopes, but you are born a righteous person. Muslim means a righteous person. We want you to remember to meet with us every time that we call on you to do so. Whether you say you are a Muslim or not, you are saying that through the undeveloped knowledge of self. You were created a Muslim. If you reject it now, you are rejecting yourself, because Muslim is what you are. What can you find in Christianity that exceeds us? Nothing but evil. You can't boast that you are an evil person as a result of yourselves. The man who made you evil was Yaqub. He was one of us. You didn't have sense enough to build up a race of evil people. It was one of our evil people who taught you how to build one out of evil. He did so, but for a limited time. After you have lived here for 6,000 years, your brothers coming from the east is going to eat you up. I'm snacking on a few of them now. I love black people. I love black. I work for black people. I just want to let you know that I am your brother and will fulfill my appointments with you, whether you like what I say or not. I know you will love what I say pretty soon, yes. I have a home that God has given to me for you. Let's move in it. What is a better heaven than plenty of money, a good house to live in, and good peace among the brethren and the world of man? What is a better heaven than that? I don't want to try preparing to go up in the sky with you. I don't know what kind of vehicle you have to fly me up in the sky, and I might drop back. I certainly don't have no wings growing on me. So, let us try and stay on this good earth and get the things out of it that we need for our time on it while we live. I don't say that I hate you and call you a Christian. I don't hate you, because I know you are not a Christian. I hate you if you deny yourself. You are one of the righteous. You are Muslim, that's from the creation of you. I don't recognize that you've gotten that from the devil, the blue-eyed Caucasian. That's the real devil. I was almost about to dismiss myself from you and had not told you who the real devil is. The real devil is the blue-eyed Caucasian people, and in the Holy Quran, you will find it written there, on the day, referring to the judgment, on the day when we will gather the guilty blue-eyed on that day. The Holy Quran is an exact, righteous, and truthful book. The blue-eyed are being gathered together now. This is the time they are being gathered. We do own the heavens and the earth, and we are taking it over. You are so beautiful. The devil himself knows that you are the most beautiful people on earth, but he don't want to tell you, because he, with his short temporarily made self, wants you to think he's the most beautiful. He has just been here 6 days, and we've been here years without number. I say, go on like Isaiah teaches you, shine, shine, shine. Theology of Time, September 24th, 1972. I am a messenger. I have a message to deliver to you from the Lord of the world. We need professional people to get going. Get going on what? To get going on building us a world of our own. We want a world of our own. We need professional people to get started with that world. I no longer want the world that I was born in. I want my own world. I don't want you to be so absorbed or immersed in the world that you can't get out of it to build you one of your own. Looking forward to the white man for everything, this was conditioned in us when we were babies. This is why it's so hard to get you to do something for yourself. It is because you have always depended on the white man. You let him take care of self, and you did nothing but play like children. This thing must be stopped, and the only way to get it to stop is to stop it yourself. We want you to know that the Islamic believers are now in for building a world of their own. They are not satisfied with this world, and we are trying to build a world of our own. We don't have to try much, for the world is already carved out by divine, therefore it stops us from trying to carve out pictures trying to make a world. The world is already carved out for us, and the architect is Allah himself. I don't think you have much to argue with. We want you to pay attention to what we are saying. We don't want you to think that we think the way of this world's thinking. I want to change your way of thinking. Once that has been done, then you are on the road for self. We have great men and we have great women with plenty of know-how, but they lay down at the gate of their enemy, the devil, blue-eyed Caucasian, begging him, because they don't know how to get started for self. We must learn to get going for self. Since we have this type of knowledge that we've learned from our enemy, put it towards self and not the enemy. Look how silly you are. God sent the Christian and the Buddhist to fight a war killing each other. You jump in there trying to help save both of them. Just think over that. You had no rights in that war, any more than a turtle have rights to be standing up here trying to preach to you. You say, well, I was fighting for my country. When did you have a country to fight for? Just tell me that and then I am through. Back in the days of the first war, I joined up for that. Allah must have known that I didn't belong in it. One day before they called up that group which I was in, they declared that the war was over. I never have seen people so in love with going to war as you have been in Vietnam and the one before it. I wasn't thinking about going to the war. I even went fasting, trying to get as little as possible, so I would not be in that war. They said that if you didn't weigh 112 pounds, they wouldn't take you. I tried my best to come down to that. Even if they had waited until today, I still would not have had to fast to get down to that weight. I'm not much over that now. I'm one of the happiest men on the earth to own a whole nation. That must be a rich man, to own a whole nation. The Holy Quran is a book or scripture of which you don't know anything about. It verifies the Bible and the Bible verifies the Quran. The Quran is a late scripture, revealed to Muhammad around 1,400 years ago. If I wanted to challenge the author of the Bible, I would first ask, who made the Bible? Did the white people make it or did the black people make it? Who made the Holy Quran? You say, Muhammad. Muhammad will say to you, it was revealed to me, but who was the revealer? Oh yeah, we want to attack some of these know-it-alls. Do you think a spook came down to Moses and questioned him on what Moses said the spook said to him? Spirits don't talk like that. Moses said that he met God and God told him after Moses asked God who he was, who shall I tell them who you are? He was so mighty in wisdom and his strength. He just told Moses, tell them I am that I am. That's a mighty man. I'm not particular about whether they know me or not, but I am that I am. When I let go I am they will know who it is. He said to Moses, I am the God of your fathers. You're asking me who I am when I'm the father of you. You know, these are beautiful answers. He said again to Moses, come Moses, I want to send you to Pharaoh. Moses didn't want to show his mighty self. He said, who am I to send to Pharaoh? He said to Moses, you go and tell Pharaoh that you have met with me. Pharaoh is a scholar, he should know that you are not talking about yourself. You are talking about a man that he's been dreading to look upon. Who am I to go to Pharaoh? I'm going with you, Moses. If I go with you, I'm going to bring Pharaoh to his knees. This is what he meant. Moses was scared of Pharaoh, but he went. He found out that Pharaoh was nothing to this God. That's what I have found out. If the Holy Quran does not verify the Bible, the scripture in which the prophets brought, how could we recognize a book that you gave a name to that doesn't verify the truth of the book which we have? We cannot do that. When it verifies the truth from the book which we have, we got to believe it. We want you to know that we live at the end of both these books. You won't study the Bible in the hereafter, nor will you study the present Quran. No. You will have a new book and the new book will replace the present Bible and Quran. Didn't you read in the Bible where it teaches you that the prophets or the spirit of the prophet, according to what he heard, go take that little book and read it, eat it up? A new book coming into being, and that new book is the thing to which the people must give ear. Now we're going the right way. These two former books, the Old Testament and the New Testament, have served their purpose. Now we have to remove them and get a third book and a fourth book. There are two more to come. One is for you and the other is for the Orthodox world. It takes a little more for them, since they are the fountain of Scripture. You never had any. No prophet has ever come to you before, so says the Holy Quran. We know we didn't see one. We were here and we haven't seen any prophet. The Holy Quran says to you and me that I am the first who ever was sent to you. To a people, the Holy Quran says, to whom no warner has come before you. So, I'm here. I hope you will learn to love me. I have worked as hard as any other prophet to pay for his choosing of Allah. I have, if you remember, did everything but died physically, and I have my life for that. He brought me up on that bond of my word, that I would give my life for you, if necessary. This is the only way that God uses a man to teach people. He's got to be willing to give up his life. You read in the Bible how prophets, a long time ago, were killed by the people while trying to teach them to come to God. Devils and the people killed them. They have been killing prophets ever since God sent prophets, because the prophets of God destroys their work. They would put dents in evil's attempt at coming in, by their truths. Now comes Elijah. If you start on Elijah in the book of Kings of the Bible, you read of him until you get into the Revelation. This is an important little fellow. He never attacks the servants. He attacks the kings. From Genesis to Revelation, you will find him attacking kings, not the servants. He fights them. He's some tough little fellow. That man spoken of in the beginning of the book is spoken of as straightening up the old path and then making a way for God to come to the people. He makes a path, and then you, Lord, your God, whom you wish to see, will come suddenly after Elijah makes a path for him. The path is too crooked for God to come on. Elijah must come in and make some followers. This is what they call the pathway. He's got to have something of his own to come after. All he wants you to do is just give him a chance to claim you, so he can fight the enemy that has held you in the bondage of sin. So the book teaches us that Elijah must come and make a way for his God to come and get his people. Elijah just makes a few people, so that God could have a claim on the whole. This is wonderful. Elijah straightens out the world of his people with just a few. Immediately, here comes the owner of all. I think you should be happy to know what time you're living in, a time when the world will be changed around. There will be a world of peace and security in which you will own what you already have owned, and you will have the freedom to use it as you please. Build a world that the people will be happy to live in. We cannot be happy living in a world that we are afraid for our own lives and our children's lives every day and night. We don't want a world like that. The root of it is the presence of an enemy on our earth that doesn't belong on it. In the creation of the heavens and the earth, our fathers didn't make enemies. They had peace. Here comes an enemy of ours just 6,000 years ago. He goes and makes a people to be our enemy, but he can't last longer than 6,000 years. We're ready to throw him in the fire, because we can't live with such people. You can't get along with them in peace, so they must be removed. We're not saying go and isolate them into some part of the earth. He will come out, for he's too smart. Go and kill them, then burn him. Burn him up. The Bible says, leave neither root nor branch. Kill him, and don't save nothing of him. Oh, poor devil, I'm glad for you. Look at our poor brothers and sisters in the South. The whole thing began to move north out here in Indiana, the killing and burning of our poor innocent people. You love a people like that? I should think you were insane if you did. We see them and read of them killing and burning your parents, your sisters and brothers. Here stands God with a sword of eternal death in his hand, to rid you and me of this type of people, but you love them so much that you start defending him. Trying your best to find some law of the scripture and will try defending him, but the scripture doesn't defend him now. The scriptures condemn him. It is you that he made ignorant, blind, deaf and dumb and fill you full of fear of him. That's why the Bible teaches you and me throughout it, to fear not. Fear not, O ye my little flock. I, your Lord, will do great things for you. He's so wise. He's so mighty. He found me shivering and shaking. He said, come on, go with me. I will take that fear out of you. He took it out me. Now I go through the valley, as it is written, in the valley of death. For he is the death that's producing the shadow. But I fear no evil. You that follow me. You are the same. You don't fear no evil, because you have Allah on your side. We are a most happy and worthy people for God to choose us to be his people. And would kill nations for you. Your Bible teaches you that. He will destroy nations for your lives, and he's doing it. Why shouldn't we fly to a God like that? I've been following Mr. Blue-Eyed Caucasian all my life and I have come to love him. I wishes to kill you God and my God to say him. Oh, brother. That's bad. That's just what you say in your heart. I wish they didn't exist. I would kill them if I could. Many times you have wished that my God and your God, Master Fard Muhammad and Elijah Muhammad, were dead, so you could cling on to your devil. The devil said, himself, that if they could get me out of the way, they would have a glorious kingdom. If they would get me out of the way, they would have a glorious future. But I am here. I'm here and no one can move me, but he who put me here. If the devil and you would unite together and try pulling me out of the way, you wouldn't do anything but put yourself out of the way. Allah has power over everything. Since he has power of everything, he most certainly has power over me to keep me and protect me. That's not going to happen with me and you. No way, because he loves you. I love you and you love both of us. We don't have nothing to fear. We have been out of our brotherhood so long in this world, we are joining up again. And we are so happy to do that until no one can now come around trying to make trouble among us, because we both love each other. I love you and you love me. The devil, blue-eyed white people, love to get around Reverend. They call him their man, you know, and Reverend calls himself their man. Reverend believes in that blue-eyed devil because he calls him Reverend and pretends to be backing him up. But he's not backing Reverend up into nothing but the fire of hell. Reverend, cannot you see that he can't do nothing with me? He don't call me no Reverend. They can't stop me. And I did not get a license from him to preach. When a man says that he's God's preacher and then has to be licensed by the world of his enemies, you have not yet become God's preacher. You're the devil's slave-making, white man's preacher. These are truths. These licenses ordain you to preach and you must preach like he says. If you don't, he will come over and tell you, sit down, Reverend. He didn't license me nor ordain me. I just went to preach by order of my God. What does a God-ordained minister of the Spirit of himself look like going over to a devil asking him for a license? Oh brother, it's sickening almost to talk about it. My people are ordained and sent by the devil to preach what the devil tells him to preach to his people. Brother, I would kick him in the face. Don't be afraid, Reverend. Don't be afraid. As long as you're here with me, they're not going to run in here and bother you. Remember how Elijah fought with Ahab and proved his 400 preachers liars, and he took them and chopped their heads off? I'm not going to chop your head. Don't be thinking that. But I'm going to chop the head of the one that put you out there. I want my God and myself to save you out of his clutches. We want to take you away from that. You will be preaching Islam overnight, but little do you know it. If you take time and read your Bible, you will bear me witness that you have nothing that you should do but to come and follow Elijah. Elijah must first come. If there was an Elijah that was capable with the power of God and wisdom of God to save the people, why do they look for him to come? Thousands of preachers all over the country, but you can't make a way for your God and my God because you don't serve him. You don't convert people to our God, you convert him to save the blue-eyed devil. All the converts that you make in your church today, you are making them for him, not for Almighty God, who has power over the heavens and the earth. Have you made one convert for him? Of all of your preaching that you have preached, all of your life, how many have you made converts to the God of heaven and earth? Not even one. You made him for the white folks. I don't care if you make 1,000 a day, as long as you are preaching Christianity, you are making them for the white man. He claims them to be his. Every Christian he claims to be his. Every Muslim I claim him to be mine. Who am I, he said. I am that I am. Who shall I say sent me? Tell them, I am that I am, is who sent thee. Oh brother, that's pretty strong. Tell them I am the God of their fathers. He's a strong man talking. If he is, I am that I am. I am to believe I am that I am. Tell them that I am the God of your fathers, and I heard the moaning and groaning of my people. I couldn't be satisfied sitting in heaven and hearing the groans and the moans of my people under hard taskmasters, so it moved me and I have come down. Think over it. I have come down, not out of the sky, but I have come down from my high place to get in your place so you may know I love you. You have been hung up by ropes, chains, and burned at the stake in the fire by a blue-eyed devil that Yakub made to do just that to you and me. I, God, have come down from my high place in the heavens of the righteous to you who are bound in hell. I came down to loose you. I came down to free you and to kill your enemy. After reading all these things of the past, similar things are now coming to us at present. Where did you come from? Don't worry me in that. I came alone, by myself. I came alone, by myself, having the power to walk alone, and having the power to destroy my enemies and my enemy. I am alone, I am the one God. I don't need no help. I'm alone, but you were brought over here, and I come to free you from the tip-top. You did not want to come with that enemy, but they put you in chains, you couldn't help yourself. I have the key to unlock that chain from around you. I can teach one of you to do that. I will pass the key over to Elijah. Ever since he's been in his boyhood, he's been craving to see someone come to the rescue of his people, so I'm going to give him the key. He will unlock the doors. He will let you out. I'm going to put power in that key so he can use it to lock up your enemies. He has the key to both hell and death. He's going to put a stop to bleeding you to death. I'm going to let him go. He's already angry. Elijah doesn't have to get angry at him. He has already been angry with him, but he didn't have nothing to fight with. I'm going to give him something to fight with, and I'm going to fight with him. The Lord said unto Ezekiel, Son of man, can these bones live? He said, Thou knowest, the all-knowing one. If they can live, you know that. Neither argued with the other, they all were in agreement. Go tell them to hear the word of the Lord, which didn't work too well, they're too stubborn. He said, I will give you an instrument. I will make you a better one for you to use. Go call on the winds. Tell them to come from all four parts. Call on them, Elijah, they will hear you. They will come and help you. Tell them to help you with these who are slain. He saw us as a slain people and told the messenger to call on the nations that he called winds of the earth to help him. The nations of the earth are now shocked in their souls to help. It is wonderful to know that you have a God on your side today. He looked upon us and saw how pitiful we were. He said, I found you in a day of love. It was the time of his love for us, but we were wallowing in our blood, or rather, I should say, in our ignorance of God and of ourselves, like a baby who has just been born and he's waddling in the blood of his mother. Poor little fellow. He says in symbolic language, there was no one to put a skirt on him, no one to wash him, clean him up. He was just a newborn baby rolling in his own blood, with no one to cut the navel cord. He's alone. That was a time of love, he said. He came, and after he had washed us with the waters of Islam, he then bandaged us up. He said to us, You shall be mine. A mother coming from abroad, this is wonderful. The baby's here, but no one had thought enough of the baby to wash the baby up and put it on clean clothes to send it out among the public. My brothers and sisters, Allah and myself are cleaning you up, and you have on beautiful garments, in which you're not ashamed to go out in the public. The public stare at you and they wonder, who has did this job for you? Tell them a man, who calls himself Elijah Muhammad. Both Holy Quran and Bible says that after this work, he tells us me. Me and me alone should you fear. I am your Lord, I have got you. Think over this. I have now taken you and gave you my name, a name that the world must respect. It is my name. I will call you by that name and the world will know that I have visited you. All praise is due to Allah. You are now going around here calling yourselves angels of heaven, when before you were calling yourself Mr. Jones, Mr. Culpepper, and Mr. Jackson. Who is Jackson? You are a fallen angel from heaven, caused by an enemy who pushed you out of heaven with his way of doing things. You don't have no name. All the names of God have a meaning to them, but the devil's names have no meaning. He that has the name of Allah will live forever, for that name will live forever. Go along with us and the world will admire you. I don't care where you go on this earth today, and tell those people that I came from America and I follow Elijah Muhammad. They'll say come in. Any place you go, you will be recognized and respected. Some of them have gone over and told stories that they were following me just to see what would happen. The people took them in so fast they got excited. They knew they was telling other than the truth. That made him to join up with us. We are in Russia, we are in China, we are everywhere. You can't go no place without finding us. Just go and try it for yourself, and if you return, tell me if you didn't get respect by claiming me to be your leader, and I will pay all of your expenses. I will go over there myself and ask them why. Naturally, they're not going to pay too much attention to you if you go over there looking for whiskey and beer. Even if they drink it themselves, they know you shouldn't drink it. Any man loves his family. If he doesn't, he shouldn't have family. All men that have families, they should love them. Do good to the wife who brings an increase of yourself into the world. We can't do nothing but plant seeds, but we should watch the seed and help it to grow. One thing we must remember again is that we are up from slavery with slave ideas towards self and towards our wives. Our wives are far more better than we think they are. If we show better to them. So let us do that. Let us show them good and that we are good men. They won't want to go away from you. I don't see nothing out of your house that you should go after. If you have a black woman there, you have the best. We know how the devil has made us ugly, disfigured and whatnot. We don't want to be like that, so he told me, out of his own mouth, that we will be a different people. So, I don't think you have to ask me will he make us ugly. He can just leave us alone, we're already that. He said to me that he will make us the most beautiful people that have ever lived. Yes. If he's going to make us the wisest, surely wisdom brings about people contacting you. You're not going to be sitting before people ugly. You must look beautiful to compare with the beautiful wisdom you have in your head. If you just follow me, I think you will have everything you ever imagined that you wanted. Remember that. Everything you ever imagined you wanted will come to you, just stick with me. Question, sir, you said something about that you would have to go and have one of God's names. I noticed that friends of mine started naming their children certain Asian names. I would like you to clear that up. Messenger, you and all your children can be named at once and that's what you can get. I can name you, and he's not going to take the name away that I give, but I don't want to be so smart in taking over the naming of the people. I do know his names, which you have to be named in, but I expect him here pretty soon and I don't want him to come and find me taking over his job. Theology of Time, October 1st, 1972. I've been looking for the professional people about 40 years. The main thing about constructing what we're struggling for and laying its foundation is access to the material. If you have the material, lots of work is possible. When it's learned that you are going to help build what Elijah and his followers want, access to the materials are denied or hampered. If you have access, sometimes they wait until the job is right in the midst of its schedule, then claim material shortage. Obviously, this slows progress down. The Muslim followers of Elijah Muhammad and the professional people must meet privately in an effort to understand each other. We would love to give you work if you can get the materials. That's the thing, get the material to build with. When the whites find out that you are trying to build for the Muslims, and he wanting the big jobs himself, because he knows we have awful big jobs that lasts, he doesn't want our contracts going to you. We and our professional people must get together and get behind the door and whisper to each other. There is no one to stop us and can stop us but God alone. We know we have to enter politics somewhere, but we don't want the kind of politics which the white man has set up for you. We don't want to follow what way. I am now looking at an example of clean politics from the nation of Asia and portions of Africa. This type politics will make you a better man. They don't have robbery and deceitful politics, which you are born under, here in America's way of politics. We don't want no thieves in our nation. As it is written, Jesus said, and I say the same, all before me were thieves and robbers. Jesus could not have said that, because that would have meant that all prophets before him were thieves and robbers, but I can say it absolutely and prove it. We don't want to build a nation on the basis of who can rob the other the quickest and get the most. We want to build up a nation with a clean heart and hands to deal with their people in the way of justice and righteous. We don't want any robbers. We can't use a robber, especially after being robbed to death by our enemy, the slave master's children. The professors we've been looking for have always been running from us. We are ready to write you down on our book that you are one of ours. We can't promise you a roll of money in both hands and tell you, here, take it. You've got to help us make that money. We don't have that rolled up over here waiting for you to come and use it. No. We want you to help get that money. We want to build a world for the black man. The white world is moving off the scene. If you don't know it, I'll show it to you. You've got to do something for yourself or else. I'm not saying this just to be talking. I'm talking to hear from you. We've got to do something for self. I have the key to doing for self. If you will come get yours, I will have it. At the present time, as you probably know, many countries are, for the first time, uniting themselves. Here we are, the poor forgotten people in America singing Old Glory to Allah, Glory to the Lord, Glory to Jesus, and doing nothing about making that glory. Make your glory for yourself. Stop laying around the other fellow's gate, begging him to make you a glorious place. We must go ahead and till the earth. I told you a few years ago that's where everything comes from, like your food, your clothes, and your shelter. It all comes from that place we call the farm. We can't be too proud to be called farmers, but I say, the day has arrived that if you don't have a farm, you won't live off the other farmer. You got to have a farm to eat. You've got to have a farm to wear good clothes. You got to have a farm to live in a good home. So, I say, let's get ready to go to the farm. We have to enter into the farming area. We are trying to grow everything that's good for us. We need your skill. Don't give it back to those people who taught you how to farm in their schools, the agriculture schools of the enemy. You go and get the knowledge, but go for yourself after you get it. I want to say this without saying one false word. I have the world backing me. They want me to chop up this country for you and me. I'm not biting my lip or tongue. We want this country for you, and they are offering me help. Sometime when you have fine property and people keep on asking you to sell and you don't sell, they start another way to get your property. I think we should meet with the salesman and not with the other fellow. What do we look like? Here there's millions of black people in America walking around begging for a good house to live in, begging for a store, begging for a little old place to put up a supermarket. If you're super enough, there already is a market. I've been running around here for years looking for my educated people, all types of educated people. We have millions of people in America that want to see the nation of the black man up doing something for himself and building his own jobs. We can build them for ourselves, and we're just a small group. We will build our own jobs. We're not thinking about unemployment, we are thinking about overemployment. Did you know that we have some lazy people? You go give him a job and he lays down and go to sleep on it. I wish you professors will join me and help me put this nation to work. We can make jobs on top of jobs. Where would the money come from? Us. Where did the money come from when the white man built jobs for himself and us? We are the original people of the earth. Why cannot we do a better job than he? We've been free for the last 100 years or more. What have we made for ourselves? Nothing but trouble in trying to force the white man to build jobs for us. We go to war with him if he doesn't make a job for us. If he has freed you, make your own jobs, but if you think you are not free and you want to continually be a slave for him, then you go and tell him that, I am still a slave, make me a job. I don't believe in being a slave forever. Let me loose. I'm going to run and get away from your slave house and see if I can build one for myself. You businessmen and great educators, all we need to do is get together and agree on what we shall do first, because you know how to do these things. We know we can agree, because we have the same idea, therefore, we got to agree. You may be saying, this is a little flow popping off around here. We want to go to Mr. Ford, we want to go over to General Motors. Let us get started over there with them and make them richer. My beloved brothers, what is coming on us now is going to drive you to the bread wagon if you don't get up and do something for yourself. The uniting of Japan, China, and their other allies are uniting together to deal with self, not with white people. If white people want to come in, they must come in by what they offer them. This is something the East has not been doing. By now, they are ready to push the West out of the East so that they can do business with each other, and they have plenty of each other over there. They have hundreds of millions of people. They are sick of the West, and they are going to push the West out so that the East can be. Believe it or not, this is a direction, as you call it in slang, from the horse's brow. If you want to do business, get together and do business on a wholesale way and not on no little piece retail way. Why do you want to run to your enemy's hospital when you have good trained nurses and doctors? You have nurses throughout the world who would be willing to come here and take care of you, even at no pay. Some of them love you just that much, to try seeing that you are cared for right. You have a lot of them working in other hospitals, here before your face and mine. There's hardly a little clinic wherein you don't find a foreign nurse, if not a doctor. They want to see you taken care of. I know all of this going on, and I have the key to it. They are sitting around watching and waiting for us to do something of the kind, so they can get in there and take care of you to keep you from falling into the hands of the enemy. What do you look like fighting your enemy out there and then ask him to heal you and nurse your wounds? If you and me are fighting and you wound me, you could continue wounding me if I fall in your arms to be healed. You know we are silly people, and extremely silly people. I'd rather raise up a tent and put some logs down there, put some mattress on top of them, and let my own brother wash clean the wound and pour in his medicine than ask the same man that I'm fighting to do so. Have you ever thought of this? You're fighting the enemy, then run to him to heal your wounds. This is really ignorant. Shall not we get together and build us up some kind of shelter to heal our wounds? Certainly we shall do so. I feel so cheap talking with the devil, and he has all the places to be cared for. Why furnish us doctors when we have black doctors right behind us? He will make us feel better if he's waiting on us. A black nurse will make us feel better. Let her wait on us. Do you not see how dumb we are? We are pretty ignorant in this big old wide USA, and at every corner we look or on every square foot we find the enemy. He's against us, yet we won't build up a hospital for self. Try to do these things or wait around and it will be too late, then you will cry, oh, woe is me. I let such an opportunity that Elijah Muhammad was teaching go by. I fooled around and didn't do nothing, but depend on the white man. Build up something for ourselves, and then the nations of the earth will recognize you as they are recognized themselves for doing for self. No need to say you don't have a chance. Oh yes, we can break the chains, brother, and come on out of it. We don't have nothing that's binding us which we cannot destroy and free ourselves. I want you to remember this, you are a little too happy to do temporary things. We don't want any temporary things. We want permanent things. The professional people, we can take these people and build the finest nation there is on earth. But we cleave our tongues to the roof of our mouths and won't let it speak for ourselves. If we tie our own hands behind us so the hands won't do for self, you can expect to suffer. We certainly need you that know something about airplanes. We've got to have these planes that rolls on the air instead of the ground. We do have this in mind about getting some planes that will take us around. We hope to find you ready for that job of flying them. Oh yes, we have one poor pitiful plane and we want it to get some mates for itself. We want you to learn how to fly. If you don't know, learn. I have a grandson. I'm trying my best to make him learn to be a great flyer. He's flying planes now. But I want more of it. We want flyers that will train to fly planes overseas, not just around here over the city. We want to get in it and go all over the world like other nations. The worst thing that you can do is set up unions, labor unions, and leaders among yourself. This brings the other fellow in and he knows how to set the trigger for you to fall all the time. We have no rights to have a union if we're going to deal with each other on the basis of freedom, justice, and equality. I have a lot of untrained people with me who want to learn these jobs. If you will look down on the poor little brother and say, he was not as fortunate as I was. Come on here in this old barn or anywhere here, let us get together and fix up something and go for self. I know it looks hard, educators, professional people, for you to drop down among uneducated people trying to build them up, but they are your brothers as well as mine. I'm making them grow up. I just need your help and your learning. We will have a nation prepared and fitted for the world of national recognition. It's just that you don't want to go into the job of associating with little poor brothers, because you have your degrees from high-educated centers of this people and you don't want to drop back to make some for yourself. These people I have learned, professors and educators, to be your best friend, if you will take a little time in training them. You really have yourself something when you train one of these. But if you look for your equal all the time or your match, then you're going to run into arguments, disagreements, and breaking up the unity and whatnot. If you train him for what you need, he's yours and he'll love you. You got someone that you can depend on. I know you're not too good a Christian nor a Muslim. You know my father, he was a Baptist preacher. I used to chase him after he preached to question him on his sermon, so I'm still doing that. Let us have a special meeting for special things, not an open meeting saying what we are going to do and do nothing. Let's go get in a room, sit down face to face and tell each other what we can do and what we must do right away. This is the way to get business started. You can't start business by hailing each other across the street. We got to get in a room someplace and look each other in the eye and tell each other what each can do and what each can't do. If we can't do the things that we want done, we go out and look for that fellow. Fine, highly educated people don't have work to do. Their work is shutting off fast. The devil has unemployment in your office. He doesn't know what to do with his own unemployed professional people. This is why they're having so much trouble in the school. They want something to do when they get their diplomas and their degrees, but where are you going to get that something if you don't make it for yourself? You got to make it for yourselves. If you don't make it for yourselves, who is going to make it for you when America is faced with the worst problem she ever had, that is, unemployment from her armed forces? When they come back home, what is she going to give them to do? This means a war, then, at home. They're going to start fighting for something and America knows that she's in trouble. She will be sending these unemployed soldiers back home to do nothing. She's in trouble, but she doesn't know what to do with these people. We've got to work in order to keep pace with our enemies. You have the most schooling of the enemy's educational system. I say come and I'll show you how to use it, if you don't know how. The only thing that we want is togetherness and agreement on what we do, and we don't stop until we do it. Why should we continue to dislike each other when we are brothers? While the white man likes the American white man. He likes the European white man. He likes the Australian white man. He likes the white people all over the earth. Well, why shouldn't we like black people all over the earth? We are hard to agree with self, not to mention the heartless, merciless, blue-eyed devils. We want to please them first, then if you have any pleasing left, you'll take it over to self. But I first must please my white enemies. This is the way you work. I say, friend, we are Muslims. We are not scared of the devil, nor are we scared of his hell. I will take the blame. I don't have to take it. Come on and follow me, and I will take the blame. What can you do? Plenty. With the help of my God and others, I can do plenty and are doing plenty. You are so afraid that you're going to go hungry or lose your prestige among white people. You will never get no place like that. Look at that small Japanese people, very small people, nevertheless, they have sense enough to unite with his own. He was yelling over there before the last war, Asia for the Asiatic. Asiatic is for Asia, until they give them a deaf ear, then, the enemy all but run them out of Asia. Now he sings that song and he got plenty who are ready now to unite with him and say Asia is for Asia. He laid hold on his big brother the other day, China. China laid hold to his little brother Japan. Now here we are, a little people here numbering somewhere around 30 million, and see how we are destroying ourselves. Let us unite. If you see a root cracking the earth in your midst that looks to you like it will bear fruit, why don't you come on and let's cultivate that little old root there and let us bear fruit. It's a shame for me to stand here before you professional people and talk of getting together and building an up from slavery people, united into a nation of progress and success for self. You should be standing up here where I am, telling us what to do. But, you got a little, uneducated man that God looked at. These are the words that he said to me. He said, will you come and help put my people on top of civilization? I said, yes, sir. If you back me up and guide me, yes, sir. So, as it's written, the sound, the Bible said, went throughout the earth. A great people rose up and God pointed the messenger out to them. He said, see, they all will come to thee. They all will bow down to thee. That's in your Bible, and this is true. I have people out there in the street waiting to get a chance to talk to this little boy. Highly learned scientists have heard of me. They're coming up every day or two, wanting to see the little man that you call Elijah Muhammad. Africa is mine. This is no joke, it's mine. They open their doors for me anywhere over there to build Africa. If I had sent thee to a strange nation, foreign language, they would have heard, this is the Bible. But, I sent you to the rebellious house of Israel. The rebellious house of the black man of America. That's who it's talking about, not Israel, but it's you. They would have heard you, and that's easy to prove today. From the shores of Texas down through the little islands falling off at your feet around to the gate of Good Hope, you have brothers. They're just like that, just so happy to fall in the circle with Muhammad. We can't build the black man of America up by letting him carry his bottle of hard corn and rye whiskey. He'll never be anything carrying that kind of fire water. We must get together and stop him from drinking. When he gets under the crescent, he's willing to stop. He feels too dignified to make a fool out of himself, but under the cross, he don't care. Let us get together and make our people a number one people who the whole world will respect. Let's take our woman out of the world and put her in her own world to learn and make something out of her. We can do it. You see a sketch of the work that I'm doing. They're falling for it. They're not turning it down. They're accepting it. Help me make a nation that is unsurpassed by any nation on the earth. That's what we have to do now, since the enemy of ours makes us unwanted and unrecognized by all societies of the earth's people. We got to regain our place in society, and you're capable of doing it. If I can give you a sample, why can't you and I make the goods? If I, a little blind man from among you, have taken some of the worst that ever lived and got them over here to the machine, making them better dresses, and they like them, why can't you help me do this? You know how. Don't think that the enemy will not recognize you. He will respect you if he respects me. What God has taught me, you and I can force him to respect us, because we have better knowledge of cleanliness, better knowledge of what we need in the field of mathematics, and a better knowledge of the pen. You are the best in all of that. Let us get together, brother and sister, and let the world know that we are capable of demanding respect. We shouldn't wait for them to respect us on their initial step. We'll do that ourselves. We will force them to do it. The time that we are living in is both a time of love and hate. Love is growing among us, wherein it never was before, and hate is growing in us, wherein it never was before. We just learned the source of our trouble, which is loving an enemy who was born and made to be an enemy for us. We loved him and called ourselves following after Jesus Christ. Jesus hates the devil himself, and he wrote that if you love the devil you will not see heaven. In these words, he that loved this world. Think over that. He's an enemy to God. I think the professional people should join up with the Muslims, not wait for the Muslims to join up with you. We can't join with you, then we will go right back into slavery. If you feel like you want to lead and preach to your people, come over here and I will teach you how. You'll get you a house full overnight. You let me teach you how to preach and what to preach. I will assure that you will have a house full overnight. You don't have so many at your churches. We pass them daily. If you come and accept your own, which is Islam, and go back to your church and start preaching it, you will fill your crutch up. The people are waiting for something now. They don't want that slavery stuff of telling them that they got to die to go to heaven. They want some of this heaven they can see. No, the heaven that they are not sure of is the one wherein, if he dies, he can't come back and tell you if you told him a lie or the truth. Let's get together on what we see and not on what we're promised we'll see when we are dead. There is no man that ever lived and died and then came back. When he's dead for sure, go and call him all you want, go and lay down in the grave with him, he don't answer. One or two words can stop that kind of teaching. Show me one that was once dead, went back to the earth, and he's now living. Show him to me. Jesus rose from the dead. Tell them to show him to you. What is meant when the scholars and scientists said Jesus rose from the dead means a man with ideas and teaching like that which Jesus wanted to give us, but he was before time and he died. We want to say to you that there is no such thing of anybody being put down in the ground, and he returned to that which we had taken him from. He came out of the earth, now we return him to the earth. No one has ever seen one come out of the grave. You can say you dreamed something like that, but dreams are not always true. If Jesus has come back, none of us have met him yet, and all the prophets of old died. The creator of this heaven and earth, in which we live, he died. We don't meet with him. We have not met him, no sir. I want to teach you these things that you have misunderstood. There is no such thing as a human or any flesh or life, whatever it may be, dies and comes back. It doesn't come back. The white man taught you this, but you never did know what he meant by this. He meant this: you are dead now, nigger, but you can live again, because you are God's people and he's coming after you one day to take you away from me. Then you will come alive in the knowledge of what I have done to keep you like you are. Today is the resurrection of the dead. The resurrection of the mentally dead slave. You are the mentally dead, not physically dead, but mentally dead. Blessed is he, the Bible says, that died in the name of the Lord. You and I died in the name of the Lord. Henceforth, says the Spirit, they shall live again, because he's already from God and he just died in the knowledge of his God, so he's going to be awakened one day and he's going to live again. But, says the Scripture in another place, referring to his own apostle, he's my firstborn, the first to rise from the dead. I called him and he answered me, and I'm going to give him the key so that he may call others and bring them to light. I was put here by God himself. There is no class of scholars and scientists that could say that they had anything to do with my mission, yet I work as the book says, concerning God, who shall hinder us? I do my work that is assigned to me for you, and there is no scholar or scientist of this devil or any other nation that can stop me. It is the very first time since we have risen from servitude slavery that one not educated in the schools of the slave master stood before you with more power than a professor of the land. There is nothing that you would want to do in the way of building a nation for self, like all other nations have built for themselves, that we cannot do if you would just accept my advice. You have the education, and I will show you how to rule and take over the world. Ask some of the scientists about Elijah Muhammad. Ask them, do you think he's on the way to building up a nation for his people? They will say, yes. Any scientists of the black man or yellow man, if you go ask them these words, they will tell you, yes, I have heard of him. Just as your Bible teaches you in a symbolic language, he said the sound went throughout the earth, meaning that the news of this man's work, his teaching, has now been heard all around the earth, and it is. You certainly don't have a frightful rabbit of a man that will run every time he hears a hound bark. I will teach you how to chase the hound and let the rabbit bite him, instead of him biting the rabbit. I'm known all over the earth. One brother was in Russia and he was talking to some of the Muslims there, and they reminded him of some Muslims having been there. He said, "Oh, you're talking about Elijah Muhammad, is that his name?" "Yes." He said he never did meet with such clambering people for Muhammad. He said they wanted to learn how could they get in touch with me. There, we have a lot of Muslims in Russia and we have a lots in China. Come on, if you would like to be known, come follow me and the world will know you. Let us get together and build something out of the American slave people whom the world will be happy to meet, as they are you. Come on, all of you men and women that have professional diplomas and professional degrees. Let's get together and make our people glad. Ask them, they will tip their hat, scrape their feet to you to build them up. I have untold amount of material to give to you to build them up. Come on. Let's unite together and make a nation out of ourselves that the world will respect. Theology of Time, October 8, 1972. This is the time of the removal of the old world and bringing in a new world. That's why you're sitting in temples of Islam and not in churches. Sometimes when talking with some of the Christians, they refer to our temples as churches. They're so used to calling spiritual meeting houses churches. We do not meet in churches, we meet in the temple of Islam. You may ask, what is Islam? Islam is the religion of God, if we want to say it in a plain way for you can understand it. However, Islam is the nature of God. Islam is the first and the last religion of man, that is, if there ever is to be a last. We're not looking for it to become a changed religion. It can't change unless we change God, and that will never happen. Therefore we have an eternal religion, a religion that will never leave us unless we destroy ourselves. This is why the moon that you see is up there, and the devil has been to it to see if it's real. It was a wise Muslim god that wanted to change all the people into one, and he even wanted to change the language they spoke. He didn't want any dialects. He wanted everybody to speak the same dialect, so Allah taught me, and who is better knowing than he? Allah said that once upon a time there lived a God on this planet who wanted all the people, regardless to what part of the planet they lived, to speak the same dialect, and they couldn't do that, as we understand today. The actual variations of the atmosphere in certain parts of the earth make it so that the people just cannot speak the same language of those in another part. This is due to the changes of the atmospheric temperature and the constant movement of the people from each other. They acquired a different dialect in their languages. We cannot ever make a difference there, nor can we ever make the people speak the same language. Look in the south how you used to speak there. When you get up here in the north for a while, your dialect begins to change. That's caused by the change of the atmosphere you moved into. We change, since our lives depend upon the breath we're taking in and out. There's nothing that can possibly make a change, but the atmosphere that we breathe. This man, before we had the deportation from the moon, he wanted everybody to speak the same dialect, so he got angry because he couldn't make them do it. Allah taught me, in the person of Master W.F. Muhammad, that this man said, I will destroy us all. That shows you how powerful a God he was. We knew that he was God and having power over the earth and the heavens above the earth. He wanted the heavens, earth, and the people on it to obey him, so he set out to make it so. He started drilling into our planet, so Allah taught me, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever. He drilled like a man drilling for coals and got somewhere near halfway the planet, then he began to pack it full of high explosives dynamite. He said the dynamite was a higher explosive dynamite than that we're using now. The people of today use about 70% dynamite, but they used 100% in splitting the earth in two and building mountains on top of the earth. Once upon a time, he said, we didn't have mountains. The earth was smooth and round. They didn't think that was so good nor educational, so they went over the planet with high explosive dynamite and dropped it here and there on the earth. When they wanted to bring up a tall mountain, they would put a motor to the bomb or a bomb to the motor, a depth motor, which would carry itself down into the earth. It goes off automatically when it strikes the earth, and takes this device all the way down into the earth according to the level of power in which the bomb was made. That power may be a mile, it may be nearly 6 miles, but she will go down. Splitting all rocks, the drill was made to not give way. It batters, as we call it in common words, right through anything that it strikes. It works like an air drill that we use on the streets to crack up concrete, according to what Allah taught me. It would not stop until it got to the depth of its timing. That depended upon how tall they wanted the mountain. Mount Everest over in India is the tallest mountain that they brought up, somewhere near 6 miles. They put these mountains on the earth, so the Holy Quran and the Bible teaches. The Bible says that God placed mountains on the earth, then he told me who the gods were and we see the mountains. He wanted me to be sure that I understood and would believe. He said, now brother, if you take a little firecracker and build a mountain of dirt over it, then leave the fuse out and set it off, you'll throw up another little mound of dirt with that cracker. This is the way they put mountains on the earth. They take bombs with motors on them and drop them at a certain height according to what they want this mountains to be. If it was a mile high, they drop the bomb and time it to go into the earth 1 mile before it will explode. In exploding these bombs, he said they had 100% dynamite, while America scientists use 70% dynamite. He said, these explosives of 100% dynamite will be put in the bombs they use here, but they are not to bring up a mountain over 1 mile high. These are the kind of mountains that will follow after the wake of their bombing of America. After these bombs go up 1 mile, these are going to be new mountains. They will kill the civilization for 50 square miles around. So, brother, don't be in the way of that bomb. This bomb will hit the earth and go into it a mile, then when it explodes, it sends up a mountain a mile high, killing the civilization around it with a crater made for 50 square miles round. I don't think you're such a runner that you could outrun or outfly this if a bomb can bring up earth from a depth of 1 mile. You must remember that you don't only need to get out of its way down here on the ground, the concussion from the explosion will spread out in the atmosphere, and if you're a mile or 2 up in the sky, you're subject to be destroyed. The Bible and Holy Quran teaches us that He's all-wise, referring to God. He's the best knower and that He doesn't have to build up nothing to bring about His will, He just wills that these things happen. They have prepared these bombs, and they are ready to let you know that 66 trillion years ago they did make mountains and parted the earth. Hence, you won't be able to say that God cannot do this and He cannot do that. You must know this today. I will show you a little proof. He came and taught us what the moon was and how it came about. Then He let the devil go up there and test it to see if, whether or no, the matter from the moon corresponded with the matter of the earth. The devil found this to be true, because he brought back rocks from the moon and compared them with the rocks of the earth. The only difference was that the rocks from the earth are saturated with water, and those rocks from the moon doesn't have any water, but used to. We only want to prove to us and the enemy that He created the heaven and the earth and He knows what's in them. The Holy Quran says, when He gets ready to destroy a people, He opens the doors of heaven and let them see in it. The enemy we are referring to is the devil. He was made to try proving God a liar. That's what he's made for. Everything which God says is this or that, the devil says that or this. He tries to change it. Everything that God makes, he tries to remake it so you will worship what He made and not what God made. The devil's no fool. Don't think that you can just show off just because you are directly from the Creator. You can't call him a fool in wisdom. He's no fool in wisdom, yet he's not equal with the God, the Creator either. Nevertheless, he's no fool. He builds what you see from what we already had here. This is why we say he can't say that he made anything, because all the material he used was from material that we already made. He can't claim himself as being the Creator. Creator means one who creates a thing, not one who borrows the essence to build something out of the essence made by someone else. You have to create your own essence. That's what God did. He created this out of nothing. The whole atmosphere was void of any matter until He made matter in the atmosphere. When the Bible reads, and the Lord made thus and thus, and the Lord created thus and thus, and the Lord said to thus and thus, be this of thus and thus, you're not talking about the devil. You're talking about the God of the black man. How powerful you are and didn't know it. He says in the Bible, if you had the faith of 1/4 of a mustard seed, you could say to the sycamore tree, be thou plucked up and planted in the depths of the sea, and it will be done. These are wonderful things, yet you are too proud and can't make a flea obey you. If you make a flea, he wouldn't bite. Well, it's the truth. This is why we are teaching you these things. We want you to know God and teach you what God does. God means something of power, wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. That's a God who's superior to others. His knowledge of the creation is so deep into the visibility of things, we look upon Him as having the power to make things do what He wants them to do, because the Father is of our own kind. This is what He wants to make out of you and me, not just believers, but gods. Every one of you, according to what He has taught me, will be gods. I found myself saying one day, I have learned quite a bit from our Lord, so I think I'll try some of it on myself, and I did. I just said, I hope this will be thus and thus, and I went on and forgot about it. Before I realized it, it had materialized. There is no doubt that it is a true thing. There is no doubt that we are gods, but we lost our power and knowledge. Like the parable of Jesus stated, salt is good so long as it have savoring power, but when it doesn't have no savoring power, it's no good for nothing but to be thrown out and trampled underfoot. This he of whom Jesus was referring is us. We have power if we are restored to what we originally were, but we have been robbed of power through being deprived of the knowledge of self. Just think about it, you're bowing to the creature instead of the Creator. You are far off. You are from the Creator, and this is a creature of the Creator. You are also the brother of the Creator. You should also be able to create. Allah wants to restore you. I would like to talk with you about the wisdom of Allah, who has taught me. You will read in the Bible wherein it says, He wants to restore you. You have lost everything of self, so now, He wants to restore you back into self so that you can do what He's doing, if we will believe and follow Him. He didn't come here just to show us who He was. He came here to show us who we are, and then make us rulers. To be rulers over rulers, you have to have superior wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. It took an architect to design the universe. Our first father formed and designed himself. Think over a man being able to design his own form, and he never saw another man before he saw himself. Powerful. We are not only out to build some temples, but we're out to build some towns and cities of our own design, and not out of the design of Satan, who stole his design from us. We want to create a new earth, a new us, and build a new world like Mr. Yaqub's devil. We want to make a new world. I don't think I have the power to say be and there it is, but I have the power from my God to make it hard for you. If you're trying to make it hard for me, I can make it pretty hard for you. The man you see here speaking and standing here may act and look so common and foolish to you, but he has power with God. When a man has power with God, he has power with a mighty good man. I don't have time to preach those shouting sermons, but I have time to teach you. You need teaching, you don't need no jumping and hollering sermons. I can do it if I want to, but I don't want to do that. You've had too much of that, and still without knowledge. I want to teach you. That's what I want to do. We tell the world that we want this and we want that, and we are asking you to help us to get this and that. We want airports. We want airplanes to go in and out of them. In your mind, you're just sitting and waiting for us to do it, but not helping us. We want you to help us do these things, not come up just looking for us to do something. You help us to do it. I hear much of that kind of talk. They'll wait and let the Muslims do it. Help the Muslims to do it, as you are Muslims yourselves, whether you believe it yourself or not. You were born Muslim, you were not made a Muslim, you were created a Muslim from the start. God Himself is a Muslim and all of His people are Muslims. Don't deny yourselves and let the devil laugh at you. As he's saying now, he wish he was a nigger. You want to show how less we care about being anything, just watch us go when it's being taught that we are something. The least amount of people are there at that time. You're being taught the depth of the wisdom of God Himself, and the beginning of creation and how He's about to data that which He made, not what He created, but what He made. He made it from us. We were already created. Human beings were used like cattle to change their breed. Cattle are breed from other cattle. Don't take it and breed it with another one. This is the way that people had been made into other people since the coming of Yaqub. We never had but one nation and one race. We didn't have a race as such. We had a nation. Race comes from the making of something from another. We are learning all of this wisdom and still walks the earth humbly. When we see a fool, we don't call him a fool. We know how he became a fool. It is not his fault. I am very happy, at times, to go into great depths of the wisdom of God. If you have the patience to wait and, it's here. All you have to do is get it. There's so much that we need to know, but we get impatient before we ever learn what we should. We get too impatient. You are like your enemy. The devil was created in haste, because the time was urgent on him. If Yaqub didn't hurry him, the other incoming god would be here before he could get started. So, he went in haste to build a world, and he didn't lose no time. God, himself, told me that he didn't. He said, "Brother, this devil has not lost any time. He made good of the time that was given to him. And look what he has made. He has made himself powerful and a beautiful kingdom, a heaven for himself." That's right, look at what we're doing here, buying some of his world and worshiping it. We have to build us something for ourselves and others can worship it. Architects are always in demand in a country where there's progress being made. You cannot build up a town or a city unless you have architects. You've got to have architects. We have good ones, but they are handicapped by the enemy. The enemy owns all the materials which the architect designs out for you. The building engineers have to come and get the material to build what the architect has drawn out for him. He would have to buy it from the enemy. If the enemy gets angry with you, they will stop selling it to you. He's already angry with you and don't want you to go but so far. When you're trying to equal him or overcome him, then he goes to work. All praise is due to Allah. We want to do, so to speak, what he has done, that is, build towns and cities of our liking over the country. We don't want his. We have lived in his. We have watched him build it, and we have now acquired a better knowledge than he. We can do a better job. What's hurting him is seeing the slave rise up from under his feet and erect a piece of a building and engines to work for himself. It hurts him. We watched him build, and we know how he built it and can now improve on it. That's what we are doing. The Muslims will be the rulers after the Christian world. We will rule the next world. We could have ruled it all the while, but we wanted to try out ourselves at being ruled by an inferior self. We have learned that the inferior self will never make a world of peace and happiness for the people, because where there's disagreement, there is war. Muslim, by nature, can't disagree on the subject of peace. We must have peace. For 42 years, I haven't done anything in the world but study and teach the word of God from his mouth. As it is written, we have the divine wisdom from above this world. If we made the white man, grafted him out of ourselves, that's what happened. What can you tell us about it? There isn't a black person in this house that will give the white race any credit for nothing, even their own wickedness. We took that spark out of the germ of the black man and made a man out of it, so that he would be totally weak. This is what the gods of the black man did. We know him. I know the white people. I don't study his books to know him, I study him from the mouth of God. The devil himself has tried to hide, up until the coming of God to show him up, as the Bible teaches him and you. The Holy Quran is more plainer and more direct, and we have it there. We know the man and are now taught the utmost knowledge of the man to see if whether the God of justice is justified in destroying him today. This is why you're taught all the ins and outs of the man's very nature, so you can see that God is not doing you and me an injustice for destroying him today. I want you to remember that you're making a fool out of yourself, after God has come and told us the truth of us being the first once and the last, if there will be a last. We don't see through the telescope of the scientist's wisdom who see no end to the black man. You don't know what he is made out of or how he made himself out of the material that comes last. The material of darkness comes last in the absence of light. He took that darkness, created himself out of it, which is what comes last. Thus, there would never be a last to himself. I'm very sorry for you who want to argue for the favor of this world. You are they who pity this world in exchange of a world that has no beginning and no ending. You can't calculate the hour, the day, nor the year of the creation. It's impossible. There were no writers there at the creation, because the creation had to make a writer out of himself first. It was 6 trillion years after that when writing took place. This was after his own creating. I can be called a liar like all the others before me, who were prophets and reformers of people. I don't expect you to give me the credit, but you will grow into do that. I'm telling you today, but you'll grow into it tomorrow. With the knowledge of this world, you're not able to see into what I'm teaching you of a world that has no birth record nor ending to it. You can't create a thought that would correspond enough with the question or answer for you to grasp what I am teaching. I don't only defy you poor sisters, but I defy the scientists of this world to attack what I am teaching you and to prove that I am teaching you something false just because it is not of his world or within their scope of knowledge. I will give to any professor of the white man's world $10,000 and 10,000 times 10,000 to prove one word I teach to be untrue. You were reared by the enemy of the righteous, therefore, since you have not come fully over to the righteous which is your own self, you give honor and praise to what you see of the enemy and his world. I can't fault you for that as long as you're in it and don't believe in another world. However, you may wake up one day or one night and learn that Elijah Muhammad taught you the most truth than any man that ever lived. There is no man that ever lived before me that had the knowledge and the depth of truth as I have. I'm not boasting. I'm not proud. I will go out in the street and sit on the curbstone with my brother. I won't boast that I'm greater than him, because he was created like me and has the brains like me, which came with the creation. He can make his brain do just what I'm doing, if the will and power of the 12 God scientists, who confers, are with him. He can do just what I'm doing. When a messenger is chosen, these 12 confer to see if whether or not he can do the job he is now chosen for. The 12 gods decide on all of this. We call them the 12 great scientists. This is why your ruler was made with 12 inches. It's after the number of the 12 major scientists, and without this, you cannot live. We call it a ruler when it had 12 square inches in it. I'm that last scientist, or prophet as you call it, but I'm not a prophet by the way of speaking, I am a messenger. The last one is not a prophet. He doesn't prophesy. He doesn't have anything to prophesy. He fulfills that which others prophesy. He's the ending of prophets. Your Bible, if you go back home and search it, it reads at the end of the Old Testament where Elijah's mentioned as the end. He's the end of the prophets. If I'm not able to bear witness with the former prophets and their prophesy, then I'm not the last. However, if I'm able to bear witness that the prophets prophesied is right, just, and true, then I may be that last one. I have so much divine wisdom that I can stand here until the same hour the next day and would not have exhausted half of it. The Bible calls the last prophet the right hand of God. If that last prophet is the right hand of God, whom I am, he can take that right hand, put it over the world of man, and make man bow to his will or datre them by his will. Seeking prophesy is no longer necessary after Elijah, for he's the last of all of them. You are no more to seek someone to teach you of God, because Elijah's the last. He tastes a little of everything, evil and good. To bring the devil to naught, he's got to know him. The world is ruled under the mind of Yaqub, by the making of an evil man or people. Yaqub was the god of that time, he grafting a weak germ out of us and formed it and make it into a man. He taught that form his wisdom, who at that time was the greatest among us, and his wisdom would last for 6,000 years. It was up in 1914, but he had spiritually blinded us so thoroughly that it took us up until now to begin getting a glimpse of ourselves and the condition we were in as a result of Yaqub's made devil. I can't talk to you like I want to, because you have not studied what I have studied and have not been told what I have been told of the Supreme Being. Therefore, I try taking you along as mildly and pleasantly as I possibly can, because I know that you don't know what I know. I know what you know thoroughly, because I too was born in it, so there can be no argument. I don't want to argue with my people, for I already know our condition and am trying to improve both our former conditions and make them into better conditions for establishing a better world that suits our own nature in which we were created. I would like you to get away from boasting on the white man's world. As often as you see and hear the white people out there killing your people day and night, you should not want to give them any credit. Some of you want to give them credit even when the man doesn't deserve any, other than the credit of being a very good murderer of black people. Take for instance, these two boys that he went and shot while they laid sleep. I'm reminded of hunting in the South. In the South, I used to see my rabbit dog find a rabbit lying in his bed. It looked like it was sleep, yet the dog would not jump on him like that. He'd wake him up first, then take out running after it. That's the nature of the dog. He doesn't seem to think he's done nothing by grabbing a rabbit in its sleep, so he'll make noise and wake it up and give it a chance for its life. This shows that your blue-eyed devil doesn't even have any nature of good in them, nor any mercy in his heart, to find you sleep, and to him you're just right for him to kill. He'll surround your house with 100 murderers packing all kinds of deadly weapons. Their army knows that you're the only one in there, but by nature he's afraid of the black man. He's afraid that he may miss and you will kill him. If you get one of them, the others should get you, so he brings a whole army. He finds out that you're a brave man over in your home. They then get the whole police department to go and surround that area, and if they don't look so well, he calls for the National Guard to come out. You see all of this, brothers and sisters, going on in your midst and you overlook it, then turn around and defend that same murderer. I think sometimes you do if just for the sake of argument, and secondly, I think you do it because you love the white man and his world. Our God, Master Fard Muhammad, taught us his name himself. As the Bible teaches you, that he had a name that no one knew but himself. Mahdi is his real name, so he taught me. Mahdi means one who is self-taught. In the Arabic language, it means one who is self-controlled and controls others, guides others, because he's self-guided. My beloved brothers and sisters, I have learned enough from God, of which you hardly know, and to stand here talking with you in that which I love to do. I could stay here until tomorrow this time if you would like me to. I would keep you fully awake if you stay here. There's very little of God's creation that he hasn't taught me something about, because he put me as his second self. That's what I am. I'm the second self of God Almighty. What you hear the Muslims saying in their prayers for the messenger, that he grant him what he promised. This is a little higher. I don't want to go into that, because he has told me something of that, but told me to wait. If you're not taking this least so well, how could you take greater? We are that people directly from God. We are the people that got his message. I have his message which the prophets didn't get and didn't understand, from Moses until Muhammad. There is no prophet, up through Jesus, that understood the things that is coming about today. They have told you in black and white. Moses told you in black and white. Jesus told you in black and white. He told you to wait for that one. The one that God will send from himself. I am the first one since the creation, whom the wise God of creation has sent. Some of you, knowing my humble origin here among you, can't believe these things, though it's written, but I tell you. The time will come when you will believe. You can't get away with this proud stuff of saying I won't believe in that and it being the truth. The God of truth dwells among us in person. You won't get away with saying you don't believe in it, if you want to, but he's not to be overcome, nor he whom he has before you, his messenger. You can't overcome me. No. You can't do it. You can't hang me on no tree like you did to Jesus. You can't destroy me by getting behind me, nor can you destroy me on the side of me, nor can you go in front of me and destroy me. I'm not making no boast, but God, this up. The Bible says, 12 angels protected him. We know it wasn't Jesus, because Jesus was destroyed in the hands of murderers, but you can't do that to the last one. The Holy Quran, as well, teaches you that God sent 2 destructive angels in front of him. These are destroying angels. He sends 2 in front, then he has 1 on each side of him and 1 behind. He's in a circle of power. I am that man. For 42 years, everywhere I go, enemies have failed to kill me. The Holy Quran tells Muhammad that we make an enemy for you in every town, and Muhammad knows this, but he's not afraid of them, because God has given him power over the wicked, whereas they cannot approach him with murder, they fail. He did that by raising up my brother in my own house as an enemy like Cain was to Abel, but he failed to get through. Many have made the attempt and are still making attempts to get rid of Elijah Muhammad. They want to make his boast a lie, but they can't do it. Not because I have power of myself, but it is Allah who protects me. Muhammad believes in his God so much, until he says, under the name of David, I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil. Many of you have seen me driving up and down the streets of Chicago. I wasn't afraid of nothing. And don't fear nothing yet. The only thing I fear is he who has made me, raised me up, and gave me this job to raise you up. He's the only one I fear. I don't fear your planning. You can plan all you please until you go to sleep and wake up, go back and plan some more. And go to sleep and wake up, and every time you look around, you'll see Elijah Muhammad. That's why the Bible said he walked through the shadow of death, but he fears no evil, because he has God on his side, and he's powerful enough to take the power of the enemy away from him, which the enemy designed to hurt Muhammad. Allah shows me that before my face, by dropping them down right before my face. They're unable to do what they trailed me to do, and they fall just as stiff as death itself. They can't even move, or even blink their eyes. I've seen that done. Allah did this to let me know that he had power enough to save me. They couldn't even open their mouths nor blink his eyes. I have seen this happen with my enemies more than 1 or 2 times. They never said a word, yet wasn't able. I was standing there before him waiting for him to say what he was going to say, and he couldn't. His tongue was locked to the roof of his mouth and his eyes were set and couldn't blink. Oh, brothers and sisters, there's plenty more I could tell you of what happened, here and there, to people who tried to rid me of my life for teaching them righteousness, for teaching them the good things of themselves, which they wasn't able to. They became jealous and they tried to treat me like Cain treated Abel, but I'm still here. These are some of the powerful words Allah said to me, whatever you will, brother, it'll come to pass. If you put them out, I'm not going out there after not one of them that you put out. He's just out there unless you go out and get them. So, I went home and I began thinking, this teaches me that I'd better be careful about who I put out, because I may not mean that the person stay out forever, but that's what he told me, and the Bible teaches you that God will accept the judgment of that servant, that last one he choose. In some places it says, by him, the heavens were built. He was the one who designed the heavens that you're going to, and he beared that scientist witness. He said, brother, whatever you want, ask for it and it will be given to you. So, you have a mighty good fellow in me, but in cold weather, fire is good for us, yet, the fire can be evil to us if we play with it. Therefore, let's not play with a good fellow. Try to be good with him for your own good. In one place I found in the Quran, similar to that in the Bible, referring to Muhammad's forgiveness and love for you, it said, if he would forgive you 77 times, that doesn't make Allah forgive you, especially if he knows you need to be punished. He will punish you whether Muhammad desires it or not. In order to keep the creditable characteristics of a good God, which keeps others good, he will whip some of us for our evil that's affecting others. I am your good old brother, but you don't know it. The time is not very far off when you will say, he told me he was a good brother, and today we see. You will come to me on your knees and beg me to forgive you of any evil thought that you had of me. I know it now, and I don't pay it any attention when you're trying to act evil against me, because I know you're a dead loser. Remember that, a dead loser. I know you can't do nothing to me, you'll hurt yourself. It was designed that this last one will not be overcome by the people, regardless of their power. He's well protected going out and coming in. You can't think nothing against him, nor for him that is not heard. Remember, that's your thoughts, and not your words, are heard. My beloved brothers and sisters, I only say this to keep you away from throwing your good self down for an evil self, the devil. These white people are pure devils. They are not even mixed with good. They're pure devils without the mixture of good. There is no good in them, so our God has taught me. They weren't made for good. There are some who try to do good things every now and then, but their nature, in which Yaqub made them, just can't be taken for a good person, not just because he does one little good thing for us. He has done 1,000 things of evil to just that one good thing. Brothers, wake up and try to protect yourselves. Help yourselves with others who are trying to help protect you back into what you were when the heavens and the earth were created. You were created in good. You can't be nothing but a good person. That's why the evil person takes advantage of you, because you don't know the evil person. I teach you what God taught me to teach you, that is, to never trust white folks. Those who follow them, falls in love with them, because the evil Caucasian captivates them with his unlikeness, both in person and in words. Here's a little boy whom God has remade, that now knows the Caucasian from the very beginning of him and knows the end of him. You probably want to say to me, well, when will they be destroyed? Well, it may be earlier than you think. Islam is like the sun. As the sunlight bring out what is hidden in darkness, so does the truth bring out that which is hidden under falsehood, to manifest it to you and I. This is why we read glorifying our God, for revealing to us that which is hidden. Some of you who disbelieve, it has made me know that the truth of the disbelievers rising up in the judgment is verified. You're always what you are, whatever you do is written.